This is Audible.
Tantor Audio presents The Abyss Beyond Dreams by Peter F. Hamilton. Narrated by John Lee. Book 1, 27 hours and 42 minutes. Laura Brandt knew all about coming out of a suspension chamber. It was similar to finishing the old-style rejuvenation procedure she'd undergone back in the day, before bionic inserts and advancer genes being sequenced into human DNA and practically eradicating the aging process. There would be that slow, comfortable rise to consciousness, the body warming at a steady rate, nutrient feeds and narcotic buffering taking the edge off any lingering discomfort and disorientation. So by the time you were properly awake and ready to open your eyes, it was like emerging from a really decent night's sleep, ready to face the day with enthusiasm and anticipation. A full breakfast with pancakes, some crisp bacon, maple syrup, and chilled orange juice, no ice, thanks, would add that extra little touch of panache to make returning to full awareness a welcome experience. And when it happened this time, there she would be at the end of a voyage to a star cluster outside the Milky Way, ready to begin a fresh life with others from the Brandt dynasty, founding a whole new civilization, one that was going to be so very different from the jaded old Commonwealth they'd left behind. Then there was the emergency extraction procedure, which ship's crew called the tank yank. Someone slapping the red button on the outside of her suspension chamber, potent revival drugs ramming into a body that was still chilly, hematology umbilicals withdrawing from her neck and thighs, shocked muscles spasming, bladder sending out frantic pressure signals into her brain, and the emergency extraction had already automatically retracted the catheter. Oh, great design, guys. But that wasn't as bad as the skull-splitting headache and the top of her diaphragm contracting as her nauseous stomach heaved. Laura opened her eyes to a blur of horrible colored light at the same time her mouth opened and she vomited. Stomach muscles clenched, bringing her torso up off the padding. Her head hit the chamber's lid, which hadn't finished hinging open. Hell's teeth! Red pain stars joined the confusing blur of shapes. She twisted over to throw up again. Easy there, a voice told her. Hands gripped her shoulders, supporting her as she retched. A plastic bowl was held up, which caught most of the revolting liquid. Any more? What? Laura groaned. Are you going to puke again? Laura just snarled at him, too miserable even to know the answer. Every part of her body was forcefully telling her how wretched it felt. Take some deep breaths, the voice told her. Oh, It was an effort just to breathe at all with the way her body was shuddering, never mind going for some kind of yoga master inhalations. Stupid voice. You're doing great. The revived drugs will kick in any minute now. Laura swallowed, disgusting acid taste burning her throat, but it was fractionally easier to breathe. She hadn't felt this bad for centuries. It wasn't a good thought, but at least it was a coherent one. Why aren't my bionics helping? The tiny molecular machines enriching every cell should be assisting her body to stabilize. She tried to squint the lights into focus, knowing some of them would be her exovision icons. It was all just too much effort. Tank Yank's a bitch, huh? Laura finally recognized the voice. Andy Granfor, one of the Vermilion's medical staff, decent enough man. They'd met at a few pre-flight parties. She shuddered down a long breath. What's happened? Why have you brought me out like this? Captain wants you out and up, and we don't have much time. Sorry. Laura's eyes managed to focus on Andy's face, seeing the familiar bulbous nose, dark bags under pale brown eyes, and greying hair that was all stick-out tufts. Such an old, worn face was unusual in the Commonwealth, where everyone used cosmetic gene sequencing to look flawless. Laura always thought that humanity these days was like a race of youthful supermodels, which wasn't necessarily an improvement. Anything less than perfection was either a fashion statement or a genuine individualistic screw you to conformity. Is Vermilion damaged? No. He gave her an anxious grin. Not exactly. Just lost. Lost? Which was possibly an even more worrying answer. How could you get lost flying to a star cluster that measured 20,000 light-years in diameter? It wasn't as if you could lose sight of something of that magnitude. That's ridiculous. The captain will explain. Let's get you to the bridge. Laura silently asked her U-shadow for a general status review. The ubiquitous, semi-sentient utility routine running in her macrocellular clusters responded immediately by unfolding a basic array of mental icons, slender lines of blue fairy light that superimposed themselves within her wobbly vision. She frowned. If she was reading their efficiency modes correctly, her bionics had suffered some kind of serious glitch. The only reason she could imagine for that level of decay was simple aging. Her heart gave a jump as she wondered how long she'd been in suspension. She checked the digits of her time display, which was even more puzzling. 2,231 days. What? Andy asked. We've been underway for 2,231 days. Where the hell are we? Travelling for that long at ultra-drive speeds would have taken them almost 3 million light-years from Earth, a long, long way outside the Milky Way. His old face amplified how disconcerted he was. It might have been that long. We're not too sure about relativistic time compression in here. What? Just, let's get you to the bridge, okay? The captain will give you a proper briefing. I'm not the best person to explain this. Trust me. Okay? He helped her swing her legs off the padding. Dizziness hit her hard as she stood up, and she almost crumpled. Andy was ready for it and held her tight for a long moment while she steadied herself. The suspension bay looked intact to her, a long cave of metal ribs containing 1,000 large sarcophagus-like suspension chambers, lots of reassuring green monitor lights shining on every unit as far as she could make out. She gave a satisfied nod. All right, let me freshen up and we'll go. Have the bathrooms been switched on? For some reason, she was having trouble interfacing directly with the ship's network. No time, Andy said. The transport pod is this way. Laura managed to coordinate her facial muscles enough to give him a peaked expression before she allowed herself to be guided along the decking to the end of the bay. A set of malmetal quad doors peeled open. The pod on the other side was a simple circular room with a bench seat running around it. Here, Andy said after she slumped down, almost exhausted by the short walk. Well, shuffle. He handed her a packet of clothes and some spore wipes. She gave the wipes a derisory glance. Seriously? Best I can offer. So while he used the pod's manual control panel to tap in their destination, she cleaned up her face and hands, then stripped off her sleeveless medical gown. Body modesty was something most people grew out of when they were in their second century and resequenced like Greek godlings, and she didn't care about Andy anyway. He was medical. She saw in dismay that her skin color was all off. Her second major bionic reform on her 90th birthday had included some sequencing to emphasize her mother's northern Mediterranean heritage, darkening her epidermis to an almost African black. It was a shading she'd maintained for the entire 326 years since. Now, though, she just looked like a porcelain doll about to shatter from age. Suspension had tainted her skin to an awful dark grey, with a multitude of tiny water immersion wrinkles, except it was paper dry. Must remember to moisturize, she told herself. Her hair was a very dark ginger, courtesy of a rather silly admiration for Grissy Gold, the Gollum blues singer, who'd revelled in an amazing decade of trans-Commonwealth success 232 years ago. This wasn't too bad, she decided, pulling at badly tangled strands of it, but it was going to take litres of conditioner to put the gloss back in. Then she peered at the buffed metal wall of the travel pod, which was hardly the best mirror. Her normally thin face was horribly puffy, almost hiding her cheekbones, and her emerald green eyes were all hangover bloodshot with bags just as bad as Andy's underneath. Bollocks, she groaned. As she started pulling on the dreary ship's one-piece suit, she saw how flabby her flesh had become after such a long suspension, especially around the thighs. Oh, not again. She deliberately didn't look at her bum. It was going to take months of exercise to get back in shape, and Laura no longer cheated by using bionics to sculpt body form like most. She believed in earning her fitness, a primitive body pride that came from those 5 years hiding away from the world at a naturalist faction ashram in the Austrian Alps after a particularly painful relationship crash. With the drugs finally banishing the worst of the tank yank, she sealed up the suit and rotated her shoulders as if she were prepping for a big gym session. "This had better be good," she grunted as the pod slowed. It had taken barely 5 minutes to travel along the Vermilion's axial spine, past the 20 other suspension bays that made up the giant starship's midsection, and still her U-shadow couldn't connect to Vermilion's network. The pod's quad door opened to reveal Vermilion's bridge, a somewhat symbolic claim for a chamber in the age of homogenized network architecture. It was more like a pleasant franchise coffee lounge, with long settees arranged in a conversation circle and giant high-res hologram panes on the walls. About 15 people were in there, most of them huddled in small groups on the settees, having intense exchanges. Everybody looked badly stressed. Laura saw several who had clearly just been tank-yanked like her, and recognized them straight away. Also like her, they were all from the starship's science team. That was when she became aware of a very peculiar sensation inside her head. It was like the emotional context of a conversation within the Gaia field, except her Gaia modes were inactive. She'd never really embraced the whole Gaia field concept, which had been developed to give the Commonwealth the capability of direct mind-to-mind communication through an alien adaptation of quantum entanglement theory. Some people loved the potential for intimate thought-sharing it brought, claiming it was the ultimate evolution of intellect, permitting everyone else's viewpoint to be appreciated. That way, the argument went, conflict would be banished. Laura thought that was a bunch of crap. To her it was the creepy extreme of voyeurism, unhealthy, to put it mildly. She had Gaia motes because it was occasionally a useful communication tool, and even more sporadically helpful for acquiring large quantities of information, but for day-to-day use, forget it. She stuck with the good old-fashioned and reliable Unisphere links. "How's that happening?" she grunted, frowning. Her U-shadow confirmed that her Gaia motes were inactive. Nobody could connect directly to her neural strata, and yet... Torak, the Vermilion's chief xenobiology officer, gave her a lopsided grin. "If you think that's weird, how about this?" A tall plastic mug of tea floated through the air toward him, trailing wisps of steam. Torak stared at it in concentration, holding out his hand. The mug sailed into his palm, and he closed his fingers around it with a smug grin. Laura gave the bridge ceiling a puzzled look, her ever-practical mind immediately reviewing the parameters of Ingrav field projector systems. Theoretically, it would be possible to manipulate the ship's gravity field to move objects around like that, but it would be a ridiculous amount of effort and machinery for a simple conjuring trick. What kind of gravity manipulation was that? "It's not." Torak's lips hadn't moved, yet the voice was clear in her head, along with enough emotional overspill to confirm it was him speaking. "How did you—" "I can show you what we've learned, if you'll let me," Torak said. She gave him an apprehensive nod. Then something like a memory was bubbling up into her mind like a cold, fizzy liquid, a memory that wasn't hers. So similar to a Gaia field emission, but at the same time definitely not. She had no control over it, no way of regulating the images and voices. That scared her. Then the knowledge was rippling out inside her brain, settling down, becoming instinct. "Telepathy?" she squeaked, as she knew, and at the same time she could sense her thoughts broadcasting the astonished question across the bridge. Several of the crew flinched at the strength of it impinging on their own thoughts. "In the purest sense," Torak responded, "and telekinesis, too." He let go of the teacup, which hung in mid-air. Laura stared at it in a kind of numb fascination. In her head, new insights showed her how to perform the fantasy ability. She shaped her thoughts just so, reaching for the teacup, somehow feeling it. The weight impinged on her consciousness. Torak released his hold on it, and the cup wobbled about, dropping 10 centimeters. Laura reinforced her mental grip on the physical object, and it continued to hang in mid-air. She gave a twitchy laugh before carefully lowering it to the floor. "This is some serious bollocks," she murmured. We have ESP, too, Torak said. You might want to close your thoughts up. They're kind of available. Laura gave him a startled glance, then blushed as she hurriedly tried to apply the knowledge of how to shield her thoughts, intimate, painfully private thoughts, from the scrutiny of everyone on the bridge. All right, enough. Will someone please tell me what the hell is going on? How are we doing this? What's happened? Captain Cornelius Brent stood up. He wasn't a particularly tall man, and worry made him appear stooped. Laura could tell just how worn down and anxious he was. Despite his efforts to keep his thoughts opaque and calm, alarm was leaking out of him like ethereal pheromones. "We believe we're in the void," he said. "That's impossible," Laura said automatically. The void was the core of the galaxy. Up until 2560, when the Endeavour, a ship from the Commonwealth Navy Exploration Fleet, completed the first circumnavigation of the galaxy, astronomers had assumed it was the same kind of supermassive black hole that most galaxies had at their center. It was massive, and it did have an event horizon, just like an ordinary black hole. But this one was different. It wasn't natural. As the Endeavour soon learned, the Rael, an alien race more technologically advanced than the Commonwealth, had been guarding the boundary for over 1,000,000 years. In fact, they declared war on the void. From the moment their first crude starships encountered it, they'd carefully observed the event horizon undergoing unnatural expansion phases. Incredibly, for anything that large on a cosmological scale, it appeared to be an artifact. Purpose unknown. But given the severity and unpredictability of its expansion phases, it would eventually inflate out to consume the entire galaxy, long before any natural black hole would have. So the Rael invaded. Thousands upon thousands of the greatest warships ever built tore open the void's boundary and streaked inside. None returned. The entire armada had no apparent effect on the void or its atypical, inexorable expansion. That was 1,000,000 years ago. They'd been guarding the boundary ever since. Wilson Keim, who captained the Endeavour, was politely but firmly ordered to turn back and fly outside the wall stars that formed a thick band around the void. After that, the Rael invited the Commonwealth to join the multi-species science mission that kept a constant watch on the void. A mission that had lasted since the Rael Armada invaded, and in those 1,000,000 years had added precisely nothing to the knowledge of what lurked on the other side of the event horizon boundary. Improbable, Cornelius corrected, not impossible. Well, how did we get inside? I thought our course took us around the wall stars. Closest approach to the wall was 3,000 light years, Cornelius said. That's when we fell inside, or jumped, or got snatched. We're still not sure how. Presumably some kind of teleport connection opened up inside hyperspace. It would take a phenomenally advanced technology to create that. But then, as we've all suddenly been granted superhuman powers, quantum hyperfield theory is the least of our problems. Laura gave him an incredulous stare. But why? Not sure. The only clue we have is Tiger Brent. Just before we were brought in, she said she experienced some kind of mental contact, like a dream reaching through the Gaia field, but a lot fainter. Something sensed us, or her. Next thing we knew, we were inside. Tiger Brent? Laura asked. She knew all about Tiger, who was married to Raka Brent, the captain of the Ventura. Wait, you mean the Ventura is in here with us? All 7 ships were pulled in, Cornelius said gloomily. Laura looked at the teacup again, ignoring all her tank-yank discomforts. And this is the inside of the void? She asked incredulously. Yes, as far as we understand, it's some kind of micro-universe with a very different quantum structure from space-time outside. Thought can interact with reality at some fundamental level, which is why we've suddenly acquired all these mental powers. By the action of watching, the observer affects the reality of that which is watched, she whispered. Cornelius raised an eyebrow. Neatly understated. So how do we get out? Good question. Cornelius indicated one of the large holographic images behind him. It showed her space with very few stars, and a number of exotic and beautifully delicate nebulae. We can't see an end to it. The inside of the void seems to be some kind of multi-dimensional Mobius strip. In here, the boundary doesn't exist. So where are we going? Cornelius's mind leaked a sensation of desperation and despair that made Laura shiver again. The Skylord is taking us to what it claims is an H-congruous planet. Sensors are confirming that status now. The what? Cornelius gestured. Skylord. With a stiff back, Laura turned around. The high-res image behind her was taken from a sensor mounted on the forward section of the starship, where the ultradrive unit and force field generators were clustered. The bottom fifth of the image showed the curving carbotanium hull, with its thick layer of grubby grey thermal foam. On the top of the hologram was a small blue-white crescent, similar to any of the H-congruous worlds in the Commonwealth, though its night side lacked any city lights. And between the hull and the planet was the strangest nebula Laura could conceive. As she stared, she saw it had some kind of solid core, a long ovoid shape. It wasn't truly solid, she realized, but actually comprised sheets of some crystalline substance warped into an extraordinary Calabi-Yau manifold geometry. The shimmering surfaces were alive with weird multicolored patterns that flowed like liquid. Or maybe it was the structure itself that was unstable. She couldn't tell, for flowing around it was some kind of haze, also moving in strange confluences. Serious bollocks, she grunted. It's a kind of space-borne life, Cornelia said. 3 of them rendezvoused with us not long after we were pulled into the void. They're sentient. You can use your telepathy to converse with them, though it's like talking to a savant. Their thought processes aren't quite like ours, but they can fly through this space, or at least manipulate it somehow. They offered to lead us to the worlds inside the void where we could live. Ventura, Vanguard, Violet, and Valley followed 2 Skylords. Vermilion is following this one along with Viscount and Verdant. We decided that splitting the starships gives us a better chance of finding a viable H-congruous planet. With respect, Laura said, why are we following any of them to a planet at all? Surely we should be doing everything we can to find the way out. All of us are on board for one reason, to found a new civilization outside this galaxy. Now, granted, the inside of the void is utterly fascinating, and the Rael would give their right bollock to be here, but you cannot make that decision for us. Cornelius's expression was weary. We're trying to find an H-congruous planet, because the alternative is death. Have you noticed your bionic function? Yes, it's very poor. Same for any chunk of technology on board. What passes for space-time in here is corroding our systems a percentage point at a time. The first thing to fail was the ultradrive, presumably because it's the most sophisticated system on board. But for the last year, there have been fluctuations in the direct mass converters, which were growing more severe. I couldn't risk leaving them online. We're using fusion reactors to power the in-grav drive units now. What? She asked in shock. You mean we've been travelling slower than light all this time? 0.9 light speed since we arrived, nearly 6 years ago now, Cornelius confirmed bitterly. Thankfully the suspension chambers have remained functional, or we would have had a real disaster on our hands. Laura's first reaction was, why didn't you get me out of suspension back then? I could have helped. But that was probably what everyone on board would think. And from what she understood of their situation, the captain had done pretty well under the circumstances. Besides, her specialist field of molecular physics probably wouldn't be that helpful in analyzing a different space-time structure. She was drawn to the bright crescent ahead. Is it H-congruous? We think so, yes. Is that why you tank-yanked me? To help with a survey? No, we're 6 million kilometers out and decelerating hard. We'll reach orbit in another 2 days. Heaven alone knows how we'll cope with landing, but we'll tackle that when it happens. No, you're here because our sensors found something at the planet's Lagrange 1 point. Cornelius closed his eyes, and the image shifted, focusing on the Lagrange point 1.5 million kilometers above the planet's sunlit hemisphere, where the star's gravitational pull was perfectly countered by the planet's gravity. The area was filled with a fuzzy blob that either the sensors or Laura's eyes couldn't quite focus on. It seemed to be speckled, as if it were made up from thousands of tiny motes. "What is that?" she asked. "We're calling it the forest," Cornelius said. "It's a cluster of objects that are about 11 kilometers long, with a surface distortion similar to our Skylord friend." "More of them?" "Not quite. The shape is wrong. These things are slim, with bulbous ends. And there's something else. The whole Lagrange point is emitting a different quantum signature from the rest of the void." "Another quantum environment?" she asked skeptically. "So it would seem." "How is that possible?" Laura's shoulders slumped as she suddenly realized why she'd been tank-yanked, she and the other science staff, sitting in the bridge. "You want us to go and find out what it is, don't you?" Cornelius nodded. "I cannot justify stopping the Vermilion in a possibly hostile environment to conduct a scientific examination. My priority has to be getting us down intact on an H-congruous world. So you'll command a small science team. Take a shuttle over to the forest and run whatever tests you can. It might help us, or it might not. But frankly, anything that can add to our knowledge base has to be considered useful at this stage." "Yeah," she said in resignation. "I can see that." "Take Shuttle 14, he said. Laura could sense that shuttle had some kind of significance to him. It was the sensation of expectation running through his thoughts that signaled it, but her brain still wasn't up to working out why. She told her U-Shadow to pull the file from her storage lacuna. Data on the shuttle played through her mind, and she still didn't get it. "Why that one?" "It has wings," Cornelius said softly. "If you have a major systems glitch, you can still aerobrake and glide down to the surface." Then she got it. "Oh, right. The shuttle doesn't need its ingrav units to land." "No, the shuttle doesn't." Laura's blood seemed to be chilling back down to suspension levels again. The Vermilion, over a kilometer long and not remotely aerodynamic, was utterly dependent on regrav to slow to zero velocity relative to the planet and ingrav to drift down to a light-as feather landing. Of course, there were multiple redundancies built in and no moving parts, making failure just about inconceivable in the normal universe. "Once we've confirmed H-congruous status, I'll be launching all 23 shuttles from orbit," Cornelius said, "as will the Viscount and Verdant." Laura told her U-Shadow to recenter the bridge display on the planet. It still couldn't interface with the starship's net. Sir, how did you load your orders into the command core?" "Gaia field. The Confluence Nest is one system that hasn't been affected by the void." And the Confluence Nest that generated the local Gaia field was hardwired into the ship's network, Laura realized. Funny what worked and what didn't in the void. Laura thought the Vermilion's excursion prep facility looked identical to the bridge. The only difference was that the blue-grey carpet was noticeably lighter, a difference due to 6 years of coffee stains, she assumed. Amazingly, for a project to build transgalactic colony ships, there must have been some kind of budgetary issue, with either time or design aesthetics. When it came to compartments in the Vermilion's command section, someone just pressed the duplicate button. Including Laura, there were 5 people in Shuttle 14's crew. As a gathering, they resembled a bunch of sheepish friends getting together the morning after a particularly wild party, with everyone looking like crap, staring doubtfully into their mugs of herbal tea and nibbling plain biscuits. Ibu sat next to Laura, a professor of gravitonics who was nearly twice her size, with most of his bulk made up of muscle. Suspension hadn't done him any favors. Flesh sagged, making it look as if he'd deflated somehow, and his normally bronzed skin was a paler grey than Laura's. He regarded his body's condition mournfully. "Bionomics failure has got to be the worst part of this," he confided. "It's going to take an age to get back in shape." I wonder how the void continuum can tell the difference between natural organelles and bionics, Laura said. They're both fundamentally the same. Bionics are not sequenced into our DNA, Ayana, the quantum field physicist, mused. Not natural. Somehow it must be able to distinguish between them. Discriminate, more like, Joey Stein, their hyperspace theorist, said. His inflated cheeks were constantly twitching, which Laura suspected came from complications with the tank yank. Our microcellular clusters are all functioning away merrily, yet they're not a natural part of the human genome. They're part of us now, Ayana said. She was combing out her long chestnut hair, wincing as she tugged at various tangles. The void responds to thoughts, Laura said. Has anyone just thought that the bionics work? That's not thinking, that's praying, Ibu said. Rojas, the shuttle pilot, sat down next to Joey. Captain Cornelius had brought him out of suspension a month ago to help plan the Vermilion's landing. With his healthy Nordic white skin and firm jaw showing a 5 o'clock stubble, Laura thought that he was the only one of them who didn't look like a third-rate zombie right now. Thinking systems interfunctionality has been tried, Rojas said sympathetically. The awake crew have spent years attempting to mentally affect onboard equipment. Complete waste of time. The void doesn't work like that. Turns out you can't wish our machinery to activate. The void has an agenda, Ayana asked incredulously. You're talking as if it's alive, or at least aware. Who knows, Rojas said dismissively. He nodded at one of the big wall panels, which was showing an image of the forest. This is our assignment, so let's focus on that, please. Ibu shook his head bullishly. All right, then. What do we know? The forest is a slightly ovoid cluster of individual objects we're calling distortion trees, measuring approximately 17,000 kilometers down its axis, with a maximum diameter of 15,000. Given the average tree size of 9 kilometers and the distribution we've mapped, we're estimating between 25 and 30,000 of them in total. Are they all identical? Laura asked. So far, yes, Rojas said. We'll be able to perform more detailed analysis on our approach. Another pane started, showing the elongated shape of a distortion tree. All Laura could think of was a streamlined icicle with a bulbous base, its profile a moiré shimmer. Despite the curious shifting surface pattern, it seemed smooth. They're like crystal rocket ships, Ayana said in a reverential tone. Hold that thought, Ibu said. Does anyone know what the Rael warships looked like? Joey gave him a sharp glance. You think this is their old invasion fleet? Just asking. The Rael arc ships we've encountered are some kind of artificial organism. The arc ships are bigger than these distortion trees, Laura said. A lot bigger. We've no records of any Commonwealth starship encountering a Rael warship, Rojas said. Wilson Keim reported the Endeavour was approached by a ship smaller than an arc ship, but with the same layout. It looked like an asteroid that had sprouted domed cities. He pointed to the shimmering spire. Nothing like that. What's their albedo? Ayana asked. Rojas grinned. 1.2. They're radiating more light than the local star shines on them, just like the Skylords. This can't be coincidence, Joey said. That would be ridiculous. They're related. They have to be. Same technology or parents, whatever. But their origin is shared. I agree, Laura said. The Skylords can manipulate the local continuum to fly. These are changing the quantum structure around themselves. The basic mechanism has to be the same. Those are the conclusions of the Captain's Review Board, Rojas said. What we need to find out is how and why. Joey attempted a laugh, but his twitching cheek muscles made it difficult. He drooled from the corner of his mouth. Why are they changing the quantum signature? How do we find that out? Ask them, Ibu said, if they're sentient like the Skylords. Good luck with that, Rojas grunted. Our mission target is to understand the new quantum composition of the continuum inside the forest. If we can define it, we might be able to derive its purpose. Quantum measurement is fairly standard, Laura said, then caught herself. Assuming our instruments work. Ayana, that's your field, Rojas said. I'll need a list of equipment you want. If there's anything we're not carrying, we'll see if the ship's fabrication systems can manufacture it. Don't be too ambitious. The extruders are suffering along with all the other systems. Ayana gave him a sly smile. I'll try and remember that. Laura, Rojas said, you're tasked with determining how the disturbance is created. Other than their size, which varies by a few hundred meters, the distortion trees seem uniform, so we're assuming the ability is integral to their structure. Got it, she said. Do I get to take samples? If the forest zone isn't instantly lethal to us, if the shuttle can maneuver and rendezvous, if the trees themselves aren't sentient or self-aware, if they don't have defenses, if our spacesuits work, if their structure can be sampled, then possibly, yes. We'd prefer an in-situ analysis, obviously. Commonwealth encounter regulations do still apply. Please remember that, everybody. Laura pressed her lips together in bemusement. Okay, then. I'll draw up my wish list of gadgets. Rojas stood up. We launch in 4 hours. As well as your equipment, you might want to transfer some of your personal packs onto 14. Once the mission's over, I can't guarantee we'll land anywhere close to the Vermilion. After Rojas left the excursion prep facility, Laura turned to Ibu. Was that a guarantee he will land us on the planet? She asked, trying to make it light-hearted. The huge gravitonics professor rubbed a shaking hand along his temple. You think we'll make it all the way to the planet? I wish I had your optimism. I'm going to check that my memory secure store is current. I'm more confident about 14 getting down than I am Vermilion, Laura said. Actually, I'm surprised Cornelius didn't assign more specialists to our mission. 14 can hold, 60 people? If it works, Joey said. I think he's balancing the risk about right. If we make it to the forest, we might just contribute something that'll help us find the way out of the void. If we don't, well, face it, the likes of us aren't going to be missed on a pioneering world where the only machines that work belong to the 20th century. 20th century? Ibu challenged, another raving optimist. I grew up on a farm, Ayana protested. We worked the land. She pulled a face. Well, I helped Dad program the agribots. I'll get my list together. Then I might just go check on my secure store, Laura declared. Not that any of us will ever be getting a real-life clone in the void. Looks like we're back to having one mortal life again. Time was short, and there were a lot of preparations to be made, all of which were more problematic than they should have been thanks to glitches in the Vermilion's network and command core. But Laura found a few spare minutes to go back to the suspension bay. Her sarcophagus was still open, the mechanisms inside cold and inert. She'd half expected engineering bots to be swarming all over it, but nothing disturbed the tranquility of the long compartment. There was a simple personal locker at the foot of the suspension chamber. Thankfully it opened when her U-shadow gave it the code. It didn't hold much. One bag of decent clothes, another of sentimental items. That was the one she unzipped. Inside there was the handmade wooden jewel box André had bought her on their honeymoon on Tanyata, its colourful paint faded now after 3 centuries. The rust-red scarf with Aboriginal art print she'd picked up in Kuranda. Her flute with its wondrously mellow sound, made in Venice Beach, and she couldn't even remember who she'd been with when she acquired that. The phenomenally expensive and practically black market chip of silver crystal from the Mahon tree in New York Central Park. A bag of sentiments, then. A little museum of self, more important than any secure store holding memories her brain no longer had room for. Strange how these physical items gave her a more comforting sense of identity than her own augmented, backed up, reprofiled neurons. She picked up a ridiculously thick and impractical 600-year-old Swiss Army knife with something like 20 different tools and blades. A gift from Althea, she recalled, the artist who made a virtue of rejecting all the technological boons the Commonwealth provided for its citizens. Althea, who would have sneered at the very concept of a flight to another galaxy, if Lara had ever gained the courage to tell her she was going. Laura grinned at how her old friend would greet the news that they were trapped in the artificial weirdness of the void. Hubris, she'd no doubt shout gleefully, and now the penknife was probably the most functional possession Laura owned. Althea's smugness would turn supernova at that knowledge. Laura put the ancient penknife in her shipsuit's breast pocket. The weight of it was a comfort, something whose simplicity wouldn't let her down. It belonged in the void. Shuttle 14 had a basic Delta planform, with smooth rounded wingtips giving it a slightly organic appearance, an unusual machine halfway between an old-fashioned aircraft and the flattened ovoid shape of the Commonwealth standard regrav capsules. As well as ferrying passengers down to a planet, it was designated a mid-range preliminary exploration vehicle, able to hop around the planets of a solar system, launching detailed observations, delivering researchers and scientific equipment. Examining a space-based artifact was well within its capabilities. Inside, Laura could well believe she'd just stepped back 5 centuries to the aircraft era. The forward cabin wasn't quite cramped. There were 10 large acceleration couches in 2 rows, which seemed to fill a lot of it. Up at the front, the pilot's couch was solo, and was overhung by the big curving windscreen. There was a nominal horseshoe console of glossy dark plastic, which usually displayed a few basic craft functions. As with everything in the modern Commonwealth, Shuttle 14 was controlled by a cognitive array, with the human pilot as a mainly psychological safety fallback. Today, Rojas had pulled every emergency manual control out of the console, cluttering it in a bewildering assortment of clunky switches and ergonomic toggles. Flight trajectory graphics slithered about inside the windscreen like holographic fish. Smaller panes that had popped up out of the console glowed with complex system status symbols. Laura eyed them suspiciously as she strapped herself into her seat. The colourful 3D glyphs were ominously similar to those she used to see on wall posters at primary school when she dropped off her first batch of children in the morning, and that was 350 years ago. Haven't they come up with anything more advanced since then? Rojas was sitting comfortably in the pilot's couch, studying the ever-changing holograms and flicking switches like a 20th century astronaut, his voice a low-level murmur saturated with confidence as he talked to the array. "Looks like our glorious leader has the right stuff," Ibu said quietly as he settled into the couch next to Laura. "It makes you feel grand to be alive, doesn't it? Putting your life in his hands." She grinned back at him. Ibu had the kind of phlegmatic outlook on life she approved of. He was a good choice for the team. She still hadn't made her mind up about Joey. If anything, the spasms afflicting his facial muscles had increased. It was pure prejudice on her part, she knew, but it did make him look like he had some kind of bad neurological problem rather than just some damage from the tank yank, which he kept assuring them was inconsequential. Aside from this, the emotions that did escape from his guarded mind indicated disapproval for the mission. His heart wasn't in it. As for Diana, she acted like a consummate professional, interested only in the science. The problem with their newfound mental abilities was that everyone could sense the sheer terror leaking from her mind. 2 minutes, Rojas announced. 5 meters in front of the shuttle's stubby nose, red warning lights began to flash around the docking bay's inner doors as they slid shut. Laura made a face and pulled on her padded cap, then used the backup straps to stop herself from floating out of the couch, clicking them together in the way she just about remembered from her childhood. Nobody was relying on the couch's plastic cushioning to hold them. With the straps pressing into her shoulders, she tried to steady her breathing. Apart from the 2 mandatory emergency training sessions before the colony fleet left Commonwealth space, she hadn't spent any real time in 0G for decades. Some people loved it for the freedom of movement. Every time she was weightless, she'd needed her bionics to help suppress the nausea. Andy Granfor had given her some drugs he promised would help, but she didn't hold out much hope. Besides, she was still so full of tank-yank suppressors, her biochemistry would probably register as alien if she was given any decent kind of scan. "Fusion chambers active and stable," Rojas announced. "Onboard systems 94% functionality, umbilical links closing." A large purple star flared in one of the console displays. "You're looking good, 14. Cornelius Brandt's voice boomed from the cabin's speakers. "Bollocks to this," Laura muttered. It was just a shuttle launch, for crap's sake. All these reassurances were really starting to crank her tension up. "I just wanted to emphasize that your mission is important, but not worth taking any dangerous risks for," the starship's captain continued. "Once we're established on the surface, we'll be able to turn every resource into finding a way out of the void, and there's a lot of very smart people in suspension. Any information you can provide will be valuable, even if it is negative." "Copy that, Vermilion," Rojas said, "and thank you. 15 seconds to launch. Umbilical disconnect confirmed. 5 greens on clamp release. Regrav units online. Initiating lift." The red docking bay lights turned purple, signaling vacuum, and the outer door slid back, revealing a midnight black universe outside. The shuttle wobbled slightly as it rose from its docking cradle. Rojas eased it out through the airlock. Despite herself, Laura craned forward for a better view through the windscreen. The weird space she'd only seen on Vermilion's holograms unveiled for real, as 14 emerged from the bay. Somehow, void space managed to appear darker than ordinary space. It was the contrast, Laura reasoned. On the Commonwealth worlds there were always so many stars visible at night, from the faintest wisps of the Milky Way up to the sharp specks of white giants. They were all around, and forever. Here there were few stars visible, probably no more than a couple of thousand, but the nebulae made up for their absence. There must have been hundreds, from the great smears of luminous plasma dust sprawling over light years to fainter smudges glowing in the unknown depths. Gravity fell away over a long moment as they glided clear of the Vermilion. 14 began a slow roll, and Laura saw the massive cliff of foam-coated metal slide past as if they were falling parallel to it. It wasn't an elegant structure, more like heavy-duty industrial modules bolted together and sprayed in the ubiquitous foam, which had bleached and pocked from its long vacuum exposure. Things poked out of the coating on spindly poles: sensors, comlinks, molecular force screen nozzles. Bright orange neon lines glowed in deep fissures that were the seams between modules, the thermal dump radiators energetically beaming the starship's excess heat out into the vacuum. Regrav and ingrav propulsion units were clusters of stumpy cylinders, as big as the shuttle, made out of dark glass, shot through with green scintillations. Vermilion's rear third was all segmented cargo tubes, like a geometrical intestine. They contained everything you needed to establish a technologically advanced human civilization on a virgin world. All useless here, Laura thought bleakly. Rojas applied power to 14's main regrav drive units, and the shuttle started accelerating away from the Vermilion. Laura's sense of balance shifted rapidly as the gravity built to 1/3 standard. To her perception, the shuttle was now standing on its tail, putting her flat on her back in the couch, while the floor had now become the wall. Rojas was above her, his couch creaking as it absorbed the new weight loading. "Are you all right?" a smooth mental voice asked her. Laura didn't need to be told this was the Skylord. The mentality she could sense behind the thought was massive and intimidatingly serene. Yes, thank you," she replied, instinctively tightening her own thoughts so her emotional leakage was minimal. Judging by the stiff postures all around her, the others were taking part in identical telepathic conversations. "You are leaving," the Skylord said with a tinge of concern. "Is my guidance no longer acceptable? We are so near a world where you will flourish and become fulfilled." Rojas held up a hand, stalling anyone's reply, and opened up his own telepathic voice. "We thank you for your guidance, and anticipate joining our friends on the world you have brought us to very soon." "I'm glad for you. But why do you delay?" "We wish to explore the nature of this world and everything close to it. It is the way we reach our fulfillment." "I understand. Your current trajectory will take you close to our parturition region." "Do you mean this clump of objects?" Rojas sent a mental picture of the forest. "Yes." "Is this where Skylords come from?" "Not this parturition region. We came from another." What are the objects in the parturition region? Eggs? The parturition region creates us. How? It does. Do you object to us going there? No. The region is different from the rest of the void. Why? It is a parturition region. Are they important to you? We come from a parturition region. We do not return. We guide those who have reached fulfillment to the heart of the void. Where is that? It is at the end of your fulfillment. The Skylord's presence withdrew from the cabin. Rojas shook his head and sighed. His thoughts were showing a degree of frustration. That ends every conversation with the Skylords, he concluded. Enigmatic shits. That's a fantastic discovery, Joey said. The distortion trees birth them or conjure them into existence, or something. This is where they come from. Our mission is half complete, and we've only been going 2 minutes. If you believe it, Rojas said, they're slippery little swines. He flicked a switch to open a channel back to Vermilion, and began reporting the conversation. 3 hours, 17 minutes, accelerating at 0.7 G, then Shuttle 14 flipped over and decelerated at the same rate. 6.5 hours after launching from Vermilion, Rojas performed their final velocity match maneuvers, and the delta-shaped shuttle was left hanging in space, 2,500 kilometers out from the forest. Laura stared at it through the shuttle's windscreen, a huge patch of silver speckles that gleamed brightly, blocking off half of space. Her eyes fooled her into thinking each speck was drifting about, while in fact it was just the bizarre patterns on their surfaces that flickered and shimmered. Sensors zoomed in, giving them a decent image of the distortion trees on the edge of the forest. They don't have that fog around them that the Skylords do, Joey slurred. His facial twitches were growing progressively worse. Now that they were in freefall, drool was slipping out of his open lips to drift around the cabin. Laura didn't like the way his problems were developing. Shuttle 14 had a medical capsule, but it wasn't as sophisticated as any of the ones on Vermilion. Not, she admitted to herself, that she'd like any medical capsule to run a procedure on her right now. 14's systems glitches were steadily increasing. In tandem with Joey's affliction, she wondered. Other than that, there's not a lot of difference, Ayana said. These are smaller. Narrower, Rojas said, and they are rotating very slowly around their long axes. 9-hour cyclic period. A thermal roll? Laura asked. Looks like it. That's the easiest way to keep a stable temperature in space. So something's making them roll, Laura said. Nothing visible. It's not a reaction control system. Magnetic? Joey asked. I'm not picking up any significant magnetic field, Rojas said. They're almost inert. What about the anomalous quantum signature? Laura asked. Ayana studied several of the displays, a frown growing. It is very strange. The temporal component of space-time is different in there. Temporal? Ibu queried. I think time is progressing at a reduced flow rate inside. It's not unreasonable. Our wormholes can manipulate internal time flow in a similar fashion. We can even halt temporal flow altogether inside exotic matter cages if they're formatted correctly. You mean things happen slower in there? Rojas asked. Only relative to outside the forest. So are the trees made out of exotic matter? Joey asked. I've no idea, but negative energy is the only way we know of manipulating space-time, so there's got to be something like it in there somewhere. We have to go in and take physical samples, Laura said. So you keep saying, Ayana replied dryly. Let's see if we can first, Rojas said. His hands moved nimbly over various switches on the pilot's console. 2/3 of the way along the shuttle's lower fuselage, a malmetal hatch flowed open. 4 Mk-24 GSDs, General Science drones, emerged from their silo and began flying toward the forest, looking like black footballs studded with hexagonal diamonds. Functionality is good, Rojas said. Each of the Mk-24s was displaying a visual image on a console pane. I'll send them in one at a time. There isn't a clear barrier, Ayana said.
The effect simply increases as you approach the outermost layer of trees.
You mean I'll get an increasingly delayed telemetry response?
Could be, she said. Uncertainty tainted her thoughts.
The first should reach the trees in 40 minutes, Rojas said.
Laura kept looking at the view through the windscreen. She found it easier than constantly reinterpreting the images from the Mk-24s. They weren't getting much more than the full-spectrum visual feed. Hard science data was sparse. The solar wind was normal, as was the cosmic radiation environment.
I wonder if this is what schizophrenia feels like, Ibu said after 20 minutes. I wanted a new and exciting life. That's why I joined the colony project.
But not this exciting? Laura suggested.
No fucking way. But I have to admit, the void is intriguing. From a purely academic point of view, you understand.
I'll take that over boredom.
The big man cocked his head to look at her with interest. You were going to another galaxy because you were bored.
I've had 6 marriage partnerships and a lot more fun partners. I've had 12 children, not all of them in a tank. I've actually been pregnant twice, which wasn't as bad as I was expecting. I've lived on the external and inner worlds and sampled every lifestyle that wasn't patently stupid. I thought becoming a scientist on the cutting edge of research would be infinitely thrilling. It wasn't. Damn, unless you're in it, you have no idea of how much petty politics there is in academia. So it was either a real fresh start, or download myself into ANA and join all the incorporeal minds bickering eternity away. And I just didn't believe that was a decent solution.
Interesting. What faction would you have joined?
Brant's traditionally joined the moderate advances. That sounded more of the same, so here I am.
Ibu gestured at the vast silver stipple beyond the windscreen. And is this not the infinite thrill you were searching for? You must be very content at what fate has dealt us.
More like infinitely worrying.
Maybe, but we are in the middle of the galaxy's greatest enigma. Unless we solve it, we will never return to the real universe. You can't beat that for motivation.
The more I see and understand, Laura said, the more it seems to me we're lab rats running around a particularly bizarre maze. What kind of power has the ability to pull us in here, then apparently ignore us?
You think we're being watched?
I don't know. I suspect this place isn't quite as passive as the captain believes. What would be the point of it doing nothing?
What's the point of it all?
She shrugged, which didn't work well in freeform. Vermilion has decelerated into low orbit, Rojas announced. They're launching environment analysis probes into the planet's atmosphere. It's an oxygen-nitrogen atmosphere, Ayana said disparagingly, and spectrography showed the kind of photosynthetic vegetation we found everywhere we've been in the galaxy. Unless there are some hellish pathogens running loose down there, Cornelius will give the order to land.
He doesn't,
Joey began. The erratic spasms afflicting his face and neck mangled the words, so everyone had to listen hard now whenever he spoke.
Ever need to land.
Has that? Laura asked.
Because of the scaffold.
A burst of anguish flowered in Joey's mind, as his traitor muscles distorted his words beyond recognition.
Thus,
He shut his mouth forcefully. Began again.
Wold.
His head bowed in defeat.
Because of the Skylords, his telepathic voice said clearly. They brought us here for whatever this ridiculous fulfillment kick of theirs is. If they wanted to kill us, the very least they had to do was just leave us drifting in space while all our systems glitched and crashed. But they found us and guided us here, specifically here, to this star, which has an H-congruous type planet. On top of that, this whole place is artificial. Like Laura said, we're here for a reason. Death isn't it.
Makes sense, Laura said. On the plus side, it probably means the Vermilion and the others will be able to land intact.
Ibu grunted in agreement, and probably won't be able to fly again.
Fulfillment. Rojas said, as if hearing the word for the first time. "You're making it sound like a sacrifice to a god." "Best theory yet," Ayana said. "The void is the most powerful entity we've yet encountered. God's not a bad description."
"Now you're into infinite regression," Ibu said cheerfully. "If this is a god, what does that say of whoever created it?"
"I'm not sure this qualifies as an entity," Laura said. "I'm sticking with my theory that the void's a more advanced version of ANA, just a big-ass computer, running a real-life simulation that we're trapped in." "Nothing so far disproves that," Ayana said sympathetically, "but that still means there's a reason for it existing, and there'll be a controlling sentience."
"My vote's for a work of art," Joey told them. "If you can create this, you're a long, long way past us on the evolutionary scale. Why not do it for fun?"
"Because it's dangerous and going to kill the galaxy?" Rojas said.
"If you're a god, that might be fun." "Let's hope we don't meet her then," Ibu said sardonically.
Laura looked at the forest again. "Well, I don't think she's likely to be in there." "We might not get to find out," Rojas said. "The first MK-24's telemetry feed is going weird on us."
"Weird how?"
Ibu asked. Rojas was studying several displays. "The data stream is slowing down. I don't mean there's less information. It's Dopplering. The bitrate separation is increasing." "Temporal flow reduction," Ayana said in satisfaction. "The quantum sensor data was right." "Where's the drone?" Laura asked. 150 kilometers from the nearest distortion tree," Rojas said. "Approach rate 1 kilometer a second. I'm reducing that now. I need more time to initiate maneuvers."
"How's it responding?" Joey asked. There was a lot of curiosity backing the question.
"Sluggish," Rojas admitted. "Oh, interesting. The second MK-24's data is speeding up." "The effect is fluctuating," Ayana said. "Now that is odd." "Okay, and now the second MK-24's telemetry is Dopplering back down," Rojas said. "Maybe it's a variable threshold?" Laura suggested. The lack of instant information was exasperating. This mission was like operating in the Stone Age. Once again she instinctively asked her U-Shadow to connect to the shuttle's network. Startlingly, the interface worked. A whole flock of icons popped up in her exovision. Secondary thought routines operating in her macrocellular clusters began to tabulate an analysis on an autonomic level. The raw torrent of information suddenly shifted to being precise and edifying. Joey and Diana immediately turned to look at her, and she realized she'd let out a mental flash of comfort. "What's the antonym of glitch?" she asked. "I've just got a full-up connection to 14's network."
"Resurrection?"
Ibu suggested. Small icons in Laura's exovision told her the rest of the team members were taking advantage of the shuttle's return to normality as the glitches faded. But she was concentrating primarily on the quantum environment that the first MK-24 was gliding through. The temporal components were certainly different. There were other abnormalities as well. "Do you understand this?" she asked Diana. "Not really." Laura closed her eyes as the MK-24 passed within 17 kilometers of a distortion tree on the fringe of the forest. The image it relayed of the tree was excellent. Its long bulbous structure was made up from the wrinkled folds of some crystalline substance. They were arranged in a much less convoluted fashion than a Skylord. Pale multicolored shadows rippled vigorously inside, as if there was something deeper within the tree that was prowling about. The image flickered. The MK-24's data stream was Dopplering down fast. Even with buffering, it was degrading badly. Laura shifted her focus to the second MK-24, which was 5 minutes behind it, approaching the outer tier of trees. The image was much better. With that front and center in her consciousness, she ran a review through the rest of the data construct Shuttle 14 was assembling. "Are you catching this?" she asked abruptly. Secondary routines pulled another data stream into principal interpretation. It wasn't from the MK-24 drones. The shuttle's main radar was showing a kilometer-wide circular formation of small objects. They were already 17,000 kilometers away from the blunt apex of the forest, and receding at 1.8 kilometers a second. Each object was globular and measured about 3 meters in diameter. Visual imaging was showing nothing. Their surfaces were dull. She flicked the shuttle's thermal imaging to tracking them, and it registered an interestingly high infrared emission. 35 degrees, Ibu muttered in surprise. What are they? Whatever they are. Radar shows 11 of them, Laura said. They're holding that circular formation, too, with minimal separation drift, zero acceleration. Something flung them out like that. Heading straight for the planet, Rojas said. His mind flared a peak of alarm. I'm calling Vermilion, warning them something's approaching. Baby Skylords? Joey asked. This is the parturition zone, after all. Reasonable guess, Ibu said. I wonder what their life cycle is. Grow up on the planet, then jump back to space when they're mature. They're inert, Laura told them. No gravitational or space-time distortion registering at all. They're not Skylords. Skylord eggs, Ayana said. The Skylords said they didn't come from here, Ibu said. They're not exactly clear speakers, but I don't think they could even grasp the concept of lying. Vermilion will send a shuttle out to rendezvous, Rojas said, if they can afford to. We can always study them in situ if not, Joey said. This is where they come from, after all. The third Mk-24 flew past the outer layer of trees and lost contact less than a minute later. The fourth lasted for 72 seconds before the data stream Dopplered down to 0. Just so we're straight, Rojas said. Slow time isn't fatal, right, Ayana? It's only slow inside the forest relative to the void continuum outside, she replied with growing annoyance. So now we just need to know if that quantum signature affects living tissue, Ibu said. Okay, Rojas said. I'll launch a Leica drone. Laura knew that on an intellectual level, she ought to be having some kind of conflicted sentiment, maybe with a small sense of moral disapproval thrown in. But frankly, after so many centuries of witnessing genuine death, as opposed to body loss, in both animals and humans, it didn't bother her anymore. Besides, it was hard to work up much sentiment about a gerbil. The little rodent was nestled in the center of the Leica drone, which had almost identical sensors to the Mk-24's, with the addition of a tiny life support globe at its core. They all observed through the sensor data stream as the Leica drone glided past the outer distortion trees. Through its waning telemetry link, they saw the gerbil twitching its nose, heart rate unchanged, breathing regularly, trying to suck water from the nozzle by its head. Muscles and nerves were all performing normally. The link dwindled to nothing. The forest interior doesn't kill you, Ibu said. Doesn't even affect life. Joey grunted, a nasty, twisted sound, more like a hoot. Not for the first minute. The data has Dopplered down beyond detection because of the temporal environment, Ayana said. We lost it, that's all. The Leica didn't fail. That gerbil is still alive in there. That's your official recommendation? Rojas asked. Yes, I believe it's safe for us to go inside. The only thing I don't know is the rate at which time progresses in there. If we're inside for a day, it may be a month that passes outside. It may be more, it may be less. Thank you. Joey, we've come this far. Laura, I need to have samples of those trees. Whatever mechanism they're using is way outside anything we've encountered before, and I desperately want to know what their energy source is. You don't change temporal flow without a phenomenal amount of power. That's got to come from somewhere, and we're not seeing the neutrino activity to indicate direct mass-energy conversion, or even fusion. It can't be solar. So, where does the energy come from for our telekinesis? Ibu asked immediately. I don't think you're using the right references here, Laura. The void continuum is different. You mean the trees are thinking time to be slow? Thinking, wishing, who knows? All right, settle down, Rojas said. He stared at Ibu. So I take it you're happy to go inside. Not happy, but I don't object. Laura's right. We need to get a good look at whatever processes are going on in those trees. Rojas exhaled loudly. All right, then. I'll tell the Vermilion we're going inside. I'm assuming once we're in there we'll lose our link with them. I don't want them to launch a rescue mission just because we can't talk for a few days." Ibu opened a private link to Laura's U-Shadow. "Why do I get the notion a rescue mission isn't going to be featuring heavily on the captain's agenda?" Rojas kept the manual controls active as he piloted Shuttle 14 forward, heading for a large gap between distortion trees. Laura preferred to watch the approach through the windscreen, rather than accessing the shuttle's sensor suite. However, her exovision display did provide a secondary interpretation detailing their exact progress. Acceleration was 1/10 of a G, enough to keep them in their couches. Laura used the time to quickly munch down some chocolate wafers. Even the small amount of gravity allowed her stomach to digest food without complaining. "Somehow I feel we should be making preparations," Ibu said. "What kind?" Laura asked. "I'm not sure. Putting on some kind of protective suit, carrying a personal oxygen tank, inoculation." "I've got a force field skeleton web on under my ship suit," Ayana said. "Does that count?" "That only helps if it doesn't glitch." "I thought you were the optimist." Laura rapped a knuckle on the cabin's padded bulkhead. The beige cushioning was arranged in squares. Nearly half of them were the doors to small lockers. "There are emergency pressure suits stowed in every cabin. You'll be fine." She broke the seal on a carton of orange juice and started sucking at the straw. Ibu glanced at the wall of trees that stretched across void space outside the shuttle's windscreen. "You called us rats in a lab maze. More like bacteria under a microscope. Our feelings are irrelevant. The only thing that's going to keep us alive in here is competence and logic." He smiled around the cabin. "Thankfully we've got both. Can you imagine what this mission would be like if we only had a bunch of 50-year-olds for company? A roller coaster of panic and tears the whole way." "Link to Vermilion is Dopplering," Rojas said. Laura checked her exovision displays. 14 was now 30 kilometers from a distortion tree, and closing. Rojas cut their acceleration to 0. Everyone fell silent as they glided past the slimmer end of the tree, which was oriented planetward. Its shadow enveloped them. Rojas flipped the shuttle and accelerated at half a G to kill their velocity relative to the forest, leaving them stationary inside. Laura's U-Shadow noted the time. She was intrigued what the difference would be when they emerged out into ordinary void space again. "I am showing a slight blue shift from several baseline stars," Ayana said. "We're inside the altered temporal flow." "And still alive," Ibu said. "The link to Vermilion has gone," Rojas said. "I wasn't expecting that," Ayana said. "I thought we might still receive them, but at a higher frequency." Rojas pulled a face. "Nothing. Sorry." "What about the MK-24s we sent in ahead of us?" Laura asked. "Shouldn't we be picking them up again now we're in the same time frame?" "Nothing yet," Rojas said. "I'll run another scan." "Nothing from the Leica," Ayana reported. "The MK-24s aren't showing up on the radar either," Ibu said. "That's not right," Laura said. 14's radar is good enough to pick up a grain of sand from 200 kilometers away. Even if the MK-24's power glitched completely, they should register." "They must be behind another tree," Joey said. "All of them?" Laura said skeptically. "After their link antenna failed and they went inert. Bollocks to that." "So how do you explain it?" She glanced at the huge crystalline fissures of the nearest distortion tree. "Something pulled them in." "We didn't detect any anomalous gravitonic activity," Ayana said. "I don't know what else could divert their trajectory." "Telekinesis," Rojas said. "If those trees are alive by any standard, they'll have a big old brain buried somewhere inside." They all fell silent again. Laura gave the tree outside a mildly concerned glance. "If it's alive, it's not talking to us." "This is where you're in charge," Rojas told her. "What do you want to do next?" "Get closer to one. Run some density scans, see if we can get an image of its internal structure, then apply some sampler modules above the more interesting sections." "Close enough and we can use our ESP on it," Joey said. "Whatever gives us a clearer idea of whatever is going on inside the trees," Laura told him without irony. Shuttle 14 approached to 3 kilometers of a distortion tree. Rojas locked its position halfway along the crystalline behemoth, using tiny puffs of cold gas from the shuttle's reaction control nozzles. A flock of AISD, Advanced Interlinked Sensor Drone, MK-16Bs burped out from a fuselage silo. 220 of the glittering, fist-sized drones swelled into a wide bracelet surrounding the distortion tree. With their formation locked and data streams unified, they slowly slid along the tree's 9-kilometer length, deep scanning it. Laura tried not to show too much disappointment with the image that built up in her exovision. The intricate curves and jags of the creased crystalline structure were mapped with millimeter precision, revealing the exact topology of fissures that extended for over a kilometer below the meandering ridge peaks. But the sensor flock couldn't resolve anything beneath the surface. "Like a mountain range scaled fingerprint," Ibu described it. Laura closed her eyes, immersing herself in the sensor imagery. "The quantum distortion is strongest along the ridges," she said, "but that's not telling me where the generating mechanism is." "There's definitely some kind of negative energy effect going on in there," Ayana said. "The trees are the source of the temporal flow change, all right. That illumination within the crystal must be this continuum's variant on Cherenkov radiation." Under Rojas's guidance, the drone flock split into 2 and slipped down into the gaps on either side of a crystalline ridge, sinking out of the sunlight to be illuminated by the eerie, ever-shifting phosphorescence. "So we can keep in contact with the flock, but not the MK-24s, Ibu said. "Curiouser and curiouser." "They're closer," Rojas pointed out. "If the MK-24s are just drifting around in the forest, one of them would be out from the radar shadow of the trees by now." "Okay. So what do you think happened to them?" "I don't know," he said solemnly. "Definitely some carbon in the tree mass," Laura said, reading the fresh batch of data from the flock. "It's a diamond?" Joey asked in delight. "No, sorry. There are traces of other elements in there as well. Nothing too elaborate. But this is interesting. Valence bonds seem stronger than we're used to, and matter density is certainly higher than normal. I don't suppose there's much vacuum ablation, but I still can't get a reading more than a few millimeters deep." "So that means you have to go out there and chip a few bits off, right?" Ibu said. Laura reviewed the density results again. "I think the filaments on the sampler modules should be able to cope." "Damn, I was hoping to hit it with a hammer," Ibu said with a grin. "Can you imagine it? A single tap, and this one tiny little crack starts to multiply." "The Commonwealth First Contact Agency would fine you to death," Laura told him. "Let's just allow the flock a little more time," Rojas said. "I'm reading some interesting fluctuations in the quantum signature inside the fissure," Ayana said. "I'd like the flock to complete a full scan down the length of the tree, find out where it's strongest." "That'll help me," Laura admitted. "But we are going out there, aren't we?" Rojas sighed. "We'll run some functionality tests on our equipment while we wait for the flock to finish this run." The shuttle service compartment was sandwiched between the forward cabin and the main passenger cabin. It contained the boarding airlock, a small galley and washrooms, along with a hatch that led down to the payload bay running the length of the fuselage, beneath the passenger cabin. Laura floated after Rojas, keeping a respectable distance between her head and his feet. Even though her bionics were slowly recovering, she still wasn't terribly proficient in freefall. The risk of getting kicked in the face was always on her mind. She allowed herself to float down the hatch, occasionally using one of the handholds that bristled from every bulkhead. The first quarter of the payload bay was a narrow corridor with walls of equipment lockers. That opened out into a larger metallic cavern, where the thick tubes of the drone silos formed twin rows. Laura grabbed the handholds and hauled herself along its length, trying not to bang her elbows into anything. At the far end of the silo compartment was an airlock hatch into the EVA hangar. 2 spherical exopods were secure in their cradles, 2-person spacecraft with a cluster of electromuscled tentacles on the front. Retracted, the tentacles were coiled in a fashion that somehow managed to look faintly obscene. Spacesuits were stored in small cabinets, along with 3 sets of personal maneuvering harnesses. A long array of tools and science sensors was clipped to the bulkhead, opposite a row of inert zero-G engineering bots, half the size of a human. At the far end was an airlock chamber big enough for an exopod. "I'll power up one of the exopods," Rojas said, "if you'd like to check the suits." "Sure," Laura told him. The suit was simple enough. A slippery one piece of silver-grey fabric lined with electromuscle threads. It expanded like a loose sack so the wearer could pull it on. Then the electromuscle would contract, making it cling to the body like a second skin. Pores and capillaries harvested sweat, while a thermal conductor web dissipated the excess heat a body generated, keeping temperature constant and comfortable. The helmet was a classic transparent globe, with a multitude of filter functions and sensors built in. The suit collar adhered to it easily. Oxygen regeneration was handled by a small package at the top of the spine. Usually a force field skeleton was worn on top, but Laura didn't trust them right now. She checked some of the other lockers, relieved to find thick protective outer suits that would be almost as effective shielding the wearer from microparticle impacts. Exactly the kind of thing Ibu had talked about putting on. I should take one back up to him. Her U-Shadow reported Ayana opening a direct connection. "We're getting some interesting results from the MK-16Bs, she said. "I'll take a look," Laura replied. Her U-Shadow opened the feed from the flock, and she stopped bundling the protective oversuit back into the cabinet as she saw what her exovision was presenting. The flock had almost completed their exploratory flight along the deep ridge. Right at the narrow tip of the distortion tree, where the twisting ridges began to merge, the scan had revealed some irregular lumps that had a surface temperature of 35 degrees Celsius. The flock shifted sensor focus, concentrating on the anomaly. In Laura's exovision, they were dark spheres, tumours that had swollen up out of the elegant glowing crystal of the main structure. The visual sensors showed over 50 of them, ranging in size from pebbles to globes, nearly 3 meters across. Their skin was wrinkled, a dark grey that might have been at the extreme edge of green. "Avocados," she murmured. "Ripe avocados." For that was what they resembled. Despite the best efforts of the drone flock to magnify the sight, the point where the crystal ended and the globe began was uncertain. They merged together as if the globes were somehow rooted into the ridge, emphasizing the whole tumor concept. "Skylord eggs," Joey said. "We need to go and take a sample," Rojas said. "We do," Laura said, reviewing the rest of the results from the flock. "But our primary mission is to assess the forest's quantum abnormality. Take a look at the negative energy effect down at the bottom of the ridge. Those are very complex patterns. That has to be where the whole time flow manipulation is generated." "Okay, I'll prioritize that," Rojas said. "Great." Laura flashed him a smile of thanks across the EVA hangar. "Let me know what functionality the sample modules have, and check the deep sensors as well, please." "Sure." "Ibu, come down and grab yourself a suit. You can take the right-hand seat." "On my way," Ibu replied. "What?" Laura snapped. She'd simply assumed she'd be the one in the right-hand seat of the exopod. "Ibu has 1,000 hours zero-G work logged in the last 20 years, Rojas said. "You have a couple of mandatory 1-hour safety drills, and the report said you didn't handle it well." "But it's my field," Laura shot back, knowing she was responding peevishly. From the side of the exopod, Rojas gave her a sympathetic glance. "Whatever molecular structure makes up this thing is your field. Hammering sensors onto it and getting results for you is down to us." Laura gave a curt nod. "Yes, of course. I'll check the systems I want you to deploy." "Thank you." A minute later, Ibu came gliding down the length of the silo compartment. Laura pressed her teeth together. Despite his size, he was as graceful as an angelfish. "Ah, bollocks, Rojas was right to take him." "Sorry," Ibu said as he came level with her. "Just think of me as your additional pair of hands." Laura's face coloured slightly. She wondered just how effective her mental shield was. "I'd like a quintet of deep scan packages on these areas." Her U-Shadow sent him the file. "And when I've refined their results, I'll show you where to apply the sampler modules." Ibu's eyes closed as he examined the locations she'd selected. "Going for the exotic matter, huh? If we're going to understand the process here, I need to see what manipulates energy flow. It's clearly molecular-based. Like our bionics." She shrugged, which moved her awkwardly. "Get me the samples and I'll let you know." Laura was back in the forward cabin when the exopod left the shuttle's small hangar. Ayana was sitting in front of her in the pilot's couch, officially running the mission, while Joey was strapped into a couch near the rear of the compartment. Laura was starting to get seriously concerned about the hyperspace theorist. The muscle twitches in his cheeks had now grown to such an extent they'd effectively paralyzed his face into a straining mask, leaving his lips twisted up into a wretched sneer. She'd seen his shoulders begin to shudder with increasing frequency. If he hadn't been strapped in, he'd be bouncing about the cabin, and it was telling that he kept his hands behind the couch in front, out of view from her and Diana. When she sneaked a look with her ESP, she could see his hands jerking about. His feet, too, were afflicted. Maybe she should suggest he try 14's medical module, except she knew what his response would be. The silver-white sphere of the exopod slid past the windscreen. Laura resisted the impulse to wave. "How are your systems?" Ayana asked. "Mostly working," Rojas replied, his voice coming through the cabin speakers. "Stand by for ion drive burn." Cold blue light emerged from 4 of the slim rectangular nozzles in the exopod's fuselage, and the little craft drifted away from 14 at a gentle rate. "Burn vector good," Rojas said. "Rendezvous with tree in 7 minutes. Mark." Laura sighed and shook her head at all the gung-ho theatrics. Boys and their toys. "They don't get out to play often," Ayana said quietly. They grinned at each other. Then Laura groaned as her link to 14's network went down. Ayana started flicking switches on the console. One hand typed fast on a keyboard. Laura envied that skill. She was sure her fingers weren't so dexterous. "Getting some power dropouts," Ayana murmured. "Rojas, what's your status?" "Good, 14. "They're not Dopplering," Ayana said. The cabin lights flickered. Laura glanced suspiciously up at the strips. "Great, that's all we need. Real power failures." She shut up as her U-shadow reported it had re-established a link to 14's network. "You might want to make sure all the mission data is backed up," Ayana said. "Good idea." Laura ordered her U-shadow to open a new file in one of her storage lacunae, and began downloading copies of all the drone logs. While they were downloading, Ayana altered 14's attitude, so they could see the exopod through the windscreen. Her thoughts were cheerful at demonstrating how she could fly 14 just as well as Rojas. The off-white sphere itself was soon lost against the flickering phosphorescence within the tree's folds, but the navigation strobes kept up a regular pulse that remained visible against the massive alien object. "Positioning burn complete," Rojas eventually reported, holding station 200 meters from artifact surface. When Laura checked through the windscreen, she saw the strobes flash about a quarter of the way along the tree from the slim end. "Ibu, I'd like to ride your optics, please." "Sure," his voice came back. Laura shut her eyes and settled back in the couch. Ibu's vision expanded out of a green and blue eye symbol in the middle of her exovision, and she looked around the restricted interior of the exopod. Rojas was next to Ibu, held in what resembled a standing position in front of the exopod's small port by a web of broad straps. The cabin walls were mostly display panels, lights, and handholds. Ibu slipped a helmet down over his head. Rojas was doing the same thing. Then several of the lights surrounding the pair of them turned from red to purple. "Vacuum confirmed," Ibu said, opening pod airlock. He disconnected the webbing straps that were holding him in place, and twisted around. A third of the cabin's rear wall had dilated. Ibu carefully crawled out into void space. Just outside the airlock lip was a rack with a free maneuver harness. He wriggled his way into it, and the clamps closed around his shoulders and thighs. "Testing harness." Little spurts of cold gas coughed out of the nozzles on the harness extremities, like puffs of white dust. "Function good. Heading over." He drifted slowly around the bulk of the exopod. The tree rose around the curving grey-white globe like planet dawn on a gas giant's moon. This close, it was massive. Just seeing it through human eyes made Laura shiver. Something that big, quite possibly alive, and thoroughly alien, was intimidating. Curiously, it disturbed her more than the void itself. "I don't think the trees are part of the void," she murmured. "I think they were pulled in, just like us." "What makes you say that?" Ayanna asked. "If they were part of it, they wouldn't be trying to change void space. They're prisoners, just like us. That's bad." "How so?" "Their control over mass and energy is clearly more advanced than ours, and they're still here." "If they are from outside," Ayanna said hastily. With her eyelids still closed, and her vision still coming directly from riding Ibu's eyes, Laura smiled. "They are." Ibu was gliding slowly along the top of the ridge that the drone flock had scanned. The data feed from his suit was undergoing microsecond dropouts, making the vision flicker every few seconds. "Going inside," he said. The little jets of gas puffed again. Then the crystalline wall was sliding past his helmet. He held his course level, staying a constant 15 meters away from the side of the vast fold that opened into the tree. His entire silver-white oversuit shone with the weird radiance that slithered through the crystalline structure. Laura was aware her heart rate was increasing. She wondered if it was some kind of telepathic feedback from Ibu. "You're approaching the zone I designated," she told him, reading the inertial coordinates from an exovision icon. "Yeah, noticed that." Laura grinned. "I also have some eggs I'd like to show your grandmother how to use." "I'm sure she'd welcome it." Ibu halted close to the bottom of the ride. 50 meters away, the crystal curved sharply to form the base of a narrow valley. The other wall of the ridge was only 70 meters behind him. "Beginning Phase 1, he announced. Laura's relayed vision wobbled as he reached down and removed a deep scan package from his fat utility belt. It was a simple green circle the size of his gauntleted hand. She gripped the cushioned edge of the couch as Ibu triggered his harness and slowly glided forward. She could see his arms stretched out ahead. The actual surface of the crystal was hard to make out in the odd shifting light glowing within. His fingertips touched, and he rebounded slightly. Then the gas jets were puffing, holding him in place. Laura let out a breath she didn't know she was holding. "It's practically frictionless," Ibu reported. "My suit's stick pads aren't holding." "That'll be the increased valence," Laura told him. "That crystal is going to have fewer surface irregularities than ordinary matter." "Okay, applying the package now. See if that attaches." Laura wasn't sure what kind of adhesive was on the deep scan package, but when Ibu pressed it to the surface and applied a short burst from the harness jets to push it down, the glue seemed to work. "Tactile contact confirmed," Ibu said. "Telemetry good. Moving to second location." "Well done," Ayanna told him. "We have a problem," Joey's telepathic voice claimed. Laura blinked her eyes open, banishing Ibu's visual feed to a small ancillary icon in her exovision. She looked around the forward cabin, but everything seemed to be okay. "What's wrong?" Joey's eyes stared at her from his twisted-up, immobile face. "I've been using the shuttle's optronic sensors to try and find Vermilion. I can't. It's vanished." "What?" Ayanna snapped, and there was no shielding strong enough to guard against the flash of alarm in her thoughts. "I can't find it," Joey said. "Look, there's something seriously wrong about losing contact with the drones and Vermilion just because of Dopplering. It doesn't matter how much the link frequency shifts. We should still be able to pick up the signal." Ayanna's expression was edgy. "Yeah, I know." "Okay, so it bothered me a lot. I started reviewing visual data. The Vermilion is 1,300 meters long. For fuck's sake, you should be able to see it with the naked eye from this distance. The kind of optronics 14 is carrying are capable of reading her damn serial number. We know the orbital track. We know where to focus the search. I've run the basic scan 5 times now. There's nothing orbiting that world. Not Vermilion, not Viscount, and not Verdant. None of them is in orbit anymore." "That can't—" Laura started. "Oh, bollocks. They couldn't all crash." She gave Ayanna a desperate look. Could they? They were in 1,000-kilometre orbit, Ayanna said. We confirmed that before we entered the forest's temporal shift zone. I cannot imagine what kind of power could pull them out of orbit. The same power that slows time in here, Laura said. Joey, we are slower in here. Any chance they're all on the other side of the planet and they're just taking a long time to track around into visual range? His misshapen face showed no emotion, but his thoughts dripped scorn. Oh, yeah. Really never thought of that. Come on! Their spacing was equidistant around the orbital track. One of them is always in view. Most of the time, two of them are. Those spheres we tracked heading down to the planet, Ayanna said. Perhaps they're weapons. And we didn't see the explosions? Laura asked. No, something else has happened. If they were pulled down from orbit, they'd create the devil's own crater, Ayanna concluded. Right now there'll be megatons of rock vapor spewing up into the atmosphere. The planet's entire climate system will be wrecked. Joey, any sign of that? The hyperspace theorist managed to blink. No, but I run a decent scan. Maybe they didn't crash. Maybe the in-grav held out long enough. Do it, Ayanna said curtly. Do we tell... Laura waved a hand at the titanic alien artifact glowing beyond the windscreen. The exopod strobes were still flashing regularly. No, Ayanna said quickly. Let them get back here before we hit them with this. I don't want anything to distract them out there. Okay. A slow shiver ran down Laura's spine. It seemed to generate its own chill. Even if the ships were pulled out of orbit, that doesn't explain what happened to all the drones. Ayanna gave a quick nod. Oh, no. Laura watched Ibu fit the remainder of the deep scan packages. They started to reveal the amazing molecular substructure within the tree's crystal edifice. Millions of distinct layers, interwoven in incredibly complex patterns. Each band possessed a different energy level, many of which dipped into negative functions. This is some seriously impressive bollocks, Laura said faintly. Her secondary routines were trying to map the pathways that the packages were exposing, but her macrocellular clusters simply didn't have the processing capacity to hack it. Even with 14's array working on the problem, it would take weeks. And we're only seeing a tiny fraction. The whole thing is a giant solid-state circuit that manipulates negative energy. And that's just the part I do understand. It must be generating its own valence differences, too, which is practically in the realm of perpetual motion. So there has to be a control mechanism somewhere, Ayanna asked. A section that runs its routines? Somewhere, yes. But we're dealing with cubic kilometers here. Logically, it would be at the center of the bulbous section at the other end. Sure, logically. Ibu, Rojas, are you sensing any kind of thoughts coming from the tree? They wouldn't necessarily be as fast or even similar to ours. Sorry, Laura, Ibu said. Nothing. My ESP can barely get a look inside the crystal. Not that I understand half of what I can perceive, anyway. Okay. I'm sending you a file with the coordinates I want for the sampler modules. Laura, Rojas asked, this is one very complex molecular structure we're seeing in the crystal. Is sampling appropriate, do you think? Appropriate? She spluttered. This is the most incredible molecular mechanism I've ever seen. Ibu chuckled. What he means is, if we start sticking sampler filaments in there, is it going to be like shoving a pin in a balloon? Laura took a breath to calm down. I'm going to take 10 grams out at the most, and none of those are coming out of the negative energy channels. Sampling isn't going to damage anything, okay? It's safe. Ayanna turned around in the pilot's couch and raised a very skeptical eyebrow. Safe, Laura reiterated, refusing to back down. All right, Ibu said, applying the first module now. The first thing they learned was how difficult it was for the filaments to slither through the crystal surface with its enhanced atomic cohesion. This might take a while, Laura admitted, as she monitored the painfully slow progress the filament tips were making. Ibu applied the last of the sample modules. I'm going to take a look at the eggs, he said. Laura expanded the optical ride he was providing, and observed him slide along the bottom of the illuminated valley. As he progressed, the harness emitted occasional puffs of vapor, which glittered in the eerie light. The fold grew smaller and narrower, merging with several others as it curved about. "Ibu, is the light dimming?" Laura asked. The image she was riding had been suffering an increasing number of those annoying judders as he moved along the fold, and now she was struggling to make out the fluctuating slivers of phosphorescence inside the crystal. It was as if he'd moved into shadow, which was impossible. "No," he replied. "Why, are the sample modules screwing with the tree?" She pressed down on a smile. "No." "Signal bandwidth is reducing significantly," Ayana warned. "Ibu, you're moving into some serious interference. Is there anything different inside the crystal?" "No, but I can see the globes now. It's like... hell... I can't..." Even though her eyelids were closed, Laura wanted to squint. She could just make out the dark globes that were melded with the crystal. Riding Ibu's optics was a portal into a world of shadow upon shadow. "What's happening?" Rojas asked urgently. "Nothing," Ibu said. "I just can't use my ESP on these things, is all. It's like they're shielded, the way we learned how to protect our thoughts. But they're really wonderful. I know it." "You mean they're alive?" Laura asked in alarm. "I'm not sure." "His heart rate's really building," Ayana warned. Laura saw him gliding up close. The image fuzzed, then stabilized. It was very hard to see anything now, just shades of dark grey. The lighter outline of Ibu's arm slid across the image, reaching toward one of the globes. "Going to... make out... holding stead..." The image vanished completely. For a second there was just some basic telemetry. Then that, too, ended. "Rojas," Ayana said, "do you have visual on Ibu?" "Just. He's close to the globes. I think..." Ibu's link came back up. It was weak, Laura's U-shadow reported. Voice circuit only. "Fucking thing doesn't... can't... hell... really can't..." "What's happening?" Ayana demanded. "Ibu!" "Stuck. It's stuck. All around. Every finger." "What?" Laura asked. "Ibu, your visual is down. We can't see anything. What has stuck?" "Laura, it's molecular. My hand. Fucking hand. Can't move it." "Crap," Laura grunted. "Ibu, is your hand stuck? Is that what's happened?" Yes, fucker's got me. Solid, but... Shit. Nothing. Cutting. Free it." Ayana gave Laura a worried look. "What's going to happen if he cuts into that thing?" "I don't bloody know." "Ibu, be careful," Ayana said. "Got to be fucked," Ibu snarled. "Just get your hand clear," Laura told him. An auxiliary display showed her that the exopod was moving. "Rojas, what are you doing?" Ayana asked. "The man needs some help," Rojas replied calmly. "Can you give us a visual feed?" Laura asked. She unfastened the couch's straps and air swam until she was right up against the windscreen. The exopod strobes were still flashing reassuringly against the pale waves of light slithering through the tree's crystal. "Exopod signal is reducing," Ayana warned. "Ibu, can you hear me?" Laura asked. "Isn't," Ibu's distorted voice said. Ayana started typing on one of the console keyboards. "Lost his signal." "I see him," Rojas said. "Looks like a hand and a knee are touching the globe surface. Definitely sticking to it." "Just get him off the damn thing," Ayana said. "What kind of cutters have you got on the exopod?" "Don't worry. The power blade can cut through mono-bonded carbon fiber. This isn't going to be any problem." "Can you get close enough to use it?" Laura asked. "It's detachable. If I need to. Easily done." No! Laura exclaimed as her U-shadow showed her the exopod signal strength reducing sharply. She hit the windscreen angrily and had to hurriedly grab a couch as the blow sent her flailing backward through the air. "That's really awesome." Rojas's voice had taken on an awed tone. "Going to go out. With him." Ayana's body stiffened. Rojas, don't leave the exopod. Do you copy?" "Closer." "Retain line of sight. Rojas, do you copy?" Laura pushed herself right up to the windscreen again and stared frantically at the tip of the distortion tree. "I can't see the strobes. Bollocks, the idiot's gone down into the fold." The communication icon in her exovision showed her the exopod signal fading to 0. It ended. "What's really awesome?" Joey's mental voice asked. What was he talking about? Did he mean Ibu was cutting himself free? Laura gave Ayana a guilty look, then glanced back at Joey. "I don't know. Yes, that must be what he meant. The cabin lights flickered, then dimmed, before coming back up to full strength. "These dropouts are killing our systems," Ayana snapped. "The processors are rebooting each time. Then they get hit by another surge before they're completed. It's not helping." "Order the MK-16Bs back to the tip of the tree," Laura said. "We need to see what's happening out there." "Right." Ayana gave a little nod, as if she was dazed. "Yes. Good." Laura gripped the rim of the console with one hand and flicked several switches. A hologram projector slid out of the cabin ceiling above her couch. It started to show a composite picture from the drone flock. They were moving now, converging on the tip of the tree. "Lost 7 of them, 15 more showing functionality reduction," Ayana said. "No kidding," Laura muttered. She couldn't stop thinking about Rojas. Really awesome. What did he mean? Had he seen something? "How long?" Joey asked. 20 minutes, Ayana said. "The flock is mapping the other end of the tree." Laura wanted to shout loud and hard. Why hadn't they left some drones close to the exopod? Surely that was procedure. But then this level of communication failure was inconceivable in the Commonwealth. It was wrong-footing everyone. Blaming Ayana wouldn't solve anything. For every few hundred meters the flock slid along the tree, they would lose another. Sometimes 2 or 3 would fail within seconds. There was no pattern. "There won't be one left by the time they reach the exopod," Ayana grumbled. Laura ignored her. Shuttle 14 was also suffering an increase of glitches. The network was having trouble maintaining its integrity. So many subsystems were dropping out. She watched in dismay as several primary flight systems went offline. Forward reaction control thrusters, 1 of the fusion tubes, 3 of the regrav drives, main passenger cabin, and environmental systems. "Damn it," Laura grunted when the passenger cabin systems went down. "We can't afford to lose environmental." "There's enough oxygen on board for 3 of us," Joey said. "To do what?" Laura snapped. "And there's going to be 5 flying down to that planet." "Calm down," Ayana said. "Worst case scenario, we can wear pressure suits." "If they work," Laura said, hating herself for letting her anxiety show. But the prospect of asphyxiation was firing her imagination into overdrive. Seeing herself in a pressure suit, with every red light flashing, clawing feebly at the windscreen, just as 14 approached the planet. So near. "Flock's approaching the exopod?" Ayana said in a level voice. Laura tried to clear her mind and focus on the hologram showing the flock imagery. There were only 87 of the little drones left now. They had rearranged themselves back into their ring formation, gliding over the tapering end of the distortion tree. The folds meandered in sharp curves, merging and becoming shallower as they neared the tip. Long, moiré phantoms slithered about erratically inside the crystal, though even their intensity was reducing. Large sections would remain dark for some time between visitations. "There," Ayana said. The exopod was floating 20 meters from the side of a narrow curving valley, just over 100 meters from the tip. Dark globes were sprouting from the crystal all around it. Laura couldn't see Ibu anywhere. She ordered the image to rotate, checking the other clefts in the crystal around the tip. They were all covered in the dark globes, ranging from acorn size up to the full 3 meters in diameter. Ibu wasn't in any of them either. "The flock is relaying a signal from the exopod," Ayana reported, "but I'm not getting any reply from Rojas." "What about their suit transponders?" Laura asked. Ayana pursed her lips and shook her head. "Focus on the exopod, please," Joey said. Ayana's hands flicked several toggles, and the image jumped up through magnification factors until it was centered on the exopod. "Hatch is open," Joey said. "Can you get some drones closer?" Ayana started steering a couple of the MK-16Bs over to the exopod. "As close as I can get," she announced eventually. The hologram was showing the pod in high resolution. It hung above the forward cabin's couches like a chunk of collective guilt. They could all look in through the open hatchway and see the coloured graphics flashing across the display panels inside. Web straps floated lazily, their buckles weaving about through the empty space, as if they were chrome snakeheads. "He's not in there," Laura whispered. It felt as if her space sickness was returning. Certainly she was lightheaded. Her skin was chilling down rapidly. "Where the fuck is he?" Joey asked. "The flock would see the suits if they were anywhere within 50 kilometers, Ayana said. "You know where they are," Laura said, forcing herself to say it. "Inside." "Inside what?" Joey said. "Inside the tree or inside the globes? Are they like an airlock?" "We haven't picked up any cavity inside the crystal structure," Ayana said. "Scan the globes," Laura told Diana. "I don't care if you have to smash the drones into those bastards and crack them open. We've got to find them." "Right." Ayana nodded abruptly and set about redirecting the flock. The wrinkled surface of the globe was some kind of carbon, but the interior was impervious to any scan. Ayana had 8 drones poised in a bracelet formation around one of them, but their sensor radiation hit the surface and got no farther. Laura took control of a drone and sent it racing at the globe. The rest of the flock showed them a perfectly clear image of it striking and rebounding, spinning away erratically. Refusing to give up, Laura took control of another, overrode the tiny ion drive safety limiters, and accelerated it from 500 meters away. It was traveling at 4 meters per second when it struck. The impact killed half its systems, but the globe didn't even have a scratch. "Zero effect," Ayana said levelly. There was an implication of censure in the tone. Laura flew a third probe 2 kilometers out from the tree, then accelerated it in. This one reached 28 meters per second when it hit a globe. Its casing shattered and the fragments went tumbling off into space. The globe was unscathed by the impact. "What the hell are they made of?" she demanded. "They must open somehow, like a clamshell. Ibu and Rojas must have been taken inside." "Laura, there is no inside," Ayana said. "Bollocks to this. The drone flock sensors aren't good enough. They're inside. Where the hell else can they be?" "I don't know. I'm suiting up. I'm going to take the other exopod over there, and I'm going to cut—" "No." Ayana didn't speak loudly, but it was definite, and her thoughts made it very clear she meant it. "You're not taking the exopod anywhere. Not until we know what happened to them, and have some kind of recovery plan." "You heard Rojas," Laura said heatedly. "The exopods have power blades that can cut the globes open." "Then why didn't he do that? Laura, just stop and think, please. We're in void space, which is weird enough. The tree is an alien mechanism operating at a molecular and quantum level we cannot comprehend, and 2 of our people have vanished, and we don't know how or where. Charging over there all angry isn't going to resolve anything, and it certainly won't help Ibu and Rojas. We need information. A lot more information." "She's right," Joey said. "Rojas is smart and experienced, and he knows exploration mission protocol better than we do. And now he's just as gone as Ibu." Laura knew they were right, but— bollocks," she said. Admitting she was wrong, behaving like some hothead young first life, was painful. She hadn't acted on wild impulse for centuries. "I'm not thinking straight. Sorry. Must be the tank yank." "No," Joey said. "The void is getting to all of us. It's not natural." "We're going to get them back," Ayana said earnestly. "We just have to figure out how." "I don't think this is entirely a physical problem," Joey said. "Remember, Ibu said they were wonderful. Where did that come from? He just finished telling us he couldn't use his ESP to see inside the globes. What else? What new piece of information could make him say that? He's as smart and as rational as the rest of us. He's not going to blurt that out without a reason. Same goes for Rojas." "That's really awesome," Laura said pensively. "That's what Rojas said. And you're right. It's a complete disconnect from everything that was happening. A colleague stuck to an alien artifact. All he'd be thinking about is what to do. what procedure to follow. Something got inside their heads, Ayanna said, and once more the terror was leaking out of her own mind. It pulled them in. Bee to pollen, Joey said, shark to blood. The distortion tree is sentient, Laura said. There was no reason to doubt the notion of mental compulsion. She could remember when narco memes emerged into the Gaia field back in 3025. The first ones were simple product placements, amplifying the pleasure effect of various beers and aerosols. Modifying the memories available in the Gaia field to produce enhanced enjoyments was a trend that lasted for several years, almost wrecking the fledgling Gaia field concept entirely, until counter-routine filters were developed for the confluence nests. Having experienced those, Laura could well believe in more forceful variants of telepathy working in the void. Yes, Joey agreed. As one, they looked through the windscreen at the massive bulk of glowing crystal. So how do we get it to let them go? Laura asked. First, you need to work out why it wants them, Joey said. But we don't even know what it is. What other drones have we got? There must be some kind of sensor we can use. Half of them are for planetary exploration, Ayanna said. Surface landers, atmospheric researchers. There's not much more we can send out there. Laura thought for a moment. Do any of the surface landers have drills? Something that cuts through rock to lift core samples? Yes, the Viking MK-353. It was designed for regolith coring down to 100 meters. Send it. Half of 14's backup power systems failed while the Viking MK-353 flew over to the distortion tree. Ayanna and Laura turned off all the systems in the main passenger cabin to cut power consumption. 6 of the fans in the forward cabin's environmental systems also packed up. That was more worrying. The air was still breathable, but the gentle rush from the vents was severely reduced. Laura went down to the payload bay's equipment lockers and returned with 2 portable atmosphere filters. The thick, meter-long cylinders were completely independent, with a grill on each end. One sucked in air, which was scrubbed and filtered and blown out of the other end. She strapped them onto a couple of couches, tested them, then switched them off again. She did her best not to stare at Joey when she was sorting out the portable filters. He was still strapped onto his couch, but the shakes on his hands were moving down his arms, causing both limbs to twitch. Keep going, his mental voice told her. I can manage. You sure? Yes, I'm keeping busy. The shuttle's external sensors are still working. Some of them, anyway. I'm still trying to see if I can spot the ships down on the surface. There's certainly no evidence of a crash so far. That's good. She caught the unease in his thought. By now she had enough experience to know it was powered by something more than just his physical deterioration. What is it? He shook his head. A sharp, juddering motion. There's something wrong. Wrong? Yes. I'm looking and looking at the planet, and I know there's something wrong with what I'm seeing, but I don't know what. What kind of thing? She asked cautiously. A spasm rippled over his twisted-up features. I don't know. I'm looking right at it. I know I am, but I can't see it. Can I help? Do you want me to review the images with you? No, thanks. I'll find it. Okay. There was a lot she wanted to say about how his illness might be affecting his thoughts. Instead, she gave him a sympathetic smile and pushed off to glide down the aisle. How's the Viking signal? She asked when she rejoined Ayanna up at the front of the cabin. Not bad. A display screen on the console was showing the Viking approaching the tip of the tree. The exopod strobes were flashing away in the center of the picture. Laura watched the lander approach the shallow fold where Ibu and Rojas had vanished. Ayanna was remote flying it competently, bringing it to rest 100 meters from the exopod. I was thinking, Ayanna said, if they are inside those globes somehow. We don't know which ones, so I'm going to start drilling one of the small ones, something they couldn't possibly be held in. Sure, Laura said. Good idea. She hadn't been thinking quite along those lines. Some part of her was expecting to use the drill to free their missing team members, even if exactly how eluded her. The Viking descended to hover less than a meter above a globe that measured 1.10 meters in diameter. The little onboard array held it in place with small bursts from its ion thrusters and deployed the drill. We're going to have trouble countering the torque, Laura said. There's not much fuel on board. The Viking wasn't designed for space operations, just getting through the atmosphere intact and landing." "I know," Ayana said. The ion thrusters flared and the Viking began to rotate around its axis. The drill spun up. Powerful landing thrusters flared briefly, pushing the Viking hard toward the globe. The picture shook as the drill touched the upper surface of the globe. Then it turned to smears as the Viking began to spin. Thrusters fired again, trying to compensate. Now the image was of juddering smears. "What the—" Ayana exclaimed. The Viking was suddenly shooting off away from the tree, tumbling end over end. Laura stared at the hologram, which was showing the combined imagery from the Mk-16B drones. "Oh my, will you look at that!" The Viking's drill must have succeeded in penetrating the small globe. It was squirting out a pale white liquid, a thin fountain that was over 3 meters high before it started to break apart into a shower of globules that kept on going, oscillating wildly as they sprayed out into the vacuum. "Did the Viking get any?" Laura demanded, as Ayana tried to regain control of the tumbling lander, slowing the gyrations and stabilizing the trajectory. "What?" "The samplers in the drill head. Did any of that stuff touch them before the pressure blew it off?" "I think so. Hang on." The pale fountain was slowing, shrinking. Within seconds it was just a tiny runnel of syrupy fluid trickling out of the puncture hole. A thin fog swirled gently around it as it began to vacuum boil. "If all the globes are full of liquid, then Ibu and Rojas can't be inside them," Joey said. Laura glared at the globe and its bubbling wound. "Then where the hell are they?" "Same place as the Vermilion and the Mk-24s. "You're not helping." "I've got the Viking stable," Ayana said. "The drill samplers did get something." They both turned to watch the display screen on the console bring up the preliminary spectral analysis. "Hydrocarbons." Laura read the raw data, the routines in her macrocellular clusters running analysis. "Water, sugars. What's that? Looks like a protein structure." "The fluid's organic," Ayana said in shock. "The globes are alive." The cabin lighting went off, to be replaced by the low blue-tinged glow of the emergency lighting. Somewhere in the shuttle, a fire alarm was shrieking. It had taken a power screwdriver from the equipment locker to prise the panel off the passenger cabin bulkhead. By the time they did that, the composite panel was blackening and starting to blister. There were no flames inside, but the power cell was glowing. Spraying it with extinguisher gel wasn't the answer. Laura yanked one of the emergency suits out of its overhead wallet and jammed her arm into the sleeve. The glove had just enough insulation. With Ayana cutting through the power cells surrounding cables and mountings, she tugged it out and lumbered her way down to the payload bay. The whole suit went into the airlock, wrapped around the now sizzling power cell. She slapped the emergency evacuation button, and the smoldering mess went flying off into space when the outer hatch peeled open. "Got another one!" Ayana was calling from the passenger cabin above the multiple alarm sirens. Laura started opening lockers, hunting for some decent tools. Her hand was blistered where the power cell's runaway heat had soaked through the suit glove's insulation. She hauled herself back to the passenger cabin, lugging a utility belt. In the end they had to remove 4 of the shorted-out power cells and physically inspect the rest. There were 17 in the shuttle. "Just brilliant," a shaking Ayana said when they checked behind the last panel. "There have been so many void glitches they finally induced a genuine problem." Laura's U-shadow managed to link to the power cell's management processor. "Power surge broke the cut-offs here, but they fused in safe mode. We need to replace the main circuits if we want to enable the system it supplies." Ayana gave the passenger cabin a disgusted look. The bluish emergency lighting was somehow cooling, and the panels floated about chaotically, along with fragments and broken cabling they'd cut free. One of the portable atmosphere filters they'd brought in to deal with the fumes was creating a steady breeze, which stirred all the fragments. They were constantly flicking them away from their eyes. "We don't have time to deal with this crap," she said. "It's only the backups that have failed, not the main fusion tubes, and there's still a whole load of power cells left. It was just the ones in here that absorbed the surge." Laura followed her gaze around the shambolic cabin. There was still a tang of ozone and burnt plastic in the air. It had taken them over 3 hours to deal with all the power cells and their associated ancillary systems, which had to be disconnected as well. There wasn't much to show for all that work, and they hadn't even begun repairs. "You're right," she admitted. Joey was in the service compartment, staring at a panel they'd opened on the ceiling to expose an environment system unit that had suffered in the power surge, shutting down to protect itself. His arms and legs were now twitching constantly, preventing him from doing any precise work. But Laura watched in fascination as wires and electronic modules moved obediently when he manipulated them with telekinesis. Even screws unwound themselves under his control, hovering in a neat 3-dimensional stack to one side. "Cool," she said. "Thank you." His mental tone was one of relief. "I do have a use after all." "You've had a use right from the start." "Yeah, right." "Come on, you're not some first-life sympathy junkie. All anybody does in this age is think. We don't measure people by their physical ability anymore." Joey emitted a low grunt of disparagement. "That might just be about to change once we reach the surface. No bots down there. It'll be back to physical labor for us." She arched an eyebrow coyly. "A Brent doing manual work? We're doomed, then." He let out a guttural laugh, then focused on the complex innards of the unit he'd exposed. Laura air-swam into the forward cabin and took a look at all the display screens and holograph projections. The drone flock was still surrounding the tip of the tree, though it was down to 63 operational units now. There was no sign of Ibu or Rojas, no signal from their suits. The exopod remained in place, holding station where Rojas had left it, and her burnt hand hurt like hell. "Ouch! Bollocks!" Laura pushed stray fronds of hair back inside her padded helmet with her good hand. Like a child, she'd imagined that everything would have come right while she was away giving her attention to the shuttle's screwed-up power systems. "Take a rest," Diana said. "You're exhausted. So are you. Grouchy, too." Oh, crap." "It's okay. I'll wake you in a few hours. I need sleep, too. You're right. We have to do something. The shuttle's falling apart. We're too strung out to think objectively. Nothing out here makes any sense. We don't have enough data. You want me to go on?" "No." "Get something to eat. Spray some painkiller on that hand. Go to sleep. Trust me, I won't let you have long." "Right." Laura nodded in defeat. She drifted to the rear of the cabin where they'd stowed thermal bags of food. "You know what worries me more? More than Ibu and Rojas? You're kidding. I guess they're a part of the worry. Go on. Where everyone goes." She opened a medic kit on the bulkhead above the thermal bags. "I get that the tree snatched Ibu and Rojas, or zapped them, or teleported them back outside the void, or something. But the Vermilion too? Everybody vanishes apart from us? Why? What's different about us three?" "Ask a Skylord. They'll tell you it's because we're not fulfilled." "Screw the Skylords. There's got to be some reason." "Eat. Sleep. Once we've all recovered from the tank yank, we'll have some functioning neurons and know what to do." "Sure." Laura sprayed some salve on her red raw hand, wincing at all the little blisters, then peeled the wrapper off a taco. Meals in freefall were always tacos or something similar. Bread produced crumbs that messed with the filters and jammed in bad places. "How long are we going to give them?" "We'll find them. Don't worry." "You said it. The shuttle's screwed. If we're going to help them, we need the Vermilion. Crap. I hope they got down okay. Once we're outside the forest, we'll make contact again. Joey couldn't spot them on the surface." "Okay. Either you go to sleep or I grab an aerosol from that medic kit and put you under." All right. Laura settled on a couch and fastened the straps, not too tight. It was pointless, because she knew she couldn't sleep. Her hand throbbed. She chewed on the taco again, tasting nothing. She was about to start asking what Ayana thought about using the Viking drill on the tree itself when she fell asleep. Something shook Laura roughly. For a confused moment she thought she was being tank-yanked again. The whole thing was like a fading dream that was just too real. "Wake up," Ayana was saying, her face centimeters away. Behind the face, thought shone with delight and relief. A lot of relief. "Wake up! They're back! They're coming back!" "What?" Laura asked sluggishly. "Who?" "Rojas and Ibu. The exopod is coming back." "Huh?" She tried to sit up. The couch straps dug in, and she fumbled around to release them. "How?" "I don't know," Ayana said, her expression half fearful. "We've lost most of the MK-16Bs now. I noticed it was moving a minute ago." "Hell's teeth. What did they say?" "There's no contact. All I know is the exopod's coming, and it's not the greatest bit of flying I've ever seen." Laura felt a little burst of alarm. "No contact? Is the signal down again?" "No. The exopod is transmitting. They're just not saying anything. Hell, that's no surprise. Our systems have taken a real beating from the void." Laura tried to get her breathing under control. She looked around the forward cabin. There were a lot of red symbols shining on the console. 5 of the blue emergency lighting strips were dark, and she was sure it was several degrees colder. "What's their ETA?" As she said it, she noticed her exovision time display. 10 hours. She'd been asleep for 10 hours. "Why didn't you wake me?" Ayana gave her a sheepish glance. "I fell asleep myself. Only woke up an hour ago." Laura winced as she finished releasing the last strap with her burnt hand. The skin was still red, but the salve had turned the blisters hard. For one silly moment she wondered if the void had glitched the spray's chemical structure, rendering the salve useless, or worse. Several screens on the console were running feeds from Shuttle 14's external cameras. They all showed her the exopod gliding sedately toward them. She anchored herself on the front couch and stared through the windscreen. Sure enough, the exopod was close enough to show as a small speck against the glowing crystal, its strobe still flashing away faithfully. "It's them," she said in amazement. "I told you," Ayana said happily. "They're back." "Where the hell were they?" "They had to be inside the distortion tree," Joey said. "Right." Laura hadn't taken her eyes off the exopod. Her U-shadow had a narrow link to the shuttle's faltering network, which was monitoring the exopod signal. Only the basic telemetry was coming in. "Have any of the MK-42s reappeared?" "No," Ayana said. "I just don't get any of this. Why—" "Just ask them," Joey said. For a moment he managed to force his mouth into a smile. The 3 of them went back through the service compartment. Joey lagged behind, his spasming limbs making it difficult for him to maneuver as easily as the others. Laura resisted the urge to offer him any help. He was way too proud for that. Once they were in the EVA hangar, her U-shadow lost the link to 14's network. She grabbed the handholds in front of a backup console on the bulkhead, activating its manual functions. 2 screens slid out. The exopod was a lot closer. "I'm opening the outer door," she said. "Wait." Joey's mental voice urged her as he wiggled his way through the hatch. "We don't actually know what's inside the exopod." "You've got to be kidding," Laura said. "What do you think's inside? A prime motile?" Even as she said it, her secondary routines pulled an image file from her storage lacuna, showing her the eggs of a prime. They were nothing like the globes on the distortion tree. "Bollocks, I'm getting paranoid," she thought. "I don't know. And that's the thing, isn't it? Why haven't they ordered the airlock door to open?" "With the state of our communications, come on," she appealed to Ayana. "I'd be happier knowing," Ayana said awkwardly. "And how are we going to do that?" "Wait until it's on the docking cradle, but don't open the airlock," Joey said. "The umbilical will plug in and we'll have a decent link." "Well?" Laura asked Ayana. "Seems reasonable." Laura turned back to the console and keyed in the cradle recovery sequence. She felt a tiny vibration run through 14's structure. On the screen, long electromuscle arms were pushing the exopod's cradle out from the rear of the shuttle. "What the hell is that?" Joey's mental voice was twined with a great deal of concern. Laura peered at the screen showing the approaching exopod. Its clustered electromuscle tentacles were curled protectively around one of the dark globes from the distortion tree. "They can't be serious," she exclaimed. "How did they detach it?" "Are you going to let them in carrying that thing?" Joey asked. Ayana shot Lara a glance, her thoughts leaking all kinds of uncertainty. They wouldn't bring anything harmful into the shuttle. They know the protocols.
If it's them, Joey said, if they haven't been brainwashed, we don't know what we're dealing with.
What do you think? Ayana asked. I think Joey may have a point, Lara said reluctantly. Her delight at seeing the exopod return was dwindling fast, and carrying the alien globe back to 14 was unusual at the very least. Let them dock on the cradle, but keep the airlock closed until we establish just what's going on. Right, Ayana said. Good call. It took several minutes for the pilot to maneuver the exopod over the cradle. Lara made no comment about that. Rojas had certainly seemed more competent when the little craft was flying out to the distortion tree.
Are they eggs? Joey asked as they watched the exopod wobble about unsteadily.
We know they contain organic matter, Lara said slowly, wishing she'd thought more about the problem before. And we've seen a batch flying down to the planet. Logically, they're eggs or seeds or some kind of biological agent.
Agent?
They come from the trees, which are completely different objects. Shape, nature, material, none of it's the same. So, I'd say the trees manufacture the globes molecule by molecule, and on this scale, that probably means it's a bioforming system. These trees arrive at a planet in a new star system and start converting it to the kind of environment their creators live in.
That works for me, Ayana said. So, what are the Skylords? Joey asked.
Oh, bollocks to you, Joey, Lara snapped at him. They're the tugboats. I don't know.
Sorry.
Let's just keep it calm, shall we? Ayana said. Lara made an effort to damp her temper down. The screen was showing her the cradle arms reaching out and clamping onto the base of the exopod. One of them carried the data umbilical. Lara keyed in a series of instructions. The console's second screen played the feed from the exopod's internal camera. Lara let out a small gasp of relief. Behind her, Ayana made an almost identical sound. The camera was set near the top of the exopod's cabin. It looked down on Rojas and Ibu suspended in the webs. Both of them were in their suits, without helmets. "Welcome back, guys," she said inanely. They both looked up at the camera. Ibu grinned weakly. It looked like it was a big effort on his part.
"Good to hear your voice," Ibu said croakily.
"This is Ayana. What happened? Where have you been?"
"We've been inside."
"Inside what?" Lara said. "The tree is solid."
"No, it's not," Ibu said. "There's all kinds of chambers in there."
"Where? The drone sensors showed us a solid structure. How did you get in? You were stuck to that globe when the links went down?"
"There are entrances along the bottom of the folds. The crystal just morphs, like our malmetal and plastic. Can you let us in now, please?" Rojas said. His voice croaked like Ibu's. It was as if both of them had caught laryngitis. "Ask him about the globe," Joey's mental voice urged.
"Rojas," Ayana said, "why have you brought one of the globes back?" Rojas looked away from the camera, studying the displays of the bulkhead in front of him.
"Analysis."
"What?"
"Analysis."
"Hang on. Wait," Lara said. "What have you been doing inside the tree? How did you get in and out? Why were you in there so long? You've been out of contact the whole time. You know that's against every protocol ever written."
"Sorry about that," Ibu said. "It's fascinating in there. You'll have to come in, Lara."
"What's happened to your voice?" Ayana asked. "Have you been exposed to the alien environment?"
"No."
"Then what?"
"Nothing. We're fine. The exopod systems are glitching. That's the problem."
"What's in the tree?" Lara asked, trying to keep her concern from creeping into her voice.
"Nothing. We think the cavities are conduits of some kind. We'll go over the recordings when we're back inside."
"What was wonderful?" Joey asked. "Ibu," Ayana said, "what was wonderful about the globe you got stuck on?"
"What?"
"We need to come in," Rojas said. "You said it was wonderful. What did you mean?"
"This whole
place is wonderful. That's all. Please open the EVA hangar door, Rojas said. We need to get the exopod inside. Rojas, I can't let you bring that globe into 14, Ayana said. Please release it. We need to examine it, Rojas said. He still wasn't looking up at the camera. His fingers were moving fast across the keypads in front of him. Yes, we will. But after we've established it's safe. You know the protocol. Open the door. Jettison the globe, Laura said firmly. It won't go anywhere. We can run tests on it out there. A set of graphics on the console turned from amber to blue. The EVA hangar lights flickered. Laura could feel a slight vibration through the handholds. Son of a bitch! Ayana exclaimed. He's overridden the airlock. It's opening. Bollocks! Laura grunted. They all turned to face the airlock's inner door, just past the remaining exopod. Caution lights were shining purple. What do we do? Laura asked. Are there any weapons on board? Joey asked. Ayana gave him a startled glance. Crap, there's probably something in the emergency landing pack. It won't come to that, Laura said, but it was more like a mantra than anything she believed in. Nobody in this era needed weapons. Bionics could be configured into quite aggressive energy functions if anyone was seriously threatened. You wouldn't want to mess with some of the engineering tools, Joey said. Are they real? Laura asked, mostly to herself. The screen showed her that the docking cradle had finished pulling the exopod inside the EVA hangar airlock. Is that Ibu and Rojas? What the hell else can they be? Ayana asked. Oh, fuck. What is happening? Her mental shielding was cracking open, flooding the EVA hangar with raw fright. Laura found herself in the center of swirling shadows. They were growing fangs and teeth, turning from phantom grey spectres to solid black figures. Thousands of people shrieking somewhere far away were growing closer. She raised her hands in reflex to ward them off, worried that perhaps Ayana's telekinesis would give substance to her imagination. Ayana, for fuck's sake, get a grip! I don't want them in the shuttle, Ayana wailed. Nobody does. We can't stop the bastards now. We'll just have to manage them when they do get in. Ayana looked just as panicked as before, but the outpouring of emotion reduced slightly. Joey spun around to face the other way. Can we lock the hatch to the silo compartment? If we can lock it, Rojas can sure as shit unlock it, Laura said. Then we break it, Joey said. Use telekinesis. Wreck the circuits behind the bulkhead. Laura glanced at the hatchway herself. It was tempting. The lights above the exopod airlock turned from purple to green. The malmetal door started to peel open. Oh, bollocks, Laura muttered. The hatchway to the silo compartment was barely 4 meters away. She was sure she could get through in a couple of seconds if she power-dived for it, assuming she aimed right. No guarantee of that, given her free-fall skill level. Her ESP started to pry around the bulkhead, reducing it to a translucent blue sheet in her mind. It was threaded with dozens of cable conduits. Which ones control the hatch? The docking cradle trundled into the EVA hangar and placed the exopod on its lockdown clamps. All Laura could do was stare at the alien globe the electromuscle tentacles were clutching. Her ESP revealed nothing. It was a blank zone inside her perceptive field. And yet, she smiled, knowing now that there was no reason to worry. Whatever it contained was absorbing Ayana's malicious phantoms. A temperate sense of relief filled the EVA hangar, and her heart was racing away inside her chest. Fight it, Joey's mental voice told her, a jarring discord to the tranquility Laura was feeling. Oh, no, Laura groaned. No, no, no. Her own dread at the realization of what was happening was enough to damp down the emotional balm the alien globe was giving off. She saw that Ayana had started to move toward the globe, and grabbed her arm. Stop, Ayana, for crap's sake! It's like a narco meme. Ayana's head twisted back to stare at Laura, and now she really looked frightened. Let's get out of here, Joey said. Laura swung around on the handholds and prepared to push off against the bulkhead. She heard the exopod's hatch open. There was a brief hiss of pressure equalization, and even though she knew it was stupid, she paused to glance at what was coming out. Ibu slid out smoothly, catching a handhold on the EVA hangar's wall. "What's happening?" he asked, and his voice was still weird, as if there was fluid in his throat. "You tell me," she barked. "What is that thing?" "Who knows? We brought it here to study." He was bending his knees, swinging around slightly so his feet were pressed against the exopod's hull. Ready to pounce, Laura thought. Rojas glided smoothly out of the hatch. "Get out of here," Joey's mental voice shouted. He began scrambling along the bulkhead, hauling himself toward the hatch into the silo compartment. Shaking arms made him miss the second handhold. Ibu kicked off, flashing along the middle of the EVA hangar like a human missile. Rojas followed. Laura screamed and jumped for the hatch. Her foot caught Joey's shoulder, and the collision flicked her sideways. She spun and slapped at the bulkhead, righting her trajectory. Ayana was beside her. Rojas caught Joey's ankle. The squeal that came through Joey's spasming throat was like a pig grunting. Then Rojas was clambering along the hyperspace theorist as if the two were caught in some weird dance move. It quickly turned into a furious wrestling match as they squirmed against each other. Again, Laura hesitated. Her hand grasped the hatch rim. Ibu was close, reaching forward, and Ayana was level with her. "Go!" Laura yelped. Ayana wriggled through the hatchway with the agility of an eel. Joey's cries of dread were echoing around the hangar. Ibu's hand clamped around Laura's shin. She squealed, first at the shock. Then the yell grew wilder as she realized just how tight and painful his grip was, stronger than any normal human. "What the—" His other hand clamped around her right ankle. She tried to pull herself through the hatch into the silo compartment, but she couldn't move. Now Ibu began to pull her the other way. She felt her arms starting to straighten out as his unnatural strength overpowered her, tugging her back. Various ancient, unarmed combat routines began to unfold from her storage lacuna, slipping into the macrocellular clusters. But Laura didn't wait. She instinctively lashed out with her free foot, catching Ibu on the side of his head. It had all the impact of hitting him with a feather. He snapped her ankle. She heard the bone break with a terrible crack, and her leg went numb for a glorious instant. Then the incredible pain fired into her brain. Secondary routines damped down the impulse, reducing it to a manageable level. But Ibu slowly and deliberately rotated her foot. The fractured bone made a fearsome, grating sound. Her macrocellular clusters cut the nerve impulses altogether. Laura felt sick, but manic strength allowed her to cling to the hatchway. Through watering eyes, she looked back at Ibu, whose face was impassive. He was simply waiting for her to let go, so he could— What? Laura couldn't understand any of this. Rojas had now subdued a frantic Joey, putting him in some kind of submission lock. Ibu bent her ankle again. Laura knew she only had seconds before she lost her grip and was drawn back. Then Ayana was back in the hatch, her telekinesis jabbing at Ibu's face. Now he grimaced, his own attention diverted, a counter-telekinesis parrying her attack, but he didn't let go of Laura. Hanging on grimly to the hatch rim, Laura directed her telekinesis to her breast pocket. The Swiss Army knife wiggled free, and she flicked out the longest blade. It rotated in mid-air to point at Ibu. Laura shoved it forward with all the power she had. The blade sliced down Ibu's cheek and stabbed into the gap between his suit's helmet ring and his neck. He froze. Ayana gasped. Laura's ESP perceived the blade penetrating a good 6 or 7 centimeters into his flesh, just behind the clavicle bone. A dark blue liquid began to pour out along the side of his neck. For one confused moment, she thought her knife had cut through some kind of coolant tube in the suit. Then she finally acknowledged it was blood, or whatever the Ibu copy used for circulatory fluid. With a yell, she twisted the blade, pouring all her savagery and determination into the thought. The Ibu copy snarled as the knife turned, scraping against his clavicle. Laura jerked her ruined foot free of his grasp and tugged herself up through the hatch, with Ayana helping heave her along. The pair of them tumbled into the silo compartment. Laura banged into one of the metal silo tubes, rebounded, and grabbed at the first handhold she could see, steadying herself. "Move!" she bawled, and reached for another handhold. Ayana raced along the other side of the compartment, heading for the equipment lockers. The Ebu copy squirmed through the hatch, his collar still spitting out blue globules. Laura was barely thinking. Survival instinct had cut in. She just had to get away. At the back of her gibbering mind was the notion of her and Diana barricading themselves inside the forward cabin. Nothing else mattered, apart from getting some kind of secure, reassuringly physical barrier between herself and the alien things. She swept past the lockers and dived up the ladder to the service compartment, slapping the rungs as she went, adding speed and stability to her flight. For once, she performed the maneuver with a decent amount of agility. Ayano was right behind her. A hysterical scream tore through the shuttle. Laura turned in fright, and shock locked every muscle. Ayano was halfway along the ladder. The Ebu copy had caught up with her. One hand gripped her thigh, allowing him to bite her calf. Not some angry street fight snapping of jaws. He had sunk in his teeth, penetrating the ship suit fabric, and closed his jaw around the calf muscle. As Laura watched, his head wrenched back so he tore out a chunk of Ayana's flesh. He began chewing it. Ayana wailed in helpless dread. Blood was pumping fast out of her ragged wound, scarlet globules forming a sickly galaxy around her leg. The Ebu thing lowered his head again and took another bite. Laura threw up. The Rojas copy arrived at the ladder. He swarmed over Ayana, opening his jaw wide. His strength tugged her arm away from the ladder and forced her fingers into his mouth. Ayana's screaming was deafening, blotting out the sound of her knuckles breaking as they were bitten through. Her mental voice was an incoherent yell of pain and utter horror. It was like an assault on Laura's senses, battering her as violently as any physical blow. Yet still, the survival instinct was strong enough to goad her into action. She grabbed her way along the service compartment floor and into the forward cabin, her own piteous wailing like a soprano whistle, tears wrecking her vision. Her hand thumped down on the hatch button. The malmetal closed. ESP showed her a dozen conduits and power lines around the hatch. Her telekinesis reached out and clawed at every one of them, shredding the insulation and the conductors, ripping them apart. The lights went out. Alarm sounded as short circuits blew safety cutoffs. The background whining of several fans faded to silence. Red lights flared on the console. Laura pushed herself away from the hatch. Ayana's screams had stopped before it was closed. Something hit it on the other side. Another strike, another and another, then silence. She curled up into a fetal ball and began sobbing. It was a feeling that took a long time to register. Not a compulsion, but a sensation akin to recognizing a smell. Laura blinked in confusion. It was her Gaiamotes gently apprising her someone was wanting to talk to her. Joey. That was the mental scent. Very cautiously, Laura opened up the Gaiamote sensitivity. "Laura? Joey?" "Yes." "I don't know if it's really you. Oh, bollocks. This can't be happening. They ate her, Joey. They ate her. And I left her behind." The shame was so overwhelming, she wanted to body loss, relife herself free of all this. Vermilion would break out of the void somehow, and everyone left behind would be relifed, using memories in the starship's secure store. Her life would go on without any memory of Shuttle 14 or the forest, no knowledge of what Ayana had endured. "It's me. I swear it." The surge of emotion that slipped through the Gaia field connection from him was profound and utterly sincere. Laura started crying again. "Oh, Joey. Joey. What are they?" "I don't know. Some kind of copies." "Where are you? What happened?" "I'm still in the EVA hangar. Look." When she closed her eyes and accepted his vision through the Gaia field, she saw the EVA hangar from an off-kilter angle. She, Joey, was looking at it from the airlock end. The emergency blue lighting was on, and there was no sign of the alien human copies. "They fastened me in place. But I did it, Laura. What I said. The same thing you did. While they were busy with Ayana, I closed the hatch with telekinesis, then screwed up the power cables, shorted everything out. They can't get to me. Can you move? A wash of stoic regret came through the connection. No. My telekinesis isn't strong enough to break the bond. It's some kind of tough polymer wrapped around my wrists and ankles. Can you manipulate a tool? Cut through it? Lara, please. I'm not sure I'm that accurate. You have to get back here. An involuntary tremor ran the length of her body. She let out a pitiful squeak of fear. No, I can't. They will come for you. You know that. They will find tools. They will cut through the hatch. Just the thought of it made tears well up again. Without gravity, the liquid simply swelled up on her eyeballs, distorting her vision. I left her, Joey, she confessed. I just left her with them. I didn't even try to help. I was too scared. How awful am I? She was all alone with them, and she died like that. She died alone, Joey, with those things eating her. Nothing could be worse than that. Nothing. Maybe I deserve them coming for me. Stop it. They're strong, much stronger than us. You couldn't have done anything. It would have happened to you too. Have they? Did they? To you? No, I'm intact. I just can't move, that's all. Lara, you have to get down here. You won't have much time. I can't get through the hatch. I screwed it up pretty good. But even if I could get it open again, I wouldn't ever get past them. I've been thinking about that. Don't even try to fight your way past them. You have to EVA. What? There are emergency suits in the forward cabin. Put one on and break the windscreen. I control the exopod airlock. My telekinesis can reach the control panel. I've already opened the outer hatch ready for you. I wouldn't have suggested this otherwise. Check the network if you don't believe me. It took a long time for Lara to make herself move. Her macrocellular clusters were still blocking the terrible pain from her ruined ankle. Exovision icons were flashing up constant warnings about tissue damage and internal bleeding, which she'd ignored along with everything else as she dropped into a dangerous denial state. She hauled herself along the couches to the curving console under the windscreen. There were several system schematics up and running. They confirmed it. The EVA hangar airlock's outer door was open. I see, Lara said. Then come and collect me, Joey said. We'll fly the second exopod down to the planet and find Vermilion. Lara gave the windscreen a long look. The remaining hologram graphics blinking inside the glass were mostly warning symbols. Joey, how the hell am I going to break the windscreen? It can withstand aero brake entry into an atmosphere, and the shuttle is rated for gas giant work. The damn thing is tough, probably tougher than the rest of the fuselage. Yeah, but any chain is only as strong as the weakest link, remember? Take a look at how it's fastened to the main structure. Lara took a breath and sent her ESP into the fuselage itself, examining the layers and material, the seal all around the super-strengthened glass. Her mind's eye revealed the colored shadows that were stacked against one another like strata in rock, the same as a crude hologram display, she thought. There didn't seem to be many weak points. Her perception ranged wider, probing the rest of the forward cabin. I'm not coming through the windscreen, she told him. There's an emergency rescue panel in the roof. She pushed off the console and reached out for the rectangle above the second couch. When she squeezed a small recessed handle, it allowed her to pull it away. The meter-wide circle it exposed was covered in warnings about having equal pressure before triggering. There's a lot of safety locks, she reported. Bureaucrats should never be allowed anywhere near aerospace design teams. True. Now put your suit on. Joey, this is a bit... Something started buzzing intermittently against the hatch to the service compartment, softly at first, the way a bee knocked against glass, but then the frequency began to rise and became continuous. A bit what? Nothing. She tugged one of the emergency pressure suits from its overhead wallet. There was a moment of hesitation as she bent her knee, ready to push her foot into the baggy clump of silver-white fabric. Her ankle had swollen dramatically. The small gap between the hem of the shipsuit trouser leg and her shoe exposed skin that was a nasty purple-red. She was pretty sure she wouldn't be able to get the shoe off. The sight of it made her nauseous again. Not that there was anything left to throw up. For a moment her nerve block seemed to fail. That, or she imagined the pain. It practically overwhelmed her. "Nothing," she told herself with miserable fury. "You're feeling nothing compared with Anna." She forced her numb leg into the spacesuit, then pushed her arms into the sleeves. Her U-shadow managed an interface with the spacesuit processor, and the fabric contracted around her. The intense buzzing from the hatch rose toward ultrasonic. A blue-white point appeared along the edge of the hatch, shining like an arc spot. Laura grabbed the helmet and jabbed it onto the thick metal collar. It sealed immediately, and dry air hissed in, cutting off most of the buzzing sound. Molten droplets were spraying out from the hatch. They glowed like embers as they swarmed along the central aisle. She pulled down the quick-release lever on the overhead rescue panel. Alarm sounded, and the rim of the hatch turned scarlet. 2 safety latches clicked out from the lever, warning her of a 1-atmosphere pressure difference. She flicked them back with her thumb, and the alarm grew even louder. With one hand wrapped around a couch strap to hold her in the cabin, Laura twisted the lever around 90 degrees. The hatch immediately blew out amid a fast, violent blast of air. It pummeled her hard, shunting her around so her knees slammed into the cabin ceiling. More pain poured into her brain as she was spun around by the howling stream of air, to be quickly damped down by the nerve blocks. It took only seconds to evacuate the forward cabin's atmosphere. Laura found herself flailing about on the end of the strap, engulfed by a muffled silence. The distortion tree had vanished from view. The rest of the forest was a smear of motion as the shuttle lurched from the impetus of the abrupt gas vent. All she could hear was her own ragged breathing. She checked the service compartment hatch. The blue-white light had dimmed to a patch of glowing crimson metal. A tiny jet of white vapor was shooting out from a hole in the center of it. "Was that it?" Joey asked. "I felt 14 jolt around. Was that the cabin air blowing?" "Yeah." "You need to get down here. They'll realize they need the exopod to escape alive." "Ah, bollocks. Okay, I'm coming." She unwound her arm from the strap and pushed herself through the hatch. The forest whirled around her. Shuttle 14 was performing a lazy nose-over-tail flip every 200 seconds, with some yaw thrown in, just to make the sight even more disorienting. Stick pads on her wrists and soles adhered to the shuttle's fuselage, allowing her to crawl along. With the nerve blocks effectively paralyzing the lower half of her right leg, she could only use her left foot. Even so, it was easier than she'd expected. It probably helped that she didn't look around at the forest trees tracing their glowing arcs across void space. Her eyes were focused hard on the grey thermal shielding that was the outer layer of the fuselage. She made her way down the side of the forward cabin until she was clinging to the belly, then began the long haul to the tail. "Peel a wrist stick pad off with a roll. Ignore the fact that you're now only attached by 2 stick pads, and if they fail, the shuttle's tumble will fling you off into void space. And extend the free arm as far as you comfortably can, then press down again. Apply a slight vertical pressure to make sure the stick pad is bonding correctly, then twist the sole stick pad free. Bring the leg up as if you're going into a crouch. Press down. Check. Repeat, and repeat, and repeat." "I know what it is," Joey told her through the Gaia field. "What?" "I told you I was seeing something wrong with the planet. I know what it is." Laura brought her head up to check she was crawling in the right direction. 14's tail was about 12 meters away now, and she was veering offline slightly. She pushed her arm wide to compensate and pressed the stick pad down. "Go on, then. At this point, I seriously doubt that knowing will make anything worse." "You're sure about that?" "Bollocks, Joey, what is it?" "I'm telling you, because you need to know." The crawl was becoming harder. Her body was feeling the strain. She could hear her heart pounding away. She didn't need the Exovision medical graphics to know that, nor to see she needed more oxygen. How can 0G be so exhausting? "Joey, either tell me or shut the fuck up." "All right. The planet is spinning the wrong way." "What?" "It's reversed. When we were in Vermilion, the continents were turning east to west. Now we're in the forest. They're going west to east. That's what I saw. The continents going the wrong way around. which is why it took a while to figure out. It's almost too big to grasp. I don't understand. We're seeing the planet going backward. There's only one thing that could cause an effect like that. Now do you get it? The shuttle's tail was about 7 meters away. Laura had to pause to give her overexerted muscles a rest. No, she whined. Joey, what is it? Time, he said, accompanied by a wash of wonder and dismay. Ayana said the trees were distorting time, and she was right, but they're not slowing it down inside the forest. They're reversing it. Reversing? The forest is traveling back in time, Laura. That's why we can see the planet spinning backward. Vermilion didn't vanish. We're traveling back to a time before it arrived. Laura let out a distraught groan. She didn't need this, not on top of everything else. She rolled her stick pad and moved her arm, resuming the punishing crawl. Time travel is impossible. You know this. Causality, paradox, entropy. They can't be beaten, Joey. They can't be beaten in ordinary space-time, he said, but we're in void space. And void space exists within space-time, she said. The fundamentals are unchanged. The planet's spin is reversed, he told her stubbornly. We're traveling back in time. Whatever. You need to know, Laura. Once you leave the forest, all you have to do is wait for the Vermilion to show up and warn them about the globes. Which isn't going to happen, she retorted almost angrily, because I didn't show up, I didn't meet me, and I didn't stop us from coming here, did I? She reached the flat, trailing edge of the delta wings and started to clamber up around them. The blunt end of the fuselage swung into view. Clamshell doors had hinged up and to one side, exposing the wide circular airlock that made up the end of the EVA hangar. Its outer door was open, which made her let out a small whimper of relief. Joey had been telling the truth about that at least. She was starting to worry the tank yank malady was affecting his brain. Joey, I'm at the airlock. Great. Find something to hang on to. You'll need to be really secure. What? She asked in bewilderment. I've overridden the safeties. I'm going to open the inner door, blow the hangar's atmosphere out. It'll be quite a blast, so you need to be secure. I don't want you blowing away, okay? Joey, what the fuck? You'll see. And you'll make it out of the forest, too. The second exopod's intact. What's happened? She sobbed. Why are you doing this? I can't come with you. Please, Laura. Find something to fasten yourself to. What have they done to you, Joey? She asked in dread. Why are you doing this? Are you secure? She couldn't argue. She was too exhausted. Besides, the fatalism he was releasing into the Gaia field told her there was no point. She looked around the inside of the big airlock. There were a dozen handholds and several empty equipment racks. She crawled over to one of them and hinged its titanium latches around her. Secure. The inner doors began to peel apart. Gas rushed out of the expanding hole, thin white vapor streaking past her. Shuttle 14 began to move, propelled along a weirdly erratic course, the escaping plume of atmosphere exaggerating its original tumble. Laura saw the glowing distortion trees whirl around and around as she was shoved against the rack's latches. Once the distant planet crescent whipped by. There seemed to be an incredible amount of atmosphere in the EVA hangar. It even kept roaring out in a vast hurricane when the airlock doors were fully open. Streams of vapor played across her spacesuit. It was like being caught in a powerful water jet. She could actually hear the noise. Then it was over. A cloud of twinkling ice crystals swarmed around the end of the whirling shuttle, expanding fast. Laura freed herself from the rack and started to crawl inside, where the blue emergency lighting cast everything in sharp relief. That worked, then, Joey said. Laura could feel his emotions through the Gaia field link. Satisfaction and fatalism combined. Also fright. He was allowing that to show for the first time. Pain was starting to color his thoughts now, a dull ache spreading out from his empty lungs. She scuttled past the airlock's inner door and saw him, every limb locked rigid in shock. Joey! Oh, Joey, no! No, no, no!
He was stuck to the alien globe. One leg, an arm, and a third of his torso had sunk into it. The side of his head was up against the wrinkled black surface, an ear already absorbed. Laura used the handholds now, gliding over to him.
"Don't touch me,"
he warned.
"Why didn't you say? Oh, bollocks, Joey, why?"
Explosive compression had ruptured capillaries under his skin, turning his flesh scarlet. Blood oozed through his pores and wept out from around his eyeballs. His mouth was open, also emitting a spray of fine scarlet droplets with every heartbeat. "I was body lost the moment the fake Rojas grabbed me. This way you get to live, and they don't get to copy me. Worthwhile.
Joey,
say hi to my real-life clone. Tell me how noble I am."
Joey.
The Gaia field connection faded out. Laura stared at Joey's awful ruined face as the blood droplets started to vacuum boil. It was only when the swelling scarlet mist smeared her helmet that she suddenly moved again. She hauled her way over to the second exopod and slipped in through the open hatch. The webbing floated about in a tangle, which she sorted out, clicking the buckles together to hold her in place. Power up was a simple sequence. The hatch closed, and air squirted in. Piloting wasn't exactly her talent set, but there were some basic files in her storage lacuna. They ran as secondary routines in her macrocellular clusters, and she managed to steer the little craft out through the open airlock, only scraping the sides twice as she went. The shuttle twisted about, its spin rate increased massively by the loss of the EVA hangar atmosphere. She stabilized the exopod and carefully brought it back as close as she could to the floundering delta shape. The biggest engines she had were 3 high-density ion rockets in the base of the spherical fuselage, capable of producing 1/5 of a G. Laura fired the rockets at full thrust. 3 plumes of high-energy plasma stabbed down onto Shuttle 14's fuselage, striking at the port wing root just behind the forward cabin. They punctured the grey thermal shielding, roasting the composite and metal stress structure beneath. Systems vaporized, tanks ruptured, the pressure hull fractured, blowing out the passenger cabin's atmosphere. The exopod was 200 meters away from the shuttle when Lara switched off the ion rockets. She fired the maneuvering thrusters, turning the little craft so she could see the shuttle through the wide circular port. It was tumbling even faster now, surrounded by a cloud of scintillating debris. The port wing was badly buckled, with a dark ruptured crater still venting spurts of gas. One of the clamshell doors had broken off. When the tail swung into view, even the EVA hangar's emergency lights were out, but the center of the shuttle was intact. The alien things could still be alive in there. She flew the exopod back to 14, nudging it as close as she dared. Radar tracked the tumble, showing her the tail swinging around toward her. She fired the ion rockets again, sending the ice-blue spears of plasma slamming into the EVA hangar. They must have scored a direct hit on the other exopod's fuel tanks. An explosion blew the rear quarter of the shuttle apart. Jagged fragments came whirling past the port, along with a vivid plume of vapor that was alive with snapping, static discharges. When she maneuvered the exopod to view the results, 14 had broken in two. The port wing had ripped free, and the main cabin section was split open along the length of the remaining fuselage. She stared numbly at the wreckage for several minutes as it drifted away. There was no satisfaction, no sense of winning. She'd done what was necessary to survive. That was all. Behind the dwindling shuttle, the vast distortion trees maintained their radiant constellation, unknowing or uncaring about the demise of their creatures. The exopod sensors locked on to the planet 1.5 million kilometers away. Laura loaded that into the network, which incorporated it into the existing navigation data and began to plot a vector for her. The first burn, lasting 3 minutes, took her out of the forest. As she passed through the edge of the distortion trees, a time symbol flicked up into her exovision. It had been 27 hours, 42 minutes since Shuttle 14 had actually entered the forest and its altered temporal environment. Laura shook her head ruefully. She still didn't believe poor Joey's theory of time travel.
The second burn lasted 17 minutes and consumed 68% of her fuel. There would have to be regular corrective burns, but flight time to the planet was calculated at 92 hours. She took off her helmet and smelled the tiny cabin's air. It was a lot fresher than the recycled atmosphere the suit had been feeding her. Her first priority had to be her ankle. Half her exovision was filled with medical displays, most of which were red or amber. The suit released its grip on her, and she wiggled out with a distinct lack of elegance. It was cramped in the little craft, and the straps didn't help. Elbows, knees, head, feet, they all bumped into some part of the walls or port or consoles. When she finally rid herself of the suit, it was an effort not to wince at the sight of her ankle. Released from the suit's grip, the flesh was swelling badly. She did have to cut the shoe free and slice the trouser leg open. The Swiss Army knife would have been really useful for that, she acknowledged grimly. Fortunately, the medical kit had an old-style scalpel blade. What it lacked was a decent selection of medicines and treatment packs. Not that she would have trusted the packs in the void anyway. It really was a basic emergency pack, intended to triage wounds until the exopod returned to the main ship, where there would be a hospital and doctors who knew how to program bionics properly. She had to make do with anti-inflammatories and a large dose of coagulants to stop any further internal bleeding. Thankfully, her nerve blocks were still functional. She didn't like to think what the pain levels would be otherwise, and she had no idea what to do once she had landed. The bone needed setting properly, and the fluid draining. There were files in her storage lacuna that showed how to deal with such an injury using only primitive equipment. It was like a text left over from the 21st century. Laura had no idea if she could self-operate, even with 100% pain blocks. Once the medicines were administered, she ordered the exopod sensors to scan for the Vermilion's beacon. Even if, and you're being ridiculous here, she told herself, she had somehow travelled back in time, the Vermilion would be approaching the planet. Captain Cornelius would be preparing to launch a science mission to the forest, and somewhere deeper in the giant starship, medical staff would be tank-yanking her and Diana and Joey and Ibu and Rojas. The exopod completed 3 scans and reported no beacon signal of any type or at any strength, not in space, not coming from the planet either. Bollocks! 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 Where the hell were they? 3 starships that size couldn't simply vanish. Unless they haven't arrived yet, a traitor part of her mind whispered. So she did what she should have done as soon as she left the forest, and switched on the exopod's own beacon. It made her feel better, even though it didn't exactly help her situation. She ran a quick inventory. There was enough food for 2 weeks. That's if you counted dehydrated packets as food. They'd all have to be rehydrated. Water wasn't a problem. The exopod carried 10 litres, and a recycle filter system. Laura wrinkled her nose up at that, but there wasn't much choice. Only 89 hours left. A day later, she wasn't sure she would make it. Her ankle was the size of a football, the skin dark purple, and a fever was taking hold. She was shivering with cold as her flesh burned. More worryingly, there were odd moments where she was losing lucidity, lapses of time when she thought she was talking to Ayana. Twice she woke up shouting at Joey not to open the airlock. Every time it happened, she cursed herself for being so weak. She was afraid to take any more drugs for fear of making the delirium worse. She knew she had to drink more, but couldn't bring herself to suck on the tube. Her mind started to drift, constructing terrible scenarios of the world she was heading for. That the surface would be nothing but mounds of the dark alien globes, that the exopod would sink into them, that they'd penetrate the hull from every direction and contract around her. She'd be stuck to 6 different globes at once, and they'd each start tugging at her, trying to be the one that consumed her. "Where are you?" she shouted as the sensors reported there was still no beacon signal from Vermilion. By the end of the 2nd day, she had withdrawn into a perfect storm of misery and self-loathing. There was so much she could have done to help Ayana. If she wasn't such a coward, if she had a shred of human decency. Joey, too, could have been saved if she hadn't been so totally self-absorbed. Maybe Joey had the right of it, she thought, accept body loss, and get relived when the Vermilion escaped the void. She just wished she could believe that would happen. She had to take some drugs 10 hours out from the planet. Even in her wretched state, she acknowledged the next trajectory correction burn had to be performed correctly. If the exopod was going to aerobrake, it had to hit the outer atmosphere at a precise angle. There was little margin for error. It was a 52-second burn, aligning the exopod to graze the top of the atmosphere. Too long, and she would shoot past the planet, to be lost in void space. Too short, and the exopod would hit the atmosphere at a steep angle, overloading the thermal protective coating. There were so many factors involved, so much that could go wrong. No Commonwealth citizen was used to this level of uncertainty anymore. Technology simply worked. Aerobrake entry was the ultimate safety fallback, a capability provided almost as an afterthought. Nobody ever expected an exopod to actually do this, and as for actually using parachutes to land, she had to pull that file out of her lacunae, all the while praying the explanation of the chute system was some kind of void-derived glitch. Her life was going to depend on a bit of fabric and strings? Seriously? Fear began to supplant Laura's misery. Perhaps body loss isn't such a good idea, after all? The burn lasted its pre-programmed time, then cut off. Sensors measured her new vector and reported she was on track for a correct aerobrake insertion. Wow! Something went right. She forced herself to eat on the final approach phase, hydrating a tube of pasta. As always, it tasted of nothing, a gooey paste with spaghetti chunks blocking the nozzle every time she squeezed. She drank water to wash it down, mildly grateful she couldn't taste that either. An hour out from the atmosphere, she fastened herself back in the webbing. There was no way she was going to risk any weight being placed on her ankle. By now, the skin color around the broken tibia and fibula bones had darkened considerably, although she managed to convince herself the swelling had gone down slightly. The exopod hit the atmosphere. It was only the sensors that told her this to start with, showing the increased density of ions outside. Then the exopod started to tremble. That soon evolved into a pronounced shaking. A ruby glow crept in through the pod, overwhelming the bright white radiance of the clouds far below. Laura's hands tightened on the straps holding her upright as gravity began to reassert itself. A rumble began to penetrate the hull insulation as the exopod tore its way down at hypersonic speed. Her weight increased, straining the straps. The exopod reached 4 Gs, and Laura's nerve blocks began to fail. Her ankle was a throbbing mass of red-hot pressure. She cried out, a sound that was lost amid the tormented howl of air being shredded by the little craft's deceleration. Incandescent sparks were starting to zip past the port as unprotected systems vaporized off the hull. Sensor coverage was non-existent now. Not that she could have concentrated on anything they showed her. The exopod was shaking so much she couldn't focus. Gradually the shaking began to ease off. The shriek of obliterated air faded away, and the red glow of the thermal coating died out. Bright sunlight shone into the cabin. It was a glorious sapphire blue outside. Sky. The exopod slowed to subsonic speed 1,500 meters above the ground. Laura let out a relieved groan, which was immediately knocked out of her as the drogue chutes deployed, jerking the exopod viciously. Savage pain jabbed up her leg, and she screamed. Then the main chutes deployed. The exopod began to drift gently toward the planet's surface. It's actually working? Fuck me. Breathing heavily, Laura peered out through the port, eager to see the type of ground she was going to land on. It was a uniform ochre, undulating away to the horizon. A desert? She shouted in fury. After all this, a fucking desert? You've got to be fucking kidding me. She started crying, big tears rolling down her cheeks as she hung there in the straps, waiting numbly for the touchdown. 10 meters above the ground, a cluster of impact bags inflated out from the base of the exopod. They hit and immediately deflated, cushioning the landing. The exopod rocked about sharply, gouging out a shallow crater in the sand before slowly coming to a halt, tilted over at about 20 degrees. The main chutes fluttered away for several hundred meters before collapsing. Laura took her time unhooking herself from the straps. She was hanging slightly face down, and didn't want to fall on her damaged ankle. Slowly she lowered herself onto what was now the floor. The hatch was level with her head. All the port showed was a patch of sandy ground in the shade cast by the rest of the exopod. She reached up to one of the small consoles and studied the display screen. Power was down to 15%. She shut down the flight systems. All that was left now was the beacon, sending out its call for help, and the environmental unit. It could recycle her air for another 300 hours with the remaining power. Bollocks to that. Laura turned the environmental unit off and pulled the hatch lever. There was a loud hiss as the pressure equalized. Then the hatch swung open. A wave of warm, dry air rolled in. She breathed it down, not too worried about spores or any other alien microbes. Even without functional bionics, her immune system was enhanced by advancer genes. It could cope with a lot of dangerous biological crud. But in any case, she was past caring. It wasn't going to be bugs that killed her now. She crawled out of the exopod and looked around. It really was a desert, a flat expanse of gritty sand with meandering rills rippling away in every direction. She crawled around the exopod to be sure, but nothing broke the desolate span of ochre sand except for the red and yellow striped fabric puddle of the chutes. There were no clouds in the sky, no wind, no humidity, nothing alive apart from her. Oh, bollocks. The sunlight was intense. She was already sweating. If she stayed out for much longer, she'd burn. Probably get sunstroke, too. She wiggled her way back through the hatch, only to find that the interior of the exopod was now hotter than outside. The damn thing was acting like an oven under the midday sun. Oh, just great. The environmental unit came back on with an unhealthy, clanking sound. It settled down soon enough, producing a slightly strained whirring. Laura didn't care. She wormed herself into a sitting position with her face under one of the vents, enjoying the cool air blowing across her skin. When she checked the display screen above her, she saw the power levels dropping already. At this rate, the power cells didn't even have enough charge to keep the environmental unit going until evening. With a groan, she lumbered up out of the hatch again and scuttled around to a small panel in the base of the exopod. The emergency planetary survival kit was inside, but streaks of molten metal from some sensor or antenna had solidified over the panel, practically welding it shut. She tried prizing at it with her telekinesis, but she certainly wasn't strong enough to shift the metal bonds. Looking around, she found a sharpish rock. Flakes of the blackened metal broke off as she hammered away. The irony made her grin fiercely. A rock hammered to open a spaceship, surely the ultimate clash of primitive against sophisticated. She was sweating profusely by the time she finally managed to clear the panel and tug it open. The case slid out, containing basic supplies: 4 water bottles with built-in purification filters, another medical kit, a couple of array tablets with high-powered transmitters, 2 insulated one-piece suits, which would be useful in this heat, she admitted, some simple tools including an axe and multifunction knife, not dissimilar to the Swiss Army knife, 2 force-field skeleton suits. Their processors didn't even respond to her U-Shadow's ping, a pair of high-density power cells, and an amazingly thin photovoltaic sheet that just kept unrolling. She spread that out, holding it down with rocks on each corner, and plugged it into the high-density cells, then plugged them into the exopod's power circuit. Back inside, she gulped down a liter of water after her exertions, and the photovoltaic sheet alone was producing enough electricity to keep the environmental unit going. Her exposed skin was starting to smart from sunburn, so she slathered on some salve. She spent a long minute staring at her damaged ankle. It hadn't gotten any worse, but sun exposure definitely hadn't helped. If she was going to put on an insulated suit, she'd have to cut the trouser leg open first. She turned to the 2 array tablets. They had black solar cases that would recharge their cells, so she set them to broadcast a distress signal at full power for 10 minutes, then charge up for 50 minutes before signaling again. As they were solid state, they should be able to maintain that cycle indefinitely. After she'd set them outside, she ate another tube of pasta and checked the sensors. There was no trace of the Vermilion or the other starships. The sky was clear of any signal. It made her wonder how far she'd travelled into the past. Not that it was possible, but if. 4 hours later the sun dropped below the horizon. After another hour it was cool enough for her to turn the environmental unit off. She looked out of the hatch without venturing outside. Above her, the void's nebulae dominated the sky. Below them, the desert was perfectly still, a silence that was unnerving now that the environmental unit had stopped its wheezing and rattling. Looking at that vast, unyielding stretch of grainy sand, she knew there was no way she could get across it on her own. The solar sheet would supply power long after her food and water ran out. All she could do was stay put and keep alive until Vermilion arrived. There was nothing else. Just wait and pray that, against all logic and science, Joey had been right. In the morning she started an inventory of food. She refused to cut down on her water intake. That would be dangerous. But she could afford to eat fewer calories, especially as she planned on doing nothing. She settled back in the tiny cabin and began reviewing the science data she'd assiduously stored in her lacuna. The molecular pathways inside the distortion tree were truly extraordinary. Mapping them properly was going to be a serious task, but it would stop her thinking about Ayana and the others. 7 hours after dawn, the environmental unit packed up. Laura just laughed at the silence. What's next? A tsunami? She was beginning to believe the void's controlling intelligence was taking a personal and very macabre interest in her. This catastrophic mission was her very own rat maze, and I can't find the cheese. She'd gotten the top of the environmental unit open when a sonic boom hit the exopod. The harsh sound made her jump. She dropped the tools and stuck her head out the hatch, searching the sky. High above her a small black speck was falling at terminal velocity, producing a grubby vertical contrail filled with twinkling embers. The contrail shrank away to nothing, and the speck fell in silence. Then a couple of drogue shoots shot out. Laura's heart thudded hard. "It can't be," she murmured. "I killed you. I killed you, damn it! I killed you!" It was as if her own memory were false. She closed her eyes and saw the tumbling wreckage of Shuttle 14, its rear quarter shredded. It had happened. She knew it had. But the drogues pulled out the main chutes. 3 big red and yellow striped circles bloomed across the clear sapphire basin. An exopod hung underneath them, floating gently to the ground. "No," Laura said numbly. "No, no, this can't be right. This isn't my cheese." Even to her own ears she sounded like she was cracking up. Then she noticed her time display. 27 hours, 40 minutes since she'd landed, which was weird, because the descending exopod probably had a couple of minutes or so before touchdown. She shielded her eyes and frowned up at it. It was coming down close, very close, directly above now, and... Shit! Laura heaved herself out of the hatch and started crawling frantically across the hot, grainy sand. She'd made probably 9 meters when there came a soft pop of impact bags inflating from the base of the exopod. It landed smack on top of hers and tilted sharply sideways, thudding to the ground. The main chutes fluttered away. Laura's time display read 27 hours and 42 minutes since she'd landed. Exactly. "No way," Laura said, too stunned to move. "Out of an entire planet, it lands on top of my exopod. Precisely on top. What the fuck do you want from me?" she yelled into the empty sky. She started crawling back to the 2 exopods, snarling as the grainy sand scratched her knees and wrists raw. She didn't care. She had to get to the exopod, to face down whatever fresh horror the void was taunting her with. The newly arrived exopod was lying on its side. Laura picked up the axe from the planetary survival kit and clawed her way up to the hatch, which was at shoulder height. Putting all her weight on her good foot, she pulled the lever. There was a hiss of pressure equalizing, and she swung the hatch back. She raised the axe, expecting to see the copy Rojas or the copy Ibu, most probably both. But it wasn't them. A perfect Laura Brandt hung in the webbing straps, squinting against the brilliant sunlight flooding in. She was flawless, even down to the discoloured, badly swollen ankle and slit shipsuit trouser leg. Laura screamed long and hard. The other Laura screamed back at her. Laura brought the axe down with manic strength, burying the edge in her doppelganger's skull. Book 2. Dreams from the Void. July 9th, 3326. Nigel Sheldon woke up. He was immediately aware of feeling warm and cosy, exactly how it should be after a good night's sleep. Then he remembered the last thing that had happened. His eyes snapped open. There was a face looking down at him. It was his own. "Welcome to the world," said the grinning Nigel at the side of the bed. "Oh, hell," Nigel groaned. "Yeah, afraid so." 2 months earlier, May 17th, 3326. New Costa, a megacity that once sprawled for more than 600 kilometers along the coastline of Augusta's Cinnabar continent, then extended almost as far inland. At its peak, home to 1 billion people, all of them devoted to one ideal, making money. In those days, the city boasted over 1 million factories, producing every consumer product the human race had ever dreamed up. The heavy industrial plants consumed the minerals ruthlessly strip-mined from Augusta's other continents, spewing their contaminated effluent out into the oceans. Its wormhole station, New Costa Junction, with its strategic connection back to Earth, boasted 50 wormhole generators creating permanent gateways to the thriving, ambitious new H-congruous planets still farther away from the old homeworld. Gateways that were the perfect export routes, enabling those halcyon worlds to develop cleaner, greener societies by transferring their industrial pollution debt to Augusta, where no one cared. Multi-planetary corporations, entrepreneurs, financiers, all of them spent their work-addict life in New Costa's endless, centerless checkerboard of industrial districts and residential zones. And when it was all over, when they were burned out and prematurely aged, they'd relife and do it all over again, and again, forcing themselves a little farther up the corporate ladder each time in a way that would have made Darwin shudder. Augusta's commercial expansion was performed with a ruthless imperial nonchalance, conquering all it reached out to. That was back in the era of the Starflyer War, 900 years ago, the Commonwealth's first and, to date, only interstellar conflict. Victory came in no small part thanks to the terrible and sophisticated weapons developed, then mass-produced, on Augusta. All of which made New Costa as rich in history as it was poor in culture. If you looked down on the ramshackle old road grid and chaotic layout of neighborhoods, it was a history that could be read like the rings of a terrestrial tree. Flying away from New Costa Junction, Nigel Sheldon had a perfect view of all that living archaeology as he turned his capsule's forward fuselage transparent. For all that the megacity was in a period of drastic reduction, the old CST, Compression Space Transport Station, was still as busy as ever. The 3 ancient terminus buildings were still standing, each one with a roof that spanned over 2 square kilometers. Today it was mainly people who used the wormholes that knitted the central worlds together. When he'd started the company, it was trains that zipped through the wormholes, carrying freight and passengers between disparate planets. Nowadays, with fabricators and replicators reproducing most things, including themselves, consumerism was effectively dead on the central worlds. Anybody could assemble whatever they wanted in their own home. In practice, though, there were limits. Large or sophisticated machines were built in New Costa. The megacity had even held on to its lead in starship manufacture, accounting for nearly 30% of the Commonwealth's total. The capsule headed north, keeping parallel to the coast, its ellipsoid shape pushing through the air at just below subsonic speed. Right on the shore he could see the big air barges hovering above the waves, with dozens of smaller earth mover bots loading them up with soil. It was the Port Clyde Peninsula, now crater, he acknowledged wryly. In the good old days there had been 35 massive nuclear fission reactors sited there, providing cheap energy to almost 10% of the city. Today, the cleanup was almost complete. Before long the giant hole would be filled in and turned into a wildlife park. Not that Augusta had much native vegetation or animal life.
which was one reason he'd chosen it as the ideal location to build his corporate fiefdom. His U-shadow told him he had a call from his wife. "I'm not going to make it tonight," she told him. Why not? He tried not to make it sound petulant. He and Anin Salib had been married for 80 years now, a record for both of them. She was only 430, while he was now close to his 1300th birthday. That meant being together all the time wasn't as important as it had been even 600 years ago, back when he still had a harem and lived a ridiculously lavish, multi-trillionaire's lifestyle to the full. But they had been apart for a month now. He missed her. "There's been some hanky-panky going on at our MacLeod facility," she told him. Nigel blinked in surprise. "Hanky-panky?" "The managers think the Smart Core has been compromised." "Why?" he asked in genuine puzzlement. The Sheldon dynasty's MacLeod facility had been tasked with building 150 huge exospheric stations that would float just outside Earth's atmosphere, ultimately providing the entire planet with a T-sphere, allowing practical teleportation anywhere on the surface. It wasn't a controversial project. ANA governance had only commissioned it after a long and no doubt tediously parochial debate amid the many political factions that flourished with humanity's downloaded personalities. "Production hasn't been disrupted, so it wasn't sabotage," Anin said. "Admiral Casimir believes it may be the Knights Guardians movement." 1,296 years old he might have been, and possessing all the phenomenal emotional control only a life so long could bring, but Nigel still let out a sigh of dismay. "Not far away again. Will that planet never stop being a problem?" "Apparently not." "What do they want with the MacLeod Smart Core?" "Navy intelligence suggests the Knights Guardians want to build their own T-sphere." "Why don't they just ask us for one? ANA hasn't restricted the technology to the Central Worlds. It's just horribly complex. I can barely understand the operational theories myself." "Probably because we wouldn't give them one that's weaponized." "Oh, that goddamn psycho woman. She's been in suspension for 600 years already, and she's still casting a paranoid shadow." "Never mind, darling. 3 more years and our colony ships will be ready." Yum. It had taken him long enough, but 5 years ago Nigel had finally decided to do what so many others had done, and leave the Commonwealth behind to start a fresh civilization a long, long way away. The Sheldon dynasty had sent out transgalactic colonies before, and Nigel had almost gone with them. But there was always one more problem to deal with, one more political fight, one more, until now. Now he was finally going to turn his back on it all for good and find time for himself. This time. "I'll see you in a few days," Anin said. "Good." Nigel's U-shadow ended the link. As the capsule raced away from Port Cly, he saw one of the air barges lumber up into the sky and fly toward New Costa Junction. It would be using the zero-end wormhole at the station, which opened in deep space, the most convenient and safest place to dump radioactive waste or other industrial contaminant material. These days it was used almost exclusively to dump Augusta's toxic legacy where it would do no harm. That hadn't always been the case. The zero end was originally built for discrete disposal to assist the commodities market. Back in the day, surplus harvests or an excess of rare minerals had been quietly shoved out into oblivion, assisting the market price, reaping bigger profits for the financial sectors at the expense of the consumer. "What were we doing?" Nigel murmured, as he visualized millions of tons of golden grain streaming off into the interstellar night. Cheap food that could have made ordinary people's lives just that little bit easier, and reduced the wealth of people like himself by micro-percentage points. Those economics were thankfully over, at least in the Central Worlds, almost all of which had switched to higher culture. So many of the external worlds continued to follow the old-style economic and financial patterns. Their politicians claimed it gave them freedom, which Nigel just laughed at. Fortunately, there was a steady migration of citizens inward, firstly to lead calm and easy lives on the Central Worlds before inevitably downloading their minds into ANA, which was the closest the human race had come to a technological version of heaven. So maybe those conniving politicians did have a point. He was too much of an individualist to contemplate a download. It was interesting that most people retreated into A&A after 3 or 4 centuries, knocking about the Commonwealth, whereas those who pressed on over 600 or 700 years tended to stay in their heavily modified and enriched bodies, almost as if A&A was some kind of illicit temptation, avoiding which allowed you to reach true maturity. The capsule curved inland, following the main airborne traffic stream for the Cromarty Hills. Other capsules formed a fluid matrix around him, shiny metallic ellipsoids ploughing through the hot clear air, shining so brightly under the stars' blue-white glare that they appeared to have their own halos. Beneath him was the long serpentine ribbon of the 10-lane Madani Freeway, standing above the slender river on thick pillars as it followed the floor of the shallow meandering valley all the way back to the hinterlands. Most of the road had been converted now, mutating from a sturdy grey and black ribbon of enzyme-bonded concrete to a weird botanical symbiont colony. With the advent of regrav capsules, New Costa had been quick to abandon its roads. Roads needed annual maintenance dollars spent on them. Air traffic only needed a smart core controller. Now bots crawled along the Madani Freeway, laying a complex weave of biological arteries around the concrete. More bots tunneled into the ground below the support pillars, creating a root network to feed the modified freeway. Nutrients pulsed along the new arterial plexus, supporting an incredible diversity of vegetation. The native plants from hundreds of worlds had been genetically adapted so that they could all be sustained by the same nutrient fluid. The end creation was a wild river of jungle winding its way through the shrinking city, curving down to parks along the old off-ramps and intersections in a strangely exotic 3-dimensional growth curve that nature could never produce. Nigel could still remember meeting with the bunch of crazy artists who'd begged him for the opportunity to do something different from the standard flatten and replant policy that gripped so many of the central world's shrinking cities. He'd agreed not just because such a revamp might well be a spectacular art statement, but as a kind of acknowledgement of how different their environment could become. It was also an oblique tip of the hat to the enigmatic planters who had left behind huge hybrid organic constructs on the worlds they'd visited. Nigel's dynasty had finally cracked their nanotech inheritance, adapting it into the bionics that the Commonwealth knew. Bionics gave any and every user command of the very molecules that made up their bodies, as well as making new generations of replicators possible. Ironically, the technology incorporated within the bots was now also rendering whole swaths of New Costa obsolete. Yet, for all its population was reducing on a daily basis, New Costa was still home to over 100 million people. The residential districts, with smaller, mass-grown, dry-coddle homes, where all the low-level company workers used to live, had been reduced and turned to parkland connected to the synergistic freeways. But the districts with the larger mansions and elegant condos, those around the fringes of the city, away from the worst industrial excesses, remained. That was where the majority of people lived now. Nigel had an estate in the heart of the Cromarty Hills, 300 square kilometres of manicured gardens and immaculate old-style parkland on the edge of the megacity. The palace, in the very middle, was a ludicrous anachronism now, effectively a single-building town that had been capable of accommodating his entire household. That was back when he had a vast immediate family and an entourage of managers and lawyers, all of whom had their own staffs, who would travel between his lordly residences on many planets, settling for a few months in one, then moving on like some royal procession out of medieval times. A life lived in a fashion that made the old French Sun King seem cheap and small. The estate smart core ran a final check on the capsule and its solitary passenger as it decelerated across the threshold. Enlightened he might be, relatively speaking, but Nigel was still quite assiduous about his privacy, especially on this day. His U-shadow directed the capsule to land outside the lake house, a lake 5 kilometres long and 3 wide, with islands of rock pinnacles whose crests were covered in a thatch of verdant vegetation. It had taken years to craft and carve these islands from local rock, and as far as cost was concerned, it was trivial compared with the sum his CST co-owner Ozzy had spent converting an asteroid into his home. The only normal, flattish island was in the middle, with a semicircular white marble pavilion structure above the shore. Most of the island was well-tended forest, but it had a lush, verdant lawn stretching between the water and the building. That was where the capsule came down. "Who's here?" he asked the smart core as he stepped out onto the lawn. Weeping willow leaves rustled softly in the warm Elliope wind that blew out of the heart of the continent. The humidity was as strong as always. He started to perspire almost at once. "There are 42 Dynasty members currently in residence, along with 117 associates and estate personnel. They are occupying 26 buildings. As requested, the lake house is empty, as are all buildings around the shore." "Good." Nigel put on a pair of mirror shades and squinted up into the sky. The glare point that was Regulus was poised above the rolling mountain crests and sinking slowly. It would be night in a couple of hours. "I will be having a visitor in 3 hours. Their starship will be diplomatic-coded. Let them through the security screen on my authority. Do not inform anyone else of their arrival."
"Understood."
Nigel hurried inside, where the aircon would be on and he could get ready. 5 hours previously, Nigel had been on Nova Zealand, a central world that just about qualified as H-congruous. Rosella, one of his great-great-great-granddaughters, was getting married for the first time. Given his 238 children that he knew of, it wasn't exactly a rare event, but her mother, Colossa, was on the Dynasty board, and had also signed up for the latest colony project, Family Obligation. It wasn't unknown to receive a call from the High Angel, just extremely rare. CST had discovered the alien arc ship in orbit around the gas giant Icalanes back in 2163. It looked like an unusually regular asteroid, except for the 12 giant crystal-roofed domes on stalks sticking out from the rocky surface. Closer inspection of the transparent domes revealed they contained cities. It was a Rael ship, though there were other species living in the domes. At the time, the Rael didn't reveal what the High Angel's purpose was. That only became clear 400 years later, once the Endeavour was turned away from the wall stars around the void. The Rael had built High Angel, and countless other arc ships, to evacuate representative populations of sentient species from the galaxy, should the void begin its terminal expansion phase. Ever since first contact, the Rael had enjoyed excellent diplomatic relations with the Commonwealth, even propagating New Glasgow, a dome city on High Angel for humans to live in. Then, after the Endeavour encounter, the Navy had been invited to join their observation of the void. The Rael didn't release any of their advanced technology, despite numerous requests, claiming they didn't want to disrupt the Commonwealth's natural socio-technological development. Even with constant contact, they remained an enigma. "Accept the call," Nigel told his U-Shadow. The wedding ceremony itself was over by then, and the relatively modest reception had just begun. Colossa had hired an entire resort village in the Fire Plain, a crater in the Arctic, surrounded by active volcanoes that heated the land to tropical levels. "Thank you for talking to me," the High Angel said courteously in a smooth male voice. Nigel grinned as Rosella and her new wife took to the open-air dance floor. Both girls looked blissfully happy. Somewhere beyond the resort's armed perimeter, the cries of mighty dinosaur-equivalent creatures rolled across the swamps. "You knew I would. Who refuses a call from you?" "Ozzy has been known to." "Of course he has. What can I do for you?" "I would like you to meet a Rael representative. She wishes to discuss an important topic with you." "Interesting. Why didn't she just call me direct?" "Your Unisphere is relatively secure. However, I would expect the Commonwealth Navy Intelligence Office to monitor all calls originating from me, especially one from a Rael." "Fair point. All right. I'll meet her. Where?" "We would suggest somewhere that affords some privacy." "I know just the place." After he'd taken a spore shower, Nigel got dressed in the lake house's master bedroom, choosing a simple pale brown silk suit with a semi-organic lining that contracted snugly around him. Checked the mirrors to see blonde hair that was still pleasingly thick, though he could do with a cut, jaw nicely flat, cheeks not too rounded. His one concession to cosmetic sequencing was green eyes. Otherwise he'd kept his own features. Unlike everyone else these days, he didn't hold his biological appearance in his 20s, preferring mid-30s to give a touch of maturity. Even today people passed judgment on purely visual clues. It mattered not that his brain was genetically and bionically enhanced beyond anything nature could ever achieve, and the ancillary lacuna now stored every memory from his life. Before such advances, he'd had to edit entire decades from his mind each time he underwent rejuvenation, to avoid the inevitable clutter confusion such an excessive accumulation of experience produced. But today, with secondary routines handling recollection, every day of those 1,300 years was instantly available. Every mistake, triumph, love, heartbreak, political maneuver, discovery, disappointment, wonder, and grubby deal that made his personality what it was. "The Rael ship has entered Augusta's atmosphere," the estate's smart core told him. "Thank you. Let it land. Then shield and screen the estate. No exceptions." Understood. The interior of the marble lake house always made Nigel think of some Scandinavian church. It was all down to the high vaulting ceilings and plain lines, complemented by simple curving furniture in white and grey. It was as if the place wasn't quite finished, but they'd started using it anyway. The principal lounge had a big arched window wall looking out across the dark water beyond the shore. The centre of the glass parted to allow Nigel out onto the lawn. Trees from Illuminatus had been planted on the rock pinnacle islands. At night, after Regulus had departed the sky, their bioluminescence came alive, crowning the islands in a soft blue and purple phosphorescence. Long reflection ribbons shimmered across the water like icy flames, the only visual beacons guiding visitors down. Nigel's enriched vision showed him the Rael craft while it was still 15 kilometers high. He fed the estate's sensor data into his sight, amplifying the image. The craft was a 20-meter sphere with a flat base. It was emitting gravitational distortion similar to a Commonwealth regrav drive. Nigel watched it land in the center of the lawn. His bionic field scan function caught a T-sphere expanding, and Rael was teleported onto the grass in front of him. He arched an eyebrow. "Very dramatic. Overuse of technology, though. What's wrong with a simple metal hatch?" "Welcome to Augusta," he said out loud. The Rael was larger than a terrestrial elephant, with a tough-looking grey-green hide. That was where any equivalence died. For Nigel, standing directly in front of the alien, it was like looking at the crown of an octopus. The wide rounded head was surrounded by tentacles that varied from the pair closest to the ground, which were long and strong, clearly evolved for heavy work, up to clusters of smaller, more agile appendages. Behind the array of tentacles, odd ropes of flesh dangled down like flaccid feelers, weighted by heavy knobs of technology, or maybe just jewelry, he conceded. "Thank you for receiving me," the Rael said from a mouth that was all damp folds. "I am Valar, High Angel's designated liaison with the warrior Rael." "Indeed. Please come in. I am delighted to grant you the freedom of my house." "You are most kind." Valar walked over to the lake house. She had 8 short legs along each side of her body. Devoid of joints, they moved in pairs, tilting up and forward to move her along in an elegant undulation. Nigel had to lengthen his stride to keep up. The entrance in the window wall widened further to accommodate Valar, then closed behind her. Nigel ordered the smart core to activate another layer of privacy shielding around the building. "I hope we are secure enough now?" Nigel asked. He remained standing. Somehow flopping back into a chair in front of the imposing alien would have seemed vaguely rude. Her eyes were clusters of 5 separate small hemispheres that swiveled around in unison to focus on him. "Completely. I thank you for the courtesy." "So what can I do for you?"
We are extremely interested in the latest development in the Commonwealth concerning the void.
Ah, Nigel murmured, and started to relax. Of course, Inigo. Inigo was a human who had allegedly started to have dreams about a life lived by an adolescent named Ediard, living on a planet called Querencia, inside the void. Ediard's story was of an idealist making his way through some quasi-medieval society, but with telepathic powers thrown in. So far, Inigo had released 4 of these astonishingly detailed dreams through the Gaia field, and was just starting the 5th. A lot of people thought they were perfect forgeries, fantasy dramas produced by some external world company that was enacting the mother of all product placements. But a lot more people, tens of millions already, and increasing daily, were utterly convinced by the visions Inigo alone had been mystically granted. Living Dream was a growing movement of those who wanted to live the same life as Ediard, and flocked to Inigo to await further revelations. He was rapidly turning into the human race's latest, unnervingly plausible messiah, offering a glimpse into a very strange universe indeed, where you lived a simpler, yet very different life. Nigel looked up at the Rael's eye clusters. I can't vouch that those dreams are real. Humans are capable of very ingenious deceptions, for a variety of reasons, not all of which make sense. The 4th dream shows Ediard travelling to the city of Macathran. Yes, it does. Nigel didn't quite blush, but he felt a mild embarrassment at admitting he'd accessed all the dreams, a 12-year-old caught sipping his father's beer. It was an odd city, built by aliens. It is one of ours. What? Macathran is one of the warships that formed our armada. It was part of the invasion we sent into the void 1,000,000 years ago. You're shitting me, Nigel blurted. I am not. No, of course. Sorry. But, are you sure? Yes. It is what convinced us that the dreams are genuine, that Inigo is somehow connected to Ediard, and that Ediard himself is real. How else would he know that name? Even we had almost forgotten it, and then there is the shape of the city, as well as its crystal wall. Nigel flinched, angry with himself for not seeing the obvious. Macathran was circular, with a crystal wall running around it. Son of a bitch! It's perfectly circular, and the city wall is the base of a dome. How obvious! Then the rest of the ship must be buried underneath. I didn't know you had canals in your cities. We don't. Our ships have an integral matter shift ability. Your species witnessed High Angel shape New Glasgow to suit you. This is what has happened here. Some other species lived in Macathran, and the ship crafted itself to their needs. Nigel sat down in one of the lounge's oversized couches, and then they all got carried off by Skylords to live in the heart of the void. Isn't that the local religion? Yes. Wow. So that's what's inside the void? A space-time continuum that permits mental powers? How the hell does it do that? We do not know. Nigel, this is the first glimpse we have ever been granted into the void. Our armada failed. No ship ever returned. We thought they were all dead, that the void had defeated them. Now it seems at least one has survived. Okay, he said, becoming wary. So what do you want? I have come to you because you are the leader of the Commonwealth. Nigel held up a hand, palm outward. Hardly. I drove a lot of its development and policy at the start, back when wealth mattered, but that was a long time ago. ANA governance bosses the central worlds around now. As for the external worlds, hell, they've got political parties to pounce on every grudge, and as a species, we're prolifically inventive when it comes to grudges. Valar didn't move. Nonetheless, you remain the single most powerful individual alive in the Commonwealth today. I have influence outside the norm, yeah. We need to investigate Inigo's dreams. It is urgent. There are certain resources available to me, he admitted slowly, but You turned back every ship from the wall stars. I know this. I accessed the Navy reports on the stealth ships Admiral Casimir has tried to slip past you. So how did humans wind up in there? And that civilization Ediard lives in is, what, a couple of 1,000 years old? Was the void snatching people from Earth back in medieval times? No, wait. Don't Ediard and Salrana talk about ships falling onto Quarentia? We do not know how humans got into the void. This lack is greatly disturbing to us. However, one of your intergalactic colony fleets disappeared 200 years ago. Disappeared? Nigel barked. What do you mean, disappeared? And if you knew that, why haven't you informed us? It was the second Brent fleet, consisting of 7 starships. The warrior Rael, who guard the wall stars, monitored it flying past the galactic core at considerable distance. Then they lost track of it. Please understand the monitoring was not constant. The warrior Rael are only concerned with starships that venture close. It is possible that the fleet changed course, or decided to settle a pleasant world they found in this galaxy, and we are looking for that right now. However, it is equally possible they were somehow taken inside the void. If that's right, then time inside the void is different. Faster, he mused. Well, why not? Giving people telepathic power is a lot weirder. Temporal flow is a much simpler manipulation of space-time. We've done it enough inside wormholes. The method by which humans got inside the void is possibly a higher concern to us than even the existence of Magathran. How so? A fleet of starships 200 years ago, or a pre-technology civilization on Earth. Either would mean the void has an ability to bring sentient species inside that we did not know about, and cannot detect. Frankly, we are very worried. Our million-year vigil may have been for nothing. Yeah, I see that. Nigel took a breath and stood up again. Valar, I will be happy to help you investigate Inigo as thoroughly as needed, and you were right to come to me. Playing by the rules will mean Inigo can stall any normal government disclosure request for decades in the courts if he wanted. I thank you. There is another aspect we would also request your assistance with. Which is? We would very much like to know how those humans got into the void. Their arrival myth needs to be determined. Magathran itself may be able to help. Nigel gave the huge Rael a puzzled look. Yeah, but how can you accomplish that? Someone has to go inside the void and ask it. May 19th, 3326. In all her 17 years, Alicia Decadi had never seen anything as lovely as the Isle of Lioth. It was one of over 1,000 tiny coral islands that made up the Anuga archipelago, stretching for 500 kilometers across Mayaguan's Sombrero Ocean. The C-shaped ridge of coral was barely a kilometer long. Thanks to Mayaguan's large, close-in moon, low tide pulled the waves back for 500 meters, exposing a shallow beach of the finest white sand, while on the other side of the isle a circle of low dragon-spine polyps produced a shallow lagoon whose water was bath-hot. Native cycads, clinging to the slender ground between, had salt-water roots, allowing them to produce towering stems with emerald fronds that rolled out like sails every morning. There were 12 wooden vacation shacks spread out along the curving shore. Deceptively ramshackle-looking from the outside, their interiors were a plush boutique design, promising the clientele a break of unashamed luxury. Darren had rented one of the shacks for a week. Darren was 20 years old, a natural human like herself, as were most of Mayaguan's population, a stubborn little external world rejecting both higher culture and the more prevalent advancer ethos that so many in the Commonwealth adhered to. Darren, who had moved to her mainland village only 4 weeks ago, taking up a position as assistant manager at the local Wallen General Store franchise. Darren, who was simply a dream of perfection, with his lean, dark-skinned body, flat face with a wide smile, and soft brown eyes that every girl in town wanted to have gaze at her. But Alicia was the one whom he made a special effort to talk to, and he was slightly shy and funny, and had the same simple dreams as her. He seemed to understand her so well,
the frustration of living in a backwater, her timidity at venturing out into the Commonwealth with all its wonder and strangeness. "Just don't rush," he told her. "It's been there for 1,000 years, and it'll last a lot longer. Wait until you're confident enough. That's what I'm doing. I will see it all, but when I do, it'll be on my terms." Darren, for whom it took 4 whole days before she dumped Tobin, her steady fella of 7 months. Darren, whom she went for long walks with. Darren, who encouraged her to keep up her schooling. Who seemed to understand her battleground relationship with her 67-year-old mother, who was set in ways that belonged in some distant, anachronistic century. Darren offering support and advice and sympathy. Who was so unselfish and empathized about her own insecurities. Darren, whom she was completely and utterly in love with, like no boy and girl had ever been before, whom she wanted to live with forever, and give him as many children as he asked for. Darren, whom she would willingly die for. He'd never made a move on her in those 3 weeks, not that she would have said no to him, but instead he talked openly and honestly about them becoming true lovers, and then he'd suggested this week together. With only a mild reluctance, her mother had agreed she could go, and so they took his aging fifth-hand capsule to Lyoth's discreet landing lawn in the middle of the Isle that afternoon. Their shack had a huge circular bed. Alicia blushed in delight as she looked at it. Just considering all the possibilities it offered for naughtiness that night made her deliciously excited. Then they changed quickly and went out exploring the Sublime Isle, running down the vast deserted beach where they splashed about in the waves. After that, they took a paddleboard lesson in the lagoon, constantly falling off, they were laughing so much. Holding hands during the walk back through the lush foliage, they discovered a number of sweet little secluded glades. Every time they stopped in one, they kissed, taking longer and longer each time, until she just wanted to rip off his swimming trunks there and then. "Tonight," he said, his gorgeous eyes never leaving hers. "I want it to be just perfect." She nodded, nearly biting through her lower lip in frustration. Dinner was served on a big wooden platform at one tip of the cove, with tables for 2 that had living canopies of scarlet flower vines. The only light came from candles. Service pots waited on the tables, but it was a real human chef working at the grill, cooking the fish. Alicia had put on her navy blue polka-dot dress, the one with a very short skirt and a neckline deep enough that Darren just couldn't stop staring. It was heavenly, being able to entrance him like that. There were 5 other couples on the platform that night, but the tables were placed well apart to grant each of them solitude. Alicia smiled at how fine everyone looked. There was only one person dining on his own, a really old man, like almost 30 or something, with shaggy blonde hair, wearing a dinner jacket that was as black as she'd ever seen. But even his table was set for 2. "A tiff, do you think?" Alicia asked with a giggle. Darren raised his small, frosted beer glass. "Here's to us never having one." She sighed. It was all so delectable. Until she'd met Darren, she'd never really understood the term soulmate. Another man and woman came in. She was wearing an expensive business suit, in complete contrast with all the very feminine dresses being worn by everyone else. Her partner was in an equally sober brown suit. "What?" Alicia began. She didn't recognize the woman, who had thick jet-black hair styled primly around a very elegant face that had a strong Filipino heritage, a face that looked seriously determined. She turned to Darren, startled to see how he had stiffened. His expression was no longer suffused with happiness. It unnerved her. She reached over the table for him, but he didn't move. The woman stopped at their table. "Darren Haas, birth-registered name Vincent Hal Ackerman. I am Senior Investigator Paula Mayo of the Commonwealth Serious Crime Directorate. I am placing you under arrest with the preliminary charge of multiple illegal cloning. Please deactivate all your enrichments and accompany Probationary Agent Digby to our capsule. You will be taken in custody to Paris, Earth, where you will be brought before a judge." "What?" Alicia gasped. "This is all wrong. Darren never did anything illegal." "Unfortunately, Alicia, your assumption is incorrect." "How do you know my name?" "Vincent, will you cooperate?" "Wait!" Alicia said as her anger grew. "This is crazy. Darren can't have cloned anyone. He works at the Wallen store, for Ozzy's sake. Everyone knows that. You've got the wrong person. No, Paula Mayo said. I haven't. Darren calmly finished his beer and stood up. Agent Digby applied a small circular patch to the side of his neck. Darren? Alicia asked, but he wouldn't look at her. Darren? She was too stunned to move. This couldn't be happening. Not to her. Not to her beloved Darren. Constable Graysill will escort you home, Paula told her as Agent Digby took Darren away. Your local clinic administrator has been informed of the situation, and a specialist psychiatric counsellor will be available for you. She gave Alicia a sympathetic smile. Best you see them. Wait, I don't understand, Alicia cried with rising distress. Darren couldn't have cloned anyone. He's just a store assistant, that's all. He's not. Trust me. We opened a case file on Vincent Ackerman 8 years ago. We suspect he has been engaged in this cloning activity for a lot longer. But who did he clone? Paula Mayo's stare was unflinching. You. There were tears, a lot of tears. Paula had been ready for that. Not that it made watching any easier. Poor Alicia's suffering was awful to behold. She cried so hard, sobbing uncontrollably as the constable from her hometown helped her up from the table. It can't be right, Alicia wailed dismally as she was gently led off the platform. Paula let out a long breath and pinched out the candle flame in the middle of the romantic table for two. Somebody started a slow hand clap, a deliberately mocking sound that was disturbingly loud amid the silence of the remaining stunned diners. Paula turned around, about to order her U-Shadow to run an identity scan. Then she saw who it was, sitting all by himself. She'd walked right past him before. She was so intent on Vincent Hal Ackerman, her constant low-level field scan reporting no immediate threats. "Well done, investigator," Nigel Sheldon said. "You got your man yet again." He held up a wine glass toward her. "Here, I chose a Camisse. You always like a fruity white. Nicely chilled, too." It wasn't often Paula found herself lost for words. "Nigel, what are you doing here?" He played the mock innocence well, gesturing at his table with its 2 place settings. "Waiting for you." "Nigel?" "Oh, come on," he said, grinning. "It's a beautiful night, on a planet that's a little wild and invigorating. You closed another case perfectly. Don't waste the moment. Celebrate with me." Paula sat down opposite him. "You're not going to propose again, are you? That's so old." He poured some of the Camisse into his own glass. "Of course not. I'm happily married." "You always have been." "Monogamously, now." She raised a questioning eyebrow. "You're such a cynic." "How did you know I was going to be here?" "I have a few people who still owe me favors. They checked with your office." He nodded at the weeping Alicia's departing back. "That was bad timing on your part." "It was in the nick of timing, if you ask me," Paula corrected. "Poor Alicia doesn't think so. Surely 'tis better to have loved and lost." "Vincent Hal Ackerman has been doing quite enough loving, thank you." Nigel smiled appreciatively. "So you still don't compromise?" "You know the answer to that." "Yes, but this is really what you're spending your time doing these days? Chasing after an illegal cloning operation?" "It was a weird one." "And you do like your weird, don't you? They're the best challenge, I suppose. But still, isn't this a bit small for you?" "Why do I get the feeling you're building up to something?" "Because you're the best detective there's ever been. So come on, chill. Tell me, brag a bit to someone who appreciates you. How bad has dear old Vincent been?" Paula took a sip of the wine, and it was a good choice. "Bad? He's cloned Beatrice Lissard 28 times that we know of. But he's good at covering his tracks. Digby will give him a memory read when they get back to Paris. I almost don't want to know what the true number will be."
"And who is Beatrice?"
"An old girlfriend of his. Very old. I interviewed her a while back. She and Vincent grew up on Kenyang 300 years ago, and when he was 20 and she was 17, they fell in love. It was as wonderful as it always is at that age. Then it fell apart."
"As it always does at that age."
"Quite. He was starting to get obsessional as well as over-possessive, so she moved on and found someone else. He never did."
Nigel's green eyes widened in understanding. So he cloned her and lived the romance all over again.
And again, and again, and... "Then Alicia is Beatrice, yes, the latest one. He's a hire, so Bionics maintain his body at biological age 20.
So every time the clone girl reaches 17...
Nigel wrinkled his nose and took a large drink.
"Definitely a weird one. So just to complete the creepiness, does he raise them himself?"
"No. That's why he only operates on the external worlds. He finds some natural human woman who's having second thoughts about her impending demise. It's common enough out here. Faith often wavers in the face of death when you can see other factions of our species carry on partying for centuries. He poses as a representative from a higher-sponsored charity that offers her money in a trust, which will pay to have advanced genes spliced in during a rejuvenation. That way she'll get a couple of extra centuries without even enriching with bionics. But the price of the trust fund is raising a poor little infant orphan girl."
"Weird and sick."
"Yeah, I'm not even sure what you call this. Serial first lover?"
"How did you catch him?"
"Not all the Beatrice clones turned out devout naturals after their affair burnt out. Some of them started to migrate toward the central worlds and got themselves some good new advanced genes spliced in. 2 of them wound up on Oaktear, 23 years apart." She raised her eyebrows significantly. 8 years ago, when the second one checked in at a clinic and got herself assayed. Surprise! Her genome was already registered in the government archive."
"I'm curious. What specialist?"
"Excuse me?"
"You told Alicia you've arranged a specialist counselor for her. What specialist?"
"Troubled adolescents."
"Ah, right. No shortage of them.
So when the memory read gives you the identity of all the clones,
will you put the numerous Beatrices in touch with one another?"
"I've no idea."
Paula started to read the menu. It was printed on a sheet of card, which was a novelty. It reminded her of her official home world, Huxley's Haven.
"That one I can comfortably kick upstairs."
"Paula, you don't have an upstairs. Even ANA does what you ask. It recognizes your value."
She grinned. "Ah, is this when you tell me what tonight is all about?"
"I'm leaving the Commonwealth. Did you know that?"
"Your dynasty's latest colony fleet will be finished in 3 years."
"Of course you know that," he said sourly.
She smiled demurely. "Unless you bottle out again."
"That's a little harsh, don't you think?"
"Everybody thinks you left on your dynasty's big colony fleet in 3000. Why didn't you?"
"There was some stuff I needed to do. Besides, living in obscurity has its advantages. Do you know how wonderful it is to be able to walk about in public without anyone bugging me? For a start, I can invite a beautiful woman to dinner, and it's not an instant shotgun event right across the Unisphere."
"Wait, you weren't going to ask me to go with you? That's worse than marriage."
"Hey, I'm not that awful."
"No, sorry, that came out wrong. I don't want to leave, Nigel."
"I understand. I'm proud of you. You know that, Paula?"
"Proud? What am I, a pet?"
"I made the Commonwealth possible with wormhole technology. Well, me and Ozzy. And only something as wondrously crazy as the Commonwealth could create you."
"Yeah, I was inevitable right from the moment Ozzy set foot on Mars."
"Hey, I was the first one who set foot on Mars, thank you. Ozzy didn't trust the spacesuit we'd cobbled together. Believe it or not, he was a conservative little nerd in those days.
Oh, sensitive.
Touché. He raised his glass.
So why are you finally leaving? Getting bored with your creation?
Exasperated, more like. She loaded her order into the aisle's tiny network. Pan-fried tunefish in a garlic butter sauce, with crushed new potatoes and sugar-snap peas. Behind the counter, the chef gave her an approving nod.
So we're at fault?
Now we have bionics, we have effectively killed death.
His hand gestured irritably at the other diners on the platform, all lovingly lost in their partners.
And what have we done with it?
Taken over this whole section of the galaxy? Discovered alien life and other wonders? Built ANA? Given people the ability to live exactly how they please?
Sure, she teased sarcastically. So terrible it's a wonder we're not all fleeing. The central worlds are fine. People are civilized, responsible. The rest
drag you down. Oh, the ingrates.
Why do they need you, Paula? Why should they need you? Because they're unhappy and try to get ahead the wrong way.
Ah, now I get it. If only everyone knew their place and just did as they were told. You're still the great dictator.
I was never a dictator. I just had a huge amount of political clout. I still do. And just to be the devil's advocate, Huxley's Haven was all about knowing your place, and it produced you.
Paula smiled as she twirled the wine glass in front of her face. She might have known he'd bring up her formative years. Huxley's Haven had been a unique and massively controversial experimental society, whose citizens were sequenced with genes that fixed specific psychoneural profiles. In short, their personality and professional aptitude were established before they were ever born. Paula had been genetically designed as a policewoman with an obsessive compulsion to solve puzzles. She'd been taken away from Huxley's Haven and adapted to life in the greater Commonwealth, because there were always crimes to solve. I had to evolve to survive, she reminded him. Those old profiling genes were sequenced right out on my 5th rejuve, or was it my 4th? Who knows? Point is, nothing stays the same. Our species has become a living free-will Darwinism organism. We are in a constant state of evolution toward post-physical status. The external worlds will become higher, eventually. Don't tell me you're finally becoming impatient.
And when the current external worlds are higher, there will still be some other planets or new faction causing trouble.
Of course there will. That's being human for you.
He poured himself more wine. Yeah, well, I'm going to found a uniform society. Everyone agreeing to the same philosophy and goals before it starts. There'll be no dissent because we won't be taking any dissenters.
I can't believe you're being that simplistic. Yes, the first generation will all have the same noble goal, living worthy lives in accordance with the party rules. But differences will creep in. They always do. By the time the 3rd or 4th generation is born, you'll have 100 different factions, just like the Commonwealth.
I disagree. Differences used to creep into societies because of unfairness and inequality. If you eradicate that, and the potential for it, right at the start, then society will remain uniform. Our technology is finally capable of that. We're effectively a post-scarcity society, Paula. We should be better than what we are.
She sighed. Go get yourself reprofiled and live on Huxley's Haven. They're all happy. Or they were, last time I checked.
It's a goal worth aiming for, Paula.
She raised her glass to him. I'm proud of you for thinking and acting selflessly. 1,000 years ago, who'd have thought? Now you're true evolution.
He laughed as they touched glasses. I'll miss you.
All right. So now you've duly plied me with alcohol, and you've grabbed my attention with all this philosophy. Please tell me why. You know, tormenting me with this kind of suspense normally gets people thrown directly into memory read.
I would like to hire you.
She pursed her lips coyly. Are you sure you can afford me?
On a consultancy basis. There's something I personally have to do, and I need your expertise to pull it off.
All right. I am officially intrigued. What expertise?
I need to know how to commit a perfect crime.
May 22nd, 3326. Golden Park was massive. Paula hadn't quite appreciated how big Macathran 2 was until she walked the 2.5 kilometers over the greensward that surrounded it. Because there were no capsules on Querentia, where the original was sited, Inigo had imposed a no-overflight law that extended for 15 kilometers around his city, which she thought was taking realism a step too far. The only way into the construction site, which was the full-scale replica of the city on Querentia, was in a ground vehicle, or on foot. She and Nigel had arrived at the project's landing field in a scheduled commercial capsule, then taken a bus to the greensward. Actually, a misnomer. The ground that would one day mimic the forests and meadows outside the Void's Macathran was currently a muddy swath of freshly ploughed and planted earth. From there they'd walked, as all the Living Dream followers did the first time, emulating Ediard when he came to the city as a traveller with the Barkas caravan. 3,000 square kilometres of empty government land on the eastern coast of the Sinkang continent had been signed over to Inigo by the Elezalin government 18 months ago. Paula suspected a great many election campaign donations, among other payments to local and national politicians by Inigo's wealthier backers, had secured it. The official explanation was that the quasi-religious movement would bring a huge influx of followers who would boost the planet's economy. Elezalin had been founded as a capitalist advancer culture and was quite devout in the pursuit of money. They trudged in through North Gate, just like Ediard, although this gate was less impressive than the one cut through the wall by Ra. The wall of golden crystal around the real Macathran was nothing more than a 3-meter-high mesh fence here, so far. Inside it, the high moat was another strip of flat grassland. Then came the North Curve Canal, 2 parallel trenches with slim trickles of brown water along the bottom, marking where the excavation was scheduled to be. There was a bridge over the unborn waterway, leading to the Ilongo district. In Ediard City, it had small boxy buildings with walls that leaned at precarious angles. Here it was like a refugee camp of plastic tents and mal-metal cabins. The tracks between them were laid with a mesh of carbon fibre through which mud was oozing. The long sections were being slowly tramped down by the sheer amount of foot traffic. It was like being in some pre-Commonwealth bazaar, appropriately enough. 300 metres above her, a realistic, semi-organic G-eagle was keeping pace with them, scanning the neighbourhood. Paula controlled it through a heavily shielded link. Several of the impressive-looking birds soared on the thermals above the proto-city. Inigo's followers had resequenced them from terrestrial avian DNA, duplicating the birds that so many Macathran citizens possessed. They competed for airspace with Elezalin's native seabirds. It wouldn't be long before other replica void creatures appeared.
"I didn't realize there were this many ardent followers,"
Paula said quietly as they stood back to allow a young goatherd leading his animals past them. The other thing she'd noticed was the way people dressed. It was all natural cloth in old styles, some amazingly elaborate, like a costume convention. There were no semi-organic fabrics or modern garments to be seen. For herself she'd chosen a simple green cotton skirt, a white blouse, and a leather jacket with a satchel slung over her shoulder. Nigel had gone all out in the tunic of an egg-shaper guildmaster, complete with fur-lined robe. He was gazing to the east.
"They're doing that wrong,"
he muttered.
"What?"
Paula followed his gaze, seeing a tall tower surrounded by scaffolding that swarmed with construction bots. The G-Eagle performed a fast scan of the incomplete structure.
"That's Blue Tower, the Eggshaper Guild headquarters. I recognize it from the 4th Dream. It looks pretty accurate to me."
"The tower is fine,"
Nigel said as they started walking along the twisting tracks.
"What I mean is, when you've got a project like this, you complete the drudge work first, then build the landmarks. That's how you make sure the donations keep coming in."
Paula had her Gaiamotes open,
receiving the emotional wash of the eager followers and the general emissions of the city's confluence nests. The Gaia field was an excellent simulacrum of Macathran's telepathic buzz, reproducing the same sensations of busyness and determination that Ediard experienced.
I don't feel there's going to be any shortage of donations.
A couple of days previously, they had run a sweep through Living Dream's official accounts. The figures involved had surprised her. Some seriously wealthy individuals had made large donations. Living Dream had refined recruitment techniques to a degree that put most external world cults to shame. She'd almost assumed a degree of illegal coercion, maybe some advanced version of the old narco memes, except for the sheer number of mid- and small-level devotees also handing over money, in some cases everything they owned. It wasn't entirely limited to advancers and naturals either. A significant percentage of Living Dream was made up from hires. That level of universal commitment couldn't be written down to fraud and dirty practices. Ediard's life held genuine appeal, and from the 4 dreams she'd witnessed, she could actually sympathize with that. It helped that Inigo was now releasing the 5th dream, slowly unveiling it a few minutes each night. And that was what made her extremely suspicious. Those perfectly self-contained sequences were being offered up a little bit too neatly for a mythical vision that was supposedly gifted and over which she had no control. It was one of the reasons she'd agreed to help Nigel. That and the whole mystery of Macathran being a warrior Rael Armada ship, a puzzle she just couldn't resist. They walked from Ilongo over into Isadi, across a hologram of the Pink Canal, a wide ribbon of blue light stretching across the ground, then Isidro District, where the first phase of genuine Macathran buildings were being laid out. The G-Eagle looked down on foundations of enzyme-bonded concrete forming an intriguing jumble of shapes in the raw earth. There were as many construction bots as there were people working on the site. Large trucks were being driven at speed along makeshift roads, shifting subsoil out and material in. "Those aren't automated," a surprised Nigel protested as they had to scuttle quickly across one of the roads to dodge a 10-wheel digger. The driver gave them a long, angry blast on the horn as he thundered by.
You have to admit, Inigo's going for authenticity.
No, he's not. Macathran is actually a technology even we haven't mastered.
Paula shook her head wryly. Yeah, but he doesn't know that. Or at least if he does, he's not admitting it yet.
Upper Grove Canal, which marked the boundary between Isidro and Golden Park, was a giant gash in the ground 6 meters deep. Extruder bots were working their way slowly along the floor and walls, chewing up a thick stratum of the earth and squeezing out a seamless sheet of enzyme-bonded concrete behind them. The G-Eagle showed her that the Zelda district was covered in big biovats breeding enzymes. Living Dream was going to need an awful lot of it to complete this remarkable homage, she thought. They made their way over a rickety temporary bridge and into the featureless expanse that was Golden Park. Holograms of the white pillars that lined the real thing appeared insubstantial under Elezelin's hot, late-afternoon sunlight, flickering into translucency every now and then. Over on the other side of the park, the outer circle canal had been completed and filled. The intersecting roofs of the Orchard Palace rose up beyond it, like a giant primitive crustacean left behind by a treacherous tide, engulfing most of the Anemone district. Insect-like bots crawled over the curving edifice, dismantling the scaffolding. "Now what?" Nigel asked.
"We wait."
Long open-sided marquees had been set up along the side of Outer Circle Canal, protecting tables from the elements. As the sun went down, people started to congregate there. Some tents were kitchens, others served drinks. A few had stages where acoustic bands started to play. The Gaia field was conducting some very mellow emotions. Paula sent the G-Eagle over to Orchard Palace as they found themselves a bench under one of the marquees. It circled low over the steep domes and dispensed several batches of tiny semi-organic micro-drones. Modelled on tetranychidae mites, they began to invade the massive headquarters of Living Dream, penetrating deeper and deeper into the maze of rooms. A 3-dimensional map began to build up in her exovision.
"These can't be the actual rooms," she murmured. "It's just a grid of cubes made from lock-fix panels, standard, cheap, throw-it-up construction material. Nothing fanciful here?
I guess we'll see the interior in one of the dreams eventually, Nigel said. In the meantime, something that can be changed easily makes sense.
Yes, I suppose so.
She sent the G-Eagle back for another pass, scattering more of the micro-drones. The cube rooms formed a stack of offices, living quarters for the senior disciples of Living Dream, kitchens, lounges, some labs where the Confluence Nest technology was expanded, kilometers of identical corridors, storerooms, small replicators, a well-equipped clinic. It was like a government administration complex on a frontier planet. Every amenity present and correct, but basic.
Ah, the man himself,
Paula muttered. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Inigo had appeared at the marquee next to the one they were using, a tall, ginger-haired man with pale skin and a lot of freckles. He had the appearance of a fit, natural faction human in his mid-30s, with an easy, sincere smile. People were rising from their meal to greet him. He was polite and welcoming, working the crowd like a professional politician. When Paula checked his Gaia field emissions, he seemed to genuinely appreciate the attention, an emotion mixed in with just the right humility.
I am not the chosen one, just the humble messenger. He's good, she admitted.
Nigel had turned to look. It wasn't something he had to be circumspect about. Everyone in their marquee was craning for a glimpse of the man who offered them a vision of a different existence. How old is he?
70,
Paula said. Then he's got some excellent advancer genes to look that good at 70.
He's not higher, Paula said, so maybe he had a quiet rejuve. People like their leaders to have youthful vigor.
Yes, you truly are a professional cynic.
Why else would I be here? She countered. We both know that this is all too good to be true.
Yeah.
They watched Inigo for several minutes until he finally accepted an invitation to sit with a group of people, most of them female and dressed like the daughters of Macathran's nobility, all low tops and skirts fluffed out by petticoats.
Let's go try the local food, Nigel said.
One of the kitchen tents was doing a hog roast. They lined up and collected their paper plates, piled high with meat and applesauce, and a wedge chunk of bread. Both of them chose a fruit juice. Nigel paid with a gold coin, stamped with the Eggshaper Guild crest, egg in a twisted circle. When they'd bought a supply of the coins at the landing field, the exchange rate had proved exorbitant.
They must have a big problem with forgery,
Nigel decided as they sat back down again. He held up some of the brass and copper coins he'd been given as change.
Any old fabricator could churn these out. Hell, even an old-style printer could manage it.
I expect they'll enrich them eventually. Right now, why would you want to come here and cheat people?
Good point.
Paula stabbed a slice of meat with a wooden prong she'd been given in the kitchen.
I'm more worried about the lack of vegetables.
I know they had them in Macathran. The whole Iguru Plain was a giant fruit and vegetable nursery.
Did you get any crackling? I didn't get any crackling.
You'd think, after 2,000 years, they'd have a better diet.
Nigel gave her a curious look.
Would you really turn down the chance to join a colony?
Paula chewed on the meat, which she had to admit was rather good.
You're not exasperated with the Commonwealth. It's your greatest triumph to date. It's a spectacular triumph for our whole species, actually. But you are flawed by your insatiable drive. People think I'm obsessive, but I'm an amateur compared with you. Founding a whole new society is a challenge that's just about worthy of you. Plus, there's the opportunity to explore a new galaxy. I assume that's where you are heading?
He tipped his head.
Of course.
And then there's this ego trip.
This?
The Rael, guardians of the galaxy, a race so advanced they probably know more than a post-physical species, flummoxed by the void. And who do they turn to for help? Yeah, you could turn that request down so easily.
Just like you could.
Granted.
She closed her eyes to study her exovision map closely.
Ah, interesting. There's a very secure room, right behind Inigo's private chambers. It has a lot of shielding.
She studied the telemetry from the micro-drones, which were starting to cluster around the room, combining their field scan. The room shielding was high level, brought in from the Central Worlds, but Paula's micro-drones were custom-made by the Serious Crimes Directorate's technical division based on ANA's designs. "It's got a confluence nest inside," she reported.
Now why would a messiah who shares his precious gift openly and honestly need a private confluence nest?
"That isn't actually contributing to Mechathran 2's Gaia field," Paula concluded as she studied the data. They turned to look at Inigo again. He had just finished his meal and started saying his goodbyes. A final wave and he was walking back to the bridge that led over Outer Circle Canal. He was accompanied by 5 of the wannabe noblewomen, who giggled and chattered contentedly as they went. The whole group was giving off a very definite carnal vibe into the Gaia field.
"Oh, that takes me back to the good old days,"
Nigel said wistfully. "I thought you were happily monogamous now."
"I am, but a guy can remember his youth, can't he?"
"Men." Paula shook her head in disapproval. They waited another hour, then started walking around the Outer Circle Canal, eventually coming to the small pool that joined it to Second Canal, which curved inward alongside Anemone. They were out of sight from just about everyone in Golden Park. It was a dark area, and very silent. Paula activated a scan distortion effect in her bionics. To visual sensors and anyone watching, she would have faded from view as the air around her thickened into a dark haze. To a bionic field scan, she would simply have vanished. "Ready?" she asked. The indistinct patch of dark air that was Nigel said, "Yes." Paula activated her bionic force field function and slipped over the side of the pool. She sank straight to the bottom. For such a short immersion, she didn't bother with a breather gill. Her bionics could supplement her blood oxygenation for hours if necessary. Even her enriched retinas were useless in the water, apart from showing her a wavering infrared image of her arms, as she used them as ineffective paddles. She had to use her bionic field scan function to sense her surroundings properly. Nigel was dropping down the concrete wall behind her. Once he reached the slimy bottom, they both started walking toward the other side of the pool, then carried on along Second Canal. Even with the force field reinforcing her limb movements, it was slow going. Second Canal ended at an even smaller pool, which connected it to Center Circle Canal. Paula inflated the force field out into a 4-meter sphere and simply bobbed to the surface. Both of them stepped out onto a pavement that bordered the rear of the Orchard Palace. Her force field switched off, leaving her standing there in perfectly dry clothes, looking up at the scaffolding that clung to the wall in front of her. Loud clanking sounds were coming from the bots high above as they dismantled the struts. Over to her left, a huge set of perron steps curved up to a high arching doorway that was the main entrance from this side. She slipped through the chunky mesh of struts up to the wall, where there was an ordinary door. Her U-shadow took care of the lock codes, and the door swung inward. It opened into a corridor. The lights were all off in readiness for their covert exploration. She made sure her U-shadow subroutines had taken care of the alarms as well, and stepped inside.
"Cool," Nigel said. "This is so much better than sitting in my office telling people what to do all day."
Paula sighed. "Until we get caught. This isn't a game, Nigel."
"Would you have to arrest yourself?"
"We're on a legitimate intelligence-gathering operation, so no. But it would be damn embarrassing."
"Enough to make you leave the Commonwealth?"
"Nigel!" They walked unseen through the Orchard Palace, going up 2 floors, and approaching Inigo's private suite of rooms from the back. Paula unlocked a room that wasn't used for anything. Once they were inside, they shimmered back into view. She went over to the rear wall and took a couple of small plastic rectangles from her satchel. She placed them on the wall, above conduits that ran inside the composite. The module sent active fibers worming their way through the composite to penetrate the conduits. Tips insinuated themselves into the delicate optical data cables. "Good protection," she murmured as she read the alarm schematics building up in her exovision. A batch of subversive routines were dispatched, neutralizing the various sensor webs that covered the private room. "Here we go." She stood next to the wall and ordered her biononics to produce a valence disruptor effect, focusing the energy flow into a neat ring on the composite. Behind her, Nigel started humming cheerfully.
"What the hell? Nigel?"
He gave her a roguish smile. "Sorry, it's the theme tune from Mission Impossible. It just seemed appropriate."
"What?"
"Way before your time. It's only us true oldies that—"
"Nigel, either behave or go wait outside."
"Yes, ma'am." She let out another exasperated sigh and concentrated on the disruptor effect. A 2-meter circle of wall came loose. She caught it and rolled it to one side. Inigo's private vault didn't contain much. An old wooden chest, which a quick field scan revealed contained clothes, a lot of infusers with various semi-legal sensory booster drugs, and some old-style memory cubes. The confluence nest sat in the middle of the room, a plain burnished aluminum cylinder 1.5 meters high and 60 centimeters in diameter. "Are you going to cut that open as well?" Nigel asked.
"No."
Her U-shadow broke the service lock, and the top of the cylinder rose silently. The confluence nest was mostly biotech, consisting of 8 long segments like desiccated muscle tissue connected with a tangle of small tubes and fibers. Its routines remained closed to every stimulus Paula directed at it from her Gaia-motes. So she took the siphon from her satchel. It looked like a liver, with a slick, glistening, dark red surface that pulsated slowly. She stuck it on one of the nest's segments. Its cells began to bond with the artificial neurons of the nest segment, leaching out the contents directly. "I didn't even know that was possible," Nigel said.
"I thought you were the great techno-nerd."
"I do theories and strategy. I don't get down and dirty with actual hardware." Paula grinned.
"Devil in the detail, huh?"
Nigel was glancing around the vault. His gaze finished on the door, which was perfectly ordinary. "Is his bedroom on the other side? I swear I can hear giggling."
"So, he's taken his pants off, then."
"Ouch! You are one cruel lady."
"Getting some data from the nest."
She ordered the siphon to run pattern recognition.
"Well, what do you know? We were right. There's more than 4 dreams stored here. Inigo has had a whole load of visions he hasn't released yet."
"Of course he has. You don't pull a con like this without being completely sure you can see it through. And Living Dream has got to be one of the biggest cons ever."
"We'll soon find out. I'm copying the contents."
May 29th, 3326. Inigo's 47th dream concluded, and Nigel lay on the couch in the lake house's lounge, unmoving as he abandoned the thoughts and sights and feelings of Ediard for the very last time. He stared up at the white arching ceiling, blinking away the haunting mental after-images of the void's nebulae. Holy crap! Nigel didn't want the dream to end. He wanted to return to Macathran, to stand with Ediard atop the tower in Erie as the Skylord came to carry his soul away into the heart of the void. He wanted a life that was as fulfilled as Ediard's had been. Enemies and wickedness defeated, decency and hope flourishing across the whole world, and the heart of the void, welcoming the incorporeal souls of anyone who had lived a fulfilled life, guided there by the amazing Skylords. It took a long while before the days of otherness diminished, and he could find the strength to move again. He looked across the lounge to where Paula lay on another couch, staring ahead blankly. There were tears in her eyes.
"He did it," she said. "He gave them his gift, in the end. What a life. The entrapment potential of Ediard's life is undeniably intense," Valar said in a strong whisper. "I experienced appreciation for the desire myself. Fortunately, the Rael are immune to such emotional triggers."
"Lucky you," Nigel grunted and swung his legs around to a sitting position. He tried to shake off the sensation of being bereft. Paula exhaled loudly as she massaged her temples.
"That was a mistake."
"You mean Ediard shouldn't have told people about the Void's time-travel ability?"
"No, I mean accessing all 47 dreams, one after the other like this. It's too much. I've lived someone else's life, centuries of it, in 1 week.
No wonder I'm totally sympathetic to what he underwent. Valar is right. Inigo's dreams are a narco meme, the best there's ever been. Anyone who undergoes that is going to want to be a part of Ediard's existence. Inigo understands that perfectly. That's why he's building Macathran too, to deliver what the faithful desperately need, to live that life, to immerse themselves in it, to believe that they will be rewarded with guidance to the heart if they fulfill themselves. Nigel shook his head, amazed by Paula's ability to be so analytical in the face of the overwhelming emotional journey of Ediard's life, which they'd just undergone. Are you saying what Ediard achieved is irrelevant? No. It was astonishing. What I'm saying is that we shouldn't fall into the trap of trying to follow or emulate him. Those circumstances were unique, and they are not our circumstances. We shouldn't try to attain them. Right. Nigel could see her logic, but right now he didn't like it. What he wanted was to go back to the first dream and live them all again in sequence. Living dream is going to be trouble for the Commonwealth, he said quietly. Inigo has millions of devotees right now, with just 4 dreams released. When people have experienced all of them, he's going to have billions of followers wanting to belong. Is that all of the dreams? Valar asked. Yes, Paula said. There was nothing else in his private confluence nest. So Ediard hasn't sent anything from beyond the heart, Nigel said. It's over. Paula sat up and took a mug of hot chocolate from a maidbot. So what do we know that's going to help find out what happened to Macathran and the others? Time is strange in the void, Valar said. The human ships arrived there 200 years ago, and yet inside the void, 2,000 years had passed before Ediard was born. No, Nigel countered, making an effort to focus on the project, to analyze what he'd witnessed. This part felt almost as good as living Ediard's life. Go back a stage to what the void actually is. The end purpose is to devour human minds, Paula said slowly, once they've reached a certain level of rational development or fulfillment. The environment they experience is designed to achieve that. A forced evolution, if you will. Then they are taken to the heart. So it absorbs minds, and then what? Nigel said. Physically it expands, consuming more stars. More mass, Valar corrected, presumably to power its internal continuum. It consumes mass. It consumes minds, Paula said with a shudder. Your warrior cousins are right to guard the galaxy from it, Valar. The void is the greatest evil possible. It seeks to dominate the universe. But why? Why would such a thing be built in the first place? I don't understand. Nigel gave her a slightly surprised look. Let's consider this logically. It has layers. There's the physical void space itself where the planets and nebulae exist, but there's also a layer that reacts to thought, that empowers the telepathy and telekinesis. And a memory layer, Paula said. Remember when Ediard travelled back in time to correct his mistakes? He could see the past. The void had stored it somehow. You can't actually travel backward through time, Nigel said. He raised an eyebrow at Valar. Can you? No, it is a fundamental of the universe that time flows one way. So how does Ediard's time travel work, then? Paula asked. There's another layer, a creation layer. Nigel decided. Ediard's ESP, his farsight, could perceive the whole of his life if he concentrated hard enough. And when he saw the moment he wanted to go back to, the creation layer recreated the whole void again at that specific instant. Only he knew it was the past, because he was the one who traveled there. It's like the ultimate solipsism. Son of a bitch. No wonder the void wants to consume the galaxy. The energy that must take. This is like a post-physical entity, Paula said. Yet it remains resolutely physical, Nigel said. He gave her a humorless smile, which is a problem. You're good at them. Paula took another drink of her hot chocolate and steepled her fingers.
Inigo served 6 months at the Centurion Station science base observing the void. That's only just outside the wall stars, so we can surmise all his dreams were received there.
Yes, Nigel agreed.
The dreams themselves are now irrelevant. Inigo is simply using them to promote and develop his living dream cult. Who knows? He might even believe in the void's heart as a solution for where the human race goes next. Most likely, Valar said. Before our invasion and blockade, we heard of entire species descending into the void. There were many rumors among the sentient races in the galaxy that it contained a spiritual resolution for biological entities. The lure it exerts was one of the reasons we built the Armada. So we're not going to get any more dreams, Paula said. Ediard and whatever weird ethereal connection he had to Inigo is gone. It died with Ediard's body. Her gaze flicked to the Rael. You were correct, Valar. If we want to find out how humans were taken into the void, we have to go in to find out. The void is hostile to Rael, Valar replied. Humans appear to thrive there. Nigel looked at Paula again. She pulled a face. So who do we get to go in? She asked. Someone who's been pre-warned about the void's nature. Someone who's smart enough to ask the right questions. You would be perfect. As would you. But I'm not going to flip you for it. In the Starflyer War, we took criminals out of suspension and offered them the opportunity to serve the Commonwealth in return for a reduced sentence. Oh, yeah, Nigel said, surprised she'd even mentioned that. Psychopaths and loons are just the kind of people we should be sending into that environment. Ask Living Dream followers. Every one of them would happily volunteer. Again, a great choice to represent us. We both know I'm the one that's going to have to go in. I thought you were leaving the Commonwealth. I am. But dear old Vincent Hal Ackerman has shown us how we get around that little problem, hasn't he? July 9th, 3326. The chrome-blue capsule descended out of the glaring Augusta sky to touch down on the lake house's lawn. Nigel Sheldon walked out and immediately put on a pair of sunglasses. In this new body, everything seemed brighter and louder. That or his old thought routines were simply jaded and faded, unused to perceiving the universe through sharp eyes. It was a better theory. Those old routines were having trouble controlling this body with its increased strength and reaction times. He had to concentrate hard just to walk. This body's muscles were strong enough to lift him off the ground at each step, as if he were in lunar gravity, not Augusta's 0.93 Earth standard. He stood on the lawn and took a long, deep breath. The Elliope wind was blowing strongly today, bringing the continent's heat with it. Inside his grey-green one-piece coverall, he started sweating. His original came out of the capsule behind him, wearing a purple silk suit. He slipped a pair of mirror shades on with exactly the same gesture Nigel had just used. Paula Mayo was standing on the lake house's veranda, along with Valar. She gave him and the original Nigel a sardonic grin. Nigel licked his lips and walked over. "Welcome to the world," Paula said directly to him. Nigel guessed it was the hair that distinguished them. His original still needed a haircut, while his had barely grown more than a short frizz. "Did he tattoo the number 2 on my forehead?" he asked. Her mouth twitched. "Do you remember me?" Nigel took both her hands in his and gave her a fulsome grin. "Nothing could banish you from my mind." "That's very sweet." "So I was thinking, as the chances of me coming back are about 1,000,000 below zero, how about you and I spend the last few days I have in this universe together? Condemned man and all that." She opened her eyes wide with mock adoration. "The night you come back," she breathed huskily, "I'll fling myself at you like Ranelagh on Ediard." "Ah, damn it, they used to say it was impossible for you to lie," he said, remembering the young Paula who had caused such a stir when she started working for the Commonwealth Serious Crimes Directorate all those centuries ago. "Come back and find out," she told him. "Thank you.
But I remember what fate Ranelagh had in mind for Eddard.
Yeah, but what a way to go.
The original Nigel cleared his throat, his expression mildly disapproving. If you two have quite finished. They all went into the lounge, and the window wall glass swept shut behind them. Nigel sat next to Paula on one of the wide grey couches, while his original sat opposite them like some kind of 19th-century chaperone. Valar stood in the middle of the room.
"How do you feel?"
Paula asked. Nigel gave his original a smug look. Better, stronger, faster than before. I should have downloaded into a real-life clone centuries ago.
"And how fortunate. You managed to keep your ego intact, too," she said dryly. "What could possibly go wrong?"
Nigel laughed. So, how have you three done while I was being grown? He asked. My memory stops 5 weeks ago, just after we'd gone through Inigo's dreams and decided on this. Me. He cocked his head to glance at his original, and the Dynasty's network is sealed against me. You wouldn't find out what we're doing on the Dynasty's network anyway. His original replied, This is a very private operation. The ship is ready, Paula told him. How biological is it? Nigel asked. About 70%, his original said. We've even managed to construct some ultradrive systems out of semi-organics. A slight pause. Mark Vernon is in charge of construction. Nigel smiled in delight. Wow, we're really reverting to the good old days. What did Mark have to say about being brought in? He's loving it, of course, his original said, between moaning like hell. But there really is no one better for integrating odd systems like this. Excellent. Before Nigel's new body had been fast-grown in a vat at the Dynasty's private clinic, his original had agreed with Paula and Valar that organic systems were the most likely to retain functionality in the void. Something in that weird continuum seemed innately hostile to most technology. Anything new come up? He watched his original and Paula exchange a glance. Not really, Paula said. But, he prompted, we've been trying to understand the Skylords. They seem to be independent. They're certainly sentient in a savant fashion, but at the same time they only exist to guide souls, or fulfilled minds to the heart. That's a little puzzling. Paradoxical, his original said. So, Nigel asked. We're uncertain if you can rely on them, Paula told him. They don't seem to be antagonistic, more like aloof, which, again, is contrary, given the function they perform. I'm not sure something like that can evolve naturally, the original Nigel said. They were probably created by the Void Heart or its controlling mechanism, whatever that is, but they do seem a little odd. Unlike the rest of the Void, Nigel observed. The Void is odd, granted, but it's all integral, and even has a kind of internal logic. You said it, Nigel said. They serve a function, guiding fulfilled souls to the heart. It just doesn't quite seem right, Paula said. You can't seriously think the Skylords evolved outside and then fell into the void like other species, Nigel countered. That's even more illogical. Our neural bioware is artificial, Paula said. It is technically machinery, yet it can hold sentience, and we've seen AIs become sentient. Don't remind me, Nigel muttered. So they might be external artificial organisms, AI starships or an alien variant of ANA, who have adapted to the void, the original Nigel said. Nigel looked over at Valar. Is that what Macathran has become? Macathran sleeps. That is all we have seen. It seems to respond to Eddard at some autonomic level. We have composed a stimulant that you may download into it. Hopefully this will trigger its awakening. That has got to be one giant needle. It is a thought routine that you should be able to deliver through the long-talk telepathy that Quarentia's human citizens use. In a worst-case scenario, your ship could make a physical connection to Macathran's network. The conduits would be relatively easy to identify. Okay. And after it wakes? If there is a way out, it will use it. And if not?
The information it has gathered, simply by being in there for such a period of time, will be invaluable. Nigel exhaled a long breath.
And we're still hoping a Gaia field connection will get that information out. It did for Inigo and Ediard. Somehow, the original Nigel said, so it ought to allow me to dream you. The Gaia field function was sequenced into you. Every neuron has it. If that doesn't work, I don't know what will.
We made you as best as we could to survive the void environment, Paula said. Your brain is faster and smarter than normal. Hopefully that should give you a stronger psychic ability than everyone else. You have weaponized biology in case it's not.
What about my backups?
Nigel asked. They had all decided he would need help he could trust implicitly.
They're ready, the original Nigel said. Modifying a standard ANA droid was relatively easy, certainly compared with growing you. We managed to build in every ability I thought of. They're fully feature-morphic. Mentally, they can operate independently, or you can go multiple with them as soon as you activate them. Their neural structure is compatible with your routines, and they have Gaia field access capability too. We don't think anyone's ESP can tell the difference between them and a standard human.
Right. Nigel looked at Paula. Anything else? You don't look happy. I'm confused by the Genistar animals, she admitted.
What about them?
Nigel recalled how prevalent they were on Quarentia, a native species that humans had learned how to shape into various subspecies to help with simple manual labor. It was Ediard's Eggshaper Guild that was responsible for them. The Genistars had several subspecies, which could be telepathically selected just after egg fertilization by someone particularly skilled in the art. How do you evolve that function naturally? Paula asked. Granted, it's a big, strange universe out there, but I don't believe that could ever happen. They have to be artificial, which is slightly contrary, because that ability to manipulate their final shape can only happen in the void. As they're not sentient, that has to be performed by someone else, someone with an excellent telepathic ability. Simply put, they were developed as a slave species, and I'm not sure how you do that in a technology-free environment like the void.
That's a lot of conjecture you've come up with there, Nigel said bluntly. I'm not going to prejudge them.
It's a logical extrapolation. Ediard's civilization never encountered the slavers themselves. I'm assuming they were the ones who lived in Macathran before humans, but that doesn't necessarily mean they all vanished into the heart. I just want you to be extremely careful around Genistars. That's all.
Got it.
Nigel looked at the three conspirators, feeling a buzz of excitement he hadn't known in centuries.
So we're basically ready to go then?
Indeed, his original said. Nigel regarded Paula slyly.
What about my emergency fallback? The fabled Plan B?
She sighed reluctantly. The package is ready, but you have to really need it. If I find out you activated it without any kind of disaster looming...
Yeah, I know. And thank you, he said sincerely. All right then, I guess I'm ready. Let's go kick some void butt.
Oh, I knew it, Paula said disapprovingly. Nigel, that's completely the wrong attitude. This is an information-gathering mission, not a war party.
Hey, you're getting seriously gloomy. I'm just trying to lighten things up. You know me.
I certainly do. That's why I came up with Plan B.
Have a little faith. This calls for me being smart and sneaky. That I can manage. I won't call for the intellectual cavalry unless I really need to.
Are you sure you want to do this? She asked. Really sure? Nigel did his best to lower his gaze, but the stare she was giving him seemed to be looking into his mind far more easily than any telepathy.
It's a simple mission, he said earnestly. Land as close as I can. Try and wake Macathran. Dream whatever I find back out to you. If the ship still works, try and follow a Skylord to the heart, and dream that back for you as well.
And if it doesn't work? Paula asked.
Then I'll go live a quiet life somewhere in the countryside. Maybe teach them better medicine.
Don't do anything
stupid,
Nigel asked. I was going to say dangerous, she said, and to that we can add foolhardy, reckless, irresponsible.
Okay, hell, I get it. I'll be good.
Paula gave him a mournful smile. That would be nice.
Mark has a whole load of instructions for you.
His original said, take as long as you want to familiarize yourself with the ship, and after that we'll leave. Paula leaned over and gave him a light kiss. You take care. I mean it. You'll have me to deal with if you don't.
I am aware of that.
She grinned. You have the naming privilege. What are you going to call the ship? Neil grinned back.
Sky Lady, of course. What else?
July 11th, 3326. The Sky Lady rose silently up into Augusta's night sky. A fat ellipsoid 25 meters long, with rounded delta wings. Her nondescript grey-green fuselage soaked up the starlight, making her very difficult to see. Umberata flew beside her, Nigel Sheldon's personal starship. A sleek teardrop ultradrive, capable of flying anywhere in the galaxy at 56 light-years an hour. 2,000 kilometers above Augusta, they both rendezvoused with Valar's spherical starship, and all three went FTL. 18 hours later, a long way outside the Commonwealth, they dropped back into ordinary space. The nearest star was 3 light-years away. Sitting in the Umberata's circular cabin, Nigel Sheldon told the smart core to scan around. The starship's excellent sensors could detect nothing. He'd been expecting a Rael starship of some kind to be waiting for them. Hopefully one of their colossal warships. They were still over 30,000 light-years from the void, and he was extremely interested in how the Rael were going to transport them there. The Commonwealth had never managed to produce anything faster than ultradrive. Valar opened a link. Stand by, she told him. Nigel opened his Gaia motes and detected his clone's thoughts. Like his, they reflected a quiet anticipation.
How much faster do you think their ship will be? He asked. It won't be a ship, the clone replied. How do you figure?
His clone's thoughts turned smug.
We only use starships inside the Commonwealth because of politics, and outside because it's practical. The Rael are evangelicals devoted to saving the galaxy, and they were more technologically advanced than us 1,000,000 years ago.
Well argued.
You really do need to get a better brain. Smartass.
Thankfully, yes. They shared a mental smile. The Umberata Smart Core reported an exotic energy distortion manifesting 500 kilometers away. Nigel linked into the external sensors, and his exovision showed him the wormhole opening across the starfield. It was a large one, measuring 300 meters in diameter. This will take you to your destination, Valar told them. The warrior Rael are waiting for you. Nigel, I would like to thank you for your help.
Any time,
Nigel replied airily. He could feel a spike of irony rising in his clone's thoughts at the polite response. Umberata and the Sky Lady flew into the wormhole, emerging a second later in a very different part of the galaxy. Hundreds of light-years away, a shimmering band of giant stars formed a magnificent archway across space. The wall stars, Umberata's smart core confirmed, a bracelet of intense blue-white light surrounding the galactic core, not that there was much left of it. The void was slowly expanding into the massive gulf that the wall surrounded, the dangerously radioactive zone of broken stars and seething particle storms. Not far away, in galactic terms, was the loop, a dense halo of supercharged atoms that orbited the void. It burned a lethal crimson across the gulf, though that was only the visible aspect of its electromagnetic emissions. Its X-ray glare was powerful enough to be detected clear across the galaxy. Nigel hurriedly reviewed the flight data in his exovision, with particular emphasis on the force fields. They were protecting the hull against the prodigious flood of ultra-hard radiation outside, but it was taking a lot of power to maintain them. 3 massive Rael warships were holding station behind the wormhole, their shielding revealing only dark spectres, like globes of solidified smoke that were hard for the sensors to focus on. And behind them,
son of a bitch,
Nigel muttered,
A dark fortress sphere glowed an intense indigo from the swirl of exotic energy it was manipulating. The size of Saturn, the sphere was a lattice of dark struts. Its external shell was wrapped around a series of concentric inner lattice shells, each possessing different physical properties, with a core that was full of extremely odd energy functions.
"No wonder they can produce a wormhole that reaches halfway across the galaxy,"
the clone Nigel said.
"The size of the damn thing."
Humans had first encountered the awesome machines during the Starflyer War. The Rael had used one to encase an entire solar system in an impenetrable force field, imprisoning the psychotic alien primes inside. The starship crew that first encountered the sphere generating the force field had named it, somewhat quixotically, the Dark Fortress. It was only later, when the Commonwealth was invited to join the Rael in observing the void, that the Navy discovered it was the Rael who had built the Dark Fortress, at which point the nomenclature was diplomatically shortened to DF Sphere. There were a dozen of the DF spheres in the Centurion Station star system, and many thousands more positioned all the way around the wall. All the Rael would say about them was that they were part of their defense against the void, should it start its long-feared catastrophic expansion phase. A link opened from one of the warships. "I am Torax, ship's captain. Please stand by for teleport on board."
"Thank you."
The Umberator was abruptly sitting in an empty, softly lit compartment the size of a CST terminal, just as Nigel's exovision icons were telling him a T-sphere had manifested. The Sky Lady sat next to it. Nigel had to smile at the guilty thrill his clone was emitting into the Gaia field. It matched his own. "We are proceeding to the insertion point," Torax told them. "Transit time, 7 hours, 14 minutes. Nigel's excitement was instantly replaced by a twinge of anxiety, also matched, then surpassed by his clone. "Welcome aboard, Nigel Sheldon," Torax said. "You are welcome in my habitation section. Please deactivate your ship's force fields." There was a moment of hesitation, the petulant thought, "What if I don't?" which he knew his clone would also be having. Umberator was just about the pinnacle of Commonwealth technology, yet it was nestled here in some obscure corner of this monster warship, and he finally knew what the NASA astronauts had felt after they landed on Mars to plant their flag, only to find him waiting there, beside a prototype wormhole, laughing at them because his technology was oh so superior. No human had ever been on board a Rael warship. It was a historic moment on so many levels. He switched off the force fields, and a T-sphere manifested in the cabin. He was snatched away to a Rael's private chamber similar to those he'd visited in the High Angel. His link to Umberator's smart core remained. He had courteous hosts, then. The room was circular, 50 meters in diameter, with a ceiling that was lost in the gloom above him, making it seem as if he was standing at the bottom of some giant mine shaft. The walls rippled as though they were a single sheet of water. Small coloured jewels glimmered behind the idiosyncratic surface effect, casting a wavering sheen of phosphorescence. A warrior Rael stood before him. Nigel was expecting it to be larger than the Rael on High Angel. "If you've spent 1,000,000 years breeding for war, everything should be bigger and tougher." But this one was actually smaller than Valar, although its skin had metamorphosed into an armor of blue-grey segments, with tiny lights sparkling below the surface like entombed stars. "I am Torax," it said in a high-pitched whisper. "Welcome aboard our ship, Olakural."
"It is impressive."
"I would like to personally thank you for helping us."
"The void affects all of us, ultimately," Nigel said. "Helping you was the least I could do. Your vigil is truly selfless. I will do what I can, though I have to say I am not terribly confident."
Paula Mayo considered this to be a worthwhile attempt.
"Yes, indeed. Do you know Paula?"
"We have heard of her from our cousins on High Angel."
"And why does that not surprise me?"
Nigel could feel his clone laughing. "We have a link that will enable you to observe the external environment," Torax said.
"Thank you,"
Nigel replied, as his U-shadow reported that a connection to the ship was opening. 7 hours after coming aboard, Nigel watched the Alocoral and its 2 sister warships drop out of FTL and slow to a relative halt, 500,000 kilometers from the lightless boundary of the void. The gap was greater than the distance from the Earth to the Moon, and it had taken millennia for humans to bridge it, but the scale unveiled before him was severely intimidating to Nigel's primitive core. This was the eater of stars, of cultures beautiful and terrible, consumer of hope, the one true enemy of all species across the galaxy. 5 more Rael warships were already waiting for them, along with 7 DF spheres. When he saw what else was out there, Nigel gave a smile of complete admiration.
"Oh, yeah," he heard his clone say in the Sky Lady's cabin. "Win or lose, this is going to make it all worthwhile."
The DF spheres were using an intricate mesh of gravitational forces to suspend 3 blue-white supergiant stars, preventing them from the final plunge into the infinite gravity tide of the event horizon that would tear them apart. Even here, 500,000 kilometers out, surrounded by a cage of inverted gravity fields, their incandescent coronas bulged and writhed, spitting out brutal flares that played across the boundary, dissolving into metacascades of radiation as their individual particles were sucked inward and crushed into their subatomic components.
"Please stand by," Torok said. "Are you sure this is going to work?" Nigel asked. "Even an ordinary event horizon is impossible to break. This is the method by which we inserted our armada. And look what happened to them," Nigel thought.
"We begin," Torox announced. The DF spheres changed the quantum characteristics of the cage. Nigel could sense the forces alter, even though he couldn't comprehend their nature. The surface of the stars, already impossibly hot, bright and violent, began to burn still brighter as their atoms lost cohesion and transformed into pure energy. For over a quarter hour, the compression wave grew, travelling inward, while the coronas mutated to relativistic barbs of raw energy stabbing out in every direction through the cage bands. Subjected to the artificial implosion dynamics even their own incredible gravity couldn't absorb, the 3 supergiants went nova. Instead of allowing them to detonate in a radiative blast of energy and superdense hydrogen, the DF spheres did something weird to local space-time. The power of the novas was converted into negative gravity and sent in one direction, straight into the void's boundary.
"Holy crap,"
Nigel grunted, his arms instinctively waving around, trying to find something to hold on to as the Olacoral accelerated fast across the horribly short distance to the void. Sky Lady was teleported outside, held in place by a gravity node. The warship's force fields protected it from the cosmic energies wrecking local space-time. Ahead of the Olacoral, the void's perfectly smooth black boundary began to distort upward, as if some kind of tumour were growing inside. Up and up it was stretched by the terrible stress of negative gravity, forming a single grotesque mound. Nigel held his breath. He could feel his clone closing his eyes, hands gripping the cabin's acceleration couch. At the peak of the distension, the void's boundary tore open. Elegant nebula light shone out into real space-time. The Olacoral released Sky Lady, then veered away at 200 Gs, whipping around in a hard parabola and heading back out, away from the shrinking rent. Sky Lady slipped in through the gap, and 30 seconds later the void's wounded boundary closed up behind it. Nigel gulped down air again.
"Did he survive?"
Torox asked.
"Yes."
Book 3. Revolution for Beginners. 1. An hour after the patrol squad broke camp, the morning mist still hadn't lifted. Grey haze clung to the ground, swirling slowly around the big écru-shaded tree trunks, keeping the temperature pleasantly low. All across the densely wooded valley, native birds called to one another in their strange oscillating whistle, competing with the incessant rustling sound of bustle or rodents creeping through the undergrowth. Bienvenido's hot sun was nothing more than a blur patch above the eastern horizon. Nonetheless, its intensity fluoresced the mist, making it difficult to see more than 10 meters. Slavasta dragged his boots through the feathery lingrass that grew lavishly between the trunks of the quasso trees, ripping the twiny blades apart. It was easier than picking his feet up. The lingrass came halfway up his shins. Dew slicked his stiff regiment-issue canvas garters. He knew that by midday that damp would be soaking his socks and rubbing his feet raw. An hour into the sweep, and he was bored and irked already. "Crud, Slavasta, why not just ring a bell to tell the fallers we're here?" Corporal Yamenk chided.
"This stuff is everywhere,"
Slavasta complained as he carried on tearing the wispy strands apart.
"I can't help it."
Yamenk drew an annoyed breath, but decided not to push it. Slavasta gave Ingmar a desperate look, but his friend wasn't about to take his side in any dispute with the corporal. Slavasta was peeved by the betrayal. The two of them had signed on with the regiment in Cham 3 months ago. Slavasta could have done it earlier, but he'd agreed to wait for Ingmar's 17th birthday so they could do it together. Signing on was all he'd wanted to do since he was 9, and his father and uncle had vanished after a fall. The regiment had never found the bodies, not in all the sweeps they made of the county during the following month. Even at school, everyone knew what that meant. 2 years later his mother had married Vikor. He was a decent man, and Slavasta now had 2 little half-brothers. But the loss of his father, the way he was taken, was a fire that burned his very soul. He knew he would never be fulfilled, never be guided by the Skylords to the Geo Nebula where the heart of the void waited, not until he had exorcised his demons, and that would only happen when he had his vengeance on the diabolical fallers, smashing up every one of their eggs that plagued the world. Joining the regiment was the first step in achieving that. Slavasta had dreams of rising up through the ranks until he was Bienvenido's Lord General, commanding troops across the globe. He would show the fallers no mercy until the forest that birthed them eventually realized it could never defeat him, and retreated from Bienvenido forever. Now that would be true fulfillment. However, the reality of regimental life was altogether more mundane than he'd been expecting. Uniform to be painstakingly maintained, horses to muck out, food you wouldn't even use as pig swill back home on the farm, drill, endless drill, marching around the headquarters yard. Flamethrower practice against mannequins representing fallers. Now that was exciting the 2 times he'd gotten to do it. Search exercises that were basically little more than camping trips out in the wilds beyond the county's farmland. Then, finally, the beacon fires had been lit. There had been a fall in the lands around Prerov, over 900 kilometers east along the Eastern Transcontinental Line, the main railway track that bisected the continent from west to east. The regiment had swung into action. They'd deployed their full strength of 500 troops in less than 3 hours. Along with all their equipment and mods, they'd embarked the special train laid on for them. Half the town had come out to cheer them off. He had spent most of the journey with his face pressed against the train carriage window, watching the beacon flames roaring away in their huge iron cage braziers, so big they took days to burn out. He could almost feel their heat every time the steam train raced past one, helping to raise his excitement and determination. The bulky iron engine had finally pulled into Prerov station along with several other troop trains. 8 regiments had been called out to help sweep the estimated fall zone for eggs. It was the first time Slavasta had ever been outside his own county. His first time anywhere, really. The station was in the middle of the commercial district at the foot of the striking mountain town on the western end of the Guelp Range. Slavasta stood on the platform and stared up at the regional capital in delight. Prerov was over 2,000 years old. Humans and mods had spent generations hacking into the stony slopes, producing terrace after terrace, cluttered with buildings that had whitewashed walls and red clay tile roofs. Most of them were shaded under huge tomfeather and flame yew trees growing in their courtyards, and perched right at the top, without any trees close by, was the great observatory dome of the Watcher Guild, whose eternal vigil helped protect Bienvenido from falls. He was desperate to climb the steep winding steps that knitted the terraces together and explore the ancient town, with its wealth and colour, and lots of well-to-do girls who would probably be appreciative of regiment troops risking their lives. As it happened, the regiment didn't even spend one night billeted in town. A squadron of Marines had arrived from Varlan, the capital as soon as the beacons were lit. Smart, tough men in their imposing midnight black uniforms, they'd quickly claimed the authority of the captain and started organizing the regiments. It was important to get the sweeps underway as soon as possible, before the eggs had time to ensnare anyone. So an hour after the train pulled in, Corporal Yamink's squad, which comprised just Slavasta and Ingmar, had been assigned to sweep the whole Romnas Valley. Slavasta had been proud of the responsibility. It was a huge area. Until Captain Tamlian had sneeringly pointed out they were on the very fringe of the estimated fall zone. It was an assignment to keep the new recruits and an untried corporal out of the way and out of trouble. A convoy of farm carts had taken them and 11 other squads out of Prerov, the humans rattling around in the back, while the regiment's mods trotted alongside. The farmland immediately outside the regional capital was like an extended garden, with the fields and meadows and groves immaculately tended by mods and their human owners. Lovely villas sat in the middle of each estate, larger and grander than any of the houses back in Cham. Streams and canals were meshed together, providing excellent irrigation and drainage. Pump houses clattered away, puffing smoke into the blazing sapphire sky as the engines spun big iron flywheels, maintaining the all-important water levels. It was the only noise the troops could hear. No one else was on the broad road with its guardian rows of tallmark trees. The villages they passed through had sentries, the old men and stout women. The younger able men were in the local regiment reserve out helping to sweep. On the second day, the farms were larger and less arable. Cattle, sheep and ostriches roamed across bigger and bigger meadows. Abandoned quarries disfigured the land. Slavasta was amazed at how much ore, sand and rock had been dug out in the past. The hills to the south grew steeper, precursors to the distant Algori Mountains. Active quarries were still and silent, their mod workforces penned up in corrals, while their wranglers waited for the sweeps to finish and give the all clear. Forests began to dominate the rolling landscape, most of them with big square areas eaten out of them, where logging operations were felling timber. Farms were farther and farther apart, and most buildings were made from wood rather than stone. Trees lined both sides of every public road on Bienvenido, forming leafy avenues the whole world over. It was a law dating back to Captain Ian, who had ruled 700 years after landing, so travellers could always see the route ahead. Here they were just ice palm saplings, the hope of a road to come rather than a definitive path. The convoy began to split up, with carts rolling off at junctions down tracks marked by even smaller saplings. As the sweltering afternoon stretched out interminably, Yamink's squad rattled on until they finally left the sentinel trees behind. All that marked the way to Romnas Valley now was a couple of wheel ruts in the ground. Their driver dropped them off at the head of the valley. The last village they'd passed was half a day behind them. "I'll pick you up back here in 8 days," he told them. So their sweep began. The squad's equipment and supplies were carried by a regimental mod horse and a pair of mod dwarfs. Slavasta was never entirely comfortable around the creatures. They were different from most of Bienvenido's native animals, which bolstered his suspicions. He just found the whole thing weird, the way their embryos could be molded by skilled adapters into any form. In their newt form, they were simple 6-legged beasts half the size of a terrestrial horse, but fatter. 6 odd lumps along their back were vestigial limbs, which the adapters could coax out in the various mods if they were needed. He simply didn't see how that could be natural. For the mod horse that carried the bulk of the squad's kit, adapters had produced something not dissimilar to a basic newt, but larger and with stronger legs. More subtle internal changes gave them a colossal stamina. They weren't fast, but they could carry a load for days at a time, and the simple thoughts in their brain could be easily controlled with pathed instructions. The mod dwarfs were loosely modelled on a humanoid form, with 4 legs and 4 arms kept in vestigial form, making them bipedal, though clumsy with it. Their heads came up to Slavasta's elbow. Yamink had given them the flamethrower cylinder backpacks to carry. If they did find any fallers, the mod dwarfs could hand over the weapons quickly. In an emergency they could even fire them, though Slavasta wasn't entirely convinced about how good their aim was. Flamethrowers were supposedly a foolproof method of dealing with fallers. They could cover themselves with much stronger protective TK shells than most humans. Bullets didn't always get through. Even so, Slavasta felt reasonably confident the carbine he carried on a sling would give any faller a pretty hard time of it. If the weapon worked, that is, they jammed all too often in practice firings. The mist began to lift, long tendrils winding up lazily into the sky, where they vanished amid the delicate indigo twig webs of the quasso trees. Bright beams of sunlight filtered down past the blue-green leaves, dappling the lingrass. The sky above became very blue again, with no clouds. Slavasta took his tunic jacket off and pathed a mod dwarf. The dumb creature trudged over and took the jacket from him. "Did you ask permission to do that?" Yamenk said. "Regiment uniform will resist an exsumption." Slavasta didn't let his contempt for the corporal show through his TK shell. He was too used to the idiot's insecurities for that. Yamenk had been a corporal for 4 months. He was 22 with all the maturity of a 12-year-old. The youngest son of the Aguri family, who owned some land in the county, which was why he was in the regiment in the first place, he wasn't going to inherit anything, and also why he'd gotten a promotion while better men languished in the ranks. "Sorry, Corporal," Slavasta said in a strictly level voice. "It's getting warm. I was worried the jacket might slow down my reactions when we come across the eggs." And he was mighty dubious about the jacket being resistant to exsumption. It was just ordinary tweed soaked in mythas herb juice. "All right," Yamenk said. "But nothing else, okay?" "Yes, Corporal." Slavasta made sure he didn't look at Ingmar. They'd both smirk. No telling how Yamenk would react to that. Half the time he wanted to be their friend. The rest of the day was spent trying to lord it over them. Inconsistency, another sign of a truly bad NCO. After another half hour, the mist had vanished altogether. Yamenk and Ingmar had both taken off their jackets. Plenty of sunlight was filtering down through the trees, heating the still air underneath. Even the busselors had stopped rushing around as the heat built. Thankfully the lingrass was shorter here, or it would be exhausting work just to walk. Yamenk unrolled the map Captain Tamlian had given them, then closed his eyes. Somewhere high above, his mod bird was gliding on the thermals, keen eyes scouring the bedraggled tree canopy that smothered the rumpled valley. A view that skilled X-sight could borrow. Slavasta wondered why the regiment didn't give all of them a mod bird and train them to see through it. The ungainly things had excellent eyesight and actually did most of the searching during a sweep. But it was a status thing, of course. Officers and NCOs only, distinguishing them from the ordinary troops. That would be one of a very, very long list of things Slavasta was going to change when he was Lord General of the regiments. "I can see where they've been logging," Yamenk said, his eyes tight shut. "Another couple of clinks." The track was easy enough to follow. It wasn't used much, but there must have been some traffic. Trees had been chopped down where there were particularly dense clusters. A couple of streams they'd crossed had been forded by trunks laid across the bed. According to the Prarov mayor's office, the Romnaz Valley was claimed by the Shiloh family, who were foresters by trade. Yamenk nodded in satisfaction and rolled up his map. "Come on!" The mods began plodding forward again. Slavasta started to follow the corporal. He knew he should be looking around for any sign of a fallen egg. Smaller trees broken, strange tears in the canopy of larger forests, long furrows in the ground, dead fish in ponds. But none of that was going to be visible in this wild forest. It was impossible to see 20 meters on either side of the track. He just kept trudging on, remembering to take regular sips of water from his canteen. The air was horribly humid, but he was sweating hard. It was important to keep hydrated. That was one of the few things he remembered his father telling him when they were out in their small holdings fields. "This has been used recently," Ingmar said. He was looking at the track as it passed across a runnel. Ingmar was a skinny youth whose limbs seemed to belong to someone even taller, with glasses that had the thickest lenses Slavasta had ever known. They made his eyes implausibly large, showing up the milky stains in his irises. In another 10 years, Ingmar was going to be using his X-sight alone, just like his father before him, who'd been eye-blind for the last 11 years. He shouldn't be able to qualify for the regiment either, Slavasta thought guiltily. But Ingmar had been so desperate to prove himself capable of living independently from his family, and the recruiting sergeant was always keen for new troops. "It's a cart track," Slavasta pointed out reasonably. "The Shilohs use it to get in and out of the valley." "I know that," Ingmar said defensively. "I mean, this cart was here in the last couple of days." He pointed at some wheel ruts in a patch of damp ground. The lingrass had been crushed into the mud. "See, the brakes are fresh." "Well, that's good," Slavasta said. "It means they're still around." Ingmar gave the ruts another glance. "Nobody moves around after a fall. All the farms and villages wait for the all clear." Slavasta threw his arms wide and gestured at the immense forest. "Because anyone living here is really going to know what's going on, right?" Ingmar ducked his head. "There aren't any beacons out here," Slavasta persisted. "The Shilohs won't even know there's been a fall." "Okay," Ingmar said sullenly. "Come on, you two," Yamink said. "You're arguing about crud. We can ask the Shilohs if they came in or out when we get to the croft." "Yes, Corporal," Ingmar said. He stood up, not looking at Slavasta. After a minute of silent walking, Slavasta used a private path to say a very direct and humble sorry to his friend. Before they'd signed up, they would sometimes spend days on end squabbling about the most ridiculous things as they learned about the world. Did Skylords drop fallers? Was there an outside to this universe like the first ships claimed? And if so, where was it? Why was maize yellow? Would Astya kiss either of them? Was rust a disease from space? Would Paulette kiss either of them? How could coal possibly be squashed wood? What gave every nebula its own shape when stars were all the same? Meniere was a great kisser. Oh, no, she isn't. Yeah, how do you know? Why do tatus flies always go for blonde hair to spawn in? Crud like that. It didn't mean anything, and Ingmar with his logical brain won most disputes anyway. Slavasta just got in a whole lot of fun from trying to ruin his friend's argument. He sighed. Life in the regiment was a fast lesson in growing up. "It's okay," Ingmar Path spoke back, equally direct, so Yamink couldn't sense their conversation. "I just didn't understand, that's all." "Understand what?" "If they were leaving the valley, going to town for supplies or something, then we would have known. Either past them or that last village would have told us they'd driven out of the valley. If they were coming in, then why?" "Why what?" "Why come in? The whole county knows there was a fall. Surely they would have stayed in the village until the Marines announced the all clear." Slavasta grinned at his friend. "Because they really believe this squad is going to make the valley safe for them." "Oh, yeah." Ingmar's expression was sheepish. "You have a point there." "I always do. So can't you tell which way the cart was going?" "No, not really. It was just luck. I saw that rut." "Do you think they train Marines to read a trail properly?" Slavasta asked wistfully. He'd been awestruck by the Marines back in Prerov. They were smart and decisive and overloaded with genuine authority. No screw-ups in their ranks, and those black uniforms had looked amazingly cool. When they walked down a street, girls didn't even bother glancing at anyone wearing a regimental uniform. Marines were the toughest troops on Bienvenido, responsible directly to the captain himself. Slavasta desperately wanted to ask how you joined, but even he knew he should wait until he had a couple of successful egg hunts under his belt. Maybe even axed one open himself. "Not that again," Ingmar moaned. "Why not? Don't you have any ambition?" "Sure I do. What I lack is delusion." Slavasta licked along the bottom of his teeth. "Hey, Corporal," he asked loudly. "What?" Yamink said. "How do you get to join the Marines?" What are you talking about?" "I was thinking of joining." Ingmar laughed out loud. Slavasta dropped the shell around his thoughts to feign hurt feelings. "They wouldn't take you," Yamink said irritably. "Why not? Firstly, you have to be sponsored by a Marine. Do you know any?" "Ah, no." "Well then, now keep watch, please. This isn't a drill." Slavatka smirked at Ingmar, who winked back, amplified enormously by his glasses. They both started studying the surrounding woods with mock alertness. It was the longest 2 kilometers Slovasta had ever known. It seemed to take them an age to stride through the lynggrass and then tougher undergrowth, as the ground became wetter. The slope they were walking down grew more pronounced. Stones and boulders were more prevalent. It grew even hotter. The humidity climbed ever upward. There were thick vines tangled in the gaps between the trees, black creepers with tattered moss like sponge for leaves. They gave off a sharp, salty smell. Slovasta was cursing Yamink for his piss-poor navigation skills. They'd done at least 5 clicks, surely, when the forest ended abruptly. A huge swath of trees had been felled, leaving a field of pointed stumps sticking up out of the muddy ground, softened by the puffy fungus that had smothered them. They were over a kilometre from the swift-flowing river that cut a curving line along the floor of the valley. The forest rose up in wide undulations on the other side of the water, its canopy seemingly untouched. Native birds drifted about overhead, long black and green triangles with upturned wingtips. He was sure the specks right at the end of the valley were mantelhawks. Anything smaller would have been invisible at that distance. His X-sight wasn't nearly powerful enough to perceive them and confirm the sighting, but he gifted Ingmar his optical sight anyway. One of their big arguments as kids was that the mantelhawks were just a myth, that nothing of their alleged size could actually fly. "Neat," Ingmar muttered. Slovasta took a good long look around Romna's valley, taking in the size, the steep undulations, the trees that packed every square metre. There was no way the 3 of them were going to sweep it properly for 4 eggs, not in 8 days, not even with the mod bird's keen eyes. Oh, crud. The track was more distinct through the expanse of felled trees. Yamink set off with long strides, allowing a degree of confidence to show through his shell. He certainly hadn't shown much conviction before. 100 metres into the clearing and Slovasta saw his first Waltan fungus. It was a huge fan-shaped piece, looking like perished leather the colour of sour milk, and moving terribly slowly as it crawled across the track. It had taken Bienvenido's botanists and entomologists a long time to agree, but the botanists had ultimately triumphed. The Waltan fungus was an ambulatory plant, moving between lumps of rotting cells. They mostly digested dead vegetation, but some varieties also consumed animal flesh. "There's the croft," Yamink said. He frowned, looking down at the track they were on, as if seeing it for the first time, then looking around the slope of tree stumps to the river at the bottom. "How do they haul so many trees out along the track?" Slovasta and Ingmar exchanged a look. "I think they tie them together in rafts and float them out on the river, sir," Ingmar said. "It's a tributary to the Kolbal, so they can go all the way down to Varlan if they want to." "Ah, yes, right," Yamink said. "Of course." The Shiloh family's compound was on the edge of the clearing, 300 metres above the river. There was a sprawling lodge in the middle. The original cabin had clearly been added to over the years, with new sections getting progressively larger and more solid, until it now formed a disorderly E-shape. The only stone structure was a chimney stack in the middle, sending up a ribbon of blue-grey smoke. Sturdy wooden stables and barns formed 2 sides of the compound, with a slat fence marking out the rest of the area. The ground inside was laid out in the green strips of terrestrial vegetation. Slovasta could see over a dozen mod apes shambling around inside the fence, while bulky mod horses were snorting away inside one of the barns, just the kind of creatures a family would wrangle to help with cutting down the trees and hauling the trunks down the slope to the river. As they approached, Yamink sent his mod bird swooping low over the compound. "Ah, someone's there," he said. Slovasta watched curiously as the corporal immediately began to straighten his clothes, slicking back his sweat-damped hair. 2 mod apes opened the big gates as they approached. They swung back to reveal a girl, smiling in greeting. She was probably about 20, with the blackest skin Slovasta had ever seen. In contrast, she wore a white shirt with only a couple of buttons done up. He tried not to stare. A pair of suede trousers clung to long legs, tucked into boots that came up to her knees. A thick mass of curly ebony hair framed a delightfully spry face. The smile was just perfection. He felt his heart start to beat faster as he smiled back at her.
"Hello, guys," she said in an amazingly sultry voice. "My name's Quanda. I live here with my parents."
"I'm Corporal Yammink from the Cham Regiment. There's been a fall in this district, but don't worry, my squad has been assigned to sweep this valley. We're going to make sure you're safe."
"That's wonderful. Come in, please,"
she said, and turned to walk toward the cluster of outbuildings. As they passed the ramshackle wooden lodge building, Slavasta gave it a puzzled look. It was large enough for a lot more than just 3 people, and he was sure the farmer who'd brought them to the top of the valley had said 3 branches of the Shiloh family lived in the valley. The Mod Apes shut the gates after them. They walked past the chicken run, though there were no chickens anywhere. The vegetable garden had a lot of weeds growing up among the terrestrial plants. Slavasta didn't know why, but he suddenly felt even hotter as he walked across the compound, though it was a good heat. He couldn't take his eyes off Quanda's powerful legs, and that shirt, with just a couple of buttons done up, so provocative.
She must know that,
he thought. It was a nice thought. "Are your parents here?" Ingmar asked. He was glancing at the long croft house. Quanda stopped and turned around. She had the most delectably naughty smirk, lifting her lips.
"No, they're on the other side of the clearing, marking out a new batch of trees for felling. They won't be back until the sun goes down, so that means I'm going to be here alone with the 3 of you for the whole time. How's that for a turn-on?"
For a second, Slavasta thought he'd misheard. His heart was still yammering away inside his chest. It was making him feel light-headed in a very pleasurable way, as if he'd just glugged down a couple of beers in quick succession. That, and he was getting rather seriously aroused by Quanda.
"What?"
Yammink said in a strained voice.
"You heard."
And she walked right up to the corporal and kissed him. Slavasta gazed on in astonishment and not a little jealousy, feeling his erection growing. She broke away, grinning.
"You heard and you understood. We're alone for the afternoon. That means you can do whatever you want with me."
She turned to Slavasta and kissed him. He'd never known a kiss so full of dirty promise. Her TK closed around his cock and slowly tweaked, just so. Slavasta's eyes were moist when the kiss ended, making the world misty and out of focus. His ragged breathing produced an overwhelming sense of anticipation. Her scent was thick and sweet, enchanting. He wanted more, a lot more. To crush her to him and inhale until he burst. Quanda moved on to kiss Ingmar.
"I never even get to see a man for months on end," she murmured hoarsely. "Do you have any idea how frustrating that is? And now, when I'm by myself, 3 of you appear all at once, like a gift from Jiu itself."
She stood before them and undid both the buttons on her shirt. Slavasta moaned in delight as she lifted the cotton aside. He took a helpless step toward her, just like Yammink and a befuddled Ingmar. Quanda laughed and danced away from them.
"Come on," she beckoned urgently. "We'll do it in the barn. You don't have to take turns. I want to know what it's like to have all 3 of you inside me at the same time. I want that so bad."
Slavasta could barely hear or see anything else. Just her, the hottest, most perfect girl he'd ever known. He was drunk on lust, and it was fantastic. Her shirt fluttered to the ground. When he walked over it, his erection had become so hard it was almost painful. From somewhere a long way off, he heard Ingmar say, "Where's your cart?"
"Away,"
Quanda said dismissively.
"Shut up, Ingmar,"
Yammink sneered. Quanda's nimble TK hadn't let go of Slavasta's cock.
"You're the one I want to take me from behind,"
her private path told him. Then her laughter was echoing around him as he whimpered in furious desire. Slavasta started to run after her. He had to get to her fast, to fuck himself senseless with that lean body. The carbine bounced annoyingly against his side.
"Get rid of it," Quanda said in sympathy. "It'll only be in the way when you bend me over."
Her TK slid down to begin playing with his balls. He started fumbling with the awkward strap as he ran. The barn and its long afternoon of sexual paradise were so tantalizingly close now. "But we didn't pass a cart on the trek," Ingmar's whiny voice complained.
"They left a while ago," Quanda said. She sounded irritated. That upset Slavasta. Pathetic, pedantic Ingmar was ruining the state of delirium he'd been elevated to. "I thought your parents were marking trees." "My aunt took the cart." Slavasta shook his head angrily so he could concentrate and tell his so-called friend to shut the crud up. When he turned his blurry vision on Ingmar, he saw 3 mod apes shambling toward them. He blinked in confusion. Shambling wasn't the right description. They were running. Hey! Raw Neanderthal predator fear instinct kicked all the joy out of his body at the sight of the approaching alien beasts. He used his path to shove an order to halt directly into the closest mod ape's mind. It paid no attention, which wasn't possible. His orders were strong. The creature's mind should have received and obeyed immediately. He instinctively strengthened his own shell, TK shifting from a basic protection against prying excite to a barrier that would deflect any physical strike. His hands tugged at the carbine, trying to bring it around toward the clearly deranged mod creatures. "Come here!" He pathed one of their pair of mod dwarfs. It responded sluggishly. "Deploy the fire weapon!" Quanda was laughing still, but the timbre had changed drastically. It was an awful sound now, devoid of any humor or happiness. "What is wrong?" Yamek began. He was tugging his revolver out of its holster when Quanda struck him with a backhanded blow, and he went tumbling through the air, crying out more from surprise than pain. 2 of the mod apes landed on him. "Faller!" a terrified Ingmar wailed. Now Slavasta understood. It had been the egg lure that had bewitched him, corrupting his thoughts, with Quanda's lustful promises lulling him further. He used his TK, forming the invisible force into a blade shape and stabbing it straight at the eye of the mod ape that was almost upon him. Blood burst out, and the creature dropped dead. He fumbled the safety catch on the carbine, pulling back the loader lever on the side, preparing the firing mechanism. It was taking forever. Quanda moved fast, sprinting straight at him. He tried to get his TK inside her skin, into her rib cage where her heart was, desperate to squeeze, to tear arteries. Even Fallers had those, but her TK shell was as hard as iron. Slavasta fired the carbine. It wasn't even aimed at her to start with, more like panic shooting. The recoil shoved him about, and he brought the carbine back under control. A couple of shots must have hit her as she raced forward, but they didn't get through her shell. The magazine ran out of bullets. He turned, lunging away desperately. Her fist lashed out, and he wasn't quite out of reach. His shell saved him from the worst of the blow, but it was still strong enough to send him sprawling. One of the mod apes loomed above him, its thick, muscular arm raised ready to hammer smash. "Crud!" A jet of flame seared into the mod ape's head, flowing like liquid down its torso. It shrieked, radiating its pain in a pulse that made Slavasta groan. Tears flooded his eyes as he tried to tighten his shell against the outpouring of agony. The mod dwarf was standing firm, playing the flamethrower over the mod ape as it thrashed about, legs collapsing, and Ingmar was standing a little behind it, hands pressed to his temples, eyes tight shut in concentration as his path directed the mod dwarf, concentrating so hard he didn't see one of the mod horses charging. "No!" Slavasta yelled with voice and path. "Ingmar, look out!" The great beast was going fast, lowering its head like a battering ram. It struck Ingmar in the small of his back, launching him into the air. Slavasta felt his pain and shock at the crippling blow. Even that faded as Ingmar lost consciousness. Then Slavasta was instinctively rolling over himself as Quanda's booted foot kicked at his head. She missed, and he rolled again. A smeared image of Yamenk lying on his back, with one of the mod apes pummeling him, its hoof fist smashing his face again and again, the semi-conscious corporal's blood running everywhere, over his cheeks, chin, nose, mouth, neck, soaking into the ground. Slavasta just managed to get to his feet, swaying about. He slapped an order into the mod dwarf's mind, telling it to aim the flamethrower at Quanda, but it simply stood there, then slowly brought the nozzle around until it was lined up on him. And Quanda was walking quickly toward him, her face blank. Slavasta charged right at her. He had nothing else. Swinging his fist,
ready to follow up with a savage kick. Her hand grabbed his. She was so fast. They told him fallers were quick, but he never expected anything like this. Strong, too. It was like being clamped in an iron vice. Then she twisted. Slavasta was spun around by the incredible force. Quanda's heel smashed into the back of his knee. He thought the bone had broken. Suddenly something tore. The pain was horrifying. He dropped to the ground, wailing. "This is what they send?" Quanda asked in a mocking tone. "The finest warriors on the planet?" "Fuck you," he managed to croak. Sunlight was in his eyes. It vanished as she walked around him. He blinked up fearfully. "Is she going to eat me?" "No, I'm not." A hand grasped the front of his shirt and tugged him up to his knees. Her beautiful face was centimeters from his. She studied him intently. "I'm not hungry. Not right now." He tried to strike out with his tike, going for her eyes just as he had with the mod ape, but the blow rebounded from her shell, and she didn't even flinch. Still her eyes were looking into his. He felt the toe of her boot shove at his good knee, pushing his legs apart. "You things barely have thoughts," she said. "Just instincts. You are animal. I almost pity the one who will absorb you." "We will burn you from our world," he snarled defiantly. "I swear it, no matter what the cost." Her free arm swung back, then powered forward. Slavasta saw her eyes widen in anticipation just as her fist slammed into his balls. He thought the pain would fracture his skull open, it was so intense. There was nothing else but the pain. He knew he was vomiting, tumbling down. She stood above him, magnificent and terrible. Then a mod ape dragged him across the compound toward the barn he'd been so eager to reach just moments before, his face bumping along the ground, stones shredding his cheek. That pain was infinitesimal compared with the rest. Another mod ape tugged Ingmar along behind him. Slavasta didn't care. The pain was too great. His eyes fell shut, and he was in darkness, him and the pain, alone together, falling. Consciousness was more pain. It also brought the overwhelming misery, a loathing of simply being alive. That's not going to last for much longer, he knew. Slavasta didn't want to open his eyes, didn't want to scan around with his X-sight. He was too afraid of what might be revealed. "Are you awake?" Ingmar's path asked him softly. Slavasta opened his eyes, blinking away sticky, tear-diluted blood. They were in the barn Quanda had been leading them to, with light filtering in through high windows. There were empty animal stalls, while the floor of the aisle where he lay naked was hard-packed soil, covered in filthy straw. Directly in front of him were two faller eggs. Slavasta whimpered in dread. All the stories and descriptions were true. The things were spherical, almost 3 meters in diameter, with a dark, crinkled skin. A naked yamink was spread-eagled against one, like a comedy splat on a wall. Tears started flowing freely down Slavasta's torn cheeks at the sight of him. The corporal's face and chest had already sunk below the surface. Ingmar, also stripped out of his clothes, had been shoved sideways against the second egg. His leg and arm were already inside, with his rib cage just starting to sink in. He was craning his neck to keep his head away from the surface. "No," Slavasta groaned, and tried to get to his feet despite his ruined knee. He couldn't move. His bare skin suddenly became ice-cold and started sweating. He turned his head. The third faller egg curved above him. His right arm had sunk in almost up to his elbow. He let his head fall back and let out a wretched death howl as he pissed himself. "It's okay," Ingmar was saying. "It's okay." "Okay," Slavasta burbled hysterically. "Oh, fucking K. Okay, okay. How the crud is this okay?" His friend gave him a sad smile. "We can kill each other." Slavasta let out a demented giggle. "We can," Ingmar insisted. "We can use a tike grip on each other's hearts. Squeeze together." "Fuck the Skylords. Ingmar, no."
Please, Slavasta, as soon as my skull reaches the egg, it'll be over for me. It will have me. I'll be a faller. Is that what you want? No. Then let us do this, together.
Slavasta sent his X-sight probing into the egg, trying to see what kind of grip it had on him. There wasn't much he could perceive beyond the surface, just dense shadows. Yet there was some kind of mind in there, steely thoughts he could make no sense of other than a simple glow of expectancy. Nothing like the bright, colourful tangle of unguarded human thoughts, forever discordant with emotion. Although he could sense its outline, he couldn't feel his lower arm. But it wasn't cold or in pain. There was just nothing. He tried pulling. Of course, it didn't move. He shrank his TK down to a point, like the tip of an axe, and stabbed repeatedly into the shell around his arm. Nothing. The shell didn't bend or crack. His attack had no effect whatsoever. He realized his arm was slightly deeper inside. The shell was now up to the top of his radius and ulna.
We have to do it,
Ingmar said. He was making no attempt to spin a shell around his thoughts. Sadness and exhaustion were emanating out of him.
We can't deny them this. We can't deny them us. It's our last weapon.
Is it? Quanda walked down the aisle toward them. She paused at Yamenk's prone form and inspected him before moving on to Ingmar.
What a fearsome weapon that is. Can you feel my fear?
Rot in your Rakus, bitch, Ingmar said. She put her hand on his cheek and glanced down at Slavasta.
Do it, if you want him dead.
Yes, Ingmar pleaded.
Please, Slavasta, once it gets to my brain, that's it. Please.
Slavasta watched through a fresh agony. He formed his TK into a hand and slowly extended it out toward Ingmar. So close, waiting to push it through his friend's body and crush his heart.
Do it!
Ingmar shouted. Slavasta could sense Ingmar's TK hovering above his own ribs.
I can't, he admitted woefully. I'm sorry, I can't. I thought you were my friend.
Ingmar wept.
How can you leave me to fall?
Slavasta shook his head, hating himself for his weakness. With a mirthless grin, Quanda slowly began to push Ingmar's head. He fought her, every centimetre of the way. His neck muscles stood proud. TK scrabbling at her impervious shell, then trying to reinforce his own muscles. It made no difference. The faller was too strong. She pushed the side of his face against the egg surface. It stuck there immediately. Ingmar started wailing.
Slavasta, please. Slavasta! It will take me. It will take all of me. I will never be fulfilled. I will not be guided to the heart. Help me. Kill me.
Monster, Slavasta hissed.
Why are you so evil?
Quanda squatted down beside him and cocked her head to one side, studying him, always studying.
You make us. We are formed by you, your body and your mind. This, what I am, the way I think, it is your inheritance. It is vile. You, your species, is animal, brutal, despicable. Once we have exterminated you, it will take a generation to breed you out of us, but we will be free in the end. You will never defeat us, freak monster. The heart is for us, not you. You will never be fulfilled. We have been before. We will be again.
Slavasta heard the words, but they didn't make any sense. He tugged at his arm again, but the egg gripped it with a hold stronger than a century-old tree root.
Crud bitch!
He looked up, examining the rafters and beams holding up the barn's roof. A lot of the timbers were thick and heavy. Maybe he used his TK to try to shift one above Yamenk's egg. Just to loosen it would be enough. In his head he had a vision of a huge joist crashing down, crushing the egg.
You can kill Yamenk?
Ingmar yelled in outrage.
Because he's already dead.
Fallen, Slavasta shouted back. Quanda chuckled, then stopped, her head coming up, eyes staring at something outside the walls.
Were you alone?
She snapped.
Go fuck yourself,
Slavasta told her. There was a burst of gunfire outside. "In here!" Sylvester shouted, making his path as powerful as he could. "There's a faller in here!" He sent out Quanda's image, twined with all the hate in his body. She smacked him on the side of his head. The world didn't make sense for a long moment. There was more gunfire. Mod apes were chittering in fury and panic, the soft roar of flamethrowers. "There!" a voice called. "She's there!" More and more gunfire. Bullets punched through the barn's timbers, sending small splinters whizzing through the air. Slim beams of sunlight punctured the gloomy interior, shining through each bullet hole. "Die, you bitch!" Sylvester shouted jubilantly. "Your ruckus awaits you!" His smile was more a snarl as he turned to Ingmar. That was when his elation died. Ingmar's cheek and ear had sunk below the egg's surface. He was silent, his bright, familiar thoughts slowing and dimming, somehow drifting into the egg. "No, no, no, no! Hold on, Ingmar! Fight it! They're almost here!" Strong X-sights played through the shack, examining every solid object. Sylvester dropped his shell, welcoming the scrutiny. The doors burst open. Marines were running in, fantastic black-clad figures, holding small carbines, their X-sight probing hard now. One of them, a captain, walked over to Yamink first, then Ingmar, looking closely at his head. "I couldn't do it," Sylvester sobbed. "He's my friend, and I couldn't do it." "Look away, lad," the captain said sternly. Sylvester did as he was told, closing his eyes and withdrawing his X-sight. A single shot rang out. He glanced at his arm. His elbow had been swallowed by the egg surface now. "Is she dead?" he demanded. "Is the faller bitch dead?" The captain stood over him. "Yeah, we got her." "Then I'm fulfilled," Sylvester declared with very brittle bravado. "Will the Sky Lords guide me?" "Were there any more of them?" the captain asked. "Any more fallers?" Marines were manoeuvring a large cart through the barn's open doors. "No. No, sir, I don't think so. We only saw her. How did you know? How did you find us?" More Marines were coming in. They carried heavy axes. Blades fell on the egg Yamink was stuck to, swung with fierce enthusiasm. Before long, a thick, milky liquid started to spray out of the tiny splits. Flamethrowers began to play across the egg fluid, boiling it as procedure demanded. According to Captain Cornelius's manual, even the egg fluid was dangerous. "A regiment patrol intercepted the Shiloh's cart a day and a half ago," the captain said. "They were all fallers. Yurakas of a fight, by all accounts. Looks like this nest has been established here for a while. There are quite a few human bones left in the house. We came as soon as we got word. Shame we didn't get to you in time." "I understand." Sylvester took a breath and closed his eyes. "Do it, sir. Please." He didn't mean to use his X-sight, but he perceived one of the Marines coming up behind him, braced himself. But there was no shot to the head, no deliverance. The Marine started wrapping a slim rope around his exhumed arm, just below the shoulder, tying it in an unusual knot. "What?" Sylvester grunted in confusion. "Bite on this," the captain said in a sympathetic voice, and pushed a small length of wood toward his face. "It'll do till you faint." "What?" A Marine handed the captain a saw. Sylvester started screaming. The wood was jammed into his mouth. The tourniquet was tightened. He tried to squirm free, but the egg held him resolutely in place. The grim-faced captain started sawing. 2. With Varlan situated just over 1,000 kilometers south of the equator, every day in Bienvenido's capital was a hot one. Even now, close to midnight, the cobbled streets and stone walls were still radiating the heat they'd been punished with during the day. Curval looked out of the cab's windows as it trundled along Walton Boulevard, trying not to appear like a complete neophyte to the person who rode with him. He was an important man back in Bootsen County, 2,000 kilometers south at the end of the southern city line. But Bootsen was just a county capital, dwarfed in scale by Varlan. The cab pulled up in front of the Rashida Hotel, which itself was probably larger than the council chamber in Bootsen. Curval frowned. angry with himself for falling into such a depreciative mindset. I'm here now. I'm making my own impact on this world. I'm as good as any capital merchant, better, for I have more opportunity. Relax, the man sitting opposite said, with a kindly smile. Clerval forced a smile of his own. It had taken 2 weeks, and considerably more coins than he'd wanted to spend, but he'd finally won an appointment with the National Council's first speaker in his private annex. The first speaker had agreed to sponsor him with the palace, again for more coinage than he'd planned on, but that was Varlan for you. Everything was on a bigger scale. It didn't matter, he kept telling himself. Here he was in a cab with Larial, the first speaker's chief aide, on his way to the palace to see the first officer himself. The mining licenses were in sight. Just keep your nerve. He jumped when the cab door was pulled open. Calm, Larial urged. Clerval tightened his shell and looked out. A man and a teenage girl were standing on the pavement. The girl was pleasant enough, with broad features and a good figure outlined by the flimsy white cotton dress she wore. Clerval would have preferred a prettier one, and his uncertainty must have leaked out. She's fine, Larial said reassuringly. Just what he likes. Okay. The man with the girl held his hand out. His face was fuzzed, but nonetheless Clerval got the impression of bulk and malice. He dropped some coins into the waiting hand. It stayed there, open, with the coins glinting in the light radiating out of the hotel's grand high windows. Clerval resisted the urge to sigh and produced yet more money. The hand finally closed, and the girl was allowed to climb into the cab. She sat next to Clerval. Larial pathed an order to the cab driver, and the mod horse moved forward, back onto Walton Boulevard. Couple of minutes to the palace from here? Perhaps a good time for your gift. He gestured at the girl. Right. This was where it got slightly different from the deals he was used to at home. Clerval prided himself on being a man of the world, one who understood how things worked. That was how he'd clawed his way up to his current status. This, however, he steeled himself against any doubts. This was the capital, their rules. If you weren't going to play by them, there was no point in being here. He produced a small file from his jacket pocket and offered it to the girl. Her eyes widened in delight and surprise. He could sense the greed in her thoughts. Take it now, Larial said. There was an edge to his voice. Thank you, sir, the girl said. She removed the sealed lid with a practiced twist and stuck the file's long neck into a nostril, inhaling deeply. Switched nostrils, inhaled once more. I think there's some left, Larial said. A sublime smile rose on the girl's face. She inhaled again. Clerval watched anxiously as the Narnik gripped her. For a moment it seemed she might swoon. She seemed barely conscious. A much purer form than she's used to, I expect, Larial said, studying the girl's lolling head. She'll thank us for that in the morning. Clerval said nothing. He'd heard all the rumours about the first officer. Walton Boulevard led directly up to the captain's palace. Clerval tried not to be impressed, but the building was massive, like a whole town in one structure. An officer of the palace guard came over as the cab drew up outside the huge iron gates. He clearly knew Larial, and gave permission to enter. The cab went through a 2-story archway in the facade, and into a courtyard. A footman in emerald and gold livery was waiting. He led them through another, smaller archway, then out into the palace gardens. Please refrain from using your X-sight here, sir, the footman said in a deep, dignified voice. The gardens were just as impressive as the palace itself. Long pathways, webbed perfectly flat lawns. Topiary trees, twice Clerval's height, stood sentry along them. There were high hedges curving around secluded grottos. Ponds with fountains were lined by exotic blooms. Dozens of sweet scents mingled in the night air. Lanterns flickered gracefully, forming their own nebula. Clerval hadn't even known you could get oil that would burn in different coloured flames. The lights added the final touch, making the whole garden astonishingly beautiful. He heard the sound of laughter as they walked. It seemed to be coming from one of the grottos, as were the fainter, rhythmic cries of sex. Cheering. Then came a yelp of pain. He focused on watching the stoned girl, making sure she didn't stumble. The footman led them into one of the grottos, surrounded by an impenetrable ruby birch hedge. Smaller, ornate trees were inside, bark gnarled with age, and chosen for their night blossom. Tiny pink and white petals snowed silently onto the spongy grass. Fountains played outside a pavilion of white cloth, whose drapes fluttered softly in the warm breeze. Lamps inside made it glow with a golden hue, as if it were some kind of giant ethereal lantern. A harpist was playing melodically. It was an exclusive party inside. Clerval recognized Eothori, the first officer. The captain's eldest son was in his 30s, though his exceptionally handsome face made him appear a lot younger. His fine features were framed by thick, curly, red-blonde hair, with a neat goatee beard styled to emphasize the already prominent cheekbones. A loose toga revealed a perfectly muscled torso as he lounged on a couch behind the table. His friends around the table, from the highest echelons of Varland's aristocratic society, were equally youthful and vibrant. One couple in the corner of the pavilion were having sex on a mound of cushions, with several more standing over them, sipping wine as they watched. All the serving girls wore long skirts, but were naked from the waist up, and just as beautiful as the female guests. The two serving boys wore loincloths, their oiled skin glistening in the hazy lamplight. All Clerval's inferiority came rushing back. He felt old, shabby, poor. "My dear chap," Eothori said, "welcome." Some of the partygoers deigned to look at Clerval, only to be instantly dismissive. That was when anger started to replace his timidity. Who the crud were they to look down on him? Aristos who'd inherited everything, who accomplished nothing. Lariol made the slightest sound in his throat. Clerval bowed. "Thank you for receiving me, sir." "Not at all. The first speaker speaks very highly of you." He turned to the beauty lounging next to him. "You see what I did there?" She grinned indolently, then fixed Clerval with an icy stare. "I brought you a token of my appreciation, sir." Clerval applied his TK to the girl's back and pressed her forward, praying she wouldn't trip. Narnic glazed eyes blinked heavily as she walked up to the table with its piles of rich food. Once again, Clerval wished he'd brought a prettier girl. "How generous of you," Eothori said. "I'm sure she'll be most entertaining." All Clerval heard was the first officer's mocking tone. Eothori clicked his fingers. "Get her ready," he told one of the serving boys. The girl was led away, still in a Narnic stupor. "Now, I understand you have some kind of commercial proposition for me?" Eothori said. A couple of the guests laughed at that. Over on the cushions, the sex was getting louder. Another man shrugged out of his toga and joined in. "Indeed, sir. I have lands in the Sansone Mountains. I would like a license to mine there. The captain controls mineral rights across the planet, and I understand you can sign a license for my company." "To mine what, exactly?" "Silver, sir." Eothori raised a perfectly manicured eyebrow. "I didn't know there was silver there." "My surveyors have found it, sir," Clerval said proudly. He wanted to explain how difficult it had been, how expensive, how much effort had gone into the venture. The risk. But here in this ludicrously decadent setting, his prepared speech was rendered utterly pointless. All he wanted now was the agreement, and to leave. "That's very enterprising of you," Eothori murmured. "Thank you, sir." "And why exactly should I grant you a license?" "I would like to propose a joint venture." "Ah, delightful. And very smart. I can see you and I will get along wonderfully. What sort of percentage did you see me taking?" Clerval hoped he wasn't sweating. This was crucial. Get the figure wrong. The first speaker had advised 15. 17.5, sir. He cursed himself all the way to Urarchus for being such a coward. "That's a very generous offer," Eothori said. He poured some wine from a flagon and gave it to a serving girl. She carried it over to Clerval. Everyone around the table was waiting, watching. Several knowing, predatory smiles were growing. Over on the cushions, the vigorous threesome were drowning out the sound of the harp. Eothori raised his own glass. "I do believe we have a deal." He drank his wine. The guests applauded. Clerval fought against showing any relief. Play it cool. Play his game. "Sir." He raised his glass to the first officer and drank. "Here's to the two of us," Eothori announced loudly, "my new business partner." Everyone at the table raised their glasses in salute. "Well done," L'Arial private pathed. Clerval smiled and drank some more wine. It wasn't as good as he'd expected, but that didn't matter. Nothing else did. "I've got the license." "My office will sort out the boring legal part with you tomorrow," Eothori said. "Yes, sir," Clerval said. He didn't quite know what to do now, and the first officer was giving him a mildly expectant look. "Do we stay?" he private pathed L'Arial. "Great Geo, no. Say goodbye. The likes of us don't get to socialize with the first officer." Clerval bowed again. "You've been most kind, sir. I don't wish to take up any more of your time. My lawyers will contact your office as you suggested." "Indeed." Eothori gave a casual, magnanimous wave of his hand. Clerval turned and left. It took a lot of willpower not to dance triumphantly out of the grotto. Eothori watched the southern landowner stride across the palace gardens, shaking his head in bemusement at all the contentment spilling out of the man's relaxed shell. "Amazing," he grunted. "That they found silver in the sandstones?" Merivia asked, as she scraped her forefinger around a bowl of honeyed acros seeds. He gave her a disappointed look. Merivia was this week's favourite, but not for being the sharpest thorn on the firepine. That someone smart enough to find silver there could be so stupid. It's the southern mentality, of course. Their pride in their work ethic will be the death of them. He grinned. "See what I did there?" She pouted and made a show of sucking the gooey black seeds from her finger. "You're so cruel." "I try." His ex-sight observed Clerval slow to a halt and give L'Arial a puzzled look. If only he'd been one of us, instead of having the stench of the shanties on him. A gentleman would have sent staff to deal with something as vulgar as a license. But of course that involves spending money and having confidence in your command of others. It would seem Clerval is too cheap for that. Across the garden, Clerval had dropped to his knees. His hand scrabbled desperately at his throat. Panic and fright poured out of his shell-less mind. "And as well as not being a gentleman, he's ambitious," Eothori said as Clerval pitched forward, face down onto the neat path. "We really don't want to encourage that kind of thing. It'll end up in another Jasmine Avenue." "Nobody wants that," Merivia agreed. L'Arial stood over the prone body and turned to face the grotto. "He's dead," the aide pathed. "Jolly good," Eothori pathed back. "Have the tax people overload the family with death duties. My office will purchase his estate. It looks like we're in the silver mining business." "Yes, sir." Eothori picked up the flagon of poisoned wine and handed it to one of the serving girls. "Get rid of this. We don't want any accidents." "Sir." "And is Clerval's gift ready? It'd be a shame to waste her." The girl carefully avoided his gaze, keeping her shell impervious. "Yes, sir." "Jolly good." He kissed Merivia. "I'm keen to see what you can do with her first. Then I'll show you mine." 3. When he reached the top of the hill, Sylvester was a good 25 meters ahead of anyone else. He hadn't jogged, but he'd set a very fast pace. It had taken an hour and a half to get to the summit. The first thing he'd done, when he made lieutenant 8 months ago, was start his own training schedule for the 7 squads he commanded.
That training included a 10-kilometer run twice a week, wearing a full deployment pack. His fellow officers, those who'd been oh so reasonable and supportive during the 20 months between the Marines rescuing him and his promotion, hardly ever saw their troops on a day-to-day basis. It was considered bad form for people of their class to mix with the ranks. They left it to their NCOs to implement orders, and they certainly didn't take physical exercise with their men, not after the amount of food and drink they consumed in the mess. Slavasta thought that was stupid. He wanted his troopers to know that he wasn't some backroom oaf, appointed because of family wealth, like most officers. They needed to see that he was just as capable as them when it came to sweeps. They needed to have trust and confidence in him. He also wanted to know their strengths and weaknesses. That way he knew how to deploy them, who could be trusted with what tasks, what skills they had. The only way to ascertain that was to observe them in action firsthand. He stopped and drew down deep breaths. It was almost noon, and the sky was cloudless. The sun was a fierce glare above him, its warmth permeating the air. His shirt was soaked with sweat. He took a canteen from his equipment belt and swigged down water. The rest of the men started to arrive, grinning and panting, proud of themselves for keeping up with the lieutenant. Above them the air was clotted with spiraling modbirds. Slavasta had made sure the regiment gave one to every soldier under his command. Now when they were deployed on sweeps, every square meter of ground could be examined for traces of a fall. After the initial grumbling from senior officers, other squads were asking for modbirds to be issued to every trooper too. A new aviary was being built at headquarters to accommodate the expansion. Even less popular among his fellow officers, recruits were asking to serve under the notorious one-armed lieutenant. "Sergeant!" Slavasta called.
Sergeant Yanrith came over, a big man in his mid-60s whom troopers obeyed without question. A scar down his throat had given him a liquid whisper for a voice. When he spoke, no matter what he was saying, it sounded like a low, menacing threat. Slavasta had never asked about the scar. Rumour in the mess was a husband who'd come home unexpectedly early. Other talk was of a youth misspent in a town gang. It wasn't important. Yanrith was the best sergeant in the regiment. That was all that mattered. "Sir," Yanrith saluted. 10-minute rest, then we'll start the site search. Make sure they have a drink." Yanrith gave a curt nod. "Sir." Slavasta sat on a rock, pushed back his wide-brimmed hat, and started to examine the vista laid out before him. The hill wasn't particularly high, but it showed him the land stretching south, a rumpled expanse of forests and savanna. Shining silver rivers sliced through it. Lakes were dark gashes. He could pick out several hints of cultivation, ranches and cane farms, but the majority was wild and unsettled. Beyond the horizon, the river Kolbal wound its lazy way southwest toward the capital. They were 2 days south of Addis now. Behind him, the land was heavily populated with big estates and a mosaic of prosperous farms. Towns and villages were connected by good roads. Long strands of smoke from the beacon fire still wound their way up into the sky above the worried residents. Slavasta wasn't interested in that kind of territory. Any eggs fallen there would have been spotted immediately. But out here, in the hinterlands where roads were few and people fewer, that was a different proposition altogether. The troopers were settling down, taking snacks from their packs. Slavasta didn't permit his squads to use mod dwarfs, not after he'd witnessed Quanda's absolute control over mods, so everything they needed during an active sweep had to be carried in their backpacks. The bulk of their field camp equipment was carried on 4 mod horses and 2 new, proper terrestrial horses he'd acquired. He was in the process of changing the remaining mod horses for more terrestrial beasts. In the meantime, he didn't allow the mod horses on any forward deployment during a sweep where they might encounter a faller. Modbirds were the only exception he'd grant, and he was still trying to figure out how to replace them. Most native birds were too small and skittish, nothing like as docile as a mod. Some people, mainly in Cham's pubs, claimed mantighawks could be trained. Rich estate lords in Rakwesh province used them for hunting boar and razorback, allegedly.
Quite how you'd catch one, even a fledgling, was something that eluded Slavasta, though. Trooper Tovakar, who was still on punishment duty after his screw-up unloading equipment from the train, tethered the goat he'd been assigned to bring. His notoriously short temper made him an ideal handler for the grumpy animal, which was snorting and tugging at its leash, cross about being forced up the hill. Slavasta grinned to himself at that. Nobody in his squads complained about bringing along the tough animals anymore, and the 5 new recruits would understand why soon enough. Slavasta called an end to the rest, and his NCOs came over. The group used telescopes to study the area they'd been assigned to sweep. Slavasta had requested this area, which the colonel had been quick enough to grant. No one else ever volunteered to sweep the difficult wild territories. They divided up into sections. Slavasta and Yanrith designated individual squads. Sweep patterns were discussed. Expected progress was matched against the actual state of the land, as opposed to a section of map. Overnight camp locations were agreed upon. The squad set off back down the hill, gradually moving apart as they neared the bottom and struck out for their individual sweeps. Slavasta accompanied Yanrith's squad. The area they'd chosen to sweep was reasonably flat, but covered in a native bamboo reed with a tough stem that produced a wide floppy magenta umbrella frond a couple of meters above his head. Sunlight ploughed through the downy mess, to be stained violet in the air underneath where the squad walked. They spread out in a long line, spacing themselves 300 meters apart, enough so their path voice could reach between them. Some troopers hacked at the stems with machetes. Slavasta used his TK to snap them away. The hollow stems were a lot thinner than tree trunks, but the sheer mass of them reduced his visibility considerably. The mild claustrophobia didn't bother him. He concentrated on his X-sight, pulling in his Modbird's eyesight as it flew above the rippling ocean of purple fluff. His path-speak directed it along a grid pattern, parallel to everyone else's. Among them the squad was sweeping an area over 2 kilometers wide. "Sir," Trooper Andrusea called excitedly, "is this one?" Her path-sight was showing a gifted view from her Modbird, where a clump of the bamboo canes had fallen together. "Wait," Yanrith told her. Several Modbirds closed on the break in the swaying purple cover. Slavasta thought it was too small for an egg impact, but circled his Modbird carefully before letting it flutter down onto the broken stems. There was no egg, and the wispy undergrowth had already recovered. His guess was some kind of fight between Venthouse bulls. The thuggish, bear-like creatures enjoyed the shade, and normally kept to themselves, but it had been the mating season a month ago. "Clear," Yanrith's path voice told the squad. "Good call, though, Andrusea," he added. Her mind sent out a burst of satisfaction before she tightened her shell. It was her first sweep, and she was determined to get things right. Slavasta had been worried that her height, lanky limbs put her a few centimeters taller than him, and youth, she was barely 20, would prove a distraction to the men under his command. But Andrusea had proved she could keep a level head in most situations inside the barracks and out. The squad resumed its steady tramp forward. The Venthouse bulls had clearly had a busy time of it. It wasn't just Yanrith's squad that kept checking out the smashed-up bamboo stems. The calls were constant. Then, late that afternoon, Tovakar hailed everyone. "This is strange. I found a trail, but I don't know what made it. There are hoof marks and everything." Slavasta sent his Modbird over to check. Tovakar could be a hothead, but out here in the field he was reliable enough. Sure enough, the trail was unusual. A long scar through the bamboo, 3 or 4 meters wide. The Modbird didn't give him the clarity he wanted, so Slavasta told the squad to take a break and shoved his way through the stalks to Tovakar. It took a good 20 minutes to cover the distance, during which he sent his Modbird scouting on down the trail, which seemed to cut right through the bamboo and out into the scrubland beyond. When he came up with Tovakar, it was like someone had cut a road through the bamboo. The trail was straight, with the bamboo snapped off just a few centimeters above the ground. Undergrowth trampled down in an interestingly uniform fashion. There were also several small continuous ruts. No wheel had made them, and just for a moment his imagination flashed up the crazy vision of a miniature plough being tugged along. Something heavy has been pulled along here, Slavasta said. He examined the hoofprints in the damp soil. Some were terrestrial horses, while the others were mod feet. When he ran his hand over the crushed blades of grass and shoots of whackwerry reeds, his skin was covered in sap. Not long ago, 2 or 3 hours at most. He stood up and looked along the trail. Everything had been bent or snapped in one direction, southwest. "Sergeant," he path spoke, "I want every squad to converge on me. We're following this track."
"Yes, sir,"
Yanrith replied. The ether was abruptly full of path shouts. "Come on," Slavasta said to Tovakar. The pair of them set off down the track. "What do you think it is, sir?" the trooper asked, tugging on the goat's leash. "I'll tell you what I do know," Slavasta said. "Nests of established fallers gather new fallen eggs and take them clear of the fall zone where we're sweeping. That way the eggs are safe, and exsumption isn't left to chance." Tovakar looked down at the crushed vegetation he was walking on. "This was made by someone dragging an egg along." Slavasta shrugged. He sent his modbird spiraling high, trying to see what the track could possibly lead to. The land ahead stretched out like a mirage across his eye vision. Now, if he projected a straight line from the edge of the bamboo, a broad river cut across the scrubland maybe 5 or 6 kilometers ahead, meandering away in big oxbow curves and odd bends around irregular hillocks. Stretches of rainforest began to build up the farther west it went. "That's got to be a tributary to the Kolbal," he decided, "the biggest river on the whole Lamaran continent, stretching from the Guelp mountain range northeast of Prerov all the way west to the capital, Varlan, and beyond to empty into the Gulf of Mior, over 3,000 kilometers. Its complex tributary network snaked back through a good portion of the central lands. Hundreds of towns were sited on the banks. Even with the advent of the railway over the last 1,500 years, river traffic still carried the bulk of Lamaran's cargo and people. A boat could travel just about anywhere, a great deal easier than any cart, and without any of the attention. It was perfect for a nest. Over the next half hour, the other squads caught up with him. By the time they left the bamboo behind, he had his whole command with him, 38 troopers, eager and excited. Out of the bamboo they began to pick up the pace. Clouds were streaming across the sky, long white strands at first, clawing their way across the bright cobalt vault. Then the northern horizon began to darken as the rain clouds built up. The goat was starting to complain and wrench at its leash. Tovakar was having trouble pulling the bolshy animal along. "Tether it," Slavasta ordered. The trail ploughed into a strip of dense trees, an easy kilometre wide, which skirted the river. They reached it just as the rain started. Modbirds were sent on ahead. Slavasta kept the pace fast, following the route that had been trampled down through the trees and undergrowth. "Sir," Jostol called, "boats." Slavasta's X-sense picked up the trooper's modbird, seeing through its eyes. A pair of large steam-powered boats anchored in the lee of a curve. Close to the bank, where big guano trees hung over the water, they were almost obscured by the bushy, weeping boughs. Unless you were really looking, you'd never know they were there. Cargo barges, he thought. He began issuing orders to the corporals, detailing their approach. The other modbirds were called back, leaving Jostol's as their sole sentry to avoid alerting the nest of fallers. The modbird circled high, keeping as unobtrusive as possible. The rain was heavy now, making it difficult to see much. Slavasta could just make out several human shapes, along with mod horses and mod apes. They also had some terrestrial horses with them. 400 meters from the water, the squads began to fan out. Slavasta, along with Corporal Yanrith, Tovakar, Jostol, and 5 other troopers, slowed down as they closed on the mooring point, allowing the others to circle around, surrounding the group of people at the boats. "Weapons ready?" Slavasta ordered when they were 100 meters from the river. He drew his own carbine, using his X-sight to make sure the mechanism was working as his TK pulled back the loader lever. "Well, hello there," a strong path hailed them cheerfully. Slavasta flinched. He'd known a wholly secret approach was impossible, but even so he'd hoped they might get a little closer first. "Who are you?" he demanded.
"Rangers."
"What?" Sylvester was running now. He sent his X-sight out, perceiving 7 men and 1 woman standing casually under the great awning of an ancient guano tree, out of the heavy rain. They weren't carrying any weapons he could detect.
"Rangers,"
the man standing at the front of the group.
"We're from the Arund County Regiment Reserve, just doing what we can to help. And who are you?"
Sylvester cleared the last of the trees. The riverbank was 20 meters ahead of him now, with 2 long wooden-hulled barges sitting calmly on the water. Smoke was drifting out of their tall iron stacks. He approached the group cautiously. "Lieutenant Sylvester, Cham County Regiment, and we're assigned to sweep this area."
"Didn't know that. We've swept as well as we could, of course."
The man gave him a smile that was on the verge of mockery. He was tall, probably in his late 20s, with a stock of shaggy blonde hair and the greenest eyes Sylvester had ever seen. His raincoat was long and brown, almost like waxed suede, but a lot thinner and lighter. Raindrops rolled off it easily. The metal buttons were small and odd somehow. Sylvester hadn't seen a coat quite like it before. The man's accent was foreign too. He drawled each word.
"Who are you?" "Sorry, should have said. I'm Nigel. This is my wife, Cassandra, and these are my grunts."
Sylvester pushed back his hat's soggy, sagging brim to get a better look. "You're what?"
"Grunts. Soldiers, under my command."
"I need to know if you're human."
"Fair enough, I'll drop my shell. Pervade away."
"No, that's not good enough. Fallers have the same organs as we do."
"Then how do you suggest we proceed?"
Sylvester slipped the carbine's safety on and let the strap hold it loosely at his side. He drew his knife from its scabbard.
"Ah," Nigel said, "if you insist."
"Cover me," Sylvester told his troopers. By now the entire mooring area was surrounded by the squads, with troopers taking position behind trunks, their carbines aimed at the Rangers from Erond. He walked up to Nigel, feeling a slight excite flow questingly over his stump. "Your thumb, please," he said. Nigel held his hand up, thumb extended. Sylvester nicked the skin with the tip of his blade. Sure enough, drops of red blood came out of the small puncture. He nodded in satisfaction. "Faller blood is dark blue," he explained.
"So I've been told," Nigel said. "Nice confirmation. Foolproof, even."
Again Sylvester had the impression he was being mocked, but the man's thoughts were calm and composed. The only emotional content Sylvester could pick up on was of a serene confidence, which was probably where his own notion of mockery originated from. He did his best to ignore it and beckoned Cassandra forward. The wife held her hand out. Sylvester thought she was around 16 or 17, a sweet-looking girl with plenty of freckles and a mane of thick, dark ginger hair, tied into a single tail. He felt sorry for the poor thing, but refrained from comment. Arranged marriages were relatively common out in the countryside, and Nigel's odd clothes were clearly expensive. Her attitude was a copy of Nigel's, but with less emotional control. The contempt she felt for him and his troopers was a whole lot easier to ascertain. She was human, too.
"Gentlemen,"
Nigel gestured the Rangers forward. They walked over to Sylvester one by one to be checked. Sylvester didn't know what recruitment was like in Erund County, but the Rangers looked more like a town's gang of thugs than troopers, and they made no attempt to hide their scorn of him, a couple of them openly sneering at his stump. "All clear," Sylvester announced after the last one dripped red blood into the rain. He couldn't keep the puzzlement from showing. "What in Euricus are you doing out here? This is nowhere. We only just arrived."
"Chance, really," Nigel said. "I'm a trader. My boats were in Dural with a cargo of folax. I was looking to exchange it for hethol seeds. We saw the beacons light up and volunteered to help sweep. Everybody does what they can, right? The regiment captain in the town sent us upriver."
A large bird came swooping through the rain to land on one of the boughs above them. The whole bough swayed under its weight. Slavasta had never seen anything like it before. It had broad wings, well over 2 meters across, and the face was definitely mod. Yet the size and grace went way beyond anything any adapter he knew had ever produced. "Is that a mod bird?" he asked.
"A G-eagle," Nigel said. "Yes."
"A what?"
"A type of mod bird, a very good one."
Nigel glanced up affectionately at the bird, which stared unblinkingly at Sergeant Yanrith and the troopers around him. Its claws were metal-tipped, Slavasta saw.
"Where did you get it?"
Nigel's smile was sardonic.
"A man from Ashwell village used to craft them, but that was long ago and far away from here."
"I see." Slavasta was aware he was losing face in front of everybody. "We'll need to search your boats."
"Of course," Nigel said.
Sergeant Yanrith took a squad on one boat, wading out through the shallows. Corporal Kiliki took the other. "You trampled down a pretty big track across the countryside," Slavasta said. "That's how we found you. What were you carrying?"
"Just us," Nigel said.
"It looked like you were dragging something large."
"A couple of the horses were hitched up to stone boats, yes. We piled them up with our camp equipment. Something wrong with that?"
"What's a stone boat?"
"A flat sledge. They move quite quickly, allow us to sweep more ground. After all, you can't use a cart out here, Lieutenant. No wheels will work in this kind of country."
The way it was said, emphasizing the completely obvious, as if Nigel were explaining to a class of 5-year-olds, made Slavasta feel stupid, which was probably the intent. "Check for sledges," he told Yanrith and Kiliki.
"If you don't mind me asking," Nigel said, "the arm?"
"I fell into a faller nest," Slavasta replied impassively. "I was being exhumed when the Marines arrived."
Nigel gave his nicked thumb a quick glance.
"I haven't met anyone who escaped that before. You were lucky."
"Yes." Slavasta tried to block out the memory of Ingmar, the awful pleading.
"And so now you understand the threat as few ever do. You're 100% committed to the regiment, to defending Bienvenido. That must worry your senior officers."
"Why do you say that?" Nigel looked at him as if judging him on high. It was all Slavasta could do to return the stare.
"You're better at the task than they are. They know that, and so do your troopers here. Your level of dedication will also unnerve them. Belief always does that to old men grown comfortable in their position and privilege. Comfort is the enemy of change. Comfort is easy. It is a good meal and nights in a warm bed. Anything that challenges that is seen as dangerous."
"Brigadier Van Nuys is an excellent commander."
Nigel smiled knowingly.
"I'm sure he is. But consider this. Is he as good as you would be if you had command of the regiment?"
That's a ludicrous question. I've only just made lieutenant."
"And yet I've known ambition like yours, Lieutenant. You of all people must realize that the falls will never end, that the regiments and even the Marines, GU bless them, are nothing other than damage limitation. If the fallers are to be defeated, first this sheep-like attitude of acceptance must be broken. After that, after the status quo, so welcome to old, powerful families, has been swept away, new attitudes can prevail. Then and only then can we dare to dream once more, as someone said long ago. And if that ever happens, life on Bienvenido can change."
Slavasta was aware of just how uneasy the troopers were with this talk. For himself it was unexpected, yet Nigel spoke the right of it. These were the very thoughts he never dared to voice. He would have liked to sit down and have a long, long conversation with this enigmatic man, yet something about the whole encounter was wrong. Nigel seemed about as far from a gang boss as you could get, cultured, suave, self-assured beyond even a national councillor, yet the men with him were a type Slavasta knew so well, and he still didn't get Cassandra. The girl was clearly no simple, submissive trinket Nigel owned. In fact, she didn't seem fazed by any of this, just stood there, tired and trail-dirty, but with a superior, knowing smile on her face. The way Quanda looked at me. Could some fallers have red blood? Eurycus, I'm paranoid.
They have sledges, sir,
Yanrith's path voice announced. Slavasta couldn't decide if that was a good thing or not. Nigel was giving him an expectant glance, waiting patiently for him to do the right thing. "Stand down," Slavasta told his troopers.
"Thank you," Nigel said as the carbines were returned to their slings and holsters. "Now, if you have a map, I'll be happy to show you the area we've swept. Duplication is waste, and every day an egg lies free is a day it can lure someone to fall."
Of course. Slavasta went farther under the huge 1 tree where it was practically dry. He took out his map and unrolled it. "Did you get a good price for your Folex?"
"Haven't sold it yet," Nigel said. "I'll try again, downstream." "You must be a good trader. Those boats don't look cheap."
I have a rich family."
"But you struck out for yourself?" "Yes, estates can provide you with a very comfortable life, but it's a life that doesn't change. There's never anything new. You never go anywhere or see anything fresh. You're never challenged. That means you can never achieve anything."
"You're very keen on change, aren't you?"
Nigel raised an eyebrow, and for once his smile wasn't mocking. "Don't tell me you're not. I haven't seen any regiment squads as motivated as yours. That's a substantial achievement, especially on this world. I know what it's like to push against the dead hand of inertia and tradition. If I have any advice for you, it would be don't let the bastards grind you down. Keep pushing, Lieutenant. That and the obvious, of course."
"What's obvious?" Slavasta asked, feeling helpless to stop the conversation.
"Old law. For every reaction there is an equal and opposite reaction. If you keep going the way you are, and I hope to Jew you do, then the effect you will have on those around you will grow larger. Ripples, my friend. People will look at you, what you're doing, rewriting the regimental rulebook, and they'll want to do the same for themselves. That's when you'll start to run into resistance. That's where the politics begins, and that's the dirtiest fight there is."
"Right." Slavasta nodded earnestly. It was as if his brain were fizzing from the impact of these words. He'd been waiting his whole life to hear them.
"Don't be afraid of your future," Nigel said earnestly. "You have principles. Stick with them, but don't think that you can fight fair to achieve them. Make the deals. Build alliances with anyone who'll support you. Walk away from people when it's convenient or they've outlived their use. Because, trust me, your opponents will use those same skills to bury you. That's the game. The only game. Play it well and you can achieve miracles."
"That sounds
cynical? Damn right. It's a big, bad world out there. Kill or be killed, son. That's nature. But I don't have to tell you that, do I?"
Slavasta saw Yanrith and Kiliki wading ashore. "Thank you."
"Pleasure." Nigel shook his hand. "Good luck. Axe one of those bastard eggs apart from me, huh?"
"I will." Slavasta was smiling, and he couldn't say why. This was still all very weird. He stayed on the riverbank, watching Nigel and Cassandra wade out to the boats, holding hands. The last 3 horses were taken on board and settled in the mid-hold. Then the hawsers were untied. The boats puffed out steam from their aft vents as the pistons began to pump away with a loud clattering. Slavasta waved solemnly as the boats chugged out to midstream. Nigel waved back before he and Cassandra went below decks. Sergeant Yanrith came up beside him.
"Orders, sir."
It was like the breaking of a spell. Slavasta glanced up at the sky. The clouds were thinning out. Sunlight haloed the treetops, producing a perfect double rainbow. He checked his pocket watch with a scan of X-sight. "Dark in 3 hours. We need to connect with our horses and make camp. We'll resume the sweep first light tomorrow."
"Yes, sir."
The sergeant looked at the map Slavasta was holding.
"Will we be sweeping the area the Rangers cleared, sir?"
Every damn centimetre of it, Sergeant.
What were they really doing here? You can't get any closer to nowhere.
I have no idea. As the troopers picked their way back along the track Nigel had made, Sylvester sent his mod bird flying as high as he could. His X-sight was strong, allowing him to sense a good distance. The bird could see the two boats sailing down the river 300 metres away now. He hadn't realized they were that fast. Two large specks floated effortlessly in the air above them. Two, what did Nigel call them? G-eagles? Sylvester started to wonder just how long Nigel had known the squads were chasing him.
How would you prepare if you had that kind of warning?
Andrusea. Yes, Lieutenant? Send your mod bird as far downstream as you can. Tell me what you see. Yes, sir. Her mod bird soared away, gaining altitude as it headed west. She had the longest X-sight reach in the squads, as well as a prodigious path voice. Sylvester sought out the mod bird's eyesight, seeing the meandering river slicing through thick bands of jungle and broad swaths of scrub. Far ahead of the two boats, a smudge of smoke was wafting up from a jungle that hid the river. Sylvester groaned in dismay. There had been 3 boats. By waiting for them at the river, letting them check out him and his rangers, Nigel had pulled off a perfect delaying tactic. What in Eurycus is on that boat? Sylvester had them break camp at first light. He was grumpy and unsympathetic to the troopers' grumbling. It had been a despondent night. Sleep had been elusive as he'd wrestled with the problem for hours. Nigel was engaged in some kind of dubious activity. That was in no doubt. His only active option was to send one squad back to the nearest sheriff's office in Marley, a day away, and alert them that there may be something illegal on a boat, only he didn't know what the boat looked like, or where it was by now. The sheriff was probably out on a sweep, and if he was there, he would likely laugh it off. After all, what could he do? Even if by some miracle a law officer caught up with Nigel, that dazzling charm would be played to the full, and there would be nothing incriminating on his boat, that was for sure. It was like facing down Quanda all over again, just without the life-and-death stakes. There was simply no way he could win this one. All he cared about, as Nigel had so smartly determined, was running a successful sweep. By comparison, Nigel's activities were petty and irrelevant, but it galled him that he'd been suckered like that. He was furious with himself for being so gullible. And maybe that nasty, unquiet thought at the back of his head kept insisting it was because Nigel was so obviously from the landowner class, smart, intelligent, and confident, the background Sylvester lacked and had been taught to respect. Yet Nigel told me to kick against that, very convincingly. He made an effort to rein in his frustration as he called Yanrith and the corporals over. A breakfast of hot tea and honey bread was served. They spent 10 minutes discussing how the squads would be dispersed across their area. He was keen to make up for the lost hours yesterday. Tents were packed up, equipment stowed on the horses, packs loaded. Nebulae were still visible in the dawn sky as they set off. Jiu was at the zenith, the scarlet crown of the heavens, with translucent prominences radiating out in all directions, captured stars within their gauzy veils twinkling brightly. The golden turquoise flower that was Tizu was sinking below the horizon as the sun rose, while Eribu's misty spiral contained many ruby-tinged stars, and the forest was visible if you squinted against the sun's glare, like a scintillating equatorial tumour in the corona. Thankfully, Eurycus was on the other side of the planet. Having that scarlet and sulphur gash casting its benighted glow down on him would have been too much like a bad omen this morning. Once they were underway, Tovakar came over. He looked somewhat on edge, with a hard shell around his thoughts. Sylvester waited patiently, knowing the man would speak his mind eventually. Trusting officers didn't come easy to Tovakar. "I have a cousin, sir," Tovakar said. "A third cousin, mind. We're not close." "Of course not. And what does this cousin do?" "Nothing much. He's a bit of a layabout, in truth. Got a cabin out in the Noldar wetlands."
That's good soil, so they say.
Yes, sir, when it's drained properly. Thing is, some farmers out that way grow narnic.
I see. Sylvester had tried smoking the herb when he was younger, just like every teenager did, probably right back since the landing. Ingmar had sneaked a wad from his older brother's stash, and the two of them had played hooky from school one afternoon. It hadn't been what he'd expected. The loss of control had scared him, and he'd been sick most of the next day. He found out later they'd smoked far too much at once. His second taste came from the marine doctor back in Prerov, who had dosed him up with the plant's refined extract to deal with the pain from his amputated arm. This time he'd welcomed the weird dreams and visions that replaced rational thought, so afterward he could appreciate the pull it exerted, taking the edge off an impoverished existence. It would have been easy for him to slip into a life bolstered by that sweet narcotic smoke, but those last haunting minutes with Ingmar were stronger than any cravings to annul self-pity. He had been spared, one of very few who had ever escaped being exhumed, and in return for that gift he was determined to be guided to the Geo Nebula a fulfilled man. Throughout all the weeks of misery and pain, lying there in hospital, he had sworn that to himself. Narnic's subversive, life-wrecking appeal had resulted in the Captain's Council banning its use outside medicine during the reign of Captain Leotheran, 2,200 years ago, which of course meant there was a lot of money in its underground trade. The farmers, they bail it, Tovakar said. Big bales, sir.
Ah, big enough that you'd need a stone boat to carry one?
Can be, sir, or so I've heard. Slavasta grinned understandingly at the trooper's anxious face. Thank you, Tovakar. They were almost back into the wretched purple-tufted bamboo again. Slavasta pushed the first stems aside automatically. It was hard to believe Nigel was a Narnik trader. Unless, of course, he was the junior son of some noble estate family who didn't want to let go of his expensive lifestyle. Narnik was easy money if you had the nerve to go for it. Even so, that was a hard stretch. Nigel just didn't seem the type. That self-belief of his was like nothing Slavasta had encountered before, though he was something of a rebel, or at least preached it, which might have been part of his cover. What in Euricus was on that third boat? Slavasta was desperate to find out. He certainly had enough leave time built up, as the regiment's adjutant was always pointing out. You didn't rise from the ranks to reach lieutenant inside 5 years without putting in some long and difficult hours. It would be easy for him to take a month off any time he wanted. Somehow, he just knew, you didn't find a man like Nigel in a month. Not unless Nigel wanted you to find him. Fallen egg! The path shout from Corporal Kaliki came down the line like wildfire. Good training and better discipline saw the squads close on the egg's location in the pattern Slavasta had drilled them in. Nobody was to approach within 200 meters alone. Those were his standing orders. So they formed up in a circle, 250 meters away. Only after a check to make sure everyone was present did Slavasta ask, "Where's the goat?" "I have it, sir," Trooper Jostel answered. "Keep a good hold," Slavasta replied. "Sergeant, move us in." "Aye, sir. Everyone, mod birds back and on the ground. Once they're down, move forward. Watch your advance partner for signs of lure." Slavasta ordered his mod bird back with the rest. Through its eyes, he'd seen the tear in the bamboo's purple canopy, sent it skimming fast for a confirmed sighting. The egg was there, sitting at the center of a small impact zone. What he saw could have been a piece of ridiculously elegant artwork, with the dark globe of the egg in the middle, surrounded by bamboo stalks flattened radially, as if they'd transformed into some kind of freakish earth flower. It was invisible to his eyesight as he pushed forward through the thick stalks, but his X-sight remained fixed on it during his approach, alert for any treachery. The squads emerged cautiously from the upright bamboo into the impact zone. Slavasta felt it then, an aroma that made you want to step forward and get a better smell, then a taste. All you had to do was lick the dark surface. a sensation hinting at unparalleled joy if you just stepped forward and reached out. An elusive melody so sweet that you had to hear it properly if you just stepped close enough to put your ear to the surface of the sphere it emanated from. As always, his heart began to race as his body reacted to the promised pleasure of the lure. If only someone had taught him this was what happened when you encountered an egg. Then Ingmar would still be alive, and Quanda, with her devious incitement, manipulating the lure with the addition of sexual provocation, would have died in a blaze of flame and pain. If only. "Hold fast!" Yanrith's stern warning barked around the small clearing. Slavasta hadn't quite been going to take a step, but the appeal the egg's strange thoughts radiated was darkly enticing every time. "Remember this, all of you?" Slavasta said. "Look at your enemy and know its treachery, know its lust for your flesh." He glanced around the faces of the troopers, seeing each of them fight their own battle to resist. The new recruits were having the worst of it. Several were having to be physically restrained. "I need you to be strong enough to resist this bewitchment every time. We are going to stand here until you learn to scorn its trickery and lies. That promise you feel is death. It will kill you forever. It will consume your soul. If you fall, there will be no fulfillment, and you will never be guided to the heart of the void. The Skylords do not come for the fallen. They come for humans alone. They come for the worthy. And that is who I want in my squads. So will you show me that? Will you show me you are worthy?" "Yes, Lieutenant," they chorused. "I cannot hear you. Are you worthy?" "Yes, Lieutenant." "Do you wish to discover the false wonder it offers?" "No, Lieutenant." "Good." He looked around the clearing again. The new recruits were standing firm. Nobody moved. "Trooper Jaspur." "Yes, Lieutenant." "Release the goat." Jaspur let go of the leash. The goat, which had been silent as soon as it emerged into the impact zone, trotted forward. It reached the egg and looked up at it, then pushed the side of its head affectionately against the dark surface, and stuck. "Now watch," Slavasta commanded. The egg's powerful psychic lure died away as the goat's scrubby hide began to sink below the surface. As always, Slavasta moved closer, probing with his X-sight, trying to sense what was happening, trying to understand the process. As always, he was baffled. He perceived the surface structure, the thick living fluid inside, the strange uniform thoughts circulating within, the fizz of activity around the goat's skin and skull as it sank into the bizarre yolk. "Once you have touched that surface, you are stuck," Slavasta said. "You cannot pull away." He thrust his stump out. "You can be cut free, but only if your friends are quick. If your chest is exhumed, you are fallen. Once your head is inside, you have fallen. Now, despite the rumors you have heard, no cloth you wear can prevent exsumption. No herbs can make it spit you back out. No TK can lift you free. Fire will not make it let go. If a friend is falling, be a true friend, and kill him." Slavasta drew his pistol and shot the placid goat in its head. "Sergeant, axe the egg." "Aye, sir." The recruits were given the first chance to swing their axes. It was hard work, for the blackened, rumpled surface was tough enough to survive a plummet through the sky. But they persisted, hacking away until cracks began to appear. Dribbles of pale white goo started to leak out. Then the second batch of troopers moved in and began swinging. The cracks were widened. The goo began to spray out in thin jets. After 20 minutes, the holes were large and the internal pressure had been released. The peculiar substance of the egg simply poured out, forming big puddles on the ground. "Burn it," Slavasta ordered. 5 troopers with flamethrowers moved in. They began to play their fierce arcs of flame over the egg. The stench of burning jelly oil and roasting egg churned through the air. Slavasta had smelled it enough times before, but several of the troopers were gagging. "We've found one," Slavasta announced to his squads as the hot, stinking flames incinerated the dead egg. That means there will be another 3 or 4 somewhere close by, maybe even more. The eggs never fall alone. So, we're going to go back out there, and we're going to sweep this whole county if we have to. We will find those eggs, and they will be axed and burned before any human falls. Now let's get to it."
13 days later, Slavasta stood outside the tall, glossy double doors of Brigadier Venaise's office. He was still in his field uniform, filthy from travelling and camping. The NCOs had led their squads back to the barracks to unpack and clean up and get themselves a decent meal in the headquarters' long mess hall. They were the last of the regiment's troops to return from the sweep. It had been a civilian passenger train that had brought them back to Cham. The troop train, with the rest of the regiment, had returned a week before. One of the doors opened and Major Rachel came out. She was the regiment's adjutant, in her late 90s, with silver-grey hair wound into a tight bun. Her skin was leathery from decades spent out in the subtropical sun commanding sweeps. Slavasta had to respect the service she'd put in, but that time was over, and now she was just another outdated officer clogging up headquarters. There were dozens of them, soaking up the region's budget to pay for their extravagant salaries, money that could have been better spent on frontline troopers, in his opinion. And as for the regulations they invented that sapped the regiment's operational performance— "He's ready for you," she said curtly. Slavasta followed her back through the doors. Brigadier Venaise's office was another extravagance, a huge tiled room with arching windows that reached up to the high roof. Large fan flaps swung gently above the open shutters, their cord pulled by a mod dwarf who sat in the corner, rocking back and forth. Another irrelevance, Slavasta thought, as he walked the length of the room to the brigadier's desk. It wasn't as if the fans made any difference to the heat, but he kept his shell smooth and impregnable, unwilling for anyone to know his sense of frustration and disappointment at the failure of the sweep. "Sir." He reached the desk and stood at attention, saluting. Venaise was pretending to read a thick folder. The previous month had seen a regimental dinner celebrating his 120th birthday, with the nobility from across the county filling the officers' mess and 2 pavilions set up on the parade ground. Slavasta had seen the final bill, which presumably was one of the major reasons the regiment hadn't yet bought terrestrial horses to replace all the mod horses. The brigadier looked good for his years, still fit and active, with a set of thin wire-rimmed glasses to compensate for short-sightedness, and a slim moustache to add to the dignity of age. He looked up from the folder and extended a finger, pointing to one of the 2 chairs in front of the ancient leather-topped desk. "Sit down, Lieutenant." There was nothing in the voice that gave away what kind of tone the meeting would take, and his shell was even sturdier than Rachel's. Slavasta sat, keeping his back straight. Major Rachel sat in the other chair, looking at him. The brigadier slid the folder onto the desk, next to a pile of similar ones. "So, Lieutenant, would you care to tell me what happened?" "Sir, we intercepted some kind of criminal called Nigel operating in our designated sweep area. It's my belief he's captured some faller eggs."
"Indeed? And why is that?"
"He was dragging something behind his horses. He claimed it was their own camping equipment and that they were helping with the sweep. I couldn't prove otherwise at the time, so I let him go. Then we found an egg."
"Well done. Go on."
"1 egg. We both know that never happens." "Nobody escapes from exception," Rachel said. "Another well-known fact. There are always exceptions." Slavasta gave her an irritated glance. "We swept that area thoroughly. There were another 2 impact zones, but there were no eggs in them. However, each zone had been visited. We found the tracks. He took the eggs." "So this Nigel is actually a faller?" Venise asked. "Sir, not him personally. No, his blood was red." "Then the people with him are?" Rachel pressed. "No," Slavasta said. "I checked them all, but one of the boats he used was downstream. We didn't know at the time." The brigadier blinked. "I can accept that a nest could reach the eggs before our squads. You, of all people, are aware of that behaviour.
But what kind of criminal gang takes Fowler eggs? They have no black market value, not that I'm aware of. Do they, Major? No, sir, they do not. Lieutenant, are you aware of them having any monetary value? No, sir, Sylvester admitted. Then why would Nigel take them? I don't know, sir. The only humans who ever move an egg are the Marines. Nobody else is qualified or authorized, and that's a rare event. They only ever take one back to Varlan when the captain's Fowler Research Institute needs one to examine. Isn't it more likely that a nest got to them and carried them away? It is possible, sir. And you're using Nigel as an excuse for your failure to find them? Rochelle said. No, there was no other activity in the whole area. Nigel took them. If you're right, then we must assume he is such a piece of lowlife that he's actually in the pay of a nest, Venice said. How extraordinary. I never thought I'd live to see such a thing. No, that's not true, Sylvester thought. Nigel is no one's puppet. That is an explanation. Yes, sir. Very well, Venice said. We will alert the captain's marines that a nest has acquired a fall. I hope you understand what such a notice will do to this regiment's reputation and status? Yes, sir, I do. Now, moving on. Tell me about the Beckens farm, please, Lieutenant. Sylvester did his best not to wince. That was where we discovered one of the empty impact zones, sir. In the wild, just outside the farm's boundary. How did you confirm that? Rochelle asked. You just said there were no eggs. I know what an impact zone looks like, thank you, Sylvester said. It was quite a long way from the Beckens farm's boundary, actually, wasn't it? Rochelle said. The farm was the closest human habitation, Sylvester replied tightly. I have a duty to ensure they were safe. And you checked everyone in your usual fashion, correct? Venice asked. Yes, sir. They were all human. Yes. They are human, and Beckens, it turns out, is the seventh son of Hamud, the largest estate owner in Prerov County. So he claimed. Yes, sir. In fact, he told you that when you ordered your troops to slaughter every newt and mud animal on the farm. Is that correct? Rochelle asked. Yes. Yet you still went ahead with the slaughter? Sir, the Fowlers can control the mods much better than we can. I know that for a fact. There's no telling what kind of orders the egg might have given the mods. They could have murdered every one of Beckens's family. There were children on that farm. Lieutenant, I have lost count of how many times I have had this conversation with you, Venice said. He patted the pile of folders on the desk. Others, however, have not. Sir, the way Fowlers can control mods is on record. I know. But are you aware of how much compensation the County Council has been obliged to pay out recently, thanks to your dogmatism? I'm saving lives, sir. I'm sorry if that's not popular. Lieutenant, I have every sympathy for you, and everyone admits you are one of the best officers we've had in a generation. It's just that some of your methods are too severe for this part of the world. You have your critics, and they include some very important people. Even the mayor's office has been in touch, expressing concern at your culls. Venice held up a hand to stop the protest Sylvester was about to make. Not me. I appreciate what you've done for the regiment, and will be adopting your methods in future. The fitness, the training, all that stuff. In addition, 20 terrestrial horses are to be purchased at the town beast market next week. That's good news, sir, Sylvester said. Absolutely. That'll show those damn civilians I will not be pushed around. This is my command, and it will remain so until they prize it from my cold, dead hand, eh? Sir. And you, Sylvester, are to be promoted. Sir? You heard. He picked up a scroll from the desk. The regiment's waxed and ribboned seal was affixed to the bottom. I've already signed the warrant. Congratulations, Captain. Thank you, sir. He accepted the scroll, bewildered and happy. My pleasure.
After all, we can't have a lowly lieutenant as our liaison officer, now, can we?"
Sylvester's delight vanished instantly. "Liaison?"
"Yes," Rochelle said. "You will be our representative in the capital. You'll sit on the Joint Regimental Council and contribute to policy. You can explain all about your methods and have them applied across Bienvenido. When you arrive, you'll also notify the Marine Commandant about this Nigel fellow."
"Sir, now, please. I need to be out in the field. I can't—"
Van Nuys's expression didn't falter. "It's a considerable honor to be appointed to this important post. Don't let the regiment down. You are dismissed, Captain."
Sylvester just stared at the brigadier for a long moment. He'd lost, and he knew it. The only question now was how badly he let them beat him. If he protested, refused the posting, they'd have an excuse to bust him down to the rank of trooper for insubordination. All he could think of was Nigel's words about unsettling his superiors. The man had practically predicted this. So he got to his feet, saluted, and said, "Thank you for the opportunity, sir. You won't regret it."
Van Nuys's urbane composure remained unblemished, while Rochelle Schell couldn't quite contain her suspicion at his easy submission.
Sylvester turned and marched out of the office. "When I come back," he promised them silently, "it will be to fling you straight into the depths of Euracus itself."
4. The study was as extravagant as only those in the captain's palace could be. Bright and cool in even the worst of Varland's summer days, it was on the second floor in the state wing, with huge arched windows providing a view along Walton Boulevard and the sprawl of the city's roofscape beyond. Chandeliers like crystal moons hung the length of the study, interspaced with huge 8-bladed fans turned slowly by mods in a hidden cable room. Oil paintings depicting heroic scenes of earlier captains leading regiments against fallers covered the wall, their gold frames glinting in the sunlight that was streaming in. There was little in the way of furniture. A marble and applewood desk 5 meters wide and 3 deep was situated a quarter of the way along the shining black and white tiled floor. The one ornate gilt-edged chair sat with its back to the huge fireplace. 2 chairs for visitors were placed in front of it, velvet cushions unused. Nobody sat before the captain, not for official appointments. Tradition had them reserved for family only. Pedestals with busts of yet more esteemed ancestors filled the alcoves. At the far end of the room, ancient vases held impressive arrays of fresh-cut flowers. Captain Phileas sat behind the desk while 2 aides stood at one side, holding folders full of paper which required his signature. Both of them were young women in specialist versions of the usual smart palace staff uniform, tight-fitting with a deep-cut neckline that extended down to the navel. Phileas might be approaching middle age, but at 77 he still enjoyed all the physical pleasure the flesh could provide. Thankfully, his distinguished bloodline hadn't let him down. The captains remained blessed with a high resistance to illness, giving them a lifespan that usually got to see them comfortably into a second century, unless their heirs grew impatient. That particular misfortune had befallen several ancestors during the last 3,000 years, and Phileas was under no illusions about his own son, Eothori.
"Sir," his permanent secretary pathed from her office outside, "Trevine is here to see you."
Phileas looked up from the stack of papers he'd already signed. "That's a wonderful excuse to stop. Ask him to come in, please." He put his ornate fountain pen back into the gold holder. "We'll finish these later. Thank you."
One of the aides picked up the signed papers. Both smiled at him and walked the length of the room to the double doors at the far end. Phileas watched them go contentedly. Trevine came in just before they reached the doors, a man approaching 120, whose receding jet-black hair revealed a skull of olive skin that shone in the study's thick sunbeams. He wore a simple grey suit, as unobtrusive as men of his profession always did. It was as if he had a natural fuzz, obscuring him from notice. Thin features were becoming creased as age dried his skin, while small, silver-framed glasses perched on a long nose.
"Do sit,"
Phileas said, as he always did. Trevine was technically family, a second cousin. He had to be,
Only family could be trusted to run the captain's police.
Sir. Trevine bowed slightly as he reached the desk. As always, he stood.
So, how are we doing with Jasmine Avenue?
In 3 months it would be the centenary of the Jasmine Avenue Rebellion, the last serious civil disturbance on Bienvenido. An unfortunate year for his grandfather, when a disappointing crop coincided with a demographic surge. It had been put down swiftly, of course, possibly too swiftly. There were a number of deaths, and a lot more sentenced to the Pidrui mines. A year later, the martyrs' names had been carved on the avenue's walls. The Borough Council had swiftly removed them, repairing the wall, and then a year later they'd reappeared, removed, replaced, removed, and so it went for decades, despite sheriffs guarding the avenue at anniversary time. The families of the dead were quite tenacious. It had become ritual, annoyingly keeping the cause alive.
There's a lot of talk about commemorating the rebellion at the university, sir.
Oh, there's always talk there. Damn students.
Yes, sir. Not students of good family, obviously, but provincials and middle classes may be a slight problem. They're unusually persistent.
Phileas raised an eyebrow.
The radicals are organizing?
A note of uncertainty coloured Trevine's thoughts.
Not the radicals. This is something milder, an expanding theme of discontent, if you like. There is no defined leadership, which is peculiar. Yet my assets in the halls of residence report that some kind of loose organisation is forming. Nothing formal, nothing official. There's no name for what they are, but someone or something has stirred them up. They have developed a common purpose and support one another.
By definition, an organisation has to be organised. Someone must be behind this.
Yes, sir.
But you can't find them.
If they exist, they are elusive.
Phileas leaned back in his chair, far more amused than worried.
They're outsmarting you? A bunch of students?
Inquiries are being made. If there is a leader, they will be exposed and neutralized.
I'm glad to hear it.
What about the rest of the city? The shanties are full of talk, sir, of course, but it is just another grumble to the constant chorus. No one else is remotely interested.
The shanties, Phileas said in disapproval. It seemed like every problem his captaincy faced originated in the shanties. That same demographic quirk that had seen the sharp population rise hadn't been matched by increased economic activity. Now every city and town on Bienvenido had shanties on its outskirts, squalid shacks full of the jobless who couldn't afford the rent for a tenement or to send their children to school. The only thing they were any good at doing, it seemed, was breeding. Experts from the Treasury and banks constantly claimed that the economy would grow to accommodate them. Phileas wasn't so sure. It was 100 years since they first appeared, and every time he passed a shanty on the way out of the city, it was larger than before.
A suggestion, sir. Jasmine Avenue is old. It's my belief the road surface needs repairing. If the cobbles were pulled up, ready to be relaid, the whole avenue would have to be closed off. And it's a long, wide avenue. The work would likely take months.
Phileas smiled. He did so like Trevine. The man was constantly 5 steps ahead of anyone else, and brutality was always a last resort.
Excellent. Have a word with the borough's mayor.
Let's see. The Skylords will be here in 2 days. So shall we say work begins the day after, while everyone's still too hungover to question anything?
I'll see to it, sir.
Trevine adjusted his spectacles.
There is one other issue.
Yes? Phileas asked wearily.
There's been another girl, sir. It would appear the first officer's foibles got the better of him again.
Oh, great Geo, what happened?
The hospital says she will live, but she wasn't a working girl like his usuals. This one was from a middle-class family in Siegen, attending the university here. Her parents have arrived, and naturally they're somewhat distressed. They've retained Howells as their lawyer.
Oh, crudding Urachus.
Quite, sir.
It may be hard to get his suit dismissed in court without an executive order, and I understand that the Hilltop Eye pamphlet has acquired the story. It won't reflect well on the captaincy. Your reputation must remain unsullied."
"Right. Send someone from the Treasury's legal department around to see the family. Pay them off, whatever it costs."
"Yes, sir. And the first officer?"
Phileas pressed his teeth together and took a breath.
"I'll speak with him."
5. It was the day the Skylords were due to arrive, 18 months to the days since Slavasta had arrived in Varlan. As customary, the mayor had declared it a public holiday. The city was packed with departer families, coming to witness the fabulous ceremony that signalled the start of their friends and relatives receiving guidance to Jew. By mid-morning, the streets leading down to the city's long waterfront were packed. Many people had eschewed their guest houses and hotels to camp out along the quayside that ran the length of the city. The psychic sensation that filled the ether above Varlan was one of anticipation and delight. Slavasta walked along Walton Boulevard, the wide central thoroughfare that led all the way from Bromwell Park to the sprawling Captain's Palace that lay at the centre of the government district, block after block, dominated by grandiose 10-story buildings. Today, the scuttling, drab-suited officials that usually swarmed the roads and alleys and intersections were all absent, at home with their families, or preparing for the evening's festivities. Even the carts and carriages were fewer, though the flow of cyclists was as thick as ever. He reached the junction to Pointer Street, marked by the fountain statue of Captain Goutois, and turned down it, past the Ministry of Transport. Holach trees lined the road, their long red and yellow variegated leaves fluttering in the humid breeze. It was always humid in Varlan, something Slavasta still hadn't accustomed himself to. This far south of the equator, it wasn't anything like as hot as his home county of Cham, but the clamminess from the coal bowl, which at this point was over 3 kilometres wide, was extraordinary and unrelenting. Pointer Street ended at Oakhead Circus, and the buildings became slightly less stolid, with elaborate carvings on the stonework, and larger windows making them more open and welcoming. This was a commercial district, with fashionable stores and many family offices. Today, of course, the businesses were all shut. He began the steep walk up Longlear Road with its notorious open stream bubbling and gurgling down a channel cut into the centre of the flagstones. Major Arnis was waiting for him outside the Burrington Club, his scarlet jacket and white breeches seemingly glowing in their own little haze of extra-strength sunlight. But then Arnis was utterly faithful to the mould of a dashing officer and gentleman. He caught sight of Slavasta and raised a solemn hand in greetings. "There you are," he pathed. Arnis was one of the very few people in the city Slavasta considered a friend, a fellow sufferer of duty on the Joint Regimental Council, only a few years older than Slavasta himself. They were the 2 youngest officers on the council, with a shared contempt for its painfully bureaucratic workings. Slavasta greeted him with a firm handshake. "Thanks for this." "Delighted to help, old chap." They went into the club, and at once Slavasta felt a resurgence of that nagging insecurity he'd experienced since the day he arrived at Varlan. For a boy who grew up on a farm of modest means in the countryside, 2,000 kilometres from the capital, a sense of social inferiority was the inevitable fallback position. It didn't help that the dark wooden panelling of the club's hallway, with its classic black and white marbled tiled floor, reinforced his impression of the city's casual wealth. Even his own dress uniform, a dark blue tunic with small discreet brass buttons and olive-green trousers, was far less ostentatious than Arnis's resplendent Mayor Regiment regalia. "The ladies are waiting," Arnis said as they made their way up the stairs to the lounge restaurant. There were no mod dwarfs in the club, which was one of the main reasons Slavasta had accepted the invitation. Here old men and women in stiff black suits with snow-white shirts served the members every whim with quiet efficiency. None of them would dream of taking a holiday, not even on this day. The club's lounge restaurant had a wide balcony, with 24 tables under an ancient wisteria canopy providing a grand view across the rooftops to the River Kolbal itself. As such, it was proving very popular with the members. Every table was occupied. "Best view in the city," Arnis said from the corner of his mouth, excepting Captain Bouros's pavilion itself, of course.
Sylvester followed his friend's gaze. Down on the waterfront, the stone dome of the pavilion stood out against the more utilitarian warehouses and boatyards. It was on a raised mound just behind Chicasis's wharf, a simple building, open at the front, where fluted pillars supported the roof. Palace guards in full green and blue dress uniforms stood around it, carbines held tightly across their chests. The elaborate black and gold coaches of the captain's family had just pulled up outside. Captain Phileas was the first to emerge, waving at the crowds who waved back, every hand grasping a colourful blossom. It looked like he was swimming in a wildflower meadow. His wife followed, and they held hands and walked up the short steps to the pavilion, where a long table had been set up, allowing them to picnic while gazing out across the fast brown waters of the Kolbal. His family followed, the smaller children giggling and waving enthusiastically back at the good-natured crowd. Then Eothori, the first officer and the captain's eldest son, climbed out of his carriage, clad in the suave black of a marine colonel. The cheering quieted. Even from the Burrington Club, Sylvester could sense the mood of the well-wishers darkening.
"You help us when that one becomes captain," Arnis muttered discreetly.
Sylvester said nothing as he studied the young man through the public gifting. He'd heard talk about Eothori, about the extravagance and the arrogance, about how the people who complained about incidents involving their daughters or missing property and unpaid bills left the city unexpectedly. He kept a neutral smile in place as they approached the table Arnis had reserved. There were two young ladies standing waiting for them, dressed inevitably in the yellow and blue that Varland's younger aristocracy had decided was in fashion this season. He recognized one, Jakes, a nice girl in her late 20s, whose features showed a strong Chinese heritage. She was the fourth daughter of a merchant family, and as such a likely fiancée for Arnis, though they had only been courting for a month. Sylvester had spent the last 3 weeks listening to Arnis talking endlessly about her, up until last week, when Arnis had withdrawn from social evenings in the city's clubs and pubs and theatres. Now all Sylvester heard was how he spent every evening visiting Jakes at her day villa, over in the Gonbridge district. For propriety's sake, the unmarried daughters of good family were supposed to return home by midnight. Arnis introduced the other lady as Lanisha. She was tall and slender, the same age as Sylvester, with long, strawberry-blonde hair arranged in elaborate curls. Her smile, as he took her hand, was fixed and emotionless, like the smiles of all women of her class. Sylvester didn't really care. All he could focus on was her nose, which was petite with an upturned tip. On such a narrow face, it was striking. He managed to look away before his stare became blatant. But then she was directing her X-sight at his stump. It didn't help that he pinned the tunic's empty sleeve across his torso, drawing attention to it. He wanted a jacket tailored so the sleeve could be folded down his side, making it less obtrusive. And like so many things in Varlan, he hadn't quite gotten around to doing it. Time seemed so very different here. The city's languid pace was insidious. People spent so much of their day in the pursuit of such small goals, but they did know how to enjoy themselves, he admitted. Sylvester used his TK to pull Lanisha's chair out, as a gentleman should. Her eyes widened in appreciation. "That's a very powerful TK you have," she said as she sat down. Sylvester caught the glance she and Jakes exchanged. "It's a compensation," he explained. "How did it happen?" Lanisha asked, without any of the usual semi-embarrassment most people had. "Sylvester's a genuine hero," Arnis said loudly. "Don't let him tell you otherwise." He turned to a waiter. "We'll start with champagne, thank you. The basculet." "Sir." The waiter bowed. "It wasn't heroic," Sylvester said. "I was caught by a nest." "Jew, really?" Lanisha asked, her hand going to her throat. "You've met a faller?" "Yes. She and her mod apes captured my squad. Then we were stuck to eggs. The Marines arrived just in time for me, but not my two friends." "How dreadful. I don't know what I would do if eggs fell on Varlan. Flee, I expect." "That's the worst thing you can do," Slavasta said. Arnis's regiment is the one that will sweep the city for eggs. It's a well-planned exercise. Unless one lands in your house, just stay put and wait for the all-clear. Why shouldn't we run? Jakes asked. Because then there's a chance you could stray into an egg's lure and be drawn into it. All he could think of was Trooper Andrusea staring at the last egg they'd found, filthy from days on the sweep, determined never to succumb to the egg's bewitchment, then swinging the axe furiously when it was her turn. So very different from these two refined daughters of the aristocracy, who probably didn't even know how to boil water on a stove. But don't you gals worry, Arnis said. There hasn't been a fall on the city for 700 years, and there have only been 3 since the landing. What about a nest bringing eggs inside the city? Lanisha asked apprehensively. The sheriffs remain vigilant for any signs of nest activity. There are none in Varlan, believe me. Slavasta held his tongue. There were always rumours of nests established in cities and towns, preying on the poor and friendless, people that no sheriff would care about. In some cases, like Rakwesh province, he knew it was a lot more than rumour. Reports from local regiments that crossed his desk were full of disappeared people the sheriffs had compiled. So does your family have an estate in Cham County? Jakes asked. I gave the land up so I could serve in the regiment, Slavasta said. I intend to spend my life fighting the Fallers. He hated replying in such a fashion, a vague truth that didn't actually answer the question. It was another unwelcome trait he'd come to adopt in the city. But as Arnis constantly reminded him, if you were going to accomplish anything in Varlan, you had to be accepted by the aristocracy, and the greatest barrier to that was being poor. As a serving officer with a position on the Joint Council, he could bypass that requirement to some degree, except probably marriage. That's so noble, she said in admiration. Arnis gave him a quick ironic smile as the bottle of Basculet arrived. They toasted the day. To guidance. And fulfillment. Slavasta would rather have had a decent beer, but sipped the champagne anyway, conceding to himself it was actually rather nice. Sometimes he wondered if it was only his own prejudices that were holding him back. Oh, look, the boats are setting out, Jakes said. From the quayside, thousands of pyre boats were casting off, pushed out into the fast flow of water by TK from teary relatives. They varied from large and expensive craft with high pyre platforms, where those who were seeking guidance waited on their comfortable beds, down to simple rafts, with their owners sat atop a pile of firewood. Captain Phileas stood at the front of the pavilion and waved graciously to the departing boats, smiling widely. The city's harbour-master boats were trying to steer the irregular flotilla out away from the quays and slipways. There hadn't been a blowback fire for over 900 years, and the city authorities were keen to keep that record going. As the 4 of them sipped their champagne, the boats moved out and the current started to carry them downstream. Nonetheless, they maintained a loose formation, with few stragglers. How many? Lanisha asked. The mayor's office estimated about 17,000 people, Arnis said. They come in from 8 counties, after all. Slavasta sent his ex-sight slipping over his pocket watch. The Skylord was due in another 3 minutes. The sound of the waterside crowd waving and cheering was audible even on the balcony. Do you think it will come? Jakes said. The Watcher Guild reported 5 approaching, Slavasta said. Their calculations are usually accurate. So how come they can never be as accurate about the eggs? Lanisha asked. You're talking about 2 very different objects to spot in space, Slavasta replied. The Skylords are vast and glowing. They are easy to see at night, especially with the large multi-mirror telescopes the Guild uses at its primary observatories. But the eggs, now, they're as black as the space between the nebulae. The only way we can have any advance warning is if they're spotted transiting during the daytime, and for that you have to have keen eyes and get very lucky. Usually we only get advance warning for about 1 fall in 5. Otherwise all the Guild sees is the descent contrail through the atmosphere, and we only get that if there aren't too many clouds. I thought you couldn't see space during the day, Lanisha said. It's the sun that's the problem, Slavasta said. The forest is directly between us and the sun, and you absolutely cannot look at the sun through a telescope. You'll burn your eyes out in a fraction of a second. Then how do they see the eggs approaching? Filters and a giant screen, Slavasta said, remembering his trip to the Guild's Polar Observatory. The telescope is rigged to shine the magnified image of the forest onto a giant screen, and I do mean giant. It's a white wall probably half the size of this building. What did they look like? The trees? Lanisha asked. Smudges, really, Slavasta admitted. To me, anyway. A trained guild observer interprets them a lot better, and they're the people who detect the eggs falling from the forest. I was told they're like grains of sand, a fleck of darkness that shoots across the screen so fast, if you blink, you miss it. That's why they always have a minimum of 5 observers watching at all times. That's fascinating, Lanisha said, staring at him over the top of her champagne glass. I'd love to see the projection of the forest. Ah, well, you're in luck there, Arnis said cheerfully. Slavasta can arrange a tour of an observatory for you. He has the authority. Which was utter crud, but Slavasta resisted glaring at Arnis. He didn't mind the occasional blind date, but being set up like this. It's here, Jake said quietly. Like everyone on the balcony, the 4 of them stood up to watch. The first of the Skylords rose out of the northeastern horizon, a vast ovoid of crystal sheets folded in among themselves in the most extraordinary warped geometry. Slivers of pastel light glimmered within the massive, curving furrows, slithering and sliding about, as if they were alive. Under Bienvenido's dazzling sun, they should have been washed out, yet they perversely maintained their intensity. As always, when one of the mighty creatures appeared, silence fell across the city as its true size became apparent. The leading edge of its giant shadow rippled across the land and river below as it blocked out more and more of the sky. Birds warbled in distress as they flapped frantically, trying to outrun the impossible umbra. Tufts of stratocumulus were torn apart by the wind roaring out in all directions as the Skylord ploughed through the air. Down amid the flotilla of pyre ships, those seeking guidance sent their last path goodbyes to everyone watching from the city. Captain Phileas raised both arms beatifically, wishing his subjects a successful guidance, looking for all the world as if he had personally conjured the Skylord into existence. Before him, the would-be astral travellers crushed their little capsule of etire juice and swallowed the sickly fluid. Within seconds, the toxin had stopped their hearts. As their bodies died, they used TK one last time to start whatever method of ignition was on board. Flames began to lick at the pyres as the Skylord swooped low overhead, as if the flames could help propel the departing souls upward. It took a particularly sensitive excite to perceive souls as they departed their physical body. Slavasta had never even come close to sensing such a delicate essence. Today, he didn't have to. Today, those with the greatest excitability were standing along the city's waterfront, minds open to share their gifted perception with everybody. The souls began to glide up out of dying bodies, ephemeral spectres, taking on the idealized form of the corpse they had just departed. No longer old and frail, bloated or withered, these were themselves as they best remembered, young and vibrant. Delight radiated outward as they slipped fluidly through the growing flames and tendrils of smoke. Phantom hands were raised in farewell to those they once loved. In response, the cheering and shouts of encouragement from the shore grew ever louder. The flames engulfing the flotilla of boats rose higher, becoming bright enough to be refracted from the vast crystalline sheets hanging over the river. More and more souls ascended into the Skylord, absorbed into its translucent mass where they could journey safely, though Slavasta was sure he perceived several slither off the surface of the crystal, those the Skylord didn't consider worthy. The unfulfilled, tragic souls whose lives had left them bitter or broken. They were left behind to make their own way across space to the Geo Nebula, which was the entrance to the heart of the void. Even so, he joined the cheering, applauding wildly as the souls streamed into the Skylord. So many were going. So many had reached fulfillment.
He was genuinely proud of a world that provided so much opportunity despite the constant adversity of the fallers. Then the Sky Lord was moving on, slipping across Varland's rooftops toward the next city. Slavasta looked upward as the massive bulk glided smoothly through the air above him. Weird bands of coloured light played across his face, and the air swirled energetically. There was a part of him that wanted to join the Sky Lord there and then, to be taken away to the heart, circumventing the difficulties he knew he was going to face during his mortal life. His hand came up and saluted the alien angel. He wasn't surprised to see tears glinting in Lanisha's eyes, while sadness and longing oozed from her mind. She caught him looking and gave a modest little shrug as she hardened up her shell. They ate a lunch of pasta and fish, while the abandoned boats on the Kolbal burned in spectacular style, thousands of flaming hulls drifting downstream, pumping out clouds of lively sparks that swirled and twirled above the choppy water. The current was strong enough to carry them past the city boundary, and the river wide enough that they never came too close to the banks. By mid-afternoon, the last flames had expired in puffs of dirty steam, as one by one the scorched hulls were swallowed by the water. They were just finishing dessert, a heavy walnut sponge coated in thick toffee syrup, when a group of Arnis's friends came in. Slavasta didn't even have to use his X-sight to see who was making their way up the club's broad stairs. He heard them a long time before they reached the restaurant, their braying voices carried through the club, full of sneering and self-confidence. Slavasta never did understand how someone as basically decent as Arnis could even talk with such people, let alone actively seek out their company. The three of them blundered into the restaurant and, as one, yelled greetings to Arnis, sauntering over, stealing spare chairs from other tables. Their breath smelled of Nanak smoke and whiskey. Slavasta stayed for a tactful 5 minutes, then excused himself. Arnis barely noticed. As he headed down the stairs, Slavasta saw with some dismay that Jakes was laughing heartily at the anecdotes of the youthful aristocrats. She would make Arnis an excellent bride, he thought. "Are you really going?" Lanisha pathed him. "Yes, afraid so." "Wait." She appeared on the top of the stairs and hurried down toward him. "You weren't going to leave me with them, were you? What kind of officer and gentleman does that?" He grinned. "Sorry. Sometimes I wonder how we ever survive the fallers. I thank Jiu we still have men like you to protect us. We all play our part." "Ha!" She rolled her eyes and made a remarkably obscene gesture toward the floor above. "They don't." Slavasta began to re-evaluate Lanisha in an altogether more favourable light, and realized he was staring at her divine face again. There are always ways around people like that. "So what party are you going to tonight?" she asked, as they walked across the entrance hall. "I won't be. I have some work to do. It's a good time to catch up." "Oh, Slavasta, that's terrible. Everybody parties the night a Skylord arrives, from the stevedores up to the captain himself. We deserve it, don't you think?" "It would be nice, but like I said, someone has to remain vigilant." They reached the door and the concierge clicked his fingers, calling a carriage from the waiting ranks. "I will be attending the Kalian family party tonight," she said, as the carriage, pulled by a black terrestrial horse, drew up beside them. "But until then I shall probably take to my bed to rest. I keep a day villa on Fortland Street. Would you care to escort me there, Captain?" Given that his pause could only have lasted a second, Slavasta was impressed with himself for just how many thoughts for and against ran through his mind. "I would be delighted at such a duty." As always, Slavasta woke at 6 o'clock, just before his alarm clock was set to go off. His TK reached out and flicked the little toggle on the top of the clock so it wouldn't ring the hemispherical copper bells. He was glad to find it there beside the bed. Indeed, he was glad to find he was in his own lodgings, for he couldn't really recall much about travelling back here last night. He'd certainly taken a cab from Fortland Street, but he kept dozing off during the ride home. An afternoon in Lanisha's bed was as exhausting as a week of faller combat exercises.
She'd been very keen to explore the potential for wickedness his strong TK could accomplish, casting off her shell as fast as she did her clothes. And his missing arm certainly didn't seem to bother her. He lay there in bed as the usual sounds of the morning city washed over him, remembering their repeated coupling throughout the afternoon, some dreamy part of his mind wondering what life would be like if they were wed, and every night was spent like that. He sighed ruefully at the impossible thought. By now he'd learned that his status condemned him to being nothing more than an audacious dalliance for girls of Lanisha's upbringing, some spicy sexual shenanigans before their inevitable society weddings. Still, there were worse things, he decided, and Lanisha had seemed different from the normal debutantes, more independent, smarter, more curious about the world. Not so pointless. He shook his head at such whimsy and went into the little bathroom. Slavasta had lodgings in number 17 Regatra Terrace, a nice 4-story white stone building overlooking Malvine Square, in the centre of one of Ireland's more affluent districts, a proper gentleman's residence. The landlord, from an old metropolitan family, had been delighted to accept a bachelor officer, even though Slavasta was only from a county regiment. The rent alone was equal to his captain's salary, but of course that was paid for by the regiment. Water gurgled in the pipes as he turned on the brass tap. As always, he had to wait a minute for it to warm up. There was a communal boiler somewhere in the building, burning logs loaded by the landlord's mod dwarfs. Everybody in number 17 had one or two of the mods as servants. The practice was so well established that the building actually incorporated their pens in the basement, with a separate warren of passages and little doors opening into all the residents' rooms. But Slavasta, of course, refused to have any kind of mod in his lodgings, and had bolted the little door from the inside, as well as putting a heavy dresser in front of it. He still had a couple of clean dress shirts in the wardrobe. The pile of dirty linen was getting unreasonably large again. Without mod dwarfs cleaning the rooms and taking care of such things, he had to organize his own laundry service. The last of the dawn river mist was drifting away as he left number 17. A team of civic council mod dwarfs were busy in the street, extinguishing the flames in the street lamps, trimming the wicks, and refilling the little reservoirs with pressed Yalseed oil ready for the night. He nodded to their wrangler and made his way down Tandir Avenue to Rose's Croissant Café. It was his first stop every morning. Inside he joined the usual bunch of early risers, plus a few night shift people on their way home. These were working people, and he felt comfortable around them. In turn, it had taken a while for the other regulars to grow accustomed to him, but he was now accepted as one. Rose herself was serving this morning, a big woman in her 80s, wearing a floral print dress. "Half my girls are late," she complained, as she brought his orange and mango juice over. "Out partying last night, no doubt, so it might take a moment longer this morning. Sorry." "Guidance is worth celebrating," he assured her. She gave his face a shrewd look. "And they weren't alone," she decided. "I think someone had a nice time last night." "I'll have scrambled egg and smoked low-fish on brown toast, Rose, please, with tea." "She's a lucky girl," Rose declared as she left. Slavasta grinned and opened one of the news sheets Rose provided for her clientele. The rack beside the door held both official news gazettes and pamphlets from the smaller political parties. Rose had been nervous the first week he started visiting her cafe when she saw him reading through the pamphlets, most of which were critical of the National Council or the captain's officials, though never the captain himself, which Slavasta found interesting. But he was intrigued by the genuine grievances that were raised in the pamphlets, the way cheap old housing was kept in such bad repair, the rising cost of food, the lack of jobs and low wages among the poor, the slow but noticeable increase in people drifting to Varlan from various outlying provinces, particularly Rakwesh, and always the rumour of nests, though most of those were satirical attacks on suspicious ties between merchant families and councillors. Then there was the Hilltop Eye, a relatively new pamphlet that always contained some highly embarrassing stories of the aristocracy and their corrupt involvement with officials, or some family's semi-legal financial affairs. Twice in recent months, the city sheriffs had tried to track down the Citizens Collective that produced it, but to no avail. Distribution was clever, with civic mod dwarfs counter-ordered and given the pamphlets to take to cafes and pubs and theatres. Nobody knew who or what the Citizens' Collective was, though the best rumour Slavasta had heard in the regimental council offices was that the captain's family was behind it, using public condemnation as an excuse for cracking down on families that didn't pay their full taxes. The latest Hilltop Eye had arrived overnight, while everyone was out partying. Good tactics, Slavasta thought admiringly. Its main story was about the 128-year-old mayor of New Angeles, Lavenius, who, it seemed, was diverting a lot of city funds into his own coffers to pay for outrageously decadent parties, and keeping a 17-year-old mistress, Jubette, in a luxury villa on an offshore island, safely away from his 7th wife. Lavenius, as everyone knew, was Captain Phileas's uncle. So much for the Hilltop Eye being produced by the captain's family, then, Slavasta thought cheerfully as he ate his scrambled eggs. There were quite a few people in the cafe chortling over the pamphlet as they had breakfast. It was a bold story to put into print, confirming what everyone path gossiped anyway. The problem the authorities had with Hilltop Eye was the way it encouraged other pamphlets to be equally audacious. Questions on the activities it raised were already being asked in several district councils. Nothing in the National Council yet. But if it carried on exposing theft and fraud like this, people would want to know just what Captain Phileas was going to do about it. Probably a question the good captain would be asking himself this fine morning. Slavasta arrived at the Joint Regimental Council building just after 8 o'clock. It was a monolithic stone building on Cantural Street, whose 3 lower floors were a maze of corridors leading to hundreds of small offices occupied by junior staff. Slavasta, at least, had an office on the 4th floor, with a broad arching window that gave him a view out into the central quad, with its fountain and topiary flame use. Keturah and Thelonious, his assistants, were waiting for him as he settled behind his desk. Both of them held bundles of files and papers, which made him shudder inwardly. Thelonious had bruised-looking eyes set in a pale face, and his shell was none too stable, allowing little bursts of nausea to trickle out, clearly badly hung over. Slavasta chose to ignore it. "What have I got?" he asked. "Transport Policy Subcommittee meeting at 10, Keturah said, as she checked her clipboard. "AFLAR nest incursion briefing at 1500 hours. The Marine Commandant will be chairing that one himself. Inter-region Communication and Cooperation Budget Subcommittee meeting, 1700 hours. It was an effort, but Slavasta managed not to groan. "Okay. Report, sir." Thelonious stepped to the desk and put down his pile of files on the oak top. 2 falls in the last 10 days. We're just getting the notice from Port Lynn. The other was way down south in Vondara. "Thanks. I'd like the final Port Lynn report when it comes in. For now, just get me some tea, please, and remind me about the transport meeting a quarter hour before it starts." "Yes, sir," Keturah said with a hesitant smile. Slavasta waved them both out. When the heavy door shut behind them, he looked at the map of Bienvenido, which took up an entire wall. It was covered in tiny yellow pins, indicating falls. They were densest in the tropics, becoming progressively sparser farther from the equator. According to the Watcher Guild, the faller eggs that came from the section of the forest closest to Bienvenido would naturally fall along the equator. It was only little inaccuracies in their trajectory as they left the trees and the way they drifted on the long flight through space that left them peppering the whole planet. He went over and stuck 2 yellow pins in the new fall zones. His map had several clusters of red pins for sweeps in which their officers had reported suspected impacts devoid of an egg. And according to the Marine Commandant's office, the Faller Research Institute hadn't issued any new requests for a new egg to experiment on for years now. He'd sent Keturah over there to check, and she'd come back with a date with one of the junior clerks and his promise to report any such request when it happened. The first red pin Slavasta had ever put in the map, the day he arrived, was just below Addis, where he'd encountered Nigel. Black pins were based on reports of people disappearing without explanation. He'd set the criteria as 3 or more people in one area to qualify. The heaviest concentrations, naturally enough, were in Rakwesh province and the Aflar Peninsula, west of the Spine Mountains. As always, he stared at the Nigel pin. There were few other red ones near it, and no black ones within 300 kilometres. If Nigel had taken any more eggs, it wasn't anywhere within 800 kilometres of Addis. In fact, Slavasta hadn't read any report of missing eggs that matched the profile. "Where are you?" he asked the map. The Transport Policy Subcommittee meeting was held in one of the big conference rooms on the 5th floor. 23 officers, 7 of them majors, sat around a long Mercedar table that left another 17 chairs empty. Age-darkened oil paintings of past regimental commanders gazed down at them from the walls. Aides and staff bustled around, serving tea and coffee to the officers, then took their seats around the wall, notepads open and pens ready. Arnis sat next to Slavasta and told his staff to fetch him a coffee. "My third this morning," he confessed. "How about you? Did you have a good night?" "Very pleasant," Slavasta said, keeping his smile to a minimum. "You sly old dog, you. Jakes said Lanisha told her you two had a great time together." "That's what I like to hear. First-hand information." "In this city? Listen, that's like a licensed news gazette. So when are you seeing her again?" "No real plans." "My dear fellow, you must strike while the iron's hot. Her family owns part of the South Western Rail Line Company. Admittedly, she's only the 5th daughter, but nonetheless, there will be a handsome dowry for you there." "And what about the person herself?" "You really do have a lot to learn about society, don't you? I now officially consider it my personal challenge to see you wed properly by year's end." "Really? Then do please tell me what her father is going to say when he meets a one-armed pauper." "And that is going to be the first part of your education. Do away with your modesty. Learn to emphasize your finer points. None of the chaps in this town is a tenth as honourable or heroic as you. Admit it. You're a fine catch. And married well, you can go back to Cham and take over the regiment." "In another 50 years. "Ah, great G.U., that's clearly my second challenge. You're in such a hurry to get things done. Life here has a pace, a rhythm." "One that suits you, not me." "I'm on your side. Come now, shall I path Jakes to set up a meal tonight? A splendid, fun double date? What do you say? And don't try and claim you're frightfully busy, for I know you're not." "I'll think about it." "Excellent answer. We're meeting the gals at the Piaro restaurant at 8:30. Slavasta shook his head, grinning ruefully. "You are impossible." "My pleasure." Colonel Galasis, from the Captain's Marines, called the meeting to order. There were 27 items on the agenda, from the provision of trains and increasing the cooperation of the rail companies, by National Council law if necessary, to boot-leather selection for tropical-based regiments. The only item Slavasta cared about was 14th, the one he'd proposed. He'd had to back numerous other items and policies to even have it considered. That had been a hard and fast introduction to political horse trading. Item 14 was the legal requirement for all regiments to abandon mod horses in favour of terrestrial ones when engaged in a fall sweep. "Excellent notion," Colonel Galasis said, "especially in view of Captain Slavasta's testimony concerning abnormal faller control of mod animals. I trust everyone read the report?" There was a general wave of amusement around the table, which Slavasta did his best to play along with. He didn't need dropped shells to know the answer to that one. No. It was his own response to all the other appended reports on the items. It was always a puzzle, given that he spent his days achieving nothing, that he had no time for anything. "If I may," Major Renard said. Slavasta looked at Renard with interest. He wasn't a regiment officer, but on assignment from the Lord General's staff. Galasis gave him the floor. "I'd like to second the proposal and move that it be forwarded to the Treasury for a detailed cost-benefit and implementation timescale analysis." "Is that good?" Slavasta pathed privately to Arnis. "They're taking it seriously, if that's what you mean." "How long will that take?" Slavasta asked out loud. "I will see that it gets a top team," Renard replied. "Yes, but how long until they finish reviewing it?"
Renard glanced around the table with a "what can you do" mien showing through his shell. "Those of us serving for a while are familiar with the progress of review teams." That brought several chortles from the officers. The aides were starting to watch keenly. "Could you tell us newbies?" Sylvester asked impassively. "The preliminary report shouldn't take more than a year." A year? Sylvester couldn't believe it. Aside from his attempts to spot any sign of Nigel within the myriad reports he could request, Sylvester had devoted all his efforts to engineering a switch to terrestrial horses. It was the first stage in what he considered the essential modernization of regimental practices. Why does it need a year? And why involve the National Treasury? This is a matter for individual adjutants, surely. My own Cham regiment was instigating the change when I left. "That's very commendable of them," Renard said, "but if we start to issue advisement notices that involve any sizable purchase, those same county adjutants will send the bill back to the Treasury. And believe me, young captain, you do not want to be held responsible for annoying the captain's chief chancellor." "But I'd advise you to listen to Major Renard," Colonel Galasis said. "We have a way of doing things here. I understand that they are slow and irritating to any serving officer recently brought in from the field, but nonetheless this is the method that 3,000 years of government has produced as the best. You cannot argue with that much history. Now, Captain, you have an excellent opportunity to see your proposal move forward toward enactment. If it is not approved for Treasury review, I will have no choice but to strike it from Council policy. How do you wish to proceed?" Arnis didn't move. He wasn't looking at Sylvester, and his face was perfectly impassive. "Take it," he pathed privately. "For the love of Geo, Sylvester, be practical. The more paperwork you create, the harder it is for the administration to ignore it." Sylvester nodded formally to Major Renard. "My apologies. I meant no disrespect. I am indeed accustomed to faster decisions, but given this opportunity, I would like to second the proposal for Treasury review." "Splendid," Colonel Galasis said. "Vote, gentlemen, please." Everyone raised their hand. "Excellent. Major Renard, kindly see that through. Now, item 15, provision to increase sweep deployment remuneration for reserve forces' daily food consumption." Sylvester didn't even bother to listen. Once again he hated himself for being beaten, for playing their game. He hated Arnis for being right, too. There was only one way to do things, the same way they'd always been. Friends of the Treasury officials who owned stud stables would be brought up to speed about the proposal, allowing them to prepare their responses to the official request-to-purchase bid when it was eventually issued, in about 10 years' time. "You did well," Arnis assured him as they walked down the stairs together afterward. "It doesn't feel like it," Sylvester told him. "Nonsense. You've only been here 18 months, and already you have the Lord General reviewing a proposal." "I suppose." "Well, not the Lord General himself, more like his staff." "Right." "Actually, if I were being realistic, his staff's clerks." "You're always such a comfort, aren't you?" "Look at it this way. I've never had an item moved up to that level." "All right. So what happens now?" "They'll spend a year and a vast amount of money messing it about and watering it down. Then it'll be shown to one of the Chancellor's junior undersecretaries, who'll add his own notes and send it back for further review. After it's been bounced around for a while, with everyone contributing to show their own worth and importance, it'll be sent up to the National Council Financial Review Board for a final vote. Oh, yes, and you'll be the one who presents it to them. A wife like Lanisha will give you greater kudos when you do." "Water it down?" Sylvester asked incredulously. "We either buy the horses or we don't. How can that be watered down?" Arnis raised an eyebrow. "You'll find out. Treasury chaps can be rather inventive when it comes to purchase proposals. Always have been. That's just the way of it." Sylvester wanted to bellow in frustration. To think, when he woke this morning he'd assumed he would finally be making progress. Then maybe it shouldn't be the way of it. "Ah, a revolution," Arnis said. "Now there's a true girl for you.
Be nice to your old upper-crust friends when it comes to putting us aristos up to the firing squad, eh? I certainly won't forget what you've done for me. I should think not. Starting with the Piaro at 8:30 tonight. Don't be late.
Arnis patted him on the shoulder and hurried on down the stairs to hail another group of officers. Slavasta watched him talk to them, the easy chat and smiles. He almost envied the way Arnis knew everyone, knew what to say and how to comport himself. If it had been Arnis putting the proposal forward, it wouldn't be diverted by Major Crudding Renard. He had the connections, knew the way to smooth progress, the embodiment of the very system that was thwarting Slavasta. I'm out for the afternoon, Slavasta told Catura and Thelonius when he reached his office. But, sir, you have— Don't argue, he snapped at Catura. Rearrange things. Yes, sir. Herschel didn't quite harden fast enough to conceal her resentment at the way she was treated. Join the club, he thought, and stomped out. It wasn't that far to the National Tax Office. A walk down Walton Boulevard toward the palace, then cross over at the junction with Struseberg Avenue, where the statue of the landing plane stood, a weird triangular sculpture, badly worn by time and constant bird droppings. A kilometre along Warren Street, the granite facade of the tax office's Hall of Records loomed over the delicate bundwine trees with their ruddy spine leaves waving in the wind. 8 stories of offices and archives with small dark windows that didn't open. He'd been told there were more archives below it as well. 10 basement levels, apparently. The circular entrance galleria was clad in drab brown marble, with broad stairs spiralling up all 8 stories, where it was topped by an elaborate glass cupola. There were 2 receptionists behind the curving desk, and 5 civic guards. If it hadn't been for his uniform, he doubted he would even have been allowed through the door. "Do you have an appointment, Captain?" one of the receptionists asked, an elderly man in a black tailcoat with a grey striped waistcoat. His glasses were thick pebbles. The whole place, with its silent, timeless existence, was draining Slavasta's anger and determination away fast. "I'd like to see a clerk called Bethanyve, please," he said, hoping his rank was enough to ensure compliance. "Is she expecting you?" "She is dealing with a case for me. It has become an urgent matter for the Joint Regimental Council." "I see." The receptionist wrote something on a small chit and handed it to a mod dwarf, the smallest one Slavasta had ever seen. The creature disappeared into a little archway behind the desk. "If you'd like to wait, Captain." Slavasta sat on one of the 2 wooden benches, which looked out of place in the big space. By the time the mod dwarf returned, all his early determination had gone, evaporated into the cool air, and he was feeling slightly foolish at his impetuosity. But the setback in the policy meeting had been infuriating. He wanted to achieve something today, just for once. "Bethanyve will see you," the receptionist said. "Office 532. He gestured to one of the guards. The 5 flights of curving stairs made Slavasta realize how long it had been since he'd done a run. He was breathing heavily when they started walking down one of the long corridors on the 5th floor. They must have passed 50 doors. His excite revealed clerks sitting behind desks in their individual offices. The long rooms between them contained row after row of shelving, with every centimetre crammed with files and ledgers. "No excite perception, please," the guard told him. "Tax material is classified." Slavasta almost protested that Excite couldn't read entries on paper even if he could distinguish individual sheets, but of course that was one of the rules. It didn't matter if it was relevant or not. The guard knocked on a door. "Come in," a path voice said. The guard opened the door. "I will wait until you've finished, then escort you out," he told Slavasta, and indicated a wooden seat back at the last junction. Bethanyve was a surprise. He'd been expecting someone at least as old as the receptionists downstairs. Instead, she was about his age, with thick, unstyled auburn hair that hung just below her shoulders. She wore a green cardigan over a shapeless blue polka-dot dress, which had a slim white lace collar and a skirt that fell almost to her ankles, but allowed a view of her black leather shoes. It was the kind of outfit he would expect to see on a centenarian.
But then it fit the location, no matter how young and bright the wearer. "Thank you for seeing me," he said. "I've been here 17 months, and nobody has ever asked for an appointment before," she said with a small smile. "Actually, I don't know anyone on this floor who's ever had a visitor. I'll be talked about for weeks in the canteen." He smiled back. Bethany wasn't as pretty as Lanisha. Her features were too broad, and her nose was larger, which was an unfair comparison, he told himself sternly, for Bethany had a lightness that was especially noticeable in this small, dreary office with its single, high window. "Sorry," he said. "It was just that I did put in a review request 4 months ago. You sent me an acknowledgement and said it was underway. I'd appreciate a progress report." "Yes, that was unusual. We've never had a request from the military before." "Is that a problem? I was told I had the authority to make the request." It was Arnis who'd suggested it as a way of tracking down his elusive quarry after he'd found nothing in the Erond Regiment personnel records. Everybody on Bienvenido had a tax office file, the one inescapable constant. "As one of the captain's officers, you do, yes." "So, how's it going?" She gave him an awkward look, then gestured to one of the shelves that covered 2 walls of the office from floor to ceiling. Black and red leather ledgers were piled up all along it, looking as if they were about to slide off. By the archive hall standards, it was akin to anarchy. "This is my investigation. I'm working through every variant of Nigel I could think of registered in Erond County." "And you haven't found him?" Slavasta sighed. "No, certainly not a trader as you described. However, there are some boat owners who have similar businesses, although none of them is called Nigel." She smiled. Slavasta liked that smile. It animated her. "Ah, excellent. Can I see their files?" "These are just the registration ledgers," she said. "The actual files are still in the vaults. I haven't requested them yet." Slavasta looked at her, seeing the smile fade. Looked around the woeful office. "You have a lot on. I understand." "Oh," she blushed. "Yes, I'm sorry. If it's really urgent, I can order the files up. They'll be here in a week. My supervisor has to approve the request." Slavasta started laughing. "Rushing it through." "It's really quite quick." She shrugged. "By archive standards, anyway. It's just things are done in a certain way." "Because that's the way they're always done?" "Yes." "Then I thank you for putting in the request. Can I ask another favour?" She nodded quickly. "Yes, of course." "I'd like to take you out to dinner. Tonight, if you're not doing anything." Bethany blushed again as she gave him a startled look, but her gaze didn't stay on his empty sleeve for very long. Well, please say yes. I'll have to go out with my fellow officers if you don't. Would you really wish that on anyone?" "That's a trick question," she said, her voice challenging, not a clerk's voice at all. "Not really. I'm just a country boy, posted to the city and finding it hard. Take pity on me, please. My landlady locks the door at 10:30. "Quite right, too. Can I pick you up at 7? "Yes, thank you. That would be nice." And so very worth enduring Arnis's dismay at abandoning their double date. Bethany had lodgings on Borton Street, an area where housing was a lot cheaper than anything on Regatra Terrace, but not quite working class, he decided as the carriage pulled up outside the neat 3-story blue brick house. Borton Street was formed by old, classically tasteful houses, with cracks running up the brickwork and walls starting to bulge. In another century or 2 they'd be demolished and replaced, as they had replaced those that stood here before. Such was the cycle of continual regeneration. The city didn't get any bigger, though Arnis claimed each cycle built a little higher than the last. Like the society it housed, Varlan craved stability. The landlady answered the door when Slavasta pulled its bell cord. Now she would have been perfectly at home in the Hall of Archives, he thought. A puffy face that looked perpetually miserable, a dark dress made out of stiff fabric, greying hair in a tight bun. Her gaze and excite ran up and down Slavasta's plain grey suit. "This door is locked at 10:30.
she said primly. "I insist that my girls are back by then. If they're not, I will assume they no longer require residence here. And, frankly, if that is how they choose to behave, I wouldn't want them under my roof anywhere." "An admirable philosophy," Slavasta assured her. Bethany appeared in the hallway. She'd changed into a green dress with a skirt whose hem hovered around her knees, and a white cobweb shawl wrapped tightly around her shoulders. There was a pink rose in her hair. Hints of mischievous thought slithered about beneath a shell that was tantalizingly thin. The landlady gave a snort of disapproval and closed the door. "You kept a straight face," Bethany said as they walked to the cab. "Well done." "She does seem rather imposing." "She used to work at the tax office. You develop a certain attitude if you stay long enough." The cab driver opened the door and helped Bethany up. When she sat on the bench and removed her shawl, Slavasta did a classic double-take. The green dress had a square neck cut almost as low as the one Lanisha had worn yesterday. He cursed himself for being so obvious, but Bethany grinned knowingly. "So where are you taking me?" she asked. Slavasta paused on the verge of answering. Was he imagining a double entendre? "I've heard good things about the Oakham Lodge." "I'm in your hands. Oh." Her hand covered her mouth and she blushed. "Slavasta, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean—" "Trust me, after having your arm amputated without Narnik, figures of speech don't really register as terribly upsetting." "Without Narnik?" "Uh-huh." "Great Geo! Tell me all about it." When Bethany smiled, her lips curled up. It made her look delightfully impish, he realized. Her laugh was husky. She didn't have the formal restraint and coldness of the aristocratic daughters he'd met, a difference that was so refreshing. She knocked back beer, not wine. She was animated on a number of subjects, like the 3 dams on the Yan River that ran through the city and provided water for 9 districts, how the pumps were constantly breaking down, and the owners weren't obliged to compensate the households when supplies were cut off. Or the lamplight company that had the contract for Borton Street, which was doing such a sloppy job, and how the meat inspectors at Wellfield Market were so crooked, and. "I shouldn't be telling you things like this," she said as the main course was cleared away. They'd both had the steak and kidney pie that was the lodge's specialty. "Why ever not?" "Well, you're an officer." "That hardly makes me part of the captain's police." "No." She raised her beer glass and gave him a shrewd look over the top of it. "You're not what I imagined an officer to be, either." "How did you imagine an officer to be?" "Stuck up, like the rest of the aristos. Uncaring. Regiments have a difficult job, you know. Being an officer is no sinecure. It's tough out there sweeping the countryside, and—" he glanced at his stump. "Tougher if you fail." "I get that now. It's the uniforms, you see, all bright and expensive. I just identify you with the rich families who run everything. Some of their younger sons take commissions, mostly with the Mayor Regiment. That way they get to stay in Varlan, admittedly on the other side of the river. I heard there's almost 1 officer for every trooper, and the Mayor does pay officers about 10 times what any other regiment pays. It's called capital waiting. Life here is more expensive." "Whose fault is that?" she said sharply. "But there are more opportunities in a city than out in the countryside. That attracts people." "Which puts up the prices, which takes the opportunity away from the poorest." "But you live here. You managed to get a good job." "That's a good job. 8 o'clock till 5:30, with a 40-minute break for lunch that you have to take in the canteen, which just happens to be run by the senior clerk's family. Every day for 110 years. That's the requirement to qualify for a full pension." "Do you think you'll last that long?" "No. I'm going to find me a rich landowner who'll take me away from all this." She raised an eyebrow in scorn. "That's what's supposed to happen, isn't it? Sorry. Do I sound bitter? I don't mean to be. It's just that nothing changes. And there's so much injustice on Bienvenido, and nobody seems to be doing anything about it. Certainly not the captain and all our councils. The money they receive, sweet Eurocus, I see some of the public expenditure files, you know." "Doesn't surprise me, and I'm afraid I'm not landed. My mother has a farm, but my half-brothers will inherit that now. I'm going to spend my life fighting the Fallers." Bethany slid her hand across the table and grasped his fingers. "You're a good man, Captain Sylvester. You stick to your beliefs. Don't let them take that away from you." "I won't." Somehow he didn't have the courage to tell her about the committee meeting that morning, how they'd already thwarted him. "So who's this Nigel person?" she asked. "You must want him very badly to resort to the tax office for help. What's he done?" He explained what had happened, how angry he was at himself for being tricked. "That's very strange," she said when he'd finished. "I can't imagine anyone working for a nest, no matter how much they were paid." "Me neither," he admitted. "But what else could it be?" "Did you know that Captain Saxon used to destroy an egg in public every year?" "No." "He was the 7th captain, I think. There'd be a big midsummer ceremony at the palace, and they'd bring out this giant steam-powered guillotine device he'd had specially built for the event. It could slice a faller egg clean in half. There were bands, regimental parades, the whole works. Quite a spectacle, so they say. 10,000 people used to turn up." "Why did it stop? There's nothing this world likes better than its traditions." "One of his granddaughters had a puppy. It slipped its lead and ran toward the egg. The lure, you see. She ran after it." "Oh, crud."
"They had to amputate 3 of her fingers when she got stuck."
Bethany squeezed his hand a fraction tighter and gave his stump a thoughtful look.
"I don't suppose they had time to administer Narnik, either. Poor girl."
"Yeah."
"Anyway, that's the only time I know about an egg being moved anywhere by humans. Maybe this Nigel is planning some kind of victory ceremony. Is he a politician?"
"I suppose he could stand for a council office. It makes as much sense as anything, except this was over a year and a half ago." He realized they were still holding hands, and made no effort to stop.
"I'll do you a deal, Captain Sylvester."
"Go on."
"I will order up all the files on boat owners in Errand County and go through them for you. See if any of them fit what you've told me about Nigel."
"That sounds good. What's my side of the deal?" Her smile became fierce.
"You take me to a bait."
"A bait?"
"Yes."
She was looking at him intently, X-sight examining his shell for hints of his reaction. "Very well." She drained her beer glass, then dropped the pretty rose from her hair into it.
"Come on, then."
Sylvester had never been to the city's Newich district, never had a reason to. It was a jumble of derelict warehouses and factories, broken up by bleak tenements the owners had built to house their workers. A canal had been dug through the middle, channeling a powerful flow from the river Gossant before it emptied into the Colbal. Big factories were built on both sides of it, forming a dark artificial canyon. Each of them possessed 2 or 3 water wheels, turning the looms and lathes inside. The bait was held in one of them, an abandoned clothworks. Most of the building's upper floors had been stripped out years ago as part of the demolition and replacement schedule for the whole canal, which hadn't yet happened. Their absence left a single large enclosed space, with the remnants of the upper floors clinging to the walls forming precarious balconies. The uneven brick floor was broken up by deep, narrow trenches, where the whirring leather pulley belts used to run day and night, which had now been colonized by the layers of manky, disease-laden urban bussalors. Big iron bearings were still affixed to the walls, the last remnants of the mighty looms that used to fill the factory. Dozens of slates had slipped off the roof, allowing wide beams of moire nebula light to shine in, but the main source of illumination came from hundreds of oil lanterns hanging from the jagged edges of the balconies. They shone down on the bait pit in the center of the brick floor, an arena 7 paces across, made from thick timbers. There must have been over 300 men and women crammed inside. Sylvester had expected it to be mostly working class, residents from the nearby slum houses, but no. There were many shiny top hats and fanciful dresses. He even saw a few regiment uniforms amid the crowd. The noise was brutal, the air rancid and filled with tatus flies. People were sitting along the edge of the balconies, dangling their legs over the side, tankards and wine glasses in hand. Spilled drink was a constant drizzle as they cheered on their animal down in the pit. Sylvester stared around in amazement, letting his X-sight drift about. One end of the factory was stacked with cages containing the animals yet to fight.
There were barrels of beer set up, the brewers charging double the price of any pub, tables with wine, even some Nanak traders blatantly walking around with trays of wads and fresh pipes. And bookmakers lurked in the corners, surrounded by guards armed with knives and pistols that you didn't need to probe with accents to discover.
"Everything out in the open," he said, unsure if he approved or not. "True democracy," Bethany replied. Then she waved to someone at a small table on the other side of the pit. "This way." Her friends turned out to be Javier and his boyfriend, Kulan. Javier was a big, heavily muscled 30-year-old with ebony skin, almost as dark as Quanda's. Slavasta fought down that shameful comparison. The man had a Rakwesh accent, and the way he was hunched over the table made it look as though it had been built for children. In contrast, Kulan was a tall lad with short-cropped fair hair, and skin so pale, Slavasta first thought he was albino. With his endearingly handsome features, it was easy to like him at first glance. However, his shell was completely impervious, allowing no aspect of his thoughts to escape. They greeted Slavasta with a modicum of suspicion at first, even with Bethany vouching for him. "Your first time at a bit?" Javier asked as he beckoned a barmaid over. "Yes." "Thought so." Slavasta didn't know how to take that. Now that he was sitting next to Javier, he was beginning to realize just how large the man was. "Any tips?" Bethany shouted above the din. "Unity's hound," Kulan said. "It's a mean beast, worth some coin." "Putting it up against 2 mod dogs in a while," Javier said. "I got Philippa one of them." "Philippa runs the bait," Bethany Path voiced, as she nodded toward a 90-year-old woman in a filthy silk kimono, sitting in a big armchair close to the arena. "Do you keep mod dogs?" Slavasta asked. That earned him a snort of derision from Javier. "No, I find them for Philippa. Owners shouldn't be so fucking careless." "People shouldn't own them at all," Slavasta replied levelly. Which clearly wasn't the answer Javier had been expecting. He gave Slavasta a dark smile. "Then what would we all use?" "Who the crud cares? I just don't want mods and newts on Bienvenida." Javier grinned and nodded at Slavasta's stump. "One of them get a bit snappy, did they?" "No, I lost the arm to an egg. The mods helped stick me to it. They belong to the fallers. People can't see that." Javier rocked back on his stool. "Crud." A roar came from the arena's audience. A wolfhound had been dropped into the arena, along with 3 mod cats. The wolfhound charged at the mod cats, slavering furiously. The crowd cheered loudly as its jaws closed around the first. But the other 2 mod cats, path-goaded and in a terror frenzy, started snapping at the wolfhound's legs. Teeth that adapters had formed to slice clean through rodents ripped through the dog's flesh. The wolfhound snarled in pain and fury and clamped its jaws on a mod cat. Locked together, all 3 animals jumped and slung themselves around against the wooden wall, growling and shrieking as blood made the floor slicker. Slavasta used his X-sight to observe the carnage. Bethany stood so she could see the whole gory spectacle. A barmaid delivered 3 tankards to the table. Javier raised his. "To killing mods." "Wherever they are," Slavasta responded. They knocked their tankards together and drank. Bethany rolled her eyes. "Boys." Grinning, she drank a big slug of beer, then resumed her yelling at the arena. "So it's a cushy office job for you now, is it?" Javier asked. "Temporary. I'll be back sweeping for eggs soon, I hope." "Politics, then. They pushed you out because you were too dedicated to your job. I can appreciate that." "That obvious, huh?" "It's how the rich always work. Anyone who comes along that can upset the way things are done gets taken down fast. How else are they going to keep what they have?" "The fallers keep them in power," Kulan said. "This constant fight against them means people accept the social and financial structure of this world without question. We need the regiments to perform the sweeps and root out nests. Therefore we pay the government to protect us. Who's going to argue? Without that protection, you either fall or get eaten. It's a great incentive." This world, a phrase Slavasta had heard before, though he couldn't think where. But there will always be fallers, he said. The forest sends them. We can't do anything about that. Javier leaned over the table, suddenly animated. Mostly by drink, but anger played its part. People came to Bienvenido on ships that flew through the void. Some even say they came from outside the void. No matter. Once we could fly like skylords. Can you imagine that? Now we just sit here and cower as the eggs fall on us like Euracus is taking a shit. How our ancestors must despise us. We abandoned all the marvels they had. We shrank and listened to the weasel words of men like the captains who promised us this false shelter. What we should be doing is declaring war on the forest. Take the battle up there into the void itself. People flying into space? Savasta asked. You're talking about ship's machines, and they don't work on Bienvenido. Our ancestors came here so they could live simple lives. Lives that brought fulfillment. That is the way to the heart of the void. He frowned, barely able to believe he'd just quoted such orthodoxy. It was supposed to be him that argued against the establishment's restrictions. Really? Did any of your first ancestors tell you that directly? Or was it the teachers in schools paid for by the councils? Councils that are ruled by the captain and all the rich families who support him and beg his patronage. We don't know what happened 3,000 years ago, not really. But does it make any sense to you that the ships would choose to come here, a world under permanent siege? Why would they do that when they had a whole universe to choose from? Got an answer for that? Stavasta had to shake his head and admit defeat. No, not if you put it like that. Is there another way I should put it? Hey, I'm on your side. Yes, I can see you're kept down just like all the rest of us dumb peasants. But is it the side you'd choose, if you were allowed to choose, that is, which you're not? I'm doing what I can. Javier clapped him on the shoulder. Of course you are. Which he actually wasn't, but that was down to a harsh self-judgment. Enough, Bethany said. We're here to enjoy ourselves. Sylvester, fancy a flutter? Javier talks way too much, but he does know his beasts. Inity's hand might be worth it. Quite right, Javier said. Ignore my bullshit. I apologize. Put your money on Inity. You'll double it at least. All right then, Sylvester said, suddenly realizing he was genuinely enjoying himself for the first time since he'd arrived at the city. If it loses, I'll claim you are a faller and send the Marines after you. Still think it's going to win? Javier roared with laughter. Put my coin on with yours. We'll find out the hard way. Would you like to start with the bad news? Bethany asked. It was Saturday, a week after the night at the bait. Bethany had agreed to meet Sylvester for lunch, and he'd chosen Davidia's, a fresh fish cafe halfway along Captain Sanarel's pier. The pier was actually the start of what the poor captain had hoped would be a bridge across the Colbal, a folly doomed from the moment the first stanchions were sunk. The river beside the city was over 3 kilometres wide, with a fiercely strong current even outside the rainy season. The bridge had reached 400 metres on 5 massive stone arches before the end collapsed. Scaffolding and masonry alike were washed away by a surge, taking over 200 workers with it. 3 arches remained now, and what had been planned as the wide road and rail track they supported was now covered by a chaotic array of wooden shacks, containing fish merchants, cafes and pubs. The air was thick with smoke from the curing houses. Slavasta grinned. You're married? No, I went down into the vault containing tax returns from Errand County. There's nothing that matches a trader with 3 or more boats. Ah, well, thank you for trying. I can expand the search. To where? There are hundreds of counties. 715, plus 82 governed territories waiting to be elevated to regional status. Then they'll be split into about 20 counties each. That many? I didn't know. Well, it was a valiant try. I'll just have to find another way of tracking him down. I didn't like to say it, but if he is a criminal, or he sided with the Fallers, then he probably won't have a tax file. You're probably right. Of course, Javier doesn't have a file. Now, why does that not surprise me? Your friends are quite intense. So far he and Bethany had been out in the evening on 3 occasions, 2 of which had seen them ending up in a pub with Javier and Kulan. He'd enjoyed the men's company, though he was starting to think he'd like to spend slightly less time with them and more with Bethany. They talk a lot, Bethany said as she ate her grilled marrow beam. So do a lot of people. It's harmless. He examined his beer. Shame. Really? She grinned. Do you think Javier would make a good captain? Sylvester grinned back and drew in an exuberant breath. No. She laughed. He's more like you than you realize. I don't quite see that. Of course you don't. That big man blaster act of his covers up a lot. He was 10 or 12, I think, when his parents were eaten by fallers. That's what drives his contempt for the captain and the councils, just like you. I didn't know that. We all have reasons for what we do and the way we think. You want to change the way the regiments do things, because that old way nearly got you exhumed. True. Things need shaking up and modernizing. That's progress. The look she gave him was almost sad. We both know that's a pile of crud. Progress stopped on this world 3,000 years ago, the day our ancestors landed here. Is that what drives you? The quest for progress? I have a friend. He was slightly worried at the way her shell tightened, allowing no shade of emotion to show. Whatever she felt, she wasn't prepared to share. Go on. Had a friend, I suppose. We were young, and we'd come to Varland together. Usual stupid story. We thought a life here was rich and exciting, which it is when you're young. Then I learned it wasn't, not really. It took a while for me to realize that. It took the first officer to make me see it. Eothori? He asked in surprise. You know him? My friend did. A landowner from the south took her to the palace one night. She didn't want to go, but she had problems in her life. Problems? Sylvester queried. He didn't like to. It was obvious talking about this was tough for her. No, Nick, she said resentfully. What else? So she wasn't in a position to say no. When she got there, Eothori enjoyed how vulnerable she was. Thankfully, he gets bored quickly, which was probably the luckiest thing that ever happened to her. Too long with him and, well, you've heard the rumours about him? Yeah. They're all true. And that's not the half of it. He's evil, Sylvester. Really, truly evil. If they ever cut him open, I wouldn't be surprised if he bled blue. That bad, huh? Oh, G.U., yes. I want him gone, dead, even. It's the captaincy that allows people like him to do whatever they want, to ruin lives. They rule the world for their own pleasure and profit, and it's wrong. The day them and all their kind are brought down will be the happiest day of my life. So now you know. That's what drives me. You're not alone there. And your friend, the one who knew the first officer, what of her? Gone away, somewhere, she said with a sad sigh. I suppose you have to know at some time. Know what? He asked in sympathy, thinking he could guess what was about to be said. It wasn't just my friend who used to do Nanak. We all did, he said, a little too cheerily. No, Sylvester, I had a real problem. It just took over. But I've been clean for a couple of years now. I'm never going back to that. Not ever. It's a dark place, and you don't see it. Not from the inside. And before you know it, the dark closes in and covers you. It's like being buried alive, and the only way out is another wad. That's when you think you can see the light again. But it's not light, not really. It's just the Nanak lifting you, fooling you. He reached over the table and took her hand. I'm sorry, but you're clear now? That's good. Yes, it was Kulan. He found me. He helped me see how bad I was. He helped me kick it. There's not many people manage that. Not when they're as far gone as I was. But he knew what to do, how to help me. It was amazing, building up my self-esteem again. I owe him a lot. Everything, actually. He was so sweet, so generous. He didn't have to do it to help a stranger, but he did because that's the kind of person he is. Just for a moment, Slavasta could sense some of her memories, a few hazy images rich with emotion. He was proud of the way he kept hold of her hand. "You and him, then?" "Yes," she said quietly, "but it's over. It has been for a long time. He's with Javier now." "We've all got a past in that respect," he assured her. "I know, but I'm still friends with him. Slavasta, I really hope that doesn't bother you. It's not in my nature to turn my back on someone who was so important to me. Without him, I don't know where I'd be now. Dead, possibly, or just another house girl down at the bad end of Gamstak district. But you're neither of these things, and I'm very grateful to him for that." "Really?" Her hand tightened on his. "Yes. Whatever you've been through, it made you what you are today. And that's a very special person, Bethany. One I'm pleased I know. You're so sweet. I can't believe you do the job you do." She leaned over and kissed him. They'd kissed before, pleasant end-of-the-evening kisses when TK strokes became playfully naughty, but not like this, not with this hunger. His shell immediately tightened around his thoughts, preventing anyone's excite from sensing them directly. Nothing he could do about the other cafe customer's eyesight, though. They moved apart, sharing the same knowing smile. It gave Slavasta real hope for the future for the first time since Ingmar's death. 6. It was the following Thursday when the news reached Farlan. It must have come to the palace by special messenger sometime during the night. The kind of news the captain and his council kept quiet about until the official gazettes could print clever, sanitized reports that minimized the level of damage. But when Slavasta walked into Rose's Croissant Café, he knew something was wrong. Even the regulars were giving him disapproving stares, and the unguarded thoughts his uniform kindled in some were downright hostile. "Is everything all right?" he asked Rose when she came over to take his order. "You pay them no heed, Captain," she said, her voice growing loud enough to carry across the café. "Everybody here knows you're from the Cham Regiment, and they do all right by their county. You're not like those others." "Other what?" "You might want to look at the Hilltop Eye." When she'd taken his order, Slavasta used his TK to pluck the Hilltop Eye from the rack beside the door. The pamphlet was easy enough to find. The rack was stuffed full of them that morning. It slid through the air above the heads of everyone sitting at their table. He was slightly surprised to see it was a new one. Normally they were printed every month or so, and the last one had come out barely 5 days ago. Also, this was just a single sheet. "Nest Uncovered" was printed in bold across the top. With a growing sense of dismay he read down the report. Wurzen, the southernmost town in Rakwesh province, had discovered a nest. All the fallers had been killed by sheriffs and regimental reservists from the town. No thanks to the authorities. The nest had taken over the Lanicky family, some local landowners who had a grand townhouse. How long they'd managed to carry off the charade was unknown. Rumours had been rife for years. True, Slavasta knew. He'd seen reports of suspicions from the Wurzen sheriff's office, but one of the Lanicky daughters was married to the captain's district governor, and the county regiment's commander was a cousin. The family employed hundreds of people on their estates, and half the businesses in the county depended on their patronage. Official reports into the disappeared, and qualms about the increasingly reclusive occupants of the townhouse with its strangely persistent fuzzing had been quashed for years. 2 days ago, at 1 o'clock in the morning, a drunk group of sailors had waylaid a covered cart trundling quietly through the town. It had a brewery logo on the side, and they were hoping to help themselves to some barrels. What they found were 2 eggs. The faller who drove it made a desperate dash for the Lanicky townhouse, with the rapidly sobering sailors in hot pursuit. A pathed alarm surged through the town, and a mob emerged. Every mod animal in Wurzen went wild, attacking the entire human population. "I knew it!" Slavasta exclaimed out loud as he read that part. But fear and anger had taken hold now, and the mods were swiftly killed by TK assault, physical battery, and pistol shot. Sheriffs and reservists, who had weapons, led the charge against the townhouse. What they found inside, after they killed the fallers, was what everyone imagined Urakas itself would be like.
Human bones, gnawed clean, filled every room. Initial estimates were that over 300 people had been eaten. The Wurzen nest was an atrocity on a scale nobody had even conceived of before, and it had all been brushed aside and kept quiet because the Lanicky family was of good stature, landowners, aristocracy, rich, the ruling class, those same rulers who had allowed it to happen because they'd never dream of questioning their own. Other houses and the town council offices were fired as the mob sought revenge, a physical outlet for their horror and fury. Landowners, merchants, anyone living in a large house, government officials, they were chased out of their homes, out of the town, beaten, robbed, brutalized. The captain's district governor was supposed to have been lynched with help from his own sheriffs. The mob still ruled in Wurzen, the Hilltop Eye claimed, and the discontent was spreading to the surrounding towns and villages where the families of the disappeared took up arms in search of vengeance. "Great Jew," Sylvester muttered. His dismay was tempered by a grim satisfaction. "The regiments will have to change now." He dropped a few copper coins on the table and left. As he walked down Walton Boulevard, he grew aware of the unusually light amount of traffic for the time of day. At the same time, his ex-sight was gathering up the emotional atmosphere starting to engulf Varlin. That was the thing with path whispers. Given the right spark of gossip, they could spread across the city in a matter of minutes. The Hilltop Eye wasn't a spark. It was an eruption. Shocked path conversations between families and friends overlapped, multiplied, to streak along streets and canals at the speed of thought. The city's cab drivers, those masters of urban gossip and innuendo, understood all too well what the growing mood spelled, and turned to head back to their stables. Their absence added to the expanding feeling of anxiety. Ire toward authority was building fast. Once or twice Sylvester sensed individuals urging people to take their frustrations out on the government. Fast, sharp path voices that swirled for a few seconds amid the mental clamour, only to vanish again after a few seconds, untraceable even to the best psychic detective. But each little burst of encouragement was absorbed and disseminated, adding to the city mind gestalt. Keturah was in the regimental council offices, radiating worry, a state shared by just about all the staff. Thelonious hadn't come in yet. Sylvester sat behind his desk, not knowing what to do. The path babble filling the ether outside precluded any work. Everybody, it seemed, was waiting for something to happen. He told Keturah she could go home if she wanted, but she said no, she'd ride it out, although she did want to go home early. At 9 o'clock, Arnis stuck his head around the door. "This is getting a bit beastly," he said. "I told you we should be taking those reports of the disappeared more seriously. And did you read about the mods attacking humans in Wurzen? I wonder what Major Renard makes of that." "Oh, come now, be gallant in your victory." "I don't think anyone has won anything here. 300 people." Don't tell anyone, but it was probably closer to 400. The captain's police chief, Trevine, was saying the Lanicky family probably fell 5 years ago. 5 years? Hey, wait a minute. How do you know what the police chief is saying? Arnis winked. Trevine is my sister-in-law's uncle. Did he know? No, of course not. The idiot governor was too stupid to question anything. Bloody typical. Quite. Anyway, I'm off to change into my combat uniform. What? Why? Arnis pointed at the window. You need to stretch your ex-sight. There's a nasty little bunch of peasants congregating in Bromwell Park, fizzing with anti-captain thoughts, as if he knew what was happening in Wurzen. We're worried they'll march on the National Council chamber, or worse, the palace. So the Mayor Regiment will deploy across Walton Boulevard and, shall we say, discourage them. Ah. Sylvester frowned. Can they get here in time? Your men are all barracked on the south side of the Cobalt. Not as of 3 o'clock this morning when the news reached us. They're in various forward deployment bunkers, including the one under this building. We have a deployment bunker here. Oh, yes, but don't spread the news around. Right. Don't worry, the chaps train for civil disobedience suppression. We'll crack a few heads, chuck some of the would-be revolutionaries in jail, and the rest will slink off back to their hovels and drink themselves stupid all night.
And if worse comes to worst, well, we've got all the guns, haven't we?"
Slavasta didn't trust himself to answer. It was difficult enough to keep his shell solid. He'd never known regiments were used to keep order, let alone trained for it. But then the Mayor was always regarded as an elite regiment, directed by the National Council. And guns? Fired at civilians?
"You can take me out for a drink tomorrow evening," Arnis said cheerfully as he left. "I haven't seen you properly for ages. I want to know all about her, whoever she is. This girl you're spending all your time with, and ignoring your best friend in the city, your loyal friend, your drinking friend, the friend who showed you around right from the start, your friend who managed to get you laid a lot, the one friend who—"
Slavasta smiled sheepishly. "Bethaneve. Her name is Bethaneve."
"Lovely. And I've got some news too. Tomorrow." A final wave, and he scurried out. The mob was over 1,000 strong as it finally spilled out of Bromwell Park. Shared X-sites allowed the whole city to watch as they started to make their way along Walton Boulevard. Jeering and chanting, they launched half-hearted TK attacks at statues of historical dignities. A surprisingly large number of the protesters encouraged more hesitant people to join and make their opinion known to the arseholes in charge. A steady stream of fresh supporters swarmed in, bolstering the scale and determination of those leading the push up Walton Boulevard. Government buildings along the road were now locked and sealed. TK punches from the sneering crowd slammed into the windows. Blizzards of shattered glass began to rain down onto the broad pavements. Troopers of the Mayor Regiment filed across Walton Boulevard, forming a resolute barrier, 5 deep, blocking the approach to the palace. The first rank carried long batons, as did the second. The third rank was made up of strong TKs, well practiced in cooperative techniques, shielding their comrades. The fourth and fifth ranks were armed. Sheriffs and marshals scurried onto the road behind them, bringing jail wagons. Officers used strong path shouts to order the mob to disperse. The two sides faced each other for several minutes, with the mob flinging taunts and the occasional TK-boosted lump of stone. Then a clump of protesters broke off and started running down Canterell Street, shouting, "There's the regiment offices! They're all in there!" More hate-inflamed protesters were pouring out of alleys and side roads, those who were genuinely aggrieved by the Wurzen disaster and blamed the regiment for not stopping it, and others who simply fancied giving the sheriffs and troopers a good kicking, revenge for a life lived at the bottom end of society.
"Oh, you ruckus,"
Slavasta grunted, as it became clear that their target was the Joint Regimental Council offices.
"What do we do?"
a terrified Keturah asked as she ran out of his office. "Stay in here," he barked at her. "Lock the doors, and don't let anyone in that you don't know." Officers were running out into the main corridor, the majors trying to shout orders. The chaos was ridiculous.
"We have to coordinate our TK to defend the building," Slavasta said.
Nobody paid him any attention. Cursing, he ran for the stairs. The building's big front doors were shut and bolted, but the broad windows would be easy points of entry once the glass and shutters had been smashed down. They had to be reinforced. "Come on," Hepath spoke to some of the junior officers he knew. They acknowledged his intent and started to follow him. Outside, the shouting was getting louder. 4 squads of Mayor troopers came up the narrow stone stairs from the deployment bunker in the basement of the council offices. Arnis led them out through a small door at the side of the building. They came around the corner to confront the mob swelling across Canterell Street. "This has been declared a restricted area," Arnis announced, pathing as strongly as he could. "Disperse and return to your homes." The squads lined up, single file all along the front of the long stone office building. They were spaced wider than he would have liked, but then they were a reserve force. The main body of the Mayor was still guarding Walton Boulevard. "Get some wagons here," Arnis pathed to the local sheriff station. "We need to make arrests. Show these bastards they don't have free rein." He stood on top of the stone steps, his back to the office block's sturdy double doors, trying not to let any concern filter out through his shell. Behind him, the TK of the officers inside the building insinuated its way into the doors, strengthening the wood.
On either side, more TK was weaving into the shutters and glass of the windows. "We're sealing it up," Slavasta's path assured him. Bolstered by the support, Arnis bellowed, "Go home!" at the mob. "This is your final warning. I have been authorized by the police councillor herself to use force." That was greeted with a chorus of booing and obscenities. Stones began to fly through the air, accelerated and guided by TK. Several were aimed at him. His own TK battered them away. Just. "Stand by to fire warning shots," Arnis told his squads. He was appalled to see women in the frenzied crowd, and even some children, all of them animated with hatred, letting loose vile path images of the captain and first officer. Someone with disturbingly strong TK wrenched the glass oil reservoir from a lamppost and sent it arching toward the office. It ignited at the top of its trajectory, then smashed against the stone wall just above the front door. Flames cascaded down. Arnis ducked, flinging his TK around himself for protection. The mob yelled its approval. More reservoirs were snatched from lampposts. "Aim high," Arnis instructed. "Fire!" Her name was Haran. She was 12 years old, and jumping up and down amid the crowd in Canterell Street, enthusiastically chanting the new and wonderfully rude song about rich boys loving an egg up their bottom. She was there with her father and older brother, Lonnie, caught up in the excitement and drama of an extraordinary day. She stopped singing as the first flaming oil bottles went flying overhead, pointing and going, "Look, look, Dad!" The bottles from the lamppost smashed against the front of the big office building, and bright flame went ripping across the stone wall. That drained the smile and joy away from her face. The sheet of flame was scary, with long streamers pouring down close to the regiment soldiers standing along the base of the wall. She was worried one of them might get burned. But they were all raising their guns in one hand. A volley of terrifically loud shots crashed out. Haran ducked instinctively, hardening her shell around her at the same time her dad snatched her and held her tight as he crouched down. "Go home!" a strong path voice commanded. She recognized the regiment captain again. He'd been telling them to leave as soon as he emerged. People in the crowd around her groaned and shouted in antagonism. An astonishing sensation of anger washed against her mind. There were more shots. "This way," Dad ordered. They started to run, hunched down. "Together now," a calm path voice commanded, and she could sense TK slither through the air, many strands combining into a tight bundle like some invisible giant's arm. It lashed out at the regiment captain, knocking him sideways. Blood poured out of his broken nose and torn cheeks. Then one of the glass oil bottles smashed on the ground beside him. Flame burst out. Haran cowered away from the brutality, retracting her accents. "Daddy!" More shots rang out. They seemed closer, different somehow. Then the soldiers were shooting again, and they weren't aiming up into the air anymore. Her father pulled her along frantically. "Bastards! Bastards!" he shouted. "Out of the way! I've got children!" An incredible force smashed into Haran's side, actually lifting her off the ground for a moment before she crumpled onto the granite cobbles of the road. "Dad?" She was completely numb, staring up into the warm sapphire sky, somehow removed from all the frantic activity churning around her. The angry voices and path shouts becoming muffled. "Dad?" His face slid across the sky, and the way he looked down at her was frightening. Shock and dread hit Tasyorka as he stared down at his daughter's wound. Blood was running from the appalling hole the bullet had torn in the side of her ribs, and her gorgeous eyes were dazed with confusion and trust as she tried to grab him. "Haran!" Adrenaline and terror gave his voice and path shout a power far beyond normal. Everyone within 200 meters winced as the image of Haran burst into their consciousness. A pretty girl with dark hair and rich olive skin, lying awkwardly on the cobbles, her dirty old green dress soaked with blood, more blood starting to glisten on the cobbles beneath her, spreading out, eyes filled with uncomprehending tears. Breath coming in jerks as shock set in. "Help me!" he commanded. "Help!" The conflict along Canterell Street faltered. "Stop the bleeding!" "Put pressure on the wound." "I'm a nurse. Let me through." "Help her breathe." "You have to stop that bleeding. Here." Tumbling memory images how to apply TK to human flesh. Too many people crowding around. 100 different haunted images of the shot girl ripped out across the city, the gift passed from shocked mind to shocked mind. "A girl! They shot a little girl!" "I'm a doctor, damn you!" Tasyorka, along with 2 others, was trying to stanch the flow of blood with TK. He was crying, his mind too frenzied to direct TK accurately. "Let me through! Please!" A circle of tough, angry men had formed a guard around tragic Haran. They parted with stars as a young regiment officer pushed through. He was carrying a fat satchel with a red cross on the side. He fell to his knees beside the girl. "Stop doing that," he said. His TK reached out and flowed over the wound, pinching and squeezing in clever little pulses. His path voice spoke quietly and calmly to Haran. She managed a brave smile. He opened the satchel. Dressings rose out of it like a slow-motion explosion, hovering in the air. He began applying them to the wound. The nurse arrived and helped tie them properly. A phial of apanarnic was broken under Haran's nose, and she sighed as the narcotic hit. Her eyes closed. Along with most of the city, Slavasta watched through other eyes as Haran's travails were gifted openly. How the mob parted for her, using combined TK as a protective umbrella from the stones and firebombs arching overhead. How the Mayor Regiment, blocking Walton Boulevard, opened their ranks so she could be carried through to the captain's free hospital on Wallace Road. How the hospital staff clustered around and transferred her onto an iron gurney. He clenched his teeth, his thoughts riding in tandem with Tasyorka's anguish, as the surgical team elbowed everyone away from his precious daughter, now desperately pale, her breaths coming in short gasps. A father's fright as needles were slipped into arteries, and foreign fluid started to seep along veins. Then the hospital senior doctor hurried in, snapping instructions, and the entire building fuzzed, giving Haran her rightful privacy. Every Varlan resident not involved with the riot waited anxiously for news on Haran's progress. They endured 3 fraught hours while the Battle of Walton Boulevard raged with escalating violence. There were dozens of further injuries and even 2 deaths, but it was little Haran's plight that had captured everyone's heart. Finally, Tasyorka emerged through the fuzz around the captain's free hospital and announced in a shaky path that Haran was out of the operating theatre, and the doctors were confident she would recover. He thanked everyone for their help and support. "And please, no more violence. No one should suffer as she has." With that, he turned around and walked back into the hospital. The clashes reduced after that, flaring sporadically throughout the afternoon before people finally drifted away as the sun sank below the horizon. Slavasta stayed on at the office that night, helping to clean up and secure the building. The deployment bunker was now serving as a triage post for regiment troopers who'd been injured, which was most of them. Oil lamps hanging from the bunker's brick arch ceiling cast a pale yellow as they filled the air with fumes. Slavasta ignored the groaning as he walked along the line of cots, trying not to flinch at the troopers with bloody bandages. Arnis was lying motionless on the cot at the end, his head swaddled, leaving only narrow slits for his eyes and mouth. The white linen was stained crimson in several places. Slavasta's X-sight probed below the bandages, revealing the disturbing extent of burned, ruined skin, the missing part of his lips. A drip bottle hung above the cot, a rubber tube snaking down to his arm, where an intravenous needle had been taped in. "I was wondering where you were skiving off," Slavasta said, keeping the tone just right, the joshing bluster. Nothing wrong here, no allusion to the disfigurement and thick scars Arnis would be left with, even if the surgeons did a good job. Arnis didn't reply. His shell was tight, allowing no emotion to show. "The girl's all right," Slavasta said. "Haran, the Free Hospital staff are sending out general path reports every hour, reassuring people. It's helping, I think." Arnis stiffened, his muscles tensing up. "We didn't do that," he pathed. "My squads are good men. They wouldn't shoot into the crowd. Not a girl. A child."
I know. That's what everyone's saying. I can hear them. The whole city felt her. They saw her through her father's eyes. They knew her father's pain, and they blame us, me. They hate me for giving the order. You didn't give that order. We all know that. Your last order was to fire into the air. And who's going to remember that? There'll be an inquiry. There's got to be one. You were struck by the mob's TK well before the shot was fired. I'll stand in the witness box myself and swear it. Everyone will know you're completely innocent. Officially. That's what it'll be. Officially vindicated. And we saw today what everyone thinks about official, didn't we? He gripped Arnis's hand. We know the truth. That's what matters. I know. Your friends know. You know. Sylvester, you're a good friend. Thank you. You don't have to thank friends. Ah, here's the ambulance wagon, fellows. Can you walk? I'm not sure. These damn drugs, I hate them. But there's not much pain now, thank Gio. Would you like me to come with you? Or shall I go get Jakes? No! Arnis lifted himself from the cot and created a thick fuzz around himself to deflect any excite. No, Jakes. She can't see me, not like this. Please, Sylvester, promise me you won't let her see me. Yes. All right. I promise. I have to say I think you're underestimating her, though. She's a lovely girl. She's not going to be turned away by a few scars. Arnis clenched his fist and started hitting it on the side of the cot. Scars? Scars? You moron, I have no face left. I'm going to be a freak. I'm going to be a fucking freak. I can't live like that. I can't. His voice rose to a frantic shout. What is there now? I shot a girl. I shot her. Sylvester tried to grab his fist as it pounded the cot. You didn't shoot anyone. Nurse! She's dead, Arnis cried. I'm dead. I can't live like this. I'm a monster without a face. Nurse! Sylvester bellowed. The doctor came running down the aisle. They hate us. Everybody hates us. Kill them. Kill them all. I've fallen. Sylvester, I've fallen. Kill me. Somebody, please. Arnis started to thrash about. Sylvester had to use his TK to pin him down on the cot as the doctor fiddled with the mechanism on the bottom of the drip bottle. It took a few moments. Then Arnis subsided. Sylvester looked on in anguish as his friend began to sob. Sylvester, don't leave me. Don't. Arnis sank back, unconscious. The doctor patted Sylvester on the shoulder. Don't worry. It's the drugs talking. I've seen it 100 times. He won't even remember in the morning. Of course. Thank you, Doctor. They're taking him to the Hewlett Hospital now. I know some of the surgeons there. Good chaps. They'll fix up what they can of his face. Damn savages. Doing that to him? Yes. Quiet. Sylvester watched Arnis's unconscious body loaded onto the canvas-covered ambulance wagon. The driver was an ordinary cabbie, volunteering to help out. Don't you worry, Gov. I'll get the Major there okay, he assured Sylvester. I haven't lost one today. Thank you. Sylvester hadn't realized his shell was so flimsy it was allowing his worry to show. Keturah hurried across the rear courtyard. Captain? Why are you still here? He asked in surprise. Because you are, she said. Oh, gee, Keturah, you should have gone home hours ago. I'll get a trooper to escort you. That's very kind, sir, but there's someone here to see you. Says she's a friend. She was very insistent. The building guards are holding her in the main entrance. Sylvester sent his Excite out into the building's main entrance hallway. It was Bethany, sitting on the bench between two suspicious and tired guards. It's all right, Sylvester told the guards as he walked across the marble floor to her. I know her. Well done for being vigilant. Dismissed. Bethany hugged him as the guards went back to the front door. I'm sorry, she said, sniffling and clinging tightly, but I didn't know where else to go. Are you all right? I'm okay, yes. I managed to dodge the Meor troopers when they were beating the crowd. Sylvester gave Keturah an awkward look.
The woman's surprised gaze darted between him and Bethany. "Ah, right," he answered, then cursed himself for his own cowardice. "Come on up to my office." "There's no time. They've arrested Javier, Sylvester. The sheriffs beat him terribly and threw him into one of their jail wagons." "Crudding, you raucous. When was this?" "About 5 o'clock. They took him to the Ganouzi Street station. There's a judge gone there already. They say the judge is using suspension powers to pass sentencing."
"What suspension?" he asked.
"The captain can order suspension of civil laws in an emergency," Katura said. "The order came through from the captain's palace this morning. It allows the Mayor to use armed force against whoever the local commander believes is threatening the state." "What?" "There's a copy on your desk. I put it there." Sylvester just stood there. Too much was happening. He didn't know what to do or say. "They'll sentence him to the Pedrui mines," Bethany said, "and there'll be no appeal allowed because the sentence was issued during suspension. Sylvester, he'll never get out of there. They won't even admit he's been taken there. Urarchus, they won't admit they've even arrested him." Sylvester wanted to ask what the Pedrui mines were. He didn't like the way there were so many things he was ignorant of. "All right. Can we get a lawyer? A civil rights one?" "There are no civil rights under suspension," Katura said. "That's the whole point of it." He gave Bethany a desperate look. "Then what can we do?" "I don't know. I thought you—" She struggled against her tears. "You're an officer." Sylvester tried to think. One thing he knew for certain. Javier wasn't going to be freed using any legal means. He turned to Katura. "The suspension order. It allows any Mayor officer to do what he wants?" "More or less, yes." "Can you find that copy for me?" She took a moment. Her shell flickered, allowing him to sense her thoughts. How much she hated the day's events, her contempt for the organization she worked for, the haughtiness of the officers. "Yes. Thank you. Please bring it to the back courtyard." Katura gave Bethany a quick, timid smile. "Good luck." "Where's Kulan?" Sylvester asked. "Did he get arrested as well?" "No, he's outside, fuzzed. We thought I had more chance of getting in here." "Good call. Now listen. He has to get us a cab. Do either of you know a driver who'll be sympathetic?" "Probably. Kulan knows a lot of people." "Good. Go tell him to arrange it fast. And tell him I'll meet him on the corner of Ennui Alley and Connaught Square in 15 minutes. "Okay. What are you going to do?" He gestured down at his filthy uniform. "Get spruced up." In the end, it was so much easier than Sylvester had expected. The mildly fuzzed cab, driven by Kulan, pulled up outside the Ganouzi Street Sheriff's Station, a strictly functional 4-story building, with 3 underground levels containing cells. Set back from the road, it was built from dark brick, with narrow, barred windows. The sheriffs inside maintained a constant fuzz, adding to the forbidding atmosphere. There were 5 sheriffs standing guard outside, watching keenly when Sylvester's cab drew up. He didn't get out, simply stuck his arm out of the door window and beckoned. One of the sheriffs went over. "What in Urarchus do you want?" Sylvester leaned forward so the pale light from the street lamps revealed he was wearing the uniform of a major from the Mayor regiment. Arnis wasn't quite the same size, but the fit was good enough for tonight, with little illumination and some strategic fuzzing. The sheriff couldn't even tell he only had one arm. That would have been a complete giveaway. "Tell your station commander I want to see him." Sir." "You heard. Get him out here now." "But—" "Now!" The sheriff wasn't going to argue. Not today. He hurried into the station. A few minutes later the station commander came out. "He looks happy," Kulan pathed privately to Sylvester. "What is this?" the commander demanded. It had been a long, bad day, and it was far from over. He clearly didn't need any further complications. Sylvester still didn't come out of the cab. He simply held up the copy of the suspension order. "You are familiar with this order and the authority it gives me?" The commander barely read the first few lines. "Aye." "Good. You have a Javier in your custody. Big man. Arrested on Walton Boulevard around 5 o'clock. I'll take charge of him now." "You've got to be joking. The judge has already sentenced him. We're about to ship a whole bunch of these rebel bastards out to Pedrui." Sylvester hardened his voice, exactly the way so many officers in the Joint Council did, lifting himself up an entire social class. "This is not a joke, Commander. My uncle believes him to be one of the ringleaders. He will be questioned quite firmly on that matter." "Your uncle?" A tone of uncertainty had crept into the commander's voice. "Trevine, I trust you're familiar with the name?" "Yes, sir." "Good man." Sylvester waited until the station commander had turned around. "Oh, and, Commander?" "Sir?" "This never happened. Understand?" "Completely." 2 minutes later, a pair of sheriffs dragged a limp Javier out of the station. Cullen hopped down and opened the cab's door. All three of them bundled the big man onto the floor at Sylvester's feet. Only when the station was out of any reasonable X-sight range did Sylvester let out a cry of disbelief. "Oh, my cradding Jew, we did it! We cradding did it!" "You were brilliant," Cullen replied. "You've got to have balls the size of melons." "Interesting compliment. Thanks. How is he?" Sylvester's X-scan swept along Javier. There was plenty of bruising. Both eyes were almost swollen shut. A multitude of cuts and grazes had clotted and scabbed, leaving a lot of dried blood on his skin and clothing. Several ribs were cracked, and one knee was badly wrenched with fluid building around the joint. Alive.
7. The sub-basement was a long way underground, and old, a maze of corridors and small cells whose original stone walls were frequently patched with crude bricks and crumbling mortar. Slicks of blue-green algae ran down from oozing cracks, while spiky clumps of small, pale stalactites protruded from arching ceilings like petrified fungal blooms. The air was cold, rancid, and stale from being unable to escape. Just breathing it in was immediately dispiriting to anyone who was brought down here, sapping all hope. Eothori accompanied Trevine down the interminable spiral stair, making sure the hem of his natty embroidered evening cloak didn't drag along the worn steps. He rather enjoyed the smell of bustle or shit and human sweat, as it always accompanied a sense of fear. The central chamber into which they emerged had 3 small oil lamps on iron brackets high on the wall. Their meagre light left the apex of the chamber in shadow, but did manage to illuminate the figures shackled to the wall with iron manacles, their mouths filled with wooden gag balls held in place by leather straps. He counted 17, of which 7 were female. As soon as they recognized him, their already apprehensive thoughts became panicky. He smiled in acknowledgment of just how weighty his reputation was these days, and began a circuit. His shell was tight, not that he was in any real danger from a TK strike. They had all been fitted with a collar of Etor vine. The vine, which was as strong as leather, had a peculiar property. When soaked in water, a cut length expanded to nearly twice its original size. In that state, a braided collar could easily be slipped over a human head. After that, it began to dry out and shrink. If you were wearing one, it took a vast amount of TK to hold the savagely constricting braids off your throat. Any lapse in concentration, any TK diverted somewhere else, meant the collar would choke the wearer. It left prisoners without any ability to spin out a shell. Their body was devoid of protection, and their thoughts unscreened. "Students," Eothori concluded, allowing his contempt to show. The clothes, the age, the outrage that mirrored their fright, the broken arrogance. He knew the type well enough from the university. "Indeed, sir," Trevine said. "Radicals?" "Possibly. Are these the same ones who wanted to kick up a fuss over the Jasmine Avenue anniversary? We know 2 of them have been outspoken about the Jasmine Rebellion on occasion. Disgraceful. We provide a wealth of opportunity for them, and this is how they thank us. Were they all plotting today's pitiful demonstrations? Are they ringleaders?" "This group was acting together, certainly. The sheriffs arrested them all in Bromwell Park after my people pointed them out." "So this was planned? I'm curious. How?" "Nobody knew about Wurzen until a couple of days ago. Plan might be too strong a concept here. I prefer to think they were primed to react. Wurzen simply came along. If not this, it would have been something else."
Really? So they were being prepared for general rebellion. That speaks of serious organization. Eothori walked over to one of the girls. Her green dress was torn and filthy. Her ebony skin grazed along one arm and leg, presumably where she'd been dragged. She began to shake as he stared at her, and tears welled up in her eyes. "Your name?" Eothori asked.
"Orline," she pathed. "Please, the collar's so tight."
"I know." He studied the thoughts spewing out of her frantic mind, the images, her deep terrors. My, what an imaginative little thing you are. So are you the ringleader of this wretched band?
No, there is no ringleader. It's not like that. We were just protesting against Wurzen. That's all. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Ah, so many people are always sorry after the event. Unfortunately, that doesn't help anyone. So who is we? All your friends here?
Yes.
He grinned at Trevine. Well, how's that for camaraderie? Everyone here. I can't say I'm terribly worried about the captaincy being overthrown if this is the best the radicals can do. We'll get lists of everyone they've pathed and received political paths from, and when, Trevine said. It will take time, but my clerks will draw up a register. Then we can cross-reference and analyze it, see if we can find a pattern, some kind of hierarchy. Sounds terribly dreary.
"Please," Orline pathed. "The collar. It's been on for hours. I can't hold it back much longer."
Eothori studied her face, savouring the way her pretty, youthful features were distorted by strain and panic. Then we'd better not waste any time, had we? He turned back to Trevine, whose lenses were reflecting the flickering orange oil lamps, occluding his eyes. "I'll take her, and this one, and this one." He indicated 2 other girls. "As you wish. You're not going to go running to father. That's refreshing."
They aren't ringleaders, and frankly there are too many for us to process properly. However, there can be no public knowledge of the outcome. Everyone is focused on Haran right now. I don't want that attention diverted.
A good point. He stroked Orline's cheek tenderly. Not that I would ever send anyone as special as this to the Pedrui mines. I'll path the professor when I've finished with them. Slavasta took a cab to the Hewlett Hospital at midday the next morning to visit Arnis. He knew something was wrong as soon as the driver turned into Leicester Street. Several people were standing together outside the entrance, their minds flashing with shock and distress. In growing alarm he realized 2 of them were Jakes and Lanisha. Jakes was sobbing uncontrollably, her shell gone, her thoughts incoherent with grief. He climbed out of the cab. "What's happened?" The look Lanisha gave him was brutal. Without any path it told him what a useless, worthless piece of human-shaped shit he was, and not just because he'd turned her down.
"It's Arnis," she said.
Slavasta just stared at the wailing Jakes. He didn't want to know, didn't want to be told the horrible truth.
"What?"
"I'm afraid Major Arnis has passed away," the man in the doctor's coat said gently.
"Oh, no. Jakes, I'm so sorry,"
Slavasta said. He stepped over to hug her, to offer his meagre comfort.
"You were good to him,"
Jake said through her tears.
"He really liked you. He said you were real, not like the rest of them."
"He was a wonderful man, truly."
"We were engaged,"
Jake said.
"He proposed to me 2 days ago. I said yes."
Slavasta closed his eyes in grief.
"The news. He said he had news for me. He was going to tell me today. Arnis wanted you to be his best man."
Slavasta turned to the doctor. "What happened?" It was the wrong thing to say. He knew it at once. Jakes immediately stiffened inside his embrace. The highly agitated doctor said,
"I'm afraid the Major committed suicide." "What?"
"No."
"He didn't,"
Jake snarled. She turned and pointed at the other man standing with them.
You murdered him." "Jakes," Lanisha began. "No, I will not calm down, and I will not recant the truth. Slavasta, this man murdered Arnis." "Who are you?" Slavasta asked. "Devalta. I'm an assistant attorney for the city prosecutor office, and I do understand and sympathize with Miss Jakes's grief. However, I must insist that this calumny is not to be perpetuated." "I'll perpetuate as much as I like, you boy-horse scum!" Jakes spat. "You think working for the prosecutor is going to save you? When my family's lawyers are through with you, you'll wish you'd plea bargain for the Pedrui mines and a nightly gang rape. It'll be a trip to Geo compared with what I'll have done to you." "Miss Jakes." "All right." Slavasta held his hand up. He gave the assistant attorney in his smart, expensive suit a suspicious gaze. "What are you doing here? Why is Jakes blaming you for my friend's death?" Devalta took a breath. "I was serving papers on Major Arnis. Soon afterward he jumped from the 4th-floor window." "Papers? What sort of papers?" "The prosecutor decided he should be charged with Haran's shooting." "You've got to be out of your raucous fucking mind." Even as he said it, Slavasta could put together the tricky political reasoning behind it. Someone had to be the scapegoat for the girl's ordeal. Someone in authority. You couldn't blame the mob in this case. That would only aggravate the resentment, and enough people were being carted off to serve in the Pedrui mines to keep that cranked up high right now. The other side had to take a hit, too. There was always a penance to be served in order to restore equilibrium. And from a strategic point of view, Arnis was a perfect candidate. The mere officer in charge of the troops when the shot was fired, even though he'd been knocked unconscious and was having his face burned off at the time. "I assure you, Captain," Devalta began, "you served papers on a man who just had his face firebombed. What did you think that would do to his state of mind? There was no legal reason to delay the court summons." "Legal?" Slavasta shaped his formidable TK into a giant fist. Devalta sensed it and took a frightened step back. "I assure you, sir, assaulting an officer of the court is a serious offence, and will be pursued vigorously." Slavasta gave him an icy smile, then turned to Jakes. "Make sure your lawyer collects my statement on Arnis's mental state, and how he should not have been persecuted by a malicious lawsuit. I'll also be giving testimony that he was unconscious when Haran was shot, and that I personally witnessed his last order, which was to aim above the heads of the crowd." "Thank you," Jakes whispered. Slavasta gave Devalta a final contemptuous glance. "You are not fulfilled, and your profession will prevent you from ever becoming so. Your soul will spend eternity lost amid the nebulae, diminishing with every passing year." With that, he climbed back into the cab. As his TK shut the door, he caught Lanisha's approving gaze. It didn't make him feel any better. Slavasta walked down the east side of Tarleton Gardens, a terraced square on the edge of the Nalani Borough, with a small iron-fenced park in the middle where ancient Malbu trees dangled long skirt branches of their dark grey-red leaves from crowns 20 metres above the cracked pavement. The brick house he stopped at was no different from all the others that made up the terrace walls of the square. 5 stories high, with bay windows up the front and a wide wooden door painted a cheerful blue. As in most buildings around the square, each floor had been divided up into separate apartments. The structure had a simple psychic fuzz, no different from any other home in the city, preventing anyone from casual prying with their X-sight. He felt a faint perception wash across him as he went up the 3 steps to the door. "Come on up," Bethany pathed. The inside was more time-worn than the outside, with a stone stairwell that echoed to the sound of his feet. With whitewashed walls and a grimy roof lantern high above, the air was noticeably cooler than the square outside. He climbed up to the 3rd floor. Bethany opened the door and beckoned him across the small landing, her X-sight sweeping around. "Nobody followed me," he said. "The captain's police use mod eagles," she replied. "Mod dogs and cats, too. There are rumours of other adaptations we haven't seen before." He almost said, "So how do you know that?
if you don't know what they look like. But for once he had the smarts to keep his mouth shut. The flat was as bare as the stairwell outside. Its walls had been painted a pale green decades ago, and had faded further under layers of dust and dirt. Dark floorboards creaked under his feet. There was no furniture. Javier was lying on a mattress in the back room, covered by a thin sheet. Cullen sat on a fold-up chair beside him. The young man looked exhausted, his hair limp, stubble shading his chin and cheeks, shirt crisscrossed with dried blood streaks. "Hey, you," Javier pathed. There was a strong seepage of distress within the simple thought, despite his tight shell. The amount of tissue bruising was worrying. On his dark skin, the swelling was like a purple and bronze stain, leaving every limb puffy and discoloured. Wounds still leaked pustulant fluid, though they were drying out and scabbing over. Both eyes were completely swollen shut from the bruising, and his cheeks had ballooned out as if his mouth were full of nuts. Slavasta smiled and held up the satchel he'd taken from the office's deployment bunker. "Brought you something?" "Is that a pananek?" an incredulous Cullen asked. "I got hold of some files, yes. Clean bandages and dressings too, which are important." "Thank you." Cullen's hand was trembling as he took the satchel. "He spends so much energy fighting the pain." "Ha! You don't have to tell Slavasta about pain," Javier pathed. "This is just a few bruises. You had it worse, right?" "The doctors kept telling me it wasn't as bad as kidney stones," Slavasta said. "I pray to Giu every night I never have any of those." "Doctors." Cullen knelt beside his lover and prepared a syringe of apananic. "I don't know the dosage," Slavasta said. "Don't worry. I do," Cullen said. "He's like a walking encyclopedia," Javier pathed. "Despite that, I still quite like him." Clearly fighting back tears, Cullen slid the needle into Javier's arm. "There, that should shut you up. Honestly, the whinging I've had to put up with." He caressed the big man's sweat-soaked forehead. It was only a short while before Javier sighed. A profound sense of relief pulsed out from his thoughts. "Oh, why, that feels better." A minute later, he was asleep. "I'll change his dressings while he's out," Cullen said. "I don't want to risk infection. There are some nasty germs on this world." He smiled up at Slavasta. "Thank you so much. Without you—" He choked. Bethany put her arm around his shoulders and gave him a reassuring hug. "He'll be okay, the big old fool." "Yes." Cullen started to busy himself with the satchel. She inclined her head, and Slavasta followed her out. The front room was a lot bigger, with warm afternoon sunlight streaming in through the big bay window. Like the rest of the flat, the room was devoid of furniture or decoration. There was a single mattress on the floor, covered by a rumpled sheet. Bethany sat on it and patted her hand for him to join her. He did, with a sigh of his own. "You did good," she said. "Strike one against the system." "And the system strikes back even harder." She put her hand on his cheek. "What's happened?" "My friend. My one and only friend in the office. Arnis. You remember, the major who got burned by a firebomb?" "I remember him, yes." "He's dead." "Oh, Slavasta." She hugged him tight. "I'm so sorry. But you said the burns were pretty bad." "It wasn't the burns," he said hoarsely, and told her what had happened. "Those people," she said in dismay when he'd finished. "He was one of them, and they were going to use him like that." "Yeah." Somehow they had wound up pressed together, holding each other. That little shit Tavalta, who served Arnis with the summons, he didn't even care. Suicide was actually more convenient for them. Now everything can be blamed on my friend, and nobody will clear his name. Jakes would try, but they'll stall her and discredit her, I know it. If she ever does get her day in court, everyone will have forgotten. This whole disturbance, everything that happened, will be blamed on Arnis. They can't blame the Wurzen nest on him. No, that was the district governor, who conveniently for the captain is swinging from the end of a mob's rope. Nothing will change. Everything will carry on as before." "Not you," she said with conviction. "I know you won't give up."
You won't, will you?"
"Give up what?" he asked bitterly. "Trying to get the regiments to use terrestrial horses instead of mod horses on a sweep. Yeah, that's going to change everything, isn't it? It's just so petty, a pitiful act of bureaucracy. I am pathetic. I can't change a neuracus damn thing. I might as well join them, all those families and officials that rule this world. That way, if I'm going to live a worthless life, at least I'll be comfortable doing it." "Stop it. Stop thinking like that. I can't take them winning. They always win, Slavasta, every time. They broke my friend, they killed yours. And there is never any justice, not for people like us. Why? Why can't they be brought down? Why can't the world change?" "It's all right," he said, stroking her neck. "I'm just messed up by Arnis. I won't give up."
"Promise me. Promise, Slavasta."
Her face was pushed up against his, desperation and urgency swelling out from a mind that no longer had any shell. He kissed her. "I promise." He kissed her again. "I promise I won't give up." Her hands were fumbling with his shirt. He used his TK to lift her dress off. They fell back onto the mattress, touching and caressing skin as it was freed from the restriction of clothes. When they were naked, she straddled him, surrounded by bright sunlight pouring in through the bay window behind her. He used his TK to pull her down, impaling her. The sunlight seemed to flow around her, turning his world to a glorious white blaze as she cried out. Then she was riding him, letting him into her thoughts to reveal her body's secret demands, pleading with him to perform them. He responded with equal intimacy, sharing his physical appetite, and a completely uninhibited Bethany used her hands and mouth and tongue and TK to delight him in all the ways he'd always fantasized she would. He held nothing back from her, and felt no shame in exposing himself in such a fashion, for she reciprocated with equal enthusiasm. All that afternoon in the hot light, they made love on the slim mattress, intent on just one thing, satisfying each other's cravings, and all the while, thoughts churned in his mind, notions he'd thought impossible. Everything was free for consideration now, liberated from his reticence, rushing out of its cage amid the sunlight and joy.
"I'm scared,"
he told her eventually. Bethany was lying on top of him, hot, sweaty skin pressed into his, the smell of sex in every breath. The feeling of intimacy was unsurpassed.
"Don't be," she told him. "This will happen again and again, as much as you want, because I want it too. You know that. I held nothing from you." "Yes, I know, but that's not what scares me." "Then what?"
"What we both know and are too afraid to say."
"Then say it, to me. You can say anything to me."
"If there is to be change, I know of no one who is going to bring it about."
"So many want it. Someone will."
"No," he said firmly, "not someone. If this is to be done, then we must do it. Right here. Right now. This is where it begins. This is the revolution. We will organize, and we will overcome." Bethany lifted herself up so she could look into his eyes. Her own were moist with emotion.
"I am with you to the very end," she swore, "whatever that brings us."
Book 4. Cell Structure 1. Slavasta resigned his commission the week after Arnis committed suicide. He gave no reason nor any indication of where he was going. On his way out of the Joint Regimental Council building, he paid a quick trip to the forward deployment bunker, where he quietly removed a couple of pistols and 4 boxes of ammunition. Carrying them out in a satchel, he fuzzed. Just as he expected, no one questioned an officer.
"We'll need to organize,"
Bethany said that evening. "That's obvious." Slavasta had turned up at the house in Tarleton Gardens carrying just a single suitcase that contained all his civilian clothes. It was a symbolic arrival, he thought. He'd left his uniforms behind at number 17 Regatta Terrace. Bethany, too, had left her lodgings on Borton Street. They sat on the bare floorboards in the back room, with Javier propped up on pillows that Kulan had arranged. The worst of the big man's swelling had just started to go down, and one of his eyes was starting to open again. Apanarnik had reduced a lot of the pain, though Kulan was worried about the long-term damage to his knee.
"Just how many people is this going to take?" Javier asked.
"Is what going to take?" Kulan asked. "Exactly what is the aim here?"
"To get rid of the captain and the National Council," Bethany said.
"Right?"
"Yes," Slavasta said. "And then what?"
"Democracy," she said indignantly. "Proper democracy, with courts that are open and honest, and government officials who are accountable. That's for starters."
"So we have to physically kick the bastards out," Javier said. "That's not going to be easy. They'll put up a fight. We'd need an army."
"Or a mob," Kulan said. "We've just seen how powerful they can be. The mayor was hard-pressed to defend the government buildings."
"You can't control a mob," Slavasta said.
"Don't be so sure about that.
A mob just needs the right leader. But if anyone establishes themselves as a mob agitator, the captain's police will pounce on them," Javier said. "If they're lucky, they'll escape with being sent to the Pedrui mines."
"So their identities need to be kept hidden," Bethany countered. "That's simply a question of math."
"Math?" Slavasta queried, and maybe a little too much skepticism leaked past his shell.
"Of course." She grinned tauntingly at him. "What we need is separate groups of agitators, kept in isolation from one another, but using private paths to keep in touch. Lieutenants who don't know each other, so they can't betray anyone, and nobody knows us. Maybe some kind of pyramid structure, with instruction coming down from us, and relayed through the groups."
She closed her eyes, her thoughts alight with geometric shapes designated by lines and nodes.
Let me think on that."
"I like it," Javier said. "So if we're Group 1, right at the top, all we have to do is just recruit the layer of groups below us. After that, the groups we found go on to establish more groups. The layers build up."
"Sounds good," Slavasta admitted. "If only we knew someone who could organize that."
Bethany gave him an obscene finger gesture.
"We'll leave that with you then," Kulan said, "our official communications officer."
"Not officer," she said sharply. "Regiments have officers."
"Comrade, then?"
"Yes, I like that."
"Our biggest problem is going to be motivating people," Javier said. "There are so many people who just accept the status quo."
"Water," Bethany said eagerly. "Everyone knows how badly the water companies maintain the city pipes. It wouldn't take much to bugger up the pump stations. The captain's family owns half of them. We can put it about the failures are all down to him, squeezing profit out for himself and not spending enough to repair and replace essential parts."
Slavasta gazed at Bethany with a growing admiration. He'd never seen her this animated before. Angry with the first officer and the captain, yes, but this was a whole new aspect of her. He rather liked her fierceness and how smart she was being.
"We also need to think about how to get our message out to people," Kulan said. "A reason why our way is better than the existing system."
"Money,"
Slavasta said, determined to make his own contribution. They all looked at him. "Everyone wants more money, right?" he said. The idea that was blooming in his mind was only just keeping ahead of his speech, so he let himself flow with it. "So we have to show them we can give them that. They have to know opposing the captain is going to end in better times, especially money-wise." He paused, slotting the aspects together, feeling a great deal of satisfaction at breathing some life into his personal goal.
"Go on," Javier said.
"There are a lot of people in Varlan on the breadline right now, and not just the ones in the shanties. And every day there's more drifting in from the provinces in search of work. Well, why don't we make sure they get that work?"
"How in Giu's name do we do that?" Bethany asked.
Slavasta smiled at all of them as the perfect solution bloomed in his mind.
"By taking it away from the mods."
2. It took Javier a couple of weeks to recover well enough to walk. He had to use a cane and support himself with TK. But once he was able to leave Tarleton Gardens, he got Slavasta a job at Coughlin's stall in the Wellfield meat market. Coughlin was 163, so he relied entirely on Javier and two lads, Pavel and Irvin, as well as 3 mod apes in their 3rd decade. It wasn't kind keeping the creatures on that long. Every morning, an hour before dawn, Javier would take one of the lads with him to collect their meat from the Plessy Station's goods yards, where the night trains delivered it. Along with dozens of other stalls, they'd load carcasses, some fresh, some salted, and cart them back to Wellfield, where the meat would be cut up and packed for their clients. Coughlin had taken some convincing that a one-armed man was up to the task, but once Slavasta had demonstrated just how strong his TK was, the old man relented. "This is a stall suspended in history," Javier confided when Slavasta arrived on his first day. Slavasta took a look around the poky clutter of huts sheltering under the massive roof and thought Javier was being generous. The stall should have been relegated to history, and a new one built on its foundations. They had to wake up at 4 o'clock every morning to be at the Plessy station, so getting up an hour and a half earlier wasn't too much of a hardship. Bethany had tracked down the address of the major adapter stables across Varlin without any trouble. "You just have to know which public registry to search," she said brightly. Slavasta hadn't been surprised to find there were 37 stables on her list, and plenty of people had smaller ones, too. There were a lot of mods in the capital. The Dawa family stable was on Hatchwood Road, barely half a kilometre from the riverfront in the Oxlip district, a neat block with 3-metre-high brick walls surrounded by spindly voxen trees whose chaotic black and grey tufts waved about in the breeze. A 6-storey townhouse stood beside the main entrance, with a neat little front garden and deftly trimmed pinku vines scrambling up the front. Inside the walls was a traditional layout of barns and 2 exercise yards. The birthing manger was in the middle, long enough to hold 25 pregnant newts, with the hatchery at one end where their newly laid eggs would sit on clean straw. 2 of the barns housed the 100-strong herd of female newts, where they were bred with the stable's 10 male newts. The remaining barns were for the young mods, with specific stalls for mod apes, dogs, dwarfs, cats, birds, and horses of various sizes. Right at the centre was the adapter stockade, where those with the talent sat for long hours beside a newt whose egg had just been fertilized and used their TK to bring on the required traits in the embryo. Slavasta and Javier turned down an alley at the back of the Dawa stables and hurried along it. There were no streetlights down the narrow passage, and the nightly river mist was reducing visibility to a couple of yards. Nonetheless, they both clad themselves in a subtle fuzz to deflect any excite that might chance to sweep the alley. Not far from the corner, they found a sturdy little wooden door that hadn't been opened for years. It was secured with an Istom lock, still the finest anti-TK lock on Bienvenido, with multiple springs and levers designed to thwart the most skillful burglar. You could break it, of course, but the main bolt was solid iron 2 centimeters in diameter, so you had to either have the strongest TK on the planet or bring a sledgehammer along. Either way, chances were an assault that blatant would be noticed. They'd found that out the hard way during their first couple of attempted incursions. So Slavasta concentrated his X-sight on the door's hinges and used his TK to turn the screws. They were old and practically welded into the wood, but he persisted. It took 10 minutes, but eventually they all came free, methodically winding up from the hinges, and Javier lifted the door aside. They crept into the stable complex, keeping up their fuzz. There were oil lamps on the corners of all the buildings. Slavasta reached out with his TK to snuff the flames on some of them so they could slink past unseen. Then they were at the barns. That was where they split up. Slavasta crept into one of the low buildings, wrinkling his nose up against the smell of newts and their manure. The creatures were all huddled together, sleeping on their feet. He sent his X-sight into the body of the first, and followed with his TK. Slaughtering every mod they encountered would be easy. A quick spike of TK into the brain or heart would kill the defenseless animal instantly, but that would be noticed, and the authorities put on the alert. So they were going for a more indirect approach. A small pinch of TK in the right place of a female newt's ovaries, and the creature was barren for life. After a few weeks, the city's supply of new mods would dry up, and all those jobs they were intended for would have to be done by humans instead. Of course, new newts could be bought and brought in from other towns and cities, but that would take time. By then, Slavasta was hoping the movement would have built enough momentum to cause a lot of problems for the adapter stables everywhere. It took 20 minutes for Slavasta to sterilize all the female newts in the barn. He and Javier crept out of the stable unseen and fixed the door back into place behind them. The Great Northwestern Train Company had built Plessy Station in Varland's Norwich district, the terminus to a main line that ran almost 5,000 kilometers north, crossing the equator to reach to New Angeles at the tip of the Alpha Peninsula. Its goods yard sat behind the grandiose passenger terminal, with row after row of sheds whose steep roofs stood on iron pillars covering the slender loading bay platforms. Every day hundreds of goods trains brought raw materials into the capital and dispatched manufactured goods out across the Northwest. The money that flowed through the station on a daily basis formed a goodly portion of the city's overall economy. A lot of people relied on it for their jobs. Slavasta and Javier drove their carts into the goods yard at just after 4:30, merging into the usual procession of carts belonging to various stallholders. They already knew something was wrong before they passed the tall stone gateposts. The ether was bubbling with disgruntled path comments, suffused with emotion. There were a lot of carts pulled up in the loading bays that ran along one side of platform 8D, which handled the meat trains. Big oil lamps hung from the rafters, shining a meager yellow light down on the men milling along the narrow platform. But Slavasta couldn't see the trains. Just about every platform was empty. "What's going on?" he asked Javier. The big man just shrugged. There were no station officials anywhere, though Slavasta could sense the engineering crews in their shops, radiating disgruntled and, in some cases, nervous thoughts. He scanned a little deeper, trying to identify individuals whose resentment burned hotter than the others. By now he recognized most of the night shift station workers. "Check it out. I think we might have 3, he told Javier, his thoughts indicating the specific people hunkered down in the engineering shops. They avoided recruiting anyone from the wellfield these days. Bethany said a concentration of activists in the same place would be suspicious if the captain's police ever stumbled onto those cells. Wherever they went now, they were on the lookout for the resentful and sullen among the city's residents. When a possible emerged, a day later that chosen one would receive a quick private path from someone they didn't know, asking them if they'd like to actually do something about the focus of their ire. Responses were graded against a chart Bethany had drawn up. "To see if we've got a talker or a doer," she said, as she supervised their growing network of activist cells. Some of their best assets were cells of one, a person broadly known as a political activist, criminal record preferred, who would happily take an order to cause a little physical havoc. Testing Bethany's pyramid of cells had so far resulted in water being temporarily cut off to certain streets, in one case for 2 days, allowing them to gauge the efficiency and preparedness of the repair teams. That information, along with their growing map of the city's main water pipe network, would allow them to cut off water to 9 individual districts by just 7 small acts of sabotage, throwing the proverbial spanner in the aging, rickety pump mechanisms of substations. "Good. Tag them for Bethany," Javier replied. His own excite and intuition weren't as developed as Slavasta's. He gestured around at the throng of unhappy stallholders waiting for the overnight meat train. "This doesn't look good." He pathed Vladya, another well-filled stallholder, waiting in a bay farther down platform 8D. "There've been no train since midnight," Vladya told them. "What about passenger trains?" Javier asked. "Some, but only from the local stations." "What's happened?" "Nobody knows, but it's got to be some kind of major accident somewhere up the line." Finally, a station official had appeared at the end of platform 8D, a young man in an assistant platform manager's uniform, surrounded by a big scrum of stallholders. He looked terrified, and his superiors had clearly sent him out with the purpose of saying one thing: "We don't know when the trains are coming." "Come on," Javier said. "This is pointless." He jumped back into the cart and picked up the reins. Slavasta followed him out of the goods yard. As they passed through the gates, his excite showed him 2 more stallholder carts leaving. Wellfield Market had been on its current site, barely 1,500 metres from Plessy Station, for over 2,000 years. It had been completely rebuilt 7 times, the last being 211 years ago, though there had been many refurbishments since. This latest version covered 6 acres under a series of long, curving glass and slate roofs that could easily be mistaken for one of the capital's railway stations. Heavy iron girders supported the roof. Every 5 years they had their rust scraped off, so they could be given a fresh coat of red and green paint to protect against the humidity. Some claimed it was just the paint layers holding it all together these days. Most of the sides were open, allowing a breeze to carry through, cleaning out the damp, clingy smell of butchered meat. Over 100 wholesale merchants had guild permits to operate in Wellfield, supplying meat to the trade across the capital city. After a month working there, Slavasta was completely immune to the smell and sight of raw meat in the form of freshly slaughtered carcasses. They left the carts in the stables with Pavel. Javier started scanning around with his Excite. "We need to buy stock, quickly," he said. "Most stalls have some in reserve. Once they all hear there's no train, they'll cling to it like gold." He started to hail people, using a confident, slightly amused tone to wheedle a carcass out of them, never more than 1 per stall for fear of arousing suspicion. Slavasta, Pavel, and Irvin hurried around the market with barrows collecting the meat. Their good fortune came to a halt about 30 minutes later. Slavasta was hanging up a salted pig carcass in the cool brick-lined store when Javier came in, sighing. "Game's up," the big man announced. "Great North Western have just announced their main line service is suspended for today, and possibly tomorrow as well. Every stall is hanging on to what they've got now." "What happened?" "There's something wrong with the bridge over the Josie. That's about 650 kilometers north of Varlin. It's a big river, merges with the Kulbal just outside the city." "There must be other bridges," Slavasta said. "Not for the main line. There's plenty of branch lines out in the counties, so I suppose they can divert trains onto the southwest main line, but nothing like the regular traffic. This is really going to bugger things up for a day or two." He looked around the store, which had a dozen carcasses hanging up. "We should have enough for today and some of tomorrow's orders. After that—" They set to with cleavers, preparing the orders. A lot of people started to arrive in the Wellfield as the news of the train spread across the waking city. Surprisingly, Coughlin was one of them, turning up a little after 6. "I haven't let anyone down in a century," the old man said, looking around the market in distress. "Time was when we'd always keep 4 days' worth of meat in the store, but the damn accountants put a stop to that. Dead money, they said. It should be in the bank accruing interest. Damn them all to Eurarchus." "We can supply our regulars tomorrow," Javier said. Yes, you did well there, my boy," Coughlin said, "but now we have to take care of the days after that. I want you to accompany me. We'll take a local train to Chelverton. It's only about an hour outside Varlin on the local line, which, thank Geo, is still running. There's an abattoir there we buy from." "I remember the invoices, sir," Javier said. "Yes, indeed. They're expensive, but beggars can't be choosers. We'll go there and buy a week's worth of carcasses. It can be delivered by cart if that's what has to be done, and Eurarchus damn the cost. If we sell it at a loss, so be it, but I will not allow my good name to be tarnished by this wretched railway. My reputation is all I have left." "I understand." "And you,
Slavasta, sir."
Slavasta, yes, of course. Are you capable of looking after the stall until I get back?"
"I can do that, sir, don't you worry."
"Good man, thank you. Come now, Javier, we'll get over to the bank first and take out some sovereigns, eh? People will always take good hard coins over a cheque any day of the week."
"That they will, sir." Javier winked at Slavasta as he untied his apron. In the middle of the afternoon, Great Northwestern announced it would take a day to bring in replacement track to repair the warped track on the Josie Bridge, then a further day, or possibly 2, to get the trains back on schedule. "It's caused chaos," Bethany said that evening. As always, after they'd had their supper, they sat and discussed strategy. "Chaos, yes," Cullen said, "but no hardship outside the merchant classes. Who cares about those fallen-loving bastards? There's a knock-on effect, she said earnestly. If the merchant's business suffers, you can bet he'll pass the pain down to his workforce. And customers, Slavasta pointed out. But one of the main train lines goes down for a couple of days and— She shook her head in admiration. It causes a lot more financial damage than knocking out the water.
There are 4 main transcontinental lines into Varlin, Javier said. They all have bridges, a lot of bridges. Bridges can fail.
You're saying we should sabotage the rail lines? Slavasta asked.
Eurakis, yes. It would be much more effective.
But obvious, Coolan said. We could hardly blame the woe that brings on the captain. It would be us hurting people. Only if we do it continually, Bethany said. We could maybe shut down the rail lines as the final twist of the knife. Makes sense, Slavasta conceded. I'll get some level 11s to look at possible bridges, she said. There's enough of them.
Level 11, Javier mused. Recruitment is going well, then. How many do we have?
We're recruiting for level 15 now, she said, but I'm not using a pyramid structure anymore. Her mind showed them a complex geometric structure, mimicking some kind of crystal. The intercell connectivity is difficult to crack, and I've started arranging loops that we can initiate, but then they just feed back on the cell we imparted that initial instruction to, so there's no way the captain's police can ever intercept us. Slavasta tried to get his head around the concept of passing instructions around the cells with loops and cut-offs, and realized he was never going to be the mathematician Bethany was. Gee, but I'm lucky to have her.
Good, Javier grunted. But back to the merchant classes. How is making their lives more difficult going to benefit the cause?
Hurting them financially weakens them and reduces their power over the workers they exploit. The point is that individual ownership of the method of production or its distribution is stealing from those who work to produce goods, Bethany said. It results in an uneven distribution of wealth, which ultimately ends up in the unfair society we have today. Slavasta and Javier exchanged a glance. There was no arguing with her when she was in this frame of mind. Where do you get this stuff from? Slavasta asked. Bethany raised an eyebrow. Books. I read books. I can read, you know. Oh, yes, of course. Sorry. I should maybe start reading some of those myself. Coolan tracked down some useful ones for me. I found some very old political texts in the university library when I was working as an archivist there, Coolan said. I can probably get you some. You used to work as an archivist? Slavasta asked. Now that he thought about it, he knew very little of Coolan's background. Just about all he did know was that the man worked for the Ministry of Industry, regulating chemical companies. While I was a student, yes. They say the vaults under the university library are almost as big as those under the place where the captain's ship is entombed. There are thousands of books and journals in there, and most of them are falling to pieces, they're so old. Looking after them helped bring a few coins in during the holidays. Which must have been when he and Bethany were together, Slavasta realized. So don't go there.
That could be very useful, Javier said. We need to offer people a practical alternative to the government we have now, not just tear it all down. That would give us legitimacy.
Form an opposition party, you mean? Coolan asked. Risky? As opposed to what we're doing now, Slavasta said.
People have to know there is something concrete to challenge the captain, Javier said. Something that they can rely on and trust. Not Citizens' Dawn. That's never going to stand against the captain. It's just an extension of the Aristo's power. It's got to be a new political party, one that supports the poor and the workers.
Aren't we a bit early for that? Slavasta said. Not for the groundwork, Bethany said. If we're legitimately established before the captain's police realize we're a problem, it'll be a lot harder for them to dislodge us. Start small, Coolan suggested. A borough council, Slavasta said. That could work. Borough councils are almost powerless. Nobody cares about them, but it would give us a solid foundation to build on.
One problem, Javier said. We need to win an election.
Preparation solves that one, Coolan said. We simply need to have a pre-existing power base.
Not the cells, Bethany said quickly. No, what I'm talking about is an alternative political organization, one that's mutually beneficial to a democratic party. I'm thinking maybe Sylvester and Javier could start a union in Wellfield. There hasn't been one for 2 centuries, not since the weekend payment accord was signed by the Guild. Then the union could sponsor candidates for the borough elections. That doesn't give us much time, Bethany said. The borough elections are only 5 months away. Mod shortages should be noticeable by then, Javier said, and this train problem is an excellent starting point. Everybody in Wellfield is going to work harder to get around it. Half the stall owners did the same as Coughlin and I today, visiting abattoirs outside the city to secure meat for tomorrow. Do you think anyone is going to be paid extra for all that overtime? As always at these discussions, Sylvester was annoyed with himself for not seeing the obvious until after someone else had voiced it. How come I'm always so far behind with ideas? That's excellent, he said. We can use it to stir dissatisfaction. You mustn't be the leaders, Bethany said. Not at this early stage. There are 3 cell members working in the Wellfield. We'll instruct them to start the union. You can be staunch supporters. Puppeteers, Sylvester said contemptuously. Just like the captain, Bethany shot back. He protects himself from any criticism with layer after layer of scapegoats, starting with Arnis. Well, that's what we're going to do with you. Me? Yes, you. You're the perfect figurehead for this revolution. A regiment officer, a genuine hero who's been out there on the front line slogging through the wilderness to scan for falls. You've encountered fallers and escaped. And you rejected the captain and the regiments because you know they haven't got the interests of the people at heart. And you're not an aristocrat or from the merchant class. You're an honest working man who will be a true representative of the people. People can sense that decency in you. I did the second you walked into my office. They'll believe in you. You're our secret weapon, Sylvester. You're going to be this world's first democratically elected president. 3. It was a big day, auspicious even. The Watcher Guild had seen Skylords approaching 10 days ago and predicted their arrival accurately. A lot of people in Varlan were talking about the coincidence that they'd arrive on the exact centenary of Jasmine Avenue. A couple of pamphlets actually used the word omen. It was also a week since the Josie Bridge failure. The chaos and financial strain it had created in the Wellfield market proved too much for poor old Coughlin. He chose guidance, taking a pyre boat out onto the Colbile and freeing his soul to be guided by the magnificent crystalline creature. That evening, Sylvester, Bethany, Javier and Coulon went to the bait Philippa was running to celebrate the Skylord's visit. It was for cover, making sure Sylvester and Javier were seen by hundreds of witnesses, putting them beyond suspicion. Trevine's people were already alert for any sign of protests or demonstrations of solidarity for Jasmine Avenue, Bethany reported. She didn't want to give them the slightest excuse for arrests. Sylvester conceded the logic in needing cover, even though he privately thought she was leaning toward paranoia. Javier's a stall holder now, he told her. People aren't going to think he killed his own mod apes. We're not guarding against now, but the future, she said. The 2 of them had claimed a table by themselves for once, leaving Coulon and Javier to join a group of friends clustering around the arena. When you 2 start to rise to prominence, the captain's police will investigate you thoroughly. We need to be sure they don't find anything they can use to charge you with. A big cheer went up as a mod dwarf and a pair of terriers were released into the arena. The mod dwarf started to bleat with terror and tried to climb the smooth walls to escape. One of the terriers snapped its jaws around its foot. "You raucous be damned," Sylvester said. "You really do think of everything, don't you?" "Thinking ahead is the most important part of this. I'm good at it because it's logical, like the ultimate practical application of math." "Yeah. So what do you extrapolate in our future?" "You'll get elected to Nalani Council, all right? I've got 13 cells covertly campaigning for us, and there are over 50 union members and their families openly canvassing the vote. Democratic unity will win a majority, and that puts us in charge of the borough. The Citizens' Dawn Party won't know what hit it. Actually," She grinned aggressively. They will. 2 cell members work for them, and the feedback I've gotten is that the Nalani branch are already worried. So worried, they haven't dared tell their district officers they might lose. Bethany. Savasta took her hand and gazed right at her face with its slightly wild hair. Her cheeks were flushed from excitement and determination. I meant, what about us? You and me. There was a real tumult in his mind. The quiet success they'd been having positioning themselves and their movement's activists was exhilarating. They'd built a clandestine organization that could accomplish acts of sabotage without the captain's police realizing anything was amiss. His rage at injustice had taken on physical form, which was an almost frightening accomplishment, like discovering a new psychic power. Slavasta, she said in dismay, you and me are what this is all for. So our children won't have to grow up in the same kind of world we did. How can you question this? I'm sorry, he said instantly. It's just that this is all happening so fast. I guess I get a little overwhelmed at times. A roar of jeering and chants broke out all around the cavernous old factory as the terriers finished off the mud dwarf. People started clustering around the bookies. More drinks were ordered. I know what you mean, she said, her shell dropping enough to show him the sympathy colouring her own thoughts. Sometimes I can't believe what we're doing, too. It's like... Go on, he urged. I'm not sure. We've done so much without the sheriffs or Trevine noticing. I sometimes think that maybe they have, that they're just waiting until we commit some really blatant act. Then they'll have the excuse they want to give us life sentences at the Pedrui mines, and in a public court, too, not using some suspension order. They'll make an example of us, you mean? Probably. If they were watching us, I'm pretty sure we'd know about it. We are being careful, and my paranoia is a big old beast. She touched her beer glass to his. You're the sensible one. But you have made me wonder what happened to all the previous attempts to oust the captain. There must have been some. I don't recall ever hearing about any in history class. Not that it was the greatest school on Bienvenido. Apart from the Jasmine Avenue revolt, I haven't heard of any. Coolan probably knows. He went to university after all. I'll have to ask him sometime. Do that. She drained her beer in one. Another? No. She thrust her face toward him, not caring about the wisps of loose hair that slipped across her eyes. I think we should say crud to caution. We've been here at the bait, as agreed. Everyone has seen us if the sheriffs ever ask them. So let's go home now. Just you and me. And I'll do my best to convince you how much you mean to me. Sounds good, he croaked.
At 4:45, Sylvester and Javier arrived at the Wellfield market, ostensibly to pick up the carts ready to take them to Plessy Station as usual. As they drew closer, they could pick up the furious path shouts that were flying about under the long parallel roofs. 3 sheriff's cabs were drawn up outside the main eastern side entrance. 2 senior sheriffs were surrounded by a group of stallholders, all of whom were trying to shout over one another. Oil lamps on the iron pillars cast weak pools of illumination, revealing the corpses of several mod-apes lying in the aisles. When Slavasta followed up with a sweep of X-sight, he perceived dozens more corpses lying in stall buildings and aisles across the market. None of them had any surface injuries. They looked as if they were sleeping. "Thank Gio you're here," Pavel said, coming out to greet them. "This is bad, really bad." "What's happened?" Javier asked. Slavasta was impressed. Not only did Javier sound puzzled, he even managed to affect considerable concern and interest. "It's terrible," Pavel said, leaking dismay into the ether. "Someone's murdered all the market's mod-apes." "What?" "It's true. A whole bunch of them ran through the market last night. They used TK to kill every mod they could find. Jabbed them inside the heart or the brain. It's like—" "A slaughterhouse?" Slavasta asked innocently. Javier flashed a glare at him. "Did they get our mod-apes?" "Yes, I'm sorry, sir. I didn't turn up till after it had happened. There was nothing I could do." "All right, come on. Let's see what the sheriffs have to say." The senior sheriffs were having a tough time saying anything. Even Richard, who ran the Wellfields Meat Cutter Guild, was having trouble getting the stallholders to calm down. "Has anyone been threatened recently?" one of the sheriffs shouted. Nobody had. "Did the killers path anything when they came through? Anything that could identify them? A reason?" They hadn't. "Did anyone recognize one of them?" All of the killers had been heavily fuzzed. The sheriffs didn't seem to know what else to do or say. "What do we do?" a stallholder called Calic asked Richard. "We came through the train delivery crisis just fine," Richard pathed strongly. "This is no problem. We work a little harder ourselves this morning, and by tonight we'll all have ordered new mod apes from the adapter stables." "Will the guild insurance cover us for the cost of replacements?" Javier demanded. A nervous Richard stammered. "That will have to be looked into, but obviously all claims will be given a great deal of sympathy." "That's no answer," someone else shouted. "I pay my dues," Javier said. "We all do. What are they for if not calamities like this?" Richard gave him a glance of pure hatred. "Can we all just keep calm, please? I've lost mod apes like everyone else." "Then give us the guild insurance." "I will do everything I can, and I will also be meeting with the chief sheriff to urge him to do whatever he can to catch these criminals." "Urge?" came a derisory path. "Insist." Richard sucked down an anxious breath. "Now I am off to Plessy to collect my meat. I will not let this heinous crime beat me, and neither should you." "Politician!" Javier grumbled loudly as the guild leader hurried off toward his stall. Several of his fellow stallholders heard and muttered agreement. Without mod apes, everyone struggled to cut their orders in time. Clients turned up, dismayed to see the mod ape corpses lying around, but waited stoically for their orders to be completed. The men started to appear, asking if anyone wanted to employ them to help. Javier took on two, promising them work for a week, but first he sent them to Brian Anthony, the leader of the newly formed Wellfield Union, to sign on with the organization. Other stallholders grumbled about him setting a bad example. Few followed his lead. By mid-morning, several stallholders had gone off to visit nearby adapter stables and buy themselves new mod apes. That was when they received their second shock of the day. "Every adapter stable?" Captain Phileas asked in astonishment. He was standing in the garden room at the rear of the palace. It resembled a small Hellenic temple, but with glass sheets filling the gaps between the pillars, then curving back and merging to form a seamless roof. That glass was supposedly the last thing ever manufactured by the ship's machines before they failed. Phileas believed that. The glass was ancient, yet still stronger than any metal made in Bienvenido's foundries today. "Yes, sir," Trevine replied. "The owners have been keeping very quiet about it, of course, but once the first couple of rumours leaked out, I had my people investigate thoroughly. The Adapter Guild was reluctant to cooperate, but I insisted. There isn't a newt in the city that hasn't been sterilized." "Crud!" Phileas made an effort to keep his temper. He looked out across the lawns where the annual afternoon garden party was underway. Varland's aristocracy and wealthiest merchants all dressed in their finery, sipping tea as they waited for the captain's family to walk among them and murmur thanks for supporting the Regimental Widows and Orphans Fund. "How could such a thing happen? Is it a disease?" "No, this is deliberate. 3 separate vets confirm it. TK destroyed their ovaries."
"Every one?" he repeated incredulously. "But there must be thousands."
"Yes, sir."
"Crud."
Phileas stopped gazing at all the society girls with their colourful dresses cut to show off cleavage and legs. "Who did it?" "I'm investigating that."
"Investigating? That's it? There's never been a crime this big before. You're the chief of my police, for fuck's sake. How can you not know? There must have been something. Damn it, half this city spies for you, the other half is terrified of you. You must know."
"This is something new, something different." "What do you mean?" Trevine pushed his glasses up his nose. "It could be a rival adaptor guild. Eurarchus knows there's no love lost between any of them, but as you rightly pointed out, the scope of this goes beyond anything we've seen before. I can't believe this is the work of jealous competitors seeking to take advantage of the city stable's misfortune with high prices. I believe this has to be political." "Political? Are you serious? The radicals at the university are damn middle-class children playing at being important. As soon as they get their degrees, they go home to work for daddy, and shanty dwellers are thicker than mod-ape shit. They couldn't organize a fuck in a brothel, let alone this." "Indeed, as I said, sir, this is different." "Crud." Phileas's anger drained away as fast as it had risen. "So who are we left with?" "There are new workers' unions springing up across town, and yesterday a team of unknowns rampaged through the Wellfield market, killing all the mods. Every one of them. It was butchery, plain and simple. An interesting coincidence, considering the people who will most benefit from the shortage of new mods will be the working class." "And the Wellfield is unionized now?" "One of the first, yes." Phileas realized he was actually smiling. "Clever. It would seem we have someone dissatisfied with my rule." "Yes, sir. 100 years since Jasmine Avenue, too, which speaks to me of small minds with big memories. How very apt. This is going to be interesting." "I expect so," Trevine said impassively. "Right. I want to know who they are. Do you understand? You infiltrate them, you find their names and what they're planning next. Gee, this attack on Newts is going to hit the city's economy hard. That's all we need, right after the Josie Bridge disaster." He gave Trevine a sharp glance. "Was that a part of this?" "Unlikely. It was an old bridge." "Nonetheless." "I'll look into it." "There's going to be unrest no matter what we do to the leaders, and it won't be limited to the shanties." "I'll speak to the captains of the sheriff stations." "Do that, and I'll call in the first speaker. He needs to knock heads together in the Adapter Guild. Our priority must be to restock the stables. Damn it, my estate has shares in several of them." He squared his shoulders and returned his attention to the genteel throng walking all over his lawns in high heels. His wife was over by one of the fountains, chatting to a group of old women in hats that were mostly plumage. "I'd better get back out there before the storm truly breaks." 4. "Look at this," Cullen said, slapping down a copy of the Hilltop Eye on the table as he came in that evening. The pamphlet had broken the story about the sterile newts. "They got everything," Cullen continued, "how there hasn't been a new mod in the city for a month now, how the stables have been conspiring to keep quiet about it. They've told the whole story." "I should hope they have," Bethany said indignantly. "We keep feeding the pamphlets enough information. I'm never really sure how good our connection to them is. Does it say what the stables are doing about the newt shortage?" "No, but the Hilltop Eye also found out that the towns around Varlin have the same problem. The stables are going to have to import from the regions we haven't reached." "That'll cost them," Bethany said in satisfaction. "But the mods will return," Cullen said, "and now the stables will be on their guard against the newts being sterilized again." "We'll be in power by then," Slavasta said. "In Nalani Borough Council," Bethany retorted scathingly. "Our timing was all wrong. We should have been winning elections in district councils before we hit the newts." Javier clapped his hand down on both their shoulders. "I see this as fortuitous timing. Tomorrow morning, every stallholder in Wellfield is going to be taking on new workers. Human workers." "Who are all going to become union members," Slavasta said, "and there were more mud apes than humans at the Wellfield." "Eurarchus, the unemployed will be out there tonight recruiting, if they have any sense," Cullen said. "We have to make sure they all know to sign on with the union." "I can't," Javier said. "I'm a stallholder now, one of the oppressor class." He smirked. "Slavasta should go." "Brian Anthony knows what to do," Slavasta said.
He's at the Wellfield right now, with several loyal Union supporters, making it very clear to stallholders that any new cutter has to be signed up with the Union first. And Richard is still at the sheriff's station, Cullen said. There's some senior Citizens' Dawn members there as well. 2 of them came along from the district headquarters. People in high places are getting very nervous about the Nalani borough elections. Now there's a sentence you don't often hear, Bethany said with a relaxed smile. It's still 3 weeks away, Slavasta said. There's a lot can go wrong before that. She shook her head ruefully. You're such an optimist. Anyway, Javier and I are off to Koval Road tonight. We're addressing a meeting, pulling in a few more voters. Isn't the Ellington pub on Koval Road? Bethany asked. Life is a constant Euryarchus for us politicians. Even though it was election day, Slavasta still kept to the usual routine. Up early, take a cart with Pavel to Plessy Station to collect the day's meat, back to Wellfield to package it for customers. He didn't get to vote until after midday. His local voting station had set up in a shabby old community hall on Footscray Avenue, just around the corner from Tarleton Gardens. A board-uniformed sheriff standing outside nodded impassively as he went through the doorway. The election officials had set up 5 voting booths inside. 2 women were sitting behind a desk, with a huge leather-bound voting ledger. The line to vote stretched the length of the hall, which apparently was rare. Normally turnout was about 20%. Slavasta joined the line. 1 or 2 people recognized him as a candidate and nodded or grinned. It took 5 minutes for him to reach the desk. When he did, the line behind him was still back to the door. Busy? He said to the woman who checked his name off before handing him a voting slip. She gave him a disapproving look and beckoned the next voter forward. As he drew the flimsy curtain across the booth, he realized how much he wanted Bethany here with him, how much nicer it would have been for them to have voted together. But she was busy, and appearances must be kept to protect themselves from discovery and danger. Slavasta looked down at the voting sheet. There were 8 parties competing to run Nalani's borough council. Citizens' Dawn and Democratic Unity were the largest and best organized, followed by the usual collection of eccentric independent candidates who had some burning local issue to promote. It was an unusually large number. Even some of the pamphlets they didn't have contacts with had noted it. Everyone was interested in the emergence of a workers' union again. Many thought Brian Anthony was a genius for developing a political base so quickly. It was a strange feeling, seeing his own name on the ballot. This, then, was the leap into the abyss, he thought. After this, there can be no going back. He just had to have the courage. Another reason he wished Bethany was here. How she would scorn his pathetic doubts. He closed his eyes and saw Ingmar's face. I was weak before. I will not be again. He placed his cross against his own name, pressing the pencil down hard so it left a firm, dark mark that could never be disputed. The world outside was so ordinary for such a momentous day. Bright sunlight shone down, prickling his face as he left the hall. A few high strands of cloud ribbed the sapphire sky above the city. As Slavasta started down Footscray Avenue, he saw a man at the end of the road, sitting on a bench that gave him a perfect view of everyone going into the hall. He'd been there when Slavasta walked to the hall as well. Ordinary clothes, ordinary features, unobtrusively reading a gazette. Not quite fuzzed, but giving off a subtle psychic impression of insignificance. A tiny path that wheedled, "Ignore me," just below conscious thought, unless you hunted for the emanation. A small smile lifted Slavasta's lips, and he scanned around with his X-sight. Sure enough, there was a mud bird perched on a chimney stack, its keen eyes gazing along Footscray Avenue, exposing the road's traffic to its hidden owner. So you are worried about us, Slavasta thought, as he walked past the watcher, studiously disregarding him. As you should be. 5. Looking around the Nalani council chamber, Slavasta wasn't quite sure they'd won such a big victory after all. The chamber had a pretty standard layout, but degraded by age and cheapened by generations of dispirited councillors. Those who did turn up sat in rows at long benches, facing a dais from which the mayor ran the proceedings. The wood panelling on the walls was old and dark, helping to amplify the gloom, while the glass cupola in the middle of the roof was so grimy it barely let any light through. The borough clerk had given Slavasta a copy of the council's current financial accounts, which, after one of the most depressing hours of his life reading, Slavasta was surprised the council could afford to print in the first place. Bethany and Coolan were up in the public gallery, along with over 100 Democratic Unity supporters and several reporters from gazettes across the city. Slavasta winked up at Bethany just as the county clerk called the meeting to order. First order of business was to appoint a new mayor. Out of the 17 seats, 14 had been won by Democratic Unity, with Citizens Dawn keeping just 2, while 1 had gone to an independent road improvement campaigner. Brian Anthony was nominated and quickly seconded. The vote was unanimous, and Brian Anthony walked up to the dais amid a lot of cheering and applause from the public gallery. He was given the robe with its fur-lined collar and a heavy gold chain of office. Then he was sworn in as a faithful and loyal subject of the captain, an oath he recited without any trace of irony. "Well done," Slavasta muttered under his breath. Brian Anthony was a good choice as their frontman, though he was impressively passionate about the cause, with a heated radical streak that too often manifested in tirades against authority, especially after a few pints. But tonight he was stone-cold sober. Javier had made sure about that. There was an official agenda for the meeting, starting with the appointment of new councillors to the borough's various portfolios. Slavasta himself got the office responsible for drain and sewer maintenance, which gave him access to a lot of information on the water utilities, and a second portfolio for the maintenance of public trees. Brian Anthony even graciously allocated one of the Citizens' Dawn councillors the office responsible for licensing the borough's cabs. Then there was a debate on the accounts. 5 Democratic Unity councillors spoke, condemning the financial state in which the last council had left the borough. "We're effectively bankrupt," one stormed, at which both Citizens' Dawn councillors stomped out. Cue booing and jeers from Democratic Unity supporters in the public gallery. It was agreed to form a special task force to review finances and the options available, which would report back to the full council in a week. Slavasta was one of the 5 members of the task force. It was tough, keeping his shell hard enough to contain his dismay. "I now open the floor to any new business," Brian Anthony said. "I would like to propose a licence suspension," Gerald said. The crowd in the public gallery finally perked up. Slavasta kept his face and mind composed, while inside he was praying to Giu that Gerald wouldn't screw up. They'd certainly spent long enough briefing him for this moment. "I represent a ward with a great load of, unemployment," Gerald continued, glancing around. "Them families live under a hardship unknown and unrecognised in them boroughs stuffed with rich toffs. Nothing is done for them. The sheriffs are bloody harsh when any of us, fall behind on our rent. The city doesn't give a toss for us. Well, I do care, see, for I know what hardship is really like. I was elected to help the poorest folks, and that is what I will do, no matter what vested interests I have to fight." Gerald was given a couple of loud whoops from the public gallery. Slavasta wished they'd given him a shorter speech. The man wasn't the best orator, and clearly hadn't rehearsed enough. "In light of that, Mayor, I would urge this council to support a moratorium on issuing any further mod-keeping licences for newly purchased mods in this borough. If, and only if, full human employment is restored, then we can consider approving any new licences." They didn't get it. Slavasta smirked to himself as he glanced around the blank and puzzled faces in the public gallery. The only one smiling was Bethany, but then she was the one who discovered there was a citywide law that said you needed a license to own and keep a mod, with every borough responsible for enforcing it within the boundary. The law had been introduced by Captain Ephraim 2,500 years ago, when mods were nothing like as common as they were today. It had never been repealed, but as mod usage increased, the license fee was reduced under political pressure from adapter stables and business owners and most householders, until eventually the cost of collecting the fees far outweighed the monies it raised. It remained purely as a historical quirk on the statute book, along with other relics like the Brockledge Square horseshoe tax or the Taylor Avenue flower tithe. As Bethanyve told them, an existing law, especially one as old as this, could never be challenged legally. All the council had to do was carry out its duty and enforce the law. And as no one had a license, the next stage was going to be setting the license fee and forcing people to apply for the mods they already had. The money due would solve the borough's financial woes at a stroke, providing they could collect it, of course. But there were plenty of unemployed people who would relish the job of license regulation officer, especially when they were encouraged by the cells and union. The proposal was seconded and passed. That was when Sylvester caught sight of him, the same man who'd been sitting on Footscray Avenue, standing at the back, not far from Bethanyve. His eyes were narrowed slightly, as if he was just coming to the realization of what had happened. Trevine stood in his usual place, between the two plush chairs in front of the captain's desk, waiting while Phileas absorbed that latest news. Delivering unwelcome news was becoming a habit he didn't like. He was reacting to events, not controlling them like he should be. The last few weeks had seen some definite progress. His informants had embedded themselves in both the Wellfield Union and Democratic Unity. They'd even been out on the streets canvassing for votes. 2 of the newly elected Democratic Unity councillors belonged to him. There was nothing the party said and planned at their meetings that he did not know about within the hour. But that was one of his biggest problems. Nothing Democratic Unity did was surprising or relevant. They were a political party for poor people, which was rare enough, but apart from having absurd quantities of ambition and deluded goals of rivaling Citizens' Dawn to become a major opposition party, they weren't planning anything untoward. That left him with what they'd come to call the core: Sylvester, Bethanyve, Javier, and Cullen. He'd built comprehensive files on all of them. He had them under constant surveillance. Interviewed people who used to know them before they turned political. Sylvester was the key, of course. A good ex-officer, he'd read the reports from the Cham Regiment about how his diligence was a problem for them, galvanized by his friend Arnis's death. Which, when Trevine read the Justice Ministry file, he had to agree was a phenomenal act of stupidity on officialdom's part. The others were basically a support group to their leader, and Sylvester was smart enough to keep in the background. Brian Anthony, for all his good intentions, was simply a figurehead. It was the core who planned everything in private, who pulled the strings that controlled Democratic Unity and the ever-expanding unions. They were impressively good at it, too. Sylvester was clearly a natural politician. Trevine had even slipped into a public meeting in a pub to observe the man firsthand. By the end, there was no doubting Sylvester's genuine commitment to improving life for the underdog. It was the methods that were proving a giant headache. Captain Phileas looked up from the file Trevine had delivered. "But I never signed an order to license mods." "No, sir. That was Captain Ephraim, 2,000 years ago. He was captain for 7 years. Not terribly remarkable by all accounts. Unfortunately, his law hasn't been removed from the statute books. It's still valid, only nobody has bothered enforcing it for centuries." "Oh, crud." Phileas dropped the file on his desk and slumped back in his chair. After a moment's contemplation, a grin of admiration lifted his thin lips. "He's good, isn't he?" "Yes, sir." "Shame. He'd make a superb first speaker for me." "Sylvester has his own agenda, and it's not one that embraces you or I. So I'll just cancel poor old Captain Ephraim's mod license, take the wind out of Sylvester's sails." "That's an option, of course, sir." "Ah, here we go. What would your advice be?" "They're a one-borough protest party, unregarded by the rest of Varlan, let alone Bienvenido. Cancelling the mod license calls their action to prominence. It says you're worried about Citizens' Dawn being challenged. The captaincy mustn't be seen to be dabbling in grubby politics." Phileas gave him a curious look. "Do nothing? Look out there. The captain gestured at the big windows overlooking Walton Boulevard. It was night outside, with nebula light effervescing out of a cloudless sky. Gentle radiance shimmered on the rooftops. Windows glowed yellow. No street lights. For the first time in thousands of years, Varland's lights are going out. Mod dwarfs made up most of the capital's lamplighter teams, and they'd proved an easy target. Now less than 20% of the city's lamps were being lit at night.
"And it's my captaincy," he continued. "This wretched corps has done that. But that's a mild disaster compared to what I'm reading in the Treasury reports. Prices are rising and the banks are nervous. That cannot stand. We need the new newts the Guild is arranging to bring in, and we need the mods they'll produce. Unrestricted, unlicensed mods."
Yes, but this clever little manoeuvre of theirs confirms what I've said all along. The core is behind the whole newt situation. Slavasta has a weakness. He is obsessed by fallers and mods. It consumes him, understandably. That is what ultimately lies behind all this. Then he should have stayed in the regiment, fought the fallers head on. But he wasn't allowed to, sir, and now we have to deal with him. He and his friends have become public figures, not so easy to quietly dispose of any more. Questions would be asked, and nobody wants a martyr. What, then? They have made their move, and it is a public message of defiance to you personally. We then have to make a counter-move, make them understand this is not some easy game. They must be taught there are consequences to challenging the authority of the captain. Very well. Send them a message. And, Trevine, make it a firm one. Yes, sir. 6. We did it, Bethany said. We started it. It was half an hour after the end of the council meeting, and the four of them were sitting in the garden at the back of the Bellevue pub on the other side of Tarleton Gardens from their flat. 4 beers were on the table, and a mild fuzz was around them to prevent any eavesdropping. Clouds were beginning to thicken in the twilight sky above. A good beginning, Javier agreed, but now our biggest task is to keep the momentum going. The word is out with every cell, Bethany said. There are going to be a lot of dead mods across this city by the end of the week. The sheriffs are going to be busy, Cullen said thoughtfully. They'll work out there's an organization of some kind behind it, and as it all started with the Wellfield, I expect they'll start poking around. Maybe not, Bethany said. Once you've struck a spark, some fires flash out of control. If all the unemployed see that dead mods mean jobs for them, we won't have to keep feeding the cells with orders to kill. It'll start to happen naturally. I like it, Cullen said. The sheriffs might blame Nalani Council for the spark, but the deaths will look spontaneous. They won't be interested in us. Someone already is, Slavasta said, and it ain't the sheriffs. He told them about the observer he'd spotted. Yerakas, Cullen exclaimed. He was really standing that close to me in the public gallery. Yes. You should have warned me. Why? What would you have done? Turned and stared? How would that help? Is he here now? Bethany asked. Slavasta took his time and looked around the pub garden. At one time it might indeed have had a view, but currently the only thing behind the garden was a high stone wall, covered in viricote vines, whose large papery white flowers were furling up now the sun had gone. Not him. No, Slavasta confirmed, checking all the tables. But if they're smart, they'll rotate their watches so we don't start to recognize them. You already have, Cullen said. I was lucky, or they got careless. It's not something we can count on. You're implying they have a big team on us, Bethany said in a subdued tone. If they're watching us already, then we are in trouble, Javier said. If they're watching anyone, it should be Brian Anthony. He's really embracing his role as chief radical. Even I believed he's in charge the way he ran that meeting. About that meeting, Bethany said, next time you introduce a proposal, make sure their speech is better rehearsed. It was painful listening to Gerald. Yes, but it made him sound honest. A natural first-time request, well-intentioned and guileless. Nobody wants professional politicians taking over democratic unity right now. I'm not saying professional, just a little more coherent. We'll all grow into the role. Slavasta pathed an order to the barman for another round. We have to be careful, Bethany said. This is a critical time. We have to get a groundswell of support behind us. So far, all we control is one of the poorest boroughs in Varlan, and the next round of elections aren't for another 8 months.
Is there a time when it won't be critical? Javier asked.
Bethany raised her glass and gave him an amused glance over the rim. I can't think of one. The second Nalani council meeting was a lot more boisterous than the first. They'd been expecting that. What the gazettes were condemning as the slaughter of the mods had taken on a fervour that even left Slavasta and Bethany surprised and a little concerned. The cells had been told to limit their killing to the mods used by business, but no one else felt that constraint. Household mods were targeted with as much glee as those in commerce. In some of the wealthier boroughs, sheriffs were patrolling all the roads leading in, demanding proof of residency before they let pedestrians and cabs through. Citizens were determined to keep undesirables out, a policy that quickly resulted in a few ugly incidents when the sheriffs were overzealous. Pamphlets and path gossip feasted on those for days. Then there was the problem of the bodies. Dead mods were simply thrown out onto the streets. Bussalors emerged from their secluded warrens, and people reported packs of the sleek rodents swarming over this bounty of rotting food. They became brave protecting their carrion, snapping at human children. Tatus flies formed huge clouds that clogged the air along alleys and narrow streets. Public health was becoming a serious issue. Brian Anthony's opening statement was that the borough considered clearing the bodies away to be the highest priority. 20 new human workers would be taken on to clear the streets. "How will you pay for them?" asked Oriel, one of the Citizens' Dawn councillors. "I propose charging 1 shilling for each mod licence," Gerald said. "That should see a considerable rise in the borough's income." "Your lot are killing all the mods," Oriel shouted back. "There won't be any left to buy a licence for, you cretin. You didn't work that out before you started this, did you?" "Keep it civil, councillor, please," Brian Anthony said. 5 of my mods have been murdered by your supporters. Is that civil? I will be ruined." "Employ a human," someone shouted from the gallery. "Criminal scum," came the answering shout. Brian Anthony started banging his gavel as the shouting and accusations in the gallery grew louder and more heated. "Order, please! Order!" Insults were followed up by mild TK jabs. They didn't stay mild for long. A full-scale brawl broke out. The sheriffs were called. It took 20 minutes, but the public gallery was cleared and the rest of the meeting was conducted without any physical observers. As no closed sessions were allowed in Varlan, the borough clerk allowed any interested party to see and hear through her senses. "I did not expect that," Slavasta admitted as they walked home. "We should have," Bethany said. "After all, the whole point of getting rid of mods was to hit people where it hurts most, in the wallet. Start taking money away from the privileged, and they can turn just as savage as any animal that gets shoved into Philippa's arena." Her nose wrinkled up as they turned onto Onslow Road. It was a commercial street with plenty of shops and businesses. Dead mods were piled in the gutter, although the corpses were hard to see without X-sight. None of Onslow Road's streetlights had been lit. The only illumination came from the nebulae and the occasional upper-floor window. They hurried along the pavement. The dark mounds in the gutter shifted about, as if they were ripples on some murky lake, emitting slithering sounds as they sloshed against the curbstones. To begin with, Slavasta thought the bodies weren't quite dead. Then a quick sweep with his X-sight showed him they were all smothered by dozens of bussalors. Big brutes, he perceived in dismay. He'd always assumed rodents that size were urban myth. Of course, they'd enjoyed plenty to eat this last week. His arm tightened around Bethany's shoulder, and they all hurried along. "We really will have to do something about this," Javier said, clamping his hand over his nose to ward off some of the stench. "Another unintended consequence," Bethany pathed as she held her breath. It's too expensive to pay humans to light the street lamps and refill them again in the morning. Maybe we should start to put in some exemptions in the licensing ban."
"It wouldn't matter anymore," Javier said. "The streetlight companies couldn't afford new mods right now. Have you seen what a 3-month-old mod dwarf is going for today? That's if you can import one. The sheriffs are talking about giving them armed guards when stables bring them into the city."
"It's starting to hit the economy too," Cullen said. "Food prices are going up."
"I could have told you that," Slavasta said. "All the Wellfield stores have raised their prices. We had no choice. People cost more to employ."
"Wages will have to rise to take that into account," Bethany said, "which of course they won't. Maybe Nalani should introduce a minimum wage?"
"No," Slavasta said. "We have to be realistic. Even if we could enforce it, every shop owner and business would challenge it in the courts. That would just shut down the borough's commercial affairs and cause even more hardship."
"Okay," she said. "That will have to come after, when we can enforce it planet-wide."
"Good call," Slavasta said. Once again he was impressed and disturbed by her devotion to the cause. A squad of sheriffs was waiting in the Wellfield market when Slavasta and Irvin drove their carts back from Plessy Station. 5 of them were standing around Javier's stall, strong shells preventing any emotional leakage. Slavasta saw Javier standing in front of the main display cabinets, in deep conversation with the squad sergeant. "Get the carts unloaded, please," Slavasta told Irvin and the new workers as he pulled up outside the storerooms. "I'll see what's going on." Javier gave him a tight smile as he went over. "This is Sergeant Becker. He needs us to identify someone."
"Identify?" Slavasta said.
"If you wouldn't mind, please, Councillor," Becker said. He was in his late 60s, a rotund man with a big walrus mustache. The polite yet firm attitude told Slavasta he was a career sheriff, used to dealing with human extremes.
"I'll be happy to help the sheriffs," Slavasta said.
All that earned him was a quiet grunt. 3 of the squad fell in behind them as they walked out of the Wellfield to a couple of cabs waiting outside.
"Are we under arrest?" Slavasta asked.
"No, sir. My men are here for your protection." When Slavasta checked with Javier, all the big man could do was shrug. Doyce Street was barely 10 minutes away. Slavasta had a bad feeling as they pulled up outside an old tenement. He remembered Doyce Street and couldn't think why. More worrying, his ex-sight caught a mudbird circling high overhead. It wasn't just the sheriffs involved in this, whatever this was. 2 sheriffs stood guard outside one of the tenements. They opened the door to allow Becker through. He tried not to let any censure show through his shell, but the place was bleak. Bare brick walls whose mortar was eroding to fine sand, which drifted down the walls to contaminate the floorboards. Odd stains discolored bricks at random. Long, poorly lit corridors of doors on every floor looked like the image created by 2 mirrors reflecting each other. They were so monotonous. Identical doors opened into single-room lodgings. Communal bathrooms at the end of each corridor were ornamented by leaking pipes and cracked basins. Cool air was heavy with the smell of sewers that drained badly. It was all a stark reminder of the life he was barely avoiding by living with his friends, of how every farthing from his wage was important. They followed Becker up to the 3rd floor. Slavasta didn't need any ex-sight to know there was death in the miserable lodgings Becker finally showed them to. An eerie sensation of gloom pervaded the walls. So much so, Slavasta wondered if there was a tortured soul clinging to the building's structure. The drab cube of a room had paper on the walls, so ancient and damp it was barely more than a grey skin of mould. There were just 2 pieces of furniture, an iron-framed bed and a recently repaired, bustle-proof wooden chest full of clothes. Tall piles of extremist political pamphlets cluttered the floor, their curling pages yellow and damp. A body was sprawled on the bed. A lot of blood had seeped out of the multiple knife wounds to soak into the mattress and drip onto the floorboards. 2 bright oil lamps had been set up by a coroner's assistant, who was waiting patiently, reading a copy of the Hilltop Eye. He rolled up the pamphlet when Becker showed them in. Slavasta looked at the body, then hurriedly looked away, fighting the urge to throw up. "Sorry about that," Becker said in a detached voice.
The Busselaws had chewed quite a lot of his face before we arrived. They're getting bold right now. I guess that's what eating well does for them."
"Cradding your rackas,"
Javier grunted. "If you wouldn't mind, gentlemen, I would like a formal identification, please. You were his colleagues." Stavasta clamped his teeth together and made himself look at the body again. The facial features, even with half of the skin missing, were easy enough to place, and the Busselaws hadn't touched his hair.
"Sweet Geo, it's Brian Anthony."
"Are you sure, sir?" Becca asked.
"Yes."
"Thank you. And you, sir?"
"It's the mayor."
"Yes," Javier said. "Officially confirmed." The coroner's assistant scrawled something on his clipboard. "Thank you, gentlemen."
"What happened?"
Javier said. "As far as I can make out, it was a TK violation in his cranium during sleep," the coroner's assistant said. "There's a small but noticeable tear inside the frontal lobe, with no corresponding external trauma."
"But the stab wounds?"
"Done immediately following death, presumably to make a point. Whoever did this didn't want us to write it off as a misidentified mod killing." He pulled back the blanket. The words "union wage" had been sliced into Brian Anthony's chest.
"Crud!"
Slavasta exclaimed.
"Did anyone sense his soul?"
Javier asked. "No, he's ascended to Geo," the coroner's assistant said. "I couldn't find his soul when I arrived. If they can resist the song of Geo, then the souls of murder victims tend to linger long enough to tell us who killed them. That's why my profession has to have a very sensitive X-site."
"My station commander would like to meet you now,"
Becker said. "He wants to talk about giving all of you sheriff bodyguards."
"All of us?"
Javier asked.
"Who's us?"
"Democratic Unity Councillors."
"I see,"
Javier said. "Tell him we'll be happy to meet him later today. I must discuss this with my colleagues first." Becca glanced down at the corpse, then back at Javier.
"As you wish.
Do you have any idea who might have done this?"
"No.
But we both know a lot of business people aren't happy with our party right now. Do you have any leads?" "No, sir. None. We only found out about the body a couple of hours ago. The Busselaws made enough noise to wake a neighbour. She used her X sense and found his body. Body temperature gives me an approximate time of death around midnight," the coroner's assistant said.
"I see."
"Where were you at midnight, sir?" Becker asked.
"You can't be serious."
"Murder is as serious as it gets, sir. It would help if we could eliminate you from our inquiries."
"I was at home. My partner Cullen will confirm that, as will Slavasta."
"Indeed. So you all live at the same address?"
"Yes."
"That's very convenient. Did anyone else witness you going home?"
"The neighbours, probably."
"Of course. I'll check with them. Routine, you understand."
"Yes,"
Stavasta said. "I understand very well." Bethany was getting ready for work when Slavasta and Javier arrived back at the Tarleton Gardens flat.
"Dead?"
she asked incredulously.
"Brian Anthony is dead?"
"Yes."
"Oh, great Geo."
She clung to Slavasta, struggling to keep her grief and fear under control.
"Who did it?"
"The sheriffs don't know."
"Ha!"
"They don't," Javier said. "Not the ones who talked to us, anyway. They were just the locals. The captain's police wouldn't include them in anything."
"You think they did it?"
she asked.
"I don't know."
Slavasta's X-sense showed him Cullen hurrying up the stairs. When he burst into the room, he was carrying 3 gazettes.
"Brian Anthony,"
Javier began.
"I know."
Cullen waved the gazettes above his head.
"They're all leading with the story."
Slavasta gave Javier a concerned look.
"That was very quick. When do they print?"
"Middle of the night, so they can get them on the racks by breakfast." Bethany had grabbed a gazette from Cullen.
"This is awful,"
she said. "They're saying it was poetic justice, that the Anti-Mod League mistook him for a mod ape." "What Anti-Mod League?"
"This one says that he was skimming union funds.
Javier said, and that the union is a gangster organization that murdered him because he wasn't paying the gang bosses their full cut. Bastards! He scrunched up the Gazette. The union doesn't have any funds, Savasta protested. What did you expect? Cullen looked around at them. Welcome to the opening salvo. You wanted the captain's attention and you got it. They killed him, Bethany said. And we want to overthrow them. Do you think that's going to happen without blood being spilled? How did you think this would play out? That they'd just hand over the keys to the palace? So far, it's all gone our way. Last night, it didn't. We knew it was dangerous being a frontman in this city. That's why we pushed Brian Anthony out there. And it's going to happen to the next guy, and probably the one after. This is a war. You know that. So now it's our turn to strike back. The pamphlets are on our side. So we get them to counter this crud Trevine's people are peddling to the gazettes. People aren't stupid. They're going to realise there was something wrong about Brian Anthony's death, and next Tuesday we can use that to our advantage. Savasta nodded, though he felt bad. They had known it would be dangerous, fronting democratic unity. But this, it was shocking, being reminded just how high the stakes were, how serious this was. He couldn't even call it a game. Not anymore. Not now that he had blood on his hands. So, are we still doing this? Fuck yes, Bethany snapped. 7. The Eastern Transcontinental Line was one of the 4 principal railway lines that stretched out from Varlan to cover most of the Lamaran continent. From Doncaster Station in the heart of the city, it ran north for nearly 1,500 kilometres to Addis, before heading due east for another 4,000 kilometres across the continent's central lands to Port Lynn at the bottom of Nilsson Sound, the vital spine of 100 branch lines, themselves substantial, that nurtured the economy of the cities and towns cluttering the provinces. It wasn't just Lamaran's economy that was dependent on its railways, for it was such a vast continent there was no other way the human society it hosted could hold together under one governmental authority. As Slavasta's cabal had discovered, organising anything at a distance was tough. To date, their influence didn't extend outside the capital, and even there they had no traction in the wealthier boroughs. As a result, Varlan's beleaguered adapter stables had only to travel a few hundred kilometres along the tracks to find stables with plentiful stocks of newts. Those county stables that suddenly found themselves on the receiving end of bountiful orders to resupply the city with female newts soon realised their advantage and hiked their prices up. It was a seller's market. Varlan's Adapter Guild gritted its collective teeth and paid. The guild president also insisted that the new stocks be guarded. He insisted very firmly about that, and the captain's private estate owned quite a few shares in the adapter business. So, all the roads around Doncaster Station goods yard were closed at 6 o'clock on Tuesday morning. Every sheriff from the surrounding 5 boroughs was on duty at the station to reinforce the barricades. More sheriffs were deployed at the station to escort the animal wagons back to their stables. The Adapter Guild had arranged a train of 30 cattle trucks, each containing 50 new female newts. It was enough stock to refill every stable in the city and restart mod breeding. Already the stables were being strengthened, fortified, according to the pamphlets, by surviving mod apes and human labourers. Men with strong TK were being employed as guards, most of them brought in from outside Varlan to be sure they weren't tainted by this new anti-mod fanaticism infecting the city. Gossip Path began as soon as the sheriff started to put up the barricades. By 7 o'clock, everyone awake in Varlan knew the train was due in today. Bethany sent a private path to 5 people. It was forwarded to 8 more, then 17, then 43. Cell members began to agitate each sympathizer they knew to go and protest. People with newfound jobs, people who were now unionized and anticipating higher wages. People who'd sussed their life would have more opportunity without mods, and as always, the ones spoiling for a fight, any fight. They all converged on Doncaster Station as the sun rose over the city and the night's river mist burned away. Cab drivers outside the borough refused to take anyone there, no matter if they had legitimate train tickets. Cabs already in the borough headed out. Bethany took up position half a kilometre away from the station. sitting in a little cafe on Rykot Street. Her ex-site located Slavasta, Javier, and Kulan, all of whom were closer to the station but at the rear of the swelling crowds. She sent out quick private paths to each of them, checking that they were in range. In turn, they were in contact with all the level 2, 3, 4, and 5 cells, and confirmed their location. Those cells were the cut-offs, inactive and unseen. They'd never be asked to perform any physical action, never do anything to draw Trevine's attention. They were the communications strata, in touch with dozens upon dozens of other cells scattered throughout the crowd, relaying orders and receiving observations. Her mind held the beautiful geometry of intercell communications, positioning them in her X-sense visualization of the area. "Are we ready?" Slavasta pathed at 9:30. Bethany sipped her hot chocolate and picked up a Gazette, the perfect image of an innocent bystander. "We're ready." "Then let's do this." The train pulled into the goods yard at 10:11. It was greeted by stable owners from across the city. All of them had caged wagons to transport the female newts in, most of them hurriedly altered with planks of wood affixed to the bars, offering a flimsy level of protection and anonymity to the animals they were intended to transport. Waiting alongside the wagons were guards, tough men whose loyalty was to the shiniest coin. Bethany sent out some instructions, sensing them dissipating across the cells. Several mod birds fell from the sky, striking rooftops with nasty thuds, dead long before they hit. The remaining mod birds started to flap hurriedly away from the area, withdrawn by their owners. Excitement and animosity began to build in the crowd waiting outside the barricades, a psychic wave that washed across the station and began to unnerve the placid newts. As they were led out of the cattle trucks and into the boarded-up wagons, they began to buck about, anxious to escape this new and frightening environment. Handlers were hard-pressed to cope with them. "Is that a truck of mod apes?" Bethany asked in surprise. Cell members, level 28, were close to the train, sharing their perception. Sure enough, 2 of the trucks seemed to be full of mod apes. "Those stables are greedy," Slavasta murmured. "More like desperate," Kulan said. Jeers rippled across the protesters jamming the streets outside the station as they picked up on the shared X-site. The new surge of antipathy made several newts rear up and run frantically. Stable guild workers ran after them, trying to calm the terrified animals. An insidious TK began to open the locks on the cattle wagons. The newts, crammed inside, already frantic and oversensitive to the psychic storm boiling from the hostile crowd, burst out and stampeded across the station's marshalling yard. Amid the chaos, more truck locks were opened. The mod apes broke free. The humans in the marshalling yard yelled wildly as the tide of alien animals raced about chaotically, hooves kicking at anybody in the way. Guild workers tried to halt the mod apes that were rampaging amid the newts, but their path orders had no effect. "Oh, crud," Slavasta gulped. "Did we do that? Did we set them free?" "We didn't plan it," Bethany said, "but it looked organized to me." "One of the cells innovating, maybe," Javier said. "Maybe." "Irrelevant right now," Slavasta said. He was standing a little way up Cranwich Road, surrounded by the crowd. The atmosphere had begun to change from confident aggression to unease. 100 meters away, the sheriffs on the barricade across Knoll Street, which ran along the side of the station, were turning around nervously. Behind them, one of the tall cast-iron gates leading to the marshalling yard began to shake as newts hurled themselves at it. Individually, a newt was a modest animal without a great deal of power, but now there were hundreds of them hurtling along, goaded by their own fear. Herd instinct, enhanced by a shared crude psychic distress, made the flight imperative utterly dominant. The impact as they flung themselves heedlessly at the gate was like a battering ram. Then a couple of hulking mod apes hit the gate. Slavasta was perceiving it with his own X-sight, so there was no mistaking the force and coherence of the telepathic orders that frantic stable guild members were thrusting into the minds of the mod apes to stop, yet it made no difference. The gates burst open. Hundreds of panicked, frenzied newts burst out into Knoll Street and began to run for freedom. "That's wrong," Slavasta whispered. "Why can't the Wranglers get control of them?" Bad memories began to percolate into his conscious thoughts. Anxiety began to flare through the crowd around Slavasta. Over by the barriers, the sheriffs were trying to combine their TK before the onrush of hundreds of crazed newts bearing down on them. The newts at the front of the rampaging pack were felled as the sheriffs lost discipline and sent spikes of TK into the animals' brains, shredding the neural cells. But it took time, and the corpses were immediately swarmed by the rest of the inflamed herd. Several sheriffs broke and sprinted for the relative safety of the buildings on either side of the road.
"Slavasta, you need to move,"
Javier said. The crowd around him seemed to be sharing that opinion. People were turning, pressing toward the buildings lining the streets that had been locked up against trouble since first thing that morning. TK and boots thumped into locks on sturdy wooden doors. The equally frantic residents and storekeepers inside used their strength and TK to keep people out. Slavasta turned and let the alarmed crowd push him along. Once he felt the flow of bodies surging around him, he started to push in the same direction as those heading back along Cranwich Road. The road opened into some sort of square ahead, he remembered. The pressure would ease off, and the crowd could disperse down half a dozen alleys and lanes that led away from it. Behind him, the newts and mod-apes reached the abandoned barricades. Their weight and speed sent the metal and wood rails crashing to the ground, and hooves sped over them. Slavasta was concentrating on running with the crowd. He could sense the street opening into the small square ahead, while flashes of shared excite showed him the torrent of newts and mod-apes pouring along Knoll Street. People were clinging to windowsills to get above them. Some had even scaled iron lampposts, hanging on for dear life as the animals thundered past underneath. He perceived one man drop, to be pummeled under the hooves.
"Oh, that's all we need," Bethany declared.
"What's happened?" Coolan asked.
"The bastard Mayo regiment. They're coming out of the government buildings. Must have been waiting since last night. Our people missed that."
"What in Yaracas do they think they're going to do?" Javier asked.
"If the officers are smart, they'll take out the newts and mod-apes," Coolan said.
"Those bastards are more likely to kill people for running away," Javier said.
"It doesn't look like they're well organized," Bethany said. "And there's more coming out of the station."
"Too late."
The front of the stampede reached the junction of Cranwich Road.
"Oh, cradding Urarchus!" Slavasta exclaimed. Over half of the newts, and seemingly most of the mod-apes, peeled away to charge along Cranwich Road. The screaming began all around him, high-pitched shrieks and bass roars, combining into a wall of sound that hammered against his brain, amplifying the primeval fear that was rising all along the road. The last dregs of civility shattered in that single moment. The crowd became a mob, with everyone looking out for themselves no matter what the cost. Slavasta came hurtling out of Cranwich Road into Ancient Square, a pleasant, cobbled area with tall, blue-leafed Arcton trees lining the small central garden. Stalls with striped canvas canopies defending food and clothes from the sun were clustered together along one side, the vendors fleeing away down side lanes along with the mob. Then Slavasta saw them, pressed up against the railings around the garden not 20 meters ahead. "No!" he yelled, his mind emitting a burst of horror. Instantly, Bethany, Javier, and Coolan were querying him, anxious for his personal safety. The image that blasted into his eyes flashed out, shared openly by his distraught mind, and imbued with a terrible flood of urgency and fright. Josan's Hill Junior School had begun that Tuesday like any other. Most of its middle-class parents had picked up on the expected trouble growing around Doncaster Station, but the school was 8 streets away. Safe enough, surely. Besides, they all had to work. Protesting was all very well for the feckless louts and union militants who lived by sponging off the edge of society, but those who had to earn money to support their family couldn't afford to take a day off. They dropped their children off at the school gates at 8:30, as they did every day, kissed them goodbye, then went off, gossiping with other parents as they went. At 10 o'clock, as they did every Tuesday without fail, Josan's Hill's full contingent of 8-year-olds, all 32 of them, were led out of the school grounds by 7 harried teachers for their weekly swimming lesson at the Lido pool on Plaxtall Street, an 11-minute walk away, taking them directly through Ancient Square. This Tuesday, the walk took a lot longer, with the teachers having to wind their way around the clutter of protesters assembling in the streets around the station. It was all good-natured then, but the children picked up on the excitement, and their teachers had to keep special watch to make sure everyone stuck together. By the time they eventually made it into the square, the newts had broken loose. The terrified mob moved like a solid wave front. Nobody cared that there were children in the way. The teachers gathered their charges together, sheltering them with TK and arms, hugging close. They were clumped against the railings around the garden, with several children crying as they were repeatedly pummeled against the thick trunk of an arcton tree. Sylvester needed all of his strength just to stop, his strongest TK shell forcing people to surge around him. He was 3 meters away from the schoolchildren. The braying cries of the newts were rising above the human screams as the stampede approached the square. "They're going to smash straight into the kids," Sylvester told his friends. "Where's the Mayo regiment?" "The nearest squad to you is in Arlington Lane," Bethany pathed. "They'll never reach you in time." Sylvester turned and faced the end of Cranwich Road. It was barely visible beyond the frantic charging bodies. Curses and threats were hurled at him as people lurched past. He drew the revolver he'd been carrying, so carefully obscured by a psychic fuzz. It was the one he'd taken from the bunker below the Joint Regimental Council office, a world and a life ago. There were 5 bullets in the chamber, another dozen in his inside pocket. His TK clicked the safety off, took a breath, steadied himself. He was aware of Bethany's distant path producing a string of instructions. They were passed along the convoluted command channels of the cells. Then someone else was standing beside him, a man in his 50s in a shabby jacket, struggling against the throng of people desperate to escape the square. "Corlan," he said, with a thick Segan County accent. "Sylvester, thanks for this." "No worries, pal. We'll not let them get the kiddies, eh?" Sylvester just had time to say, "Right," when a frightened young woman came to stand on his other side. She was trembling as her surprisingly strong TK pushed running people away. "TK spike directly into their brains," Sylvester told them. Another youthful lad joined them. Sylvester almost laughed. 4 people standing firm against an onslaught. It was suicide. "There's more comrades in the square," Bethany pathed. "I'm trying to get orders out. They'll help." The mob was thinning out fast. It was mostly the elderly now, wheezing as they half-limped, half-staggered along, crying with fright as they tried to stay ahead of the feverish newts hot on their heels. Then there were no more humans, and the newts came thundering out of Cranwich Road. Sylvester hadn't known the stupid creatures could actually move that fast. He stared at the one directly ahead and lashed out with his TK. It died instantly as his invisible blade sliced into the brain, tumbling across the cobbles and tripping 2 other newts as it went. He stabbed out again and again. The cell comrades standing by him were doing the same. He perceived similar spears of TK reaching out from other places in the square, directed at the newts. One cell was standing just at the edge of Cranwich Road when the first of 6 mod apes charged out. The big shambling beasts managed to protect themselves from the TK assaults with basic shells, snarling in rage as they did. Pathed orders to stop had no effect on them at all, and Sylvester's memory was all too horribly clear on that. "Faller!" he warned Bethany. "There's a faller controlling them." He raised the pistol, forcing himself not to hurry. Slain newts were plummeting to the ground, peeling away from the thundering herd, but the mod apes kept coming. Sylvester fired. The noise of the shot overrode every other sound in the square. For a second, there seemed to be nothing but silence. Then the yelling and screaming redoubled. One of the bulky mod apes crashed to the ground, blood pouring from the fatal head wound. Sylvester moved his arm, lining up on the next. He fired, again. Around the square, people pelting into the relative safety of the lanes began to slow, glancing back. The tiny band of stalwarts standing resolutely in front of the sobbing, wailing children instigated a lot of shame. Sylvester's one arm was raised to shoot with calm accuracy. A mod ape fell with every bullet. Newts were collapsing from TK strikes that were coming from all directions. As people stopped fleeing, they began to add their own mental power to the strikes. "Can anyone see the faller?" Javier asked. "We don't know who it is,"
Kulan pathed urgently. "They're here for a reason," Slavasta told them. His TK was slapping fresh rounds into the pistol. "This is the perfect cover to snatch a few people."
"So what are we looking for?" Bethany asked. "I've still got contact with most of our cells."
"They're strong," Slavasta said as he lined up the pistol again. And 2 mod apes were slavering as they rushed him, powerful hands raised to grab and claw. He fired. A perfect shot, catching the lead one in the center of its head. The back of its skull blew off. Gore and blood exploded out. 9 cell members across the square combined their TK and penetrated the remaining mod ape's crude shell, decimating its brain. The bulky creature toppled to the ground, momentum skidding it along for several meters. It scrunched to a halt, a meter short of Slavasta and the other defenders. Slavasta took a deep breath, trying to stop the shakes.
"The faller will be carrying someone away."
He aimed at a rampaging newt, fired. 2 bullets left in the chamber, 2 in his jacket pocket.
"They'll be unconscious," Kulan added, "so it'll look like they're trying to help a friend." "Tell our comrades to search for that," Javier said, "and quick."
Slavasta shot another newt as he sensed Bethanev's frantic instructions spreading across the cells amid the agitated crowds. In Ancient Square, the stampede had now stalled. People were turning around and emerging from the side roads, directing TK strikes at the petrified animals that mewled in bewilderment as they jostled about. They fell in silence, adding to the distress of those remaining. Humans closed in on them from all directions, seeking retaliation. Those that lay dead were kicked at, stomped on, spat at, had their softer flesh ripped by vengeful TK twists. The scene vanished behind a deluge of images dispatched by every cell member in the area as they hunted around for people being carried away by others. There were many, men hauling women and children along, their faces distraught, pleading, urging.
"Look for someone who doesn't care about who they're taking,"
Slavasta urged. For a second the montage was overwhelmed by the vision of Quanda's face, beautiful and terrible, her mouth parted in a wide victorious smile as she loomed over him.
"There!"
Kulan exclaimed. Slavasta focused on the sight, gifted by a comrade from a cell at the far end of Cranwich Road, where a relative peace had fallen. People who had leapt out of the way of the stampede were beginning to re-emerge onto the street, as were the sheriffs. At the junction was a big, thick-set man in late middle age, wearing a filthy tweed jacket and stained brown trousers. He carried the limp form of a teenage boy over his shoulder. His walk was methodical, inexorable, as evidenced by the determined expression on his squat face. One hand only had 2 fingers.
"Got to be him," Slavasta breathed.
"Challenge him," Bethaneve sent to the nervous cell member who was watching from a safe distance. The possible faller was going around the corner into Knoll Street and heading away from the station and the sheepish sheriffs. In all the turmoil, no one else was paying him the slightest attention.
"Faller,"
the cell member said in a feeble voice. Nobody even heard her, let alone paid attention.
"Back her up,"
Bethaneve's instruction went cascading through their erratic communication web between cells.
"Faller."
This time the cell member sounded a little more confident. She raised a hand and pointed.
"Faller."
The call was taken up by other cell members along Knoll Street.
"You! Hey, you! Stop! Faller! He's a faller!"
"Stop him!"
Sheriffs, do something!"
Now people were starting to look. The faller, if that's what he was, had quickened his pace. A sheriff stepped toward him.
"Just a moment, you."
He was ignored. The sheriff was only 5 meters away now, his arm held up, palm outward, as if he were directing traffic.
"Right, you."
The faller flung the unconscious teenager he was carrying right at the sheriff, who collapsed under the impact, crashing to the pavement. He screamed in pain. The faller started running, moving incredibly fast for a man his size and age. It seemed as if everyone on Knoll Street was shouting, a cacophony of alarm and fear that was swiftly supplanted by shrill sheriff's whistles, calling for help. Some people tried to stop the faller, lashing out with TK. Others, stronger, confident men, attempted to physically tackle him. They were smashed aside as if they were rag dolls.
Then a couple of Mio Regiment squads raced into Knoll Street.
"Get down!"
their officers bellowed, an order backed up by shrill path shouts. The soldiers brought up their carbines. Everyone dropped to the ground, parents clawing at their children, forcing them onto the cobbles. Even the sheriffs ducked down. The only person moving was the faller, pounding along at an inhuman speed, still looking directly ahead as if he hadn't noticed what was happening, even treading on cowering bodies as he went. The carbines opened up with a devastating roar.
Saw you standing by the sea today, waves crashing like a runaway. Your eyes were saying words that hearts betray. I looked away, I looked away. A restless breeze spun our dreams to dust. Moments shattered in a flash combust. Promises we made now turned to rust. I looked away, I looked away. Oh, the silence screamed louder than words. Our love flew away like untamed birds. In the chaos while the world just whirred. I looked away, I looked away. Nights of passion turned to mornings gray. Memories of laughter now decay. In the end there's nothing left to say. I looked away, I looked away. Footprints fading with each passing tide. Whispers of the past we cannot hide. In the echo of the truth we tried. I looked away, I looked away. Oh, the silence screamed louder than words. Our love flew away like untamed birds. In the chaos while the world just whirred. I looked away, I looked away. Oh, the silence screamed louder than words. Our love flew away like untamed birds. In the chaos while the world just whirred. I looked away, I looked away. I looked away, I looked away. I looked away, I looked away.
Eight. Phileas never enjoyed visiting the Research Institute. Even in childhood, fallers triggered an instinctive discomfort, but his father had insisted he see one as part of his training. Time hadn't lessened the reaction. The black carriage he rode in with Trevine and Eothori was larger than an ordinary cab, but unadorned with any heraldic crest. There were several of them in the palace stables for the family to use when they wanted to travel incognito. 2 ordinary cabs followed them through the streets, filled with palace guards in civilian clothes. East Fulwich was a wealthy borough dominated by the clothing trade, so although it had a large industrial park, the factories didn't belch out smoke and chemical effluent, as many did in Varlin. Pleasant houses formed quiet, leafy streets, while larger residences surrounded the 2 parks. The majority of factories were built along both sides of the Dolan Drop Canal, a channel dug specifically to divert half of the river Erinwash in a 2-kilometre semicircle. Water surged down the brick-lined canal with considerable force, powering dozens of water wheels. Pollution here amounted to the tremendous clattering of big looms that reverberated through the air for 16 hours a day. To an observer, the Institute looked like a small, exclusive factory, wedged between an underused railway marshalling yard and the edge of the Dolan Drop factory zone. It was surrounded by an unusually high wall, which was well maintained. No sign announced what was contained within. There was only one entrance, through heavy wooden doors into a short tunnel that had another set of identical doors at the far end. They were linked mechanically, making it impossible for both to be opened at the same time. With the inner doors open, the captain's carriage trundled out into a bare courtyard. The Institute building's sombre purpose was reflected in its plain design, a long two-story rectangle with narrow iron-barred windows, and no adornment at all. Phileas believed it was the only part of Varlan where you could see no vegetation. Even the weeds were scoured regularly from the courtyard's cobbles by the staff. Human staff. There were no mods permitted inside, ever. Of all the places on Bienvenido, the Institute remained steadfast in following the guidelines laid down in the original Faller manuals it had produced almost 3,000 years ago. Fallers, those pages warned, could exert total control over mods and newts, rendering any human instruction worthless. As he alighted from the carriage, Phileas reflected on the irony that the other most devout believer in that tenet right now was Captain, retired, Slavasta. The Institute director, Professor Garvin, bowed gravely at his distinguished visitors. He was well into his second century, an enormously heavy man whose midnight black skin served to highlight his remaining wisps of silver hair. Shaking his damp hand, Phileas also noticed how much sweat was glinting on that skin. It wasn't from stress. Moving such a bulky frame just a few steps seemed to exhaust Professor Garvin. "I'm so very glad you came, sir," the director wheezed as he led them inside. "What we have found is remarkable and disturbing." "So your letter implied," Phileas murmured. He kept glancing at the director's white coat. Everyone at the Institute wore one. It was their uniform, but the buttons on the oversized director's lab coat seemed perpetually on the point of ripping. They were under so much pressure. Not for the first time, he began to question the need for the Institute. For all his dedication, the professor and his staff were utterly inferior to the scientists who had accompanied Captain Cornelius, those stalwarts who had investigated the Fallers as their ship's instruments decayed and died around them, who had determined so much of their nature and ability. Since those first 2 centuries, the Institute had added little to their knowledge. These days it didn't do much other than confirm that the corpses of both humans and animals brought to it were indeed Fallers, and check that there was no deviation, that nothing new had developed. Pioneering science had given way to a detailed cataloguing mandate as the Institute tried to establish any kind of a pattern in Faller activity, because it no longer had anything else to contribute. Any idea that the Institute would lead the fight back against the Fallers and their forest home had faded more than 2,000 years ago. Now it was just another government department, locked into the status quo, battling for budgets and staff. Professor Garvin opened the doors of the autopsy room, barely fitting through the gap. The room was completely clad in shiny white tiles, except for a ceiling that was all glass, with the late morning sunlight streaming in. Phileas had to squint against the glare. The broad metal-skinned slab in the middle of the room held a body that had been cut open and spread apart so much its original human outline was difficult to recognize. He was looking at a butcher's table. It didn't escape him that Eothori leant forward keenly. "The Miar Regiment brought its remains to us 2 days ago," Professor Garvin said, sucking down air after his exertion. "We have been examining it ever since." Phileas was aware of the professor's emphasis. The Institute carries on doing its job as always. "The Knoll Street Faller. Yes, I took the gifting along with most of the city. Our first point of interest was the missing fingers," the professor said. He pulled on some rubber gloves and picked up the Faller's hand. The index and middle fingers were missing, reduced to tiny stumps from which several sections had been sliced away. "In itself there's nothing too unusual about that. An exhumption will always duplicate the person it absorbs, right down to moles, blemishes, and hair pattern. If our man had lost 2 fingers, then that's what will come out. The egg won't grow replacements." "I am aware of this," Phileas said, looking at the hand. The dead flesh was abnormally pale in the bright light. "So what is unusual?" "The surgery." "Excuse me?" The professor tapped the Faller's index finger stump with his thumb. "We noticed that the ends were unusually smooth. Normally, when someone is unfortunate enough to lose a finger,
Some kind of industrial accident or just simple carelessness with an X. The doctor will trim the torn flesh and stitch the wound together. It will heal, leaving scar tissue. This man had none.
So it was a congenital condition, Eothori said. He was born without those fingers.
No, sir, we don't think so. In both fingers, there was still a section of the proximal phalanges remaining, about a centimetre long, extending from the knuckle. I consulted with the Dean of Medicine at the university, and that isn't a congenital defect we're aware of.
Then how do you explain it? Phileas asked.
The tip of the phalanges had been smoothed, yet I don't know how that would be achieved, and we examined the skin of the tip under a microscope. The wound had healed over in a uniform fashion. There is no scar tissue, no anomalies in the dermal layer at all. If he lost the fingers in an accident, he was given a perfect treatment afterward, a treatment we are not capable of providing.
Occam's razor, Eothori said. Just because you haven't seen that congenital condition before doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Or perhaps the egg made a small alteration during duplication this time. More likely, the faller lost those fingers in some kind of fight, and you're seeing the way their bodies heal.
Yes, sir. We considered those options.
But, Phileas continued, we're not here because of the fingers, are we?
No, sir. When my deputy reported the irregularity, I took it upon myself to continue the autopsy personally.
Commendable. And?
The professor pointed at the open skull. The brain pan was empty. I dissected its brain. Please. He beckoned them over to one of the long benches running down the side of the room. There were several glass jars with flesh sealed inside, and a large brass microscope. A faller brain was splayed open on a small metal platform, the grey-brown mass peeled apart like a fruit, its segments pinned down at the tips. A stand with various magnifying glasses curved over the dissected tissue, providing various enhanced views of the stringy organ.
Fallers copy human organs very precisely, the professor said, except for the brain. It is the most distinctive difference outside of blood colour. Their brains are a single array of identical neural cells. Ours are a composite of clusters and lobes and glands, while theirs is uniform and regular. This one was different.
Phileas studied the splayed brain open before him, his distaste suppressed by curiosity. He moved in closer. The big magnifying glasses provided weirdly distorted images.
How so?
There were minute fibers, interlaced within the structure. I only just spotted them because I was using the strongest lenses.
Fibers?
Phileas peered closer. The biggest lens showed him a landscape of grey-brown hummocks threaded with collapsed tubules, which he took to be capillaries.
Here, sir.
The professor indicated the big microscope.
They're considerably thinner than a human hair. As I say, it was mostly luck that I spotted them, and they were terribly difficult to extract. We've only succeeded with a few sections so far.
Phileas looked into the microscope. The vision field was a simple white expanse, with what could have been a slender, translucent grey blemish running from top to bottom, the fibre. He saw tiny spikes radiating out from the main strand, as if it had bristles. It was fascinating.
What is that?
We don't know, the professor said bluntly. You saw the secondary filaments branching.
Yes.
Phileas reluctantly moved away. He could sense Eothori's eagerness to view the thread.
They appear short, but actually we don't know how extensive they are. They get thinner and thinner until they vanish from the microscope's sight. We're guessing, of course, but they could wind up as molecular strings, in which case they are presumably connected to individual neurons.
Phileas glanced back to the body on the slab.
And they're part of its brain, some kind of second nervous system?
We simply don't know.
The professor dabbed a handkerchief across his brow to soak up some of the perspiration. There has never, ever
been anything like this recorded in the Institute's history. You said yourself you got lucky. Yes, sir, I did. But the Institute founders, the scientists who had ship's machines, I don't believe they'd have missed something like this. Yet it isn't described in any of the texts they published. And I've had staff re-examining microscope slides of Fowler brain tissue for the last 30 hours. We have hundreds of valid samples dating back 250 years. As yet, no one has spotted any threads like this. Phileas licked his lips and glanced over at Trevine, who, as always, guarded his thoughts impeccably. New, he said slowly, and different. Sound familiar? Not coincidence, Trevine said. A new kind of Fowler? Why bother speculating? Eothori said. Let me bring Sylvester in. I can have answers out of him in a day, 2 at the most if he wants to play tough. You know I can. The hero of Ancient Square? Phileas asked sarcastically. The man who stood up to rampaging newts to save a bunch of adorable school children in front of the whole city. You want to snatch him from his home and interrogate him until his mind and body are broken. Really? The Fowlers manipulated that stampede, Eothori said, and it made Sylvester look like the greatest thing on Bienvenido since we discovered how to adapt newts. Is that also coincidence? Sylvester loathes Fowlers and moths more than anybody, Trevine said. His hatred consumes and drives him. It verges on the irrational. He is responsible for the newt sterilization. His followers are the ones slaughtering moths. You hope, Eothori sneered back. Father, we need answers. I can get them. If our world is facing a new threat from our enemy, we must expose them. Not like this. These are troubled times. Our position, our status, must not be questioned. There were other people standing with Sylvester to face the newt charge, Trevine said. Sylvester would naturally stop and make his stand. Despite everything, he's an officer, regiment-trained and sworn to protect Bienvenido's citizens. But those others... It was almost suicide to stand with him. Their reasons for doing so might be a more profitable avenue of investigation. And they have slunk away again, which is curious in itself. I remember the girl, Eothori said. Phileas held up a hand. Not a girl. Not this time. As I recall, there were at least 2 other men. One was quite young. I'll find them, Trevine said. Good. Now, Professor, what do you think these fibres could be? Do they make the Fowler's TK stronger, perhaps? Anything is possible, sir. All we know is that it's new, which is what this institute is actually for, discovering information about Fowlers. He gave Eothori a pointed look. So, I'm assuming, Professor, your next step is presumably to find out if this Knoll Street Fowler is unique or the start of some new development. Yes, sir, the Professor said. Right, then. Eothori, you're to speak to the Marine Commandant. From now on, every Fowler the regiment's kill is to be brought here for further research. Understood. All of them, no exceptions. Not just the human ones, but the animals as well. The Professor and his colleagues will examine every brain to see if there are more fibres. Yes, Father. And what about Sylvester? He's chosen politics as his arena, so that's the arena where we'll deal with him.